Mo could never have imagined that the girlfriend he had been in a virtual relationship with for 3 years was, in fact, the aloof and breathtakingly beautiful campus belle of his school. Nor could he have anticipated that one day he would be invited into the home of the national goddess, Shen Yufu. With the onset of the nationwide evacuation game, Mo found himself stranded on the same wooden raft as Shen Yufu. In this nationwide evacuation, the more supplies one takes when departing, the more valuable the rewards. The items obtained in the game can be transferred to reality. Yet, as Mo murmured to himself, a voice resonated beside him, a hidden talent detected. Awakening in progress. Congratulations! You have awakened the godly talent, Master of Greed. Supply acquisition increased tenfold. Thus began Mo's first participation in the nationwide evacuation game, where he unexpectedly elevated his online girlfriend's aunt, Shen Yufu, to new heights. They achieved an unprecedented milestone of 1 million evacuations, when Mo summoned a colossal aircraft carrier out of thin air to stand majestically upon the sea, conjuring talking, transforming robots akin to those from films, and obliterating heavy tanks with a single punch. It dawned on everyone that Mo was not merely playing a survival game. He was indeed cheating the system. Chapter 1. Crossing the nationwide evacuation game with the national goddess. I have come to understand your situation. You must be somewhat familiar with our Shun family. My niece is rather stubborn. Once she sets her mind on something, it is difficult to alter. However, you are but an orphan. What makes you think you can match our Yin Bing? Within the opulent seaside villa, the air was suffused with a faint, luxurious fragrance. Mo's gaze, however, involuntarily fell upon the pair of long, exquisite legs before him. The glossy black stockings enveloped near-perfect lines that extended from delicate ankles, disappearing beneath a short skirt, igniting boundless imagination. The owner of these legs was none other than the stunning visage that had swept across the entire internet. Shen Yufu. She sat casually on the sofa, legs crossed, exuding an aura that transcended the ordinary. At merely 26 years of age, her life story resembled that of a legend, seemingly scripted by fate. Debuting at 20, her first film crowned her as the national goddess. By 22, she had founded her own entertainment company, amassing a fortune of billions. In her 26 years, her enchanting beauty and devilishly alluring figure had remained untouched by scandal, her reputation impeccably pristine. Such a flawless woman, rightfully dubbed the national goddess of the new era. Yet, until today, Mo could not have fathomed that this celestial being, seemingly a creature of the heavens, was actually his mysterious online girlfriend's aunt. Even more astonishing was the revelation that his online girlfriend was none other than the illustrious iceberg belle of their shared school, Shun Yinbing. He was utterly astounded. No wonder that girl had been so reluctant to meet him in person. Attending the same school, crossing paths yet avoiding each other, her bashful nature indeed made it impossible for her to confess. A wave of absurdity and humor surged through Mo's heart. Their virtual romance had not faltered. Instead, it had struck fortune. He and the girl known as Yin had met through gaming, gradually developing feelings over the course of 3 years. From an initial silence to Mo's playful banter, a simple request to show me your legs would elicit a coy response accompanied by a picture of her beautiful legs. That intimacy, Mo believed, had naturally blossomed. However, whenever he was filled with fervor, yearning to suggest meeting for a kiss or a hug, to touch those legs that haunted his dreams, she would always deflect with excuses. Like I'm shy or I'm not ready. In truth, she had been quietly observing him all along. Have you made up your mind? Shen Yufu's cool voice interrupted Mo's thoughts as she slid a black bank card across the coffee table towards him. There is 10 million within. You should know what to do next. Mo snapped back to reality, glanced at the card, and promptly pushed it back without hesitation. He possessed his own pride. Ms. Shun, I believe you have misunderstood something. The bond between Yin Bing and me cannot be quantified by money that I may be without funds at present, but I'm still young. I can earn. However, I cannot betray my feelings, nor can I betray her. Mo stood tall, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his gaze unwavering as it met Shen Yufu's. What you and the Shun family think of me, whether you look down on me or despise me, is your affair. I, Mo, am not one to be appraised by you. I do not desire what I cannot have. Until today, I was unaware that my girlfriend of 3 years bore the surname Shun, and her name was Shun Yinbing. Therefore, the matter of parting should be addressed by her in person. As long as she feels I am unworthy of her, as long as she utters a single word, I, Mo, will vanish without a trace, never to entangle again. Mo gazed down at the exalted national goddess. Ms. Shun, as an elder, you may not truly understand Shen Yinbing. Though she appears aloof, like an ice mountain, her heart is softer and more fragile than anyone else's. Otherwise, she would not remain too shy to stand before me with confidence until now. Inside the villa, Shen Yufu stood frozen in place. Instinctively, she glanced towards the staircase leading to the second floor. From Sumo's words, it seemed as though her seemingly aloof niece was secretly enamored with this young man named Mo. What was the purpose of her visit today, then? At the corner of the second floor, a stunning young woman clad in a white dress was eavesdropping intently. Upon hearing Mo's unwavering rejection of the 10 million, Shen Yinbing's tense body relaxed, and a smile crept onto her lips. However, when she heard Mo's final remark about her not daring to face him, her exquisitely cold face flushed a vivid red. Humph, this is all your fault. All you ever say is show me your legs and let's kiss, such embarrassing things. You even claimed that when we first meet, you would kiss me until my legs felt weak, enjoying every moment. The mere thought of those explicit chat logs made Shen Yinbing's cheeks burn fiercely. Steeling herself, she tiptoed down the stairs, yet the living room was empty. Where had her aunt and Mo vanished? They vanished into thin air. A sudden jolt surged through Shen Yinbing's heart as a terrifying thought instantaneously invaded her mind. The color drained from her face, and she gasped in shock. It's that game. Player matching in progress. Match complete. Source: Blue Star. Number of participants: 1,000,000. In this nationwide evacuation game, a portion of adults who have never participated in the game will be compelled to join. Withdrawal is not permitted, and refusal is not an option. As a reward for participation, all physical ailments and flaws will be eradicated. Death signifies an end, but do not succumb to despair, for it serves no purpose. The 11th round of the game officially commences. Game map: Ocean World. Now announcing the rules for the Ocean Survival Game. Rule 1. This map is an ocean world submerged in seawater. Players will be automatically grouped based on their real-world proximity, appearing randomly in pairs on initial wooden rafts to commence survival. Rule 2. Various resource boxes are scattered across the sea surface, providing food, water, weapons, tools, construction materials, and other supplies. Rule 3. Resource islands have been refreshed, each harboring hostile monsters. The higher the threat level, the more abundant the resources. Rule 4. The first 3 days are designated as a novice protection period, during which hostile creatures underwater will not attack players on the surface. The following 7 days constitute a survival challenge period, with the final day being a 24-hour evacuation period. Players who complete the challenge tasks within the survival period may commence evacuation, with successful evacuees rewards calculated based on the resources acquired. The cold, mechanical voice faded from her consciousness. When Mo regained his senses, the world before him had transformed entirely. In an instant. He was no longer in the luxurious and spacious living room of the villa, but rather amidst an endless expanse of azure ocean. The sound of crashing waves filled his ears, and the air was saturated with the distinctive briny scent of seawater. Beneath his feet lay a rudimentary raft, scarcely larger than a double bed, constructed from a few battered planks of wood bound together. The raft swayed gently with the rhythm of the waves as Mo gazed around in bewilderment. All he could see was water, nothing but water. The shimmering surface of the sea extended infinitely towards the horizon, seemingly without end. Beside him stood an exquisite figure, flawless in her beauty, the national goddess, Shen Yufu. In this moment, she bore none of the composure and authority she had exhibited in the villa. Her stunning face was etched with shock and confusion, her beautiful eyes wide open, clearly overwhelmed by this extraordinary phenomenon that rendered her mind blank. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Had they traversed dimensions? Or were they ensnared in this so-called nationwide evacuation game? What in the world is happening? Shen Yufu exclaimed, evidently flabbergasted, as the reality before her transcended her comprehension. But if I am not mistaken. Mo offered a wry smile, gesturing towards the boundless It seems we have been swept into a perilous survival game. His mind raced with 1,000 thoughts of disbelief. What was this? He had just declined 1,000,000 from his future aunt, only to find himself teaming up with her for a wilderness survival challenge. His gaze swept over Shen Yufu's exquisite custom outfit and those still eye-catching black silk-clad legs. In such an environment, this attire was hardly advantageous. Shen Yufu fell silent, her lips pressed tightly together as she struggled to process the chilling game rules echoing in her mind. Death signifies an end. These frigid 7 words sent a shiver down her spine. Desperately, she inquired, what about Yambing? What has happened to Yambing? Has she been drawn into this as well? Sumo's heart sank further. Indeed, what about Yambing? That girl, cold on the outside yet warm within, who was in fact timid and shy, if she were to confront such a situation alone. He dared not continue that thought. Just as both of them were engulfed in anxiety and concern, a chilling mechanical voice abruptly resonated in Sumo's mind. Hidden talent detected. Awakening in progress. 1, 30, 70, 100. Congratulations. You have awakened an extraordinary talent. Master of Greed. Chapter 2. The Supreme Gift of Greed. Transforming into a Capitalist. A supreme gift? In this perilous survival game, talent is undoubtedly the core determinant of life and death. And here I am, having drawn the pinnacle of divine gifts right from the outset. He hastily composed himself and meticulously examined this divine talent known as the Lord of Greed. Lord of Greed, Supreme. Talent Effect 1, Greed. You will possess an infinite capacity personal storage space. Any resources collected by you and your companions will yield an additional 9 copies upon entering the storage space. Talent Effect 2, Fair Companions. For every voluntary female divine companion in your team, your overall attributes will be enhanced by 100. Furthermore, at the beginning of each game, a random female divine player will spawn near your initial position. Talent Effect 3, Divine Enhancement. When you slay monsters, the experience points earned will be increased by 100. When your divine companions defeat monsters, they will receive a 50 experience bonus. Wow, this is invincible. Suemo read these 3 astonishingly exaggerated effects repeatedly, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Lord of Greed. The name carries a hint of villainy, yet the effects are absurdly powerful. The effect of Greed allows for a 10-fold increase in all resources. This signifies that his resource gathering efficiency is 10 times that of others. In such a resource-scarce survival game, what a terrifying advantage this is. Moreover, the Fair Companions effect means that for every additional female divine companion, all attributes will double. Suemo glanced at the national goddess Shen Yufu, who stood beside him in shock and bewilderment. Is this not a ready-made opportunity? Though it has yet to activate. Requiring her voluntary consent, Suemo brimmed with confidence. In such a dire situation, a reliable man provides the greatest sense of security. Not to mention, this talent can spawn a goddess near him at the start of the game? What extraordinary fortune is this? A bold image flashed through Sumo's mind. One day in the future, his raft would be filled with various goddesses, wielding tools and weapons, diligently working to gather resources. While he reclined on a beach chair, sipping cold drinks and cheering them on. The essence of this talent is to recruit goddesses and have them labor on the raft, helping him amass resources. I, Sumo, an ordinary worker, have unexpectedly transformed into a capitalist in this life-threatening survival game. How exhilarating is this feeling? Just as the tides of Sumo's thoughts surged, an unexpected change occurred. A gentle white light descended from the sky, cascading like a waterfall onto the ocean, bathing the azure waters in a sacred hue. Immediately after, a peculiar icon resembling a combination of a flying pig and a penguin began to flash frantically in the lower right corner of Sumo's vision, accompanied by a rapidly ascending red number, 99. Upon clicking, he discovered, Ocean Survival World Channel activated. Instantly, a torrent of messages poured forth like a waterfall, filling the channel with the clamor of a bustling marketplace. What is this place? Kidnapping? Aliens? My father is Li Gang, no matter what you are. Send me back at once. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it. Help. I find myself on the same raft as an unfamiliar greasy man. Ugh, I absolutely detest men. Breathing the same air as him makes me feel suffocated. What should I do, my friends? I need advice, urgently. This is fantastic. Truly fantastic. Wong Boppy. You despicable boss. You usually work us to the bone, but now we're all on the same starting line. If I encounter you in this game, I will surely chop you into 8 pieces and feed you to the sharks. The speed at which messages rolled through the chat channel increased, and as Suemo perused them, his expression grew increasingly animated. Clearly, the reactions of the 1 million individuals forcibly pulled into the game varied greatly. However, soon a particular message emerged, silencing the previously boisterous channel. Brothers, I suspect this is all a hoax, likely a holographic virtual game concocted for publicity. My name is Zhang Wei, and I dare to jump in to prove that this seawater cannot drown a person. No sooner had this message been sent than another one followed closely behind. No, Zhang Wei, you fool. I'm your teammate. Don't jump. Wow. In the next moment, that teammate typed frantically, his voice laced with tears. He jumped. He truly jumped. The sharks in the water remained still, but he swam towards them. He was devoured. His head was bitten off. A chilling mechanical voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of all players. Warning. Player Zhang Wei has died. Current remaining players, 999, 999. In an instant, the world channel descended into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned by this gruesome reality. This is real. This game can indeed lead to death. No. Shen Yufu gazed at the death announcement, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. We can never return. Death signifies the end. These 7 cold words, once mere information, now transformed into the deepest terror, gripping her heart tightly. She looked down at the rickety raft that could easily fall apart and glanced at the menacing fins occasionally surfacing beneath the water. A wave of unprecedented despair washing over her. 3 days. Only 3 days of the beginner's protection period. After 3 days, those monsters will actively attack. At that time, relying solely on this flimsy raft amidst the vast ocean is nothing short of a dead end. In stark contrast to Shen Yufu's panic, Suemo quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. Fear resolves nothing. With a thought, he summoned his personal panel. Name, Suemo. Talent, Lord of Greed, Supreme. Level, LV1 Physique. 10, Composite Strength of the Body. The average initial value for adult males is 10. Mental strength, 10. Composite strength of the soul. The average initial value for adult males is 10. He then opened the ship panel. Raft LV1, 3M x 3M. Durability, 100-100. Upgrade to LV2 requirements. Wood 0-80. Su Mo's gaze flickered. Clearly, the immediate priority was to upgrade this raft. In this boundless ocean, the raft is their only foothold, a mobile fortress. Before locating a resource island, upgrading the raft to expand their safety perimeter must take precedence. With the objective established, Su Mo hesitated no longer. Without further ado, he prostrated himself at the edge of the raft, his arms plunging into the cool seawater. Serving as the most primitive human oars, exerting all his strength to paddle backward. The raft creaked under the strain, yet it began to move slowly. Shen Yufu quietly gazed at Su Mo, observing this young man, who had just moments ago engaged in light-hearted banter with her and audaciously rejected her offer of 10 million. She now saw him as a tireless bull, clumsily and primitively propelling their sole chance of survival. This reckless expenditure of energy undoubtedly hastened his demise. Time ticked away. Second by second. Sumo's arms had long since grown sore to the point of numbness, nearly devoid of sensation. Sweat mingled with seawater, blurring his vision. Just as he felt on the verge of exhaustion and fainting, a gray, square box finally emerged in the distance, rising and falling with the waves. A resource box. He had found it. Sumo's spirit soared. He summoned his last reserves of strength and paddled desperately towards it. The box was a half-meter square, unlocked, with a convenient handle on the side. With trembling hands, Su-Mo hoisted it onto the raft, eagerly opening it. Congratulations. You have collected, Wood 3, Plastic 3, Bottled Mineral Water 1. Talent Effect Greed triggered. Storage space has synchronized and copied resources, Wood 27, Plastic 27, Bottled Mineral Water 9. It worked. With a long sigh of relief at the series of system notifications echoing in his mind, Su-Mo collapsed onto the raft in utter exhaustion. Truly, a divine talent. One box equaled the treasure of 10 to others. Now, salvation was within reach. With a mere thought, 2 bottles of chilled 450 milliliters bottled water materialized in his hands. He stowed away the remaining resources in his storage space and promptly unscrewed one bottle, tilting his head back and gulping it down voraciously. The icy water glided down his throat, revitalizing his parched body and instantly dispelling all fatigue and heat. After consuming a bottle, Su-Mo felt rejuvenated. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu, initially convinced that Su-Mo's actions were mere death throes, realized her own throat was parched and her lips slightly chapped from dehydration as she beheld the bottle of water he held. Chapter 3. Shen Yufu bows to reality. Shen Yufu pressed her cracked red lips together, her prideful dignity clashing violently with her instinct for survival. Ultimately, instinct triumphed over reason. She set aside her goddess persona and softly pleaded, "Could you possibly spare me a bottle? I find myself rather thirsty as well." "No," came Sumo's curt and resolute reply, devoid of hesitation, as unyielding as a stone dropped to the ground. Shen Yufu's exquisite eyes widened in disbelief. Who was she? She was Shen Yufu, the national goddess perched atop the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, cradled by countless fans and capital. Normally, not only would she never stoop to ask for anything, but even a mere glance from her would prompt multitudes to rush forth, offering her the best. Rejection? Such a notion had scarcely existed in her 20 years of life. A surge of indignation welled up within her, coloring her flawless face with a faint blush, the source of which remained uncertain, whether from anger or embarrassment. "I merely wish for a sip. Can't you, a grown man, spare me a bottle?" "Oh, I'm thirsty too," Su-Mo retorted, shaking the bottle of water he had only partially consumed, his tone unapologetic. "Thus, I paddled for ages, exhausting myself to procure it. And you?" He shot a sidelong glance at Shen Yufu, who, throughout the ordeal, had merely sat at the opposite end of the raft, hugging her knees and observing him as if he were a fool. Now that he had achieved a semblance of success, she sought to reap the rewards? Such fortune was far too good to be true. Shen Yufu found herself momentarily speechless. She had indeed done nothing. To her, this barren stretch of ocean featured a man frantically splashing about, which seemed little different than hastening his own demise. Yet who could have predicted he would actually secure water? Humph, it's merely a bottle of water. What's so remarkable about that? Shen Yufu lifted her alabaster chin, attempting to regain her imposing demeanor as a goddess. "Do you even know who I am? Once we return, I shall offer you 10 million for that bottle of water." "Oh, 10 million? Su-Mo chuckled. "Miss Superstar, do take a look around. Is this a place where money holds sway? Even if you offered me 100 million, could you transform this 3x3 wooden raft into an aircraft carrier?" "You." Shen Yufu's chest heaved with indignation. This man was impervious to reason. What he stated was undeniably true. Here, money was but worthless paper, and her proud identity, status, and wealth had instantly lost all significance. The sheer disparity left her feeling a wave of panic and helplessness. Observing her exquisite face shift from arrogance to shock, then to wounded pride, Su-Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. Now you know the folly of underestimating others. However, he was aware that he could not allow their relationship to become too strained. After all, according to the description of his talent, Having a goddess in the team would double his attributes. This presented a tangible enhancement to his combat effectiveness. Moreover, allowing such a breathtaking beauty to perish here would be a lamentable waste. As time dragged on, the scorching sun beat down upon the ocean's surface, and the cracks in Shen Yufu's lips became increasingly pronounced, the intense thirst causing her to feel dizzy. Ultimately, she capitulated to reality. "Fine, I shall assist you," she said. Her voice tinged with reluctance, yet marked more by acquiescence. "What do you require of me?" "Quite simple." Suemo pointed towards the other side of the raft. "Paddle like I did earlier, and locate the next resource box. We shall share the water within it equally." Shen Yufu gritted her teeth, removed her cumbersome high heels, and emulating Suemo, leaned over the edge of the raft, extending her delicate hand into the sea. The icy sensation jolted her awake and clarified her senses. With their combined efforts, the raft's speed increased significantly. Soon, a second resource box appeared. "Congratulations. You have collected compressed biscuits 2, with 6, simple fishing rod design 1. Talent greed triggered. Copied resources, compressed biscuits 18, with 54, simple fishing rod design 9. Suemo honored his promise, providing Shen Yufu with a bottle of water and a piece of compressed biscuit. As she ravenously devoured the dry morsel, tears welled in the eyes of the national goddess. It was the most arduous yet delectable meal she had ever consumed. "Continuing like this is not a solution," Suemo remarked, munching on a biscuit. "We must expedite the upgrade of the raft. Furthermore, I wish to propose a deal." "What kind of deal?" Shen Yufu regarded him warily. "Very straightforward." Sumo's gaze intensified with fervor. "Consent to become my companion. By joining my team, I assure you will not only have sustenance, but also safely navigate this game." "Join your team?" Shen Yufu frowned, perceiving the implication as rather unappealing. "No, it is not the same." Suemo offered a mysterious smile, knowing he could not simply state that her joining would double his attributes. Instead, he opted for a more diplomatic approach. "Once we officially form a team, the system will recognize our alliance, which may grant us unknown advantages, such as resource sharing or the ability to view each other's status. What do you think? Please consider it." Shen Yufu fell silent, contemplating his confident demeanor while gazing out at the vast ocean, eventually making her decision. "All right, I agree." Ding. Player Shen Yufu has agreed to join your team. The talent of a beautiful companion has been activated. Goddess-level companion detected. Your attributes have increased by 100. Name: Suemo. Constitution: 20. Mind: 20. A warm surge coursed through Sumo's body, and he felt his strength, speed, and endurance surpassing all previous limits. "Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful." He nodded in satisfaction, promptly retrieving 80 units of wood from his storage space. "Now, let us witness a miracle." He focused on the raft beneath him and silently intoned. "Upgrade. Wood, 80. Small raft LV1 is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations. Your small raft has been upgraded to LV2, 5M x 5M. Upgrade to LV3 requirements. Wood 0, 200. Plastic 0, 50. The raft beneath him expanded instantly, more than doubling in size and becoming sturdier and more stable. Shen Yufu stared in bewilderment at the spectacle. She could not comprehend how, having only opened 2 chests, Suemo had conjured such an abundance of wood. Chapter 4. The First Kill, No Mercy. Suddenly, a shrill cry of excitement erupted from the nearby sea. "Look over there." "What is that? An island?" Suemo and Shen Yufu simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. In the distance, on the horizon, an initially indistinct dark spot began to grow clearer. Though still not fully discernible, its outline unmistakably resembled a lush island. Hope for survival ignited instantly among the surrounding survivors. However, as Sumo's gaze fixated on the island, his peripheral vision caught sight of a decrepit level 1 raft stealthily approaching them from the completely opposite direction. 2 men stood on the raft, one with a brutish face and the other sporting a scar, both gripping crude wooden spears with ominous expressions. What did they intend to do? Shen Yufu's expression changed abruptly. Her feminine intuition instinctively sensed an overwhelming danger. What else could they want? Sumo's eyes hardened. It is merely murder and plunder. He swiftly opened the crafting panel and, using the scant plastic and surplus wood he had just acquired, rapidly fashioned 2 rudimentary wooden spears. Wooden spear, attack power 2, 4. Suemo tossed one of the spears to Shen Yufu. "Take this, in a critical moment. Aim for their vital points without hesitation. Remember, this is a life and death game. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself." Shen Yufu trembled as she gripped the rough spear, the coldness of the weapon causing her palms to sweat. Yet, Sumo's calm and resolute words acted like a potent tonic, instilling her with immense strength. Before long, the opposing raft drew closer. The 2 men greedily surveyed Sumo's noticeably larger level 2 raft before their gazes fixated ravenously on the woman beside him. "Holy cow, is that the national goddess Shen Yufu?" The brutish man's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he excitedly nudged his scarred companion. "Boss, look, it's Shen Yufu, alive." The scarred man's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, his greedy gaze sliding from her stunning face down to her taut white shirt, finally lingering on her long, sleek legs, which were drenched from the sea and pressed tightly together. The stockings had already torn in several places, creating an allure that was both tattered and seductive. Who would have thought? The scarred man licked his cracked lips, his tone dripping with unbridled desire. Once a high-flying star, now a drenched chicken. But in this state, even more enticing. His heated stare made Shen Yufu feel exposed, and she furrowed her brow in disgust, instinctively retreating further behind Sumo. What could you possibly offer that is better than being with him? The scarred man ignored Sumo and directly addressed Shen Yufu. Look at that pretty boy. Can he really protect you? Join us, and we'll ensure you live in luxury. By nightfall, my brothers will show you what a real man is like. The lewd remarks flushed Shen Yufu's face crimson. She bit down on her silver teeth and retorted angrily, "Get lost. You're dreaming." She understood that falling into the hands of these scoundrels would yield consequences far worse than death. Hey, you're refusing a toast and asking for a beating. The scarred man's expression darkened as he turned his gaze menacingly towards Sumo. Kid, consider yourself fortunate to have crossed paths with our boss. Now, you have two choices. First, hand over the girl beside you and all the resources on your raft, and we will spare your life and let you leave. And the second? The scarred man sneered, raising his wooden spear. The second is that we'll take matters into our own hands. The man will be fed to the sharks, and the woman, she'll be left for us brothers to enjoy. Finished? Sumo's smile faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. I also offer you a choice. Disappear from my sight immediately, or your rickety raft will become your coffin. Fuck. Seeking death. The scarred man was completely enraged, roaring, "Brothers, attack." The two rafts collided instantly, and the brutish companion let out a cry, lifting his spear with all his might, aiming viciously for Sumo's heart. Had it not been for the activation of his talent, Sumo might have found himself flustered and in dire straits in the face of such a lethal strike. However, he now possessed 20 points of constitution. What appeared as a swift thrust to the opponent was, in Sumo's dynamic vision, akin to slow motion. He merely shifted his body slightly, evading the spearhead by a hair's breadth as it sliced past his side. Meanwhile, Sumo's spear was in motion. With a dull thud, the sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed. Sumo's spear tip penetrated the opponent's throat with pinpoint precision. The brutish man's eyes widened in disbelief as his aggressive stance froze midair. He looked down in shock at the blood gushing from his neck, his body swaying violently before toppling backward into the sea. Crimson blood instantly stained the azure waters. Congratulations. You have slain the player brute. Experience gained, 10. Talent of a beautiful companion activated. Your experience has been additionally enhanced by 100. Final experience gained, 20 points. The cold notification echoed in Sumo's mind. Yet his expression remained unchanged. His indifferent gaze was now fixed firmly on the last remaining opponent on the raft, the scarred man. You killed him. The scarred man was utterly petrified by Sumo's swift and ruthless actions. He could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man was, in fact, a ruthless killer capable of taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. Fear swiftly consumed all his desires, and with a frantic cry, he turned to flee into the water. Yet, how could Sumo afford him such an opportunity? In a single, powerful stride, he lunged to the edge of his raft, his arm muscles taut, and with all his might, hurled the bloodied wooden spear like a javelin. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, tracing a straight trajectory of death, accompanied by a chilling whistle, as it accurately pierced the heart of the scar-faced man from behind. The scar-faced man's body stiffened abruptly. He struggled to lower his gaze. Staring at the bloodied spearhead protruding from his chest, his face etched with boundless regret and terror, he collapsed onto his raft, utterly devoid of life. Congratulations. You have slain the player's scar-face, gaining 10 experience points. Total experience gained, 20 points. Shen Yufu, witnessing the scene, turned pale, her stomach churning violently, as though she might vomit. This gruesome spectacle left her profoundly shaken. Yet, simultaneously, looking at Sumo's decisive and unyielding figure, a sense of unprecedented security enveloped her tightly. Sumo was not devoid of feelings either. This was his first kill, and his stomach roiled with a strong wave of nausea. However, he forcibly suppressed this discomfort, turning to the ashen-faced Shen Yufu, and softened his tone. Do not be afraid. They are no longer considered human. He gazed at the two corpses, speaking as much to Shen Yufu as to himself. To survive, one must be willing to seize the lives of others. Such actions bore no distinction from those of beasts. I did not kill humans. I eliminated the beasts that threatened our existence. These words somewhat calmed Shen Yufu's tumultuous emotions and eased the burden in Sumo's heart. He took a deep breath and methodically scavenged the scant resources remaining on the other raft before emotionlessly kicking Scar-face's corpse into the sea. As he watched the body sink into the deep blue, Sumo's resolve solidified further. In this world, weakness equates to death. The world channel erupted once more. Countless messages flooded the screen, but this time, the panic and curses were stripped of their meaning. Help! Someone save me. The resource island is teeming with monsters. There are monsters everywhere. Don't go. For heaven's sake, do not venture to that island. The creatures there are not bound by the novice protection period. My teammate was torn in half by a crab taller than a man the moment we landed. Of our 5-person team, I am the sole survivor. There is an octopus monster that spits venom, and fishmen that dart about like lightning. That place is not a novice zone. It is a meat grinder. Woe is us. We are doomed, utterly doomed. Our numbers have dwindled by nearly 10,000. And all of this in just half a day's time. These gruesome accounts plunged the recently hopeful survivors into despair. It seemed that for the time being, the island was not an option. Sumo stated. Shen Yufu nodded, still shaken. Had it not been for Sumo's decisive action to upgrade the raft rather than recklessly charging toward the island, their fate would undoubtedly have been dire. What are you waiting for? Get back to work. Sumo's voice interrupted her thoughts. Before night falls, we need to upgrade the raft 2 more levels. Oh, okay. Shen Yufu snapped back to reality, immediately returning to the edge of the raft, straining to paddle. The two worked in perfect harmony. After Sumo's physique doubled, his strength became astonishing, akin to a human motor. After retrieving a dozen resource boxes, the prompt indicating the raft's upgrade finally chimed. Wood, 200, plastic, 50. Small raft LV2 is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations. Your small raft has been upgraded to LV3, 7M x 7M. The hull is sturdier, and the option to craft a simple sail has been unlocked. Upgrade to LV4 requirements. Wood 0, 500, plastic 0, 150, metal blocks 0, 20. As she gazed at the enlarged raft beneath her feet, Shen Yufu could no longer contain her immense confusion. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she fixed her beautiful eyes on Sumo. Something's not right. How many boxes have we opened in total? Where on earth did you acquire so much wood? Sumo, engrossed in checking the newly unlocked crafting options, nonchalantly replied without raising his head. I picked it up. Shen Yufu nearly choked. Picked it up? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? On this vast ocean, aside from resource boxes, where would you find heaps of wood to pick up? She gazed at Sumo's calm profile and suddenly felt that he was shrouded in mystery. Calm, decisive, powerful, and harboring unknown secrets. No wonder he could stir the emotions of her icy-hearted niece. Chapter 5, S-Class Talent, Goddess of War. Sumo peaks. Night descended, and the sea mirrored the starry sky, a sight of breathtaking beauty. After a productive afternoon, Sumo's raft had expanded to a staggering LV5. Its area comparable to a small basketball court. Even more astonishing, at the center of the raft, Sumo had utilized the surplus wood to construct a rudimentary wooden cabin of about 3 square meters, just spacious enough for 2 people to lie down and rest. Raft Cabin LV1 can withstand wind and rain, provides minimal defense, offering you a stable sleeping environment. Shen Yufu felt utterly numb. She sat cross-legged at the cabin's entrance, cradling a bottle of mineral water and a piece of grilled fish, savoring small bites. The grilled fish had been caught by Sumo using a newly crafted fishing rod. Though it was merely sprinkled with a pinch of salt, it was delicious enough to make her want to devour it whole. At this moment, having removed her tattered stockings and high heels, her shirt and skirt, though somewhat disheveled, added a touch of vulnerability to her appearance. She had fully acclimated to her role as a crew member. Whatever Sumo directed, she followed without complaint. Hey, as Shen Yufu munched, she scrolled through her virtual panel, her eyes widening in surprise. They are discussing talents. On the World Channel, survivors, having endured the day's terror, began exchanging information, and talents became the hottest topic. Oh my. My talent is F-Class, Quick Sleep, which boosts energy recovery speed by 10 while sleeping. It feels so useless. Don't cry, mine is E-Class, Night Vision, which is equally disappointing. It's pitch dark on this ocean at night. What good is seeing? I was still devoured by a monster. What the heck? A big shot has emerged. Some guy drew a D-Class talent, Robust, initial physique 5. He has already been recruited by a large team. Sumo glanced over, his heart brimming with joy. Most people possessed F or E-Class talents, while the occasional D-Class was treated like a treasure. C-Class or higher. Not a single one in sight. Of course, some might be hiding their talents like he was, but no matter how well concealed, none could rival his divine talent, Lord of Greed. What is your talent? Sumo asked casually, gnawing on the fish. Humph. Upon hearing this, Shen Yufu perked up instantly. The previous humility of a mere crew member vanished completely. Puffing out her chest like a proud peacock, she gleefully proclaimed, Listen well, don't be frightened. I have awakened an S-Class talent, Goddess of War. War Goddess, S-Rank. Your fundamental attributes will experience a staggering enhancement of 15 times. Furthermore, with each level you ascend, the attribute points you acquire will be quintuple that of an ordinary player. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Shen Yufu raised her alabaster chin, her exquisite eyes shimmering with a fervent desire for praise. I currently possess 15 points in both physique and spirit. That makes me 50% stronger than the average person. Sumo, upon hearing this, nearly spewed out the morsel of fish he had in his mouth. Good heavens. He was astounded. This was, indeed, an S-rank growth-type talent. The basic attribute increase of 15 times was already formidable, but the quintuple enhancement upon leveling up was the crux. This implied that as her level ascended, her prowess would diverge immensely from that of ordinary players. This was not merely a national goddess. She was, in truth, a chosen warrior. Sumo gazed at Shen Yufu's self-satisfied visage, and a scheme instantly formulated in his mind. This future ant was certainly no mere ornamental figure, but rather an immensely promising powerhouse that he must embrace and nurture. Well, it's acceptable. Suemo stifled his astonishment, feigning nonchalance as he nodded. Just acceptable? Shen Yufu's smile froze upon her face. After satisfying their hunger, Suemo stood up and, before Shen Yufu's eyes, decisively discarded the sweat-soaked t-shirt, revealing a sculpted torso. His physique was devoid of exaggerated muscle mass, yet he boasted perfectly defined 8-pack abs and a chiseled V-line, exuding an aura of virility under the moonlight. What are you doing? Shen Yufu's expression shifted to one of alarm as she instinctively crossed her arms, casting a wary glare at him. In this dark, secluded setting, on the same wooden raft, with her being such a breathtaking beauty, could it be that he harbored unsavory thoughts toward his future aunt? Shen Yufu's mind conjured a perilous scenario of a burly man developing inappropriate desires for a stunningly beautiful woman. I warn you not to act recklessly. Yan Bing, she. However, Suemo merely shot her a dispassionate glance, as if regarding a fool. He nonchalantly retrieved a pristine bottle of mineral water from his storage space, unscrewed the cap, and doused himself with it. The frigid water cascaded over his firm chest, tracing the contours of his abdominal muscles. Shen Yufu's face flushed crimson. What had she been contemplating just moments ago? Stealing a covert glance at Suemo's abs, her heart raced. She hadn't anticipated that he would possess such an impressive physique beneath his clothing. But in the next instant, she realized a graver issue. Are you out of your mind? She lunged forward, attempting to snatch the water bottle from Suemo's grasp, her voice reaching a near screech as she exclaimed. That's drinking water. It's potable water. You're using it to bathe? Do you have any idea how precious water resources are? I've sweated all day and even fought. My body is sticky and uncomfortable without a proper wash. Suemo deftly evaded her grasp, responding with an air of self-evidence. Moreover, if I don't clean myself, sharing a small cabin with you tonight will be unbearable with an unpleasant odor. Wouldn't you agree? Of course I would. I wouldn't mind. Shen Yufu stammered, her face aflame with embarrassment. You're being wasteful. The two engaged in a tug-of-war over the bottle of mineral water at the narrow wooden cabin entrance. Shen Yufu found herself nearly clinging to Suemo's arm. Her soft body pressed against his heated chest, her senses overwhelmed by the unique blend of salty seawater and fresh water that enveloped him, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Just as she was about to seize the bottle, Suemo unexpectedly relinquished his grip. All right, you've intimidated me. With a flourish of his hand, as if performing a magic trick, 10 pristine bottles of mineral water appeared before Shen Yufu. I lack neither food nor drink, he stated with magnanimity. These are yours to take. I believe I have around 50 more in my backpack. Shen Yufu was utterly astonished. She stared blankly at the bottles on the ground. Then back at Suemo, a daring thought suddenly crystallizing in her mind. They were found. So this was his method of acquisition. Could it be that his talent was related to resources, enabling him to conjure supplies from thin air? In that instant, Shen Yufu finally comprehended why this man had remained so composed throughout. In this brutal survival game, mastering resources equated to seizing the lifeline. And Suemo was undoubtedly the man standing atop that lifeline. Hey, Suemo's voice pierced her reverie. Have you finished observing? May I get up now? Shen Yufu suddenly became aware of her exceedingly ambiguous position, nearly sprawled across Suemo's lap. She emitted a startled yelp and hastily retreated, only to slip and fall onto the ground. Suemo looked down at her flustered and flushed state, speaking languidly. If you don't get up soon, I might just unleash my primal instincts and pounce on you. When that happens, don't come crying to me. No, you mustn't act recklessly. Shen Yufu was now in a complete panic, scrambling backward. Yet, Suemo, with a bemused expression, advanced toward her step by step. His silhouette, elongated by the moonlight, exuded an aggressively overwhelming presence, enveloping her entirely. I warn you, Suemo, I am Yan Bing's aunt. Do you dare to? Her threats fell flat in the face of his silent advance, rendering them feeble and ineffective. Soon, the cold wooden planks pressed against her back, with nowhere left to retreat. She gazed at Suemo's face, which appeared even more handsome, yet devilishly charming under the moonlight, a wave of despair washing over her. It's over. A solitary man and woman, ensnared in a desperate struggle for survival. Ultimately, he could not resist his primal desires and was poised to act upon his stunning aunt. Shen Yufu, surrendering all pretense of resistance, closed her eyes in humiliation and resignation, her long lashes quivering incessantly. Forget it. What use is it to resist? Adrift in this vast ocean, as a woman, where else could she flee? Just as Shen Yufu's mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, even rehearsing how to face Shen Yanbing in the future, the tempest she had envisioned never materialized. Peeking through her lashes, she beheld Suemo's figure brushing past her, striding straight into the small wooden cabin behind her. With a thud, he flopped onto the wooden floor, emitting a satisfied groan. Exhausted to the bone, I'm going to sleep. Who has the leisure to engage in anything else? Shen Yufu remained frozen in place, petrified. After what felt like an eternity, a wave of heat surged from her feet to the crown of her head, rendering her exquisite face crimson as if it could bleed. She had been played. This man, without a doubt, had done it on purpose. He simply wished to see her humiliated. It was a blatant act of retribution for the $1 million insult she had inflicted upon him at the villa. Mo. Shen Yufu gritted her teeth, brimming with indignation, wishing she could leap upon him and bite him. In the wooden cabin, a languid response from Mo drifted through the air. What is up? Have you come to a realization? Even if you have, I'm not interested. I'm tired. Hey. Shen Yufu felt a tightness in her chest, nearly choking on her indignation. With a huff, she seized a bottle of mineral water that Mo had offered her and dashed to the far side of the wooden raft, turning her back to the cabin. The cool water cascaded over her cheeks, soothing her heated thoughts to a degree. She shed her short skirt and shirt, dampened by the sea, leaving only a snug set of undergarments as she cautiously wiped down her body. Eventually, she poured the remaining water slowly over her long, proud legs. The droplets glided over her fair, delicate skin, tracing the curve of her firm thighs and the slenderness of her calves, before disappearing into her exquisitely sculpted feet. Akin to polished jade, under the moonlight, this scene of a beauty emerging from a bath could drive any man to madness. Having dried herself, she was about to put her clothes back on when she sensed a burning gaze from behind, making her feel exposed. Shen Yufu whirled around to find Mo standing at the cabin's entrance, his eyes shining with an astonishing brightness. He hadn't been asleep at all. He had been watching her. Chapter 6, sharing a bed, touching the goddess's thigh? Ahem. Caught in the act, Mo showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he kindly advised her, it's cold outside at night, and the wind is strong. If you fall asleep and roll off into the sea, I can't guarantee I'll be able to fish you out from the jaws of a shark. Come inside and sleep, I want you mind. Who said I care if you mind? Shen Yufu instinctively retorted, but the mention of sharks sent a shiver down her spine. After a moment's hesitation, caught between the risk of becoming a midnight snack for a shark and the potential for Mo to take advantage of her, she decisively chose the latter. After all, the latter merely risked her modesty, while the former could cost her life. With a few swift movements, she dressed and approached the cabin door, glaring fiercely as she warned. I'm warning you, behave yourself tonight. No wandering hands or feet, understood? Got it, you nag. Mo waved his hand dismissively, with his perfunctory assurance. Shen Yufu gritted her teeth and cautiously nestled into the confined space. The cabin was so cramped that it barely accommodated two people lying side by side. As they lay flat, their arms brushed against each other, their thighs pressed together, creating almost zero distance between them. Shen Yufu could distinctly feel the heat radiating from Mo's body and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. In the darkness, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, leaving her restless throughout the night. The following day, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the cracks of the wooden cabin. Shen Yufu slowly awakened, enveloped in a warmth that felt as though she was nestled in an incredibly comfortable bed. As she drowsily opened her eyes, she was met with the close-up visage of Mo's sleeping face. Unbeknownst to her, she had curled up into his embrace like a docile little kitten. To make matters worse, her long, fair leg lay unguardedly draped across his waist, while his large hand rested squarely atop her thigh. Shen Yufu's mind went blank in an instant. Just then, Mo opened his eyes, and their gazes locked, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the next moment, just as Shen Yufu was about to let out a shriek, Mo casually pinched her smooth thigh, appraising it in a tone akin to that of an art connoisseur. The texture is quite nice. After uttering this, he nonchalantly withdrew his hand and rose from the cabin, leaving Shen Yufu in a state of utter disarray. Mo. After a while, his voice called from outside, stop yelling, come out and eat, we need to get to work. With a flushed face, Shen Yufu straightened her disheveled attire and emotions, reluctantly making her way outside. Throughout the morning, her glances at Mo were filled with resentment and a hint of murderous intent. Having replenished their energy, they set off for another day of drifting at sea. Along the way, they encountered several rudimentary Level 1 rafts. The survivors aboard, upon seeing Mo's raft, comparable to a yacht at Level 5, were visibly astonished and envious. Wow, bro, how did you manage to build this raft? Is it hacked or something? Whenever someone inquired, Mo merely shrugged it off, attributing it to good fortune and luck. Wherever the raft ventured, the surrounding Level 1 rafts dispersed in its wake. On the World Channel, legends about Mo had ignited fervently. Wow, guys, I've seen it with my own eyes. It's truly a Level 5 raft. It's like a small plaza, and there's even a house on it. Not just that. I also saw the national goddess Shen Yufu. She seems to be rowing for that big shot. Oh my goodness, my goddess has actually become a boatman. What kind of deity is Mo? He has taken the national goddess right from the start and upgraded the raft to Level 5? What does this leave for us mere mortals? In no time, the name Mo became synonymous with an enigmatic overlord in the oceanic realm, known to all. Countless individuals sought to attach themselves to him, their notifications for friend requests ringing incessantly. Big shot. Need a charm for your leg? One that can shout 666? Many self-proclaimed attractive female players mustered the courage to send Mo private messages, laden with overt hints, hoping to board his vessel for protection. Mo, I'm your fan. Can I team up with you? I can do anything. Mo disregarded all such messages. With so many eyes around, It would be easy to expose his secret as the Lord of Greed. His current plan was to recruit only goddess-level workers like Shen Yufu, while ignoring the rest. However, from these communications, he gleaned crucial information. After more than a day, numerous survivors had begun forming alliances to secure resources for their survival. It seemed urgent to act. Sumo's expression grew serious. Resource boxes were limited and wouldn't refresh indefinitely. If he didn't act quickly, there would be nothing left. Understood. Shen Yufu also set aside her youthful emotions, fervently rowing the oars. Together, they propelled the raft across the sea like an arrow released from a bow. After retrieving 5 resource boxes in quick succession, Sumo not only amassed a wealth of basic supplies, but also uncovered a blueprint for a superior stone spear and a sea barbecue grill. Just then, Sumo's keen eyes narrowed. Over there, ahead, several hundred meters away, 3 silver resource boxes floated on the surface of the sea. Silver. This indicated materials of a higher grade than the ordinary gray wooden boxes. However, between them and the resource boxes was a closer level 2 raft. Desperately paddling toward the treasure. Trying to snatch from me. Crank up the power. Let us get it. Sumo adjusted the sail to its maximum angle, roaring as his muscles tensed, unleashing tremendous strength. Shen Yufu gritted her teeth, exerting every ounce of her energy. In the astonished gazes of their opponents, Sumo's raft surged forth like a colossal sea beast, arriving ahead of the others to reach the 3 silver resource boxes first. Oh my god, no! A distressed woman's exclamation echoed from the secondary wooden raft. Although it was in English, Sumo understood it perfectly due to the game's system integration. He turned towards the sound and was momentarily dazzled. Standing on the raft was a striking blonde with bright blue eyes. Her features were sharp and exquisite, embodying both the depth of Western beauty and the softness of Eastern allure, bearing a striking resemblance to the globally renowned exotic goddess, Reba. She stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, surpassing Shen Yufu by half a head, adorned in a seductive black sports tank and ultra-short shorts. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated to perfection. With a full bosom, a pert peach-shaped bottom, and impossibly long legs, she radiated an open and passionate charm. At that moment, she had her hands on her hips, glaring at Sumo with a mix of anger and curiosity in her azure eyes. Behind her, 3 towering Caucasian men rowed the boat with all their might, not daring to lift their heads. It was clear that this blonde beauty was the true queen of the raft. Chapter 7. A brand new upgrade. Kidnap the blonde. Go get it. Sumo paid little attention to the blonde and directly opened the crafting panel. Wood X10, Stone X5, can craft Stone Spear X5. Craft. In the next instant, 5 brand new, sharp stone spears materialized in his storage space. He casually picked one up, feeling the cold gleam of the spearhead, like a poised cheetah, silently on guard. Hey, put that down. The blonde shouted in exasperation from the secondary raft. I saw it first. It's mine. However, Shen Yufu now exhibited almost blind trust in Sumo. She dismissed the blonde entirely. In this brutal game of survival, whoever grasped the opportunity claimed it. She strode directly to the edge of the raft, bent down, and with considerable effort, hauled 3 hefty silver resource boxes back on a Sumo's raft. Hey, you yellow-skinned girl, are you deaf? Seeking death. How dare you steal from Miss Samantha? The 3 Caucasian men behind the blonde erupted in fury. They saw only a scrawny man and a fragile woman on Sumo's side, while they towered over them, confident in their advantage. One particularly muscular man bellowed and stepped forward, his massive hand reaching across the gap to grab Sumo by the collar. Yet, Sumo was swifter and more ruthless. Just as the brawny man leaned forward, 1 foot poised to step onto Sumo's raft, Sumo flicked his wrist. The stone spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. Thud! The sound of the weapon piercing flesh resonated through the tranquil sea, starkly jarring. The man's advance halted abruptly, disbelief washing over his face as he looked down to see his throat impaled, air escaping in gasps as blood gushed forth. With a staggering motion, he fell backward. Congratulations. You have killed a player, gaining 10 experience. Triggered talent, beautiful companion. Your experience gain is increased by 100. Final experience gained, 20 points. With a swift motion, Sumo retrieved a second spear and lunged forward. In the horrified gaze of the remaining 2, he plunged the spear into the heart of the second man. Congratulations. You have killed a player. At that moment, the blonde beauty, Samantha, let out a terrified scream. She clamped her hand over her mouth, her blue eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Before her, the last surviving Caucasian man snapped back to reality from the shock of his companion's swift demise, fury igniting within him. He roared and charged at Sumo, believing he could easily overpower this seemingly fragile Eastern youth and snap his neck. But to his shock, he found Sumo's strength to be even more terrifying. Sumo's robust physique resisted all his efforts. Is that all the strength you possess? Sumo scoffed, breaking free from the man's grip. No longer inclined to use a weapon, he clenched his fist, channeling a fierce gust of wind as he struck the man's temple with a brutal punch. Bang! The man felt as if his head had been crushed by a hammer, a ringing in his ears as he staggered. Following that, a second punch. Bang! Darkness enveloped him as he lost the will to fight back. Sumo, expressionless, delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him tumbling off the raft like refuse. Splash! The air was instantly filled with the pungent scent of blood, attracting the hungry predators lurking in the sea. A massive shark surged from the depths, its cavernous mouth wide open, swallowing the unconscious man whole. The water was quickly stained crimson, leaving only ripples of red in its wake. Effortlessly, Sumo kicked the other 2 corpses into the sea as well, offering a feast to the gathering sharks. Within half a minute, 7 or 8 formidable sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, circled the raft menacingly, their menacing fins slicing through the water, sending chills down one's spine. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, LV2. Gained free attribute points, 5. Shark. Shark's Shen Yufu's face drained of color as she clutched Sumo's arm tightly. Ah, sharks. Devil. You're a devil. Samantha was utterly unhinged. She cowered in the corner of her flimsy raft, torn between the cold-blooded Sumo and the ravenous sharks circling below. The overwhelming fear made her scream. Don't kill me. I'm the daughter of Buffett, the chairman of the Global Corporation. If you harm me, my father will not spare you. Sumo allocated all 5 attribute points to his physique. He then turned to Shen Yufu, whose complexion had paled, and reassured her, don't panic. During the novice protection period, these beasts won't dare to attack the raft. They're merely here for a whiff. With that, he brandished a bloodied spear and stepped onto Samantha's pitiful secondary raft. What would you want? Samantha trembled in fear. An amusing little affair begins now. You are now my captive, Sumo announced, the spear tip gently pressing against her rapidly rising chest. Stay still, or this spear won't be so forgiving. Samantha, believing he intended to violate her before killing her, closed her eyes in humiliation, awaiting her grim fate. However, the anticipated violation never came. Instead, Sumo retrieved a coil of rope from his storage and, with a deftness akin to binding crabs, swiftly and securely tied her up. The ropes were tight and expertly knotted, digging into her smooth skin. The position accentuated her ample bosom and pert curves, epitomizing the essence of humiliating allure. Bastard. FKU. If you have the guts, just kill me. As Samantha regained her composure, she unleashed a torrent of invective. Slap. Sumo retaliated with a swift and resounding slap. Keep your mouth clean. If you utter another word of nonsense, I'll strip you of your clothes and hang them on the sail as a flag. Samantha's cheeks burned with pain, but what terrified her more was the frigid, merciless gaze of Sumo. She believed this man was entirely capable of carrying out his threats. In humiliation, she obediently sealed her lips. Like a mere chick, Sumo effortlessly lifted the towering Samantha and tossed her back onto his level 5 raft. I'll graciously accept this dilapidated vessel. He turned to the vacant level 2 raft and selected the option to dismantle, instantly acquiring 40 units of wood. Greed talent activated. Material synchronized in storage, wood 360. After completing these tasks, Sumo dusted off his hands and, under the contrasting gazes of Shen Yufu and Samantha, approached the 3 silver resource chests. Now that the obstacles have been cleared, let us unveil the treasures concealed within these silver chests. Congratulations. You have obtained Level 3 Workbench Blueprint X1, Metal Blocks X20. Refined Parts X10. Greed Talent activated. Second one. Congratulations. You have obtained Fine Longbow Blueprint X1, Iron Arrows X20, Iron Blocks X20. Greed Talent activated. Third one. Congratulations. You have obtained Wood X100, Plastic X100, Iron Blocks X30. Greed Talent activated. What fortune. This time, it was genuine fortune. Gazing at the precious materials that had multiplied tenfold in his storage, Sumo could hardly contain his elation. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to upgrade the raft. Wood X1000, Plastic X500, Iron Blocks X200, Level 5 raft is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations. Your raft has been upgraded to Level 6, 7M X15M, unlocking options for small generator and battery crafting. With a resounding roar, the raft beneath him expanded at a visible rate, fortified metal reinforcing the edges of the vessel, transforming it into an area comparable to a small plaza. Sumo wasted no time and promptly utilized the blueprints to construct the Level 3 workbench. Wood X100, Iron Blocks X50, Metal Blocks X30, Level 3 workbench completed. A sophisticated, high-tech workstation manifested at the center of the raft. With it, the array of items Sumo could craft was vastly expanded. He immediately opened the crafting list, embarking on a bold transformation. Wood X100, upgrading raft cabin to Level 2. Wood X50, Iron Blocks X20, offshore barbecue grill completed. Wood X100, Plastic X100, upgrading simple sail to composite hard sail. Wood X220, Iron Blocks X100, Metal Blocks X50. Refined Parts X20, small generator completed. Plastic X150, Iron Blocks X50, Metal Blocks X20, Refined Parts X10, battery completed. Half an hour later, as Shen Yufu and the bound Samantha stared in awe at the transformation before them, the original raft had completely metamorphosed into a nascent double-deck vessel. The lower deck comprised living and working areas, while the upper deck housed Sumo's newly constructed lookout and cockpit. The generator and engine hummed with life. even illuminating several rudimentary electric lamps. This was no mere struggle for survival. It was akin to a vacation at sea. Chapter 8. Recruiting the stalwart Samantha. A-class talent. Treasure hunter. Who exactly are you? Bound to the ground, Samantha's azure eyes no longer held their previous arrogance, replaced only by profound shock and fervor. Having been raised in the most opulent of environments, she had encountered countless geniuses and elites. Yet, never had she witnessed a man capable of manifesting such unbelievable miracles in mere days in the face of despair. In just 2 days, a tattered raft had transformed into a boat. He was mysterious, powerful, and ruthless, shrouded in an aura that seemed to transmute decay into the extraordinary. Suemo cast a sideways glance at her, crouching down before her. His fingers lightly brushed against Samantha's dusty face, reminiscent of a certain beauty. From this moment forth, I am your employer, and you shall be my newly recruited second employee. Employee? Samantha's mind struggled to comprehend. Indeed, Suemo gestured towards Shen Yufu, who was similarly astonished. She is number 1. Your tasks are simple. Follow my commands, work diligently, and in return, you shall earn food, water, and the right to survive. Samantha gazed at Suemo, a question bubbling from deep within her. You want to kill me? Sumo's gaze drifted down her figure, brazenly surveying the exaggerated curves accentuated by the ropes. Your physique is far more useful for rowing and serving as a lookout than as a snack for sharks. Those words caused Samantha's body to tense instantly, a wave of humiliation coloring her cheeks. She misinterpreted his intentions, believing he kept her for her beauty and physique, to use her as a plaything in this desperate apocalypse. Though it was degrading, she had steeled herself for survival. Yet, she never expected that in this man's eyes. Her prideful assets were only fit for laboring as a rower. Her bodyguards lay slain, and alone, she would not last half a day in this treacherous sea. Samantha glanced at Sumo's robust vessel, impervious to shark attacks, and then into the depths of his inscrutable eyes. Aligning herself with the powerful, boarding this singular ark capable of withstanding sharks was her only path to salvation. Very well, I accept your terms. Ding. Player Samantha has agreed to join your team. Talent. Companion of Beauty activated. Detected Goddess Tier Companion. All attributes increased by 100. A wave of overwhelming warmth surged through Sumo's entire being. His strength, speed, and endurance skyrocketed once again. He opened his panel. Name, Suemo Physique, 1530. Spirit, 1020. 45 times that of an average adult. Excellent, welcome aboard. Suemo smiled with satisfaction, casually freeing Samantha from her bindings. Work well from now on, and I shall not shortchange my own. Samantha rubbed her wrists, marked red from the ropes, and stretched her body, curiosity piqued. Aren't you curious about my talent? What if it's a worthless F-grade talent, of no use to you? Sumo's interest was piqued. Do tell. Samantha puffed out her chest, declaring, A-class talent, treasure hunter. I can vaguely sense the general locations and rarity of all unopened resource chests and special items within a kilometer. Wow. Suemo gasped in astonishment. An A-class talent. A perception type. This was, quite literally, a tailor-made navigational instrument for his greed lord. One is responsible for navigation, while the other excels in tenfold duplicity. A match made in heaven. An absolute pairing. Suemo immediately issued his first command to Samantha. Begin the search. Report the locations of all nearby resource boxes. There are still over 900,000 mouths to feed on the sea, and our time is precious. We must act before anyone else. Yes, boss. Samantha quickly adapted to her new role, responding with alacrity. Sumo turned towards the Tier 3 workbench, eagerly engaging new materials. Wood, 90. Iron block, 45. Beast tendon, 15. Capable of crafting exquisite longbows X3. Crafting. 3 magnificent longbows, glimmering with a metallic sheen, materialized in his hands. He tossed 2 of them to Shen Yufu and Samantha respectively. Take these. They shall serve as our primary weapons, 1 for each of us. There are ample arrows. Today, we shall become maritime scavengers. We will seize every box we encounter. Those who obstruct us shall perish. The 2 women grasped the icy bow limbs. Boss. Samantha pointed in a direction, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement. Over there, approximately 800 meters. I sense several boxes. At least 1 is silver. Onward. With a single command from Suemo, the composite hardsail pivoted, and the vessel surged across the sea, creating a frothy white wake at full speed. Soon, they passed a precarious Tier 1 wooden raft, where a man spotted their formidable ship and waved desperately, as if he had seen a savior. Help. Big shot. Please take me with you. I can do anything. On board, the trio remained oblivious. Sumo's gaze was icy, fixed on the horizon. Shen Yufu averted her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, Samantha regarded the desperate man behind them with the detached gaze of one observing a corpse. This is the survival game. Compassion is the most futile of emotions. A ship ahead. Shen Yufu's voice pierced the air with sudden alertness. In the vicinity of the target resource box, a Tier 3 wooden raft lay anchored, with 5 or 6 men preparing to retrieve the coveted silver box. Upon spotting Suemo's ship, comparable to a small fortress, they momentarily froze before their eyes glinted with greed. Halt! The leader, A bald man raised an axe, pointing menacingly at them, sneering, "Fortune has smiled upon you, kid. Your ship is impressive, and your women are quite a sight. Now, leave the ship and the women, and we might consider sparing your life." Suemo chuckled. What an outdated line for this era. He wasted no words, merely raising his longbow, his voice resonating coldly on the deck. Drawl Shen Yufu and Samantha instantly understood. Mimicking Suemo as they knocked arrows onto the strings, drawing back to form a full moon, 3 gleaming iron arrows poised at the wooden raft. Ignorant fools. The bald man roared in anger, gesturing wildly. "Brothers, charge. Seize them. Release." Just as the adversaries charged forward, Suemo uttered a single word. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds tore through the air. The iron arrows sliced through the atmosphere like scythes of death, tracing lethal arcs. Thud. The foremost bald man suddenly bore a gaping wound in his forehead, his menacing grin frozen in place as his body toppled backward. The 2 others, who had just raised their weapons, found one pierced through the throat and the other through the heart. In an instant, half of their numbers had been decimated. The remaining 2, terrified by the horrific long-range assault, spun around, attempting to flee into the sea. But Suemo had already knocked a second arrow. Thud. The arrow accurately pierced one man's back. Congratulations. You have slain a player, gaining 10 experience points. Final experience, 20 points. The last arrow was fired by Samantha, hitting the man who had just leaped into the sea. He emitted a final wail, his body convulsing before being dragged into the depths by blood-scented sharks. The entire encounter lasted no more than 10 seconds. The battle concluded. Shen Yufu and Samantha gazed at Suemo's impassive profile, a singular thought surging within them. This man is both a devil and a deity. Suemo stowed his longbow and surveyed the floating resource boxes ahead, calmly commanding, "Clean the battlefield and collect the spoils. Then, we shall proceed." Suemo had nearly acclimated to the new era devoid of moral or legal constraints, gradually becoming enraptured by the exhilarating rush of killing and leveling up. If you do not scramble for resources or eliminate others, the next to perish will be you. In this deadly game, his sole objective was to become the apex predator of the food chain. Chapter 9, Maritime Scavenger. Who dares impose moral constraints? With Samantha's A-grade talent, treasure hunter, joining the team, Suemo's group was bolstered significantly. This oceanic mare resembled a tireless humanoid radar, arms crossed over her chest, standing tall at the bow. Her golden hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze, azure eyes scanning the waters, constantly guiding Suemo in the right direction. Boss, left front at a 45-degree angle. 700 meters, 2 gray boxes. Directly ahead, 1,000 meters. There are 3. I sense a silver gleam. To the right. Quickly. A derelict ship is attempting to seize our boxes. Suemo's Ark of Noah carved graceful arcs across the sea, collecting every resource box in its wake, leaving not a single scrap for those who followed. Shen Yufu had fully transformed into a valiant archer, standing beside Suemo, armed with a finely crafted longbow. Her S-grade talent, goddess of war, granted her rapid advancement. Each arrow she loosed was swift, precise, and lethal, efficiently eliminating any who dared approach with ill intent. The trio's roles were clearly defined, their efficiency astonishing. Their sweeping actions ignited the already turbulent world channel. Holy smokes. I see it. Suemo's ship has upgraded again. That is no mere raft. It's practically a moving fortress. Not only that. Did you see that new blonde beauty on his ship? My goodness, that figure, that face. She S like a runway model dropped into the game. Suemo is the true Sea King. He started by absconding with the national goddess and now has a foreign vixen on his arm. I'm weeping tears of envy. Here I am, fighting tooth and nail over a moldy piece of bread, while he is cruising around on a yacht with a beauty on each arm. What kind of divine talent does Suemo possess? Resources seem to flow like water. Are we mere mortals meant to survive in his wake? In no time, the name Suemo became a legendary tale known far and wide across the oceanic realm. Some revered him, others envied him, while many sought every means to latch onto this colossal lifeline. A ship ahead. No, a multitude of ships. Shen Yufu's cool voice suddenly rang out. Suemo looked up. Not far ahead, a dozen dilapidated Tier 1 rafts were tethered together, forming a rudimentary maritime encampment. Crowded upon them were 20 to 30 survivors, each gaunt and hollow-eyed, their expressions a blend of despair and apathy. As they beheld Suemo's vessel, a formidable 6th-level ship reminiscent of a monster, a complex glimmer of shock, greed, and jealousy erupted in the eyes of the onlookers. However, this time, they refrained from recklessly rushing forward like the fools before them. A somewhat refined middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles, was pushed to the forefront by the crowd. Clearing his throat and adjusting his glasses, he called out loudly towards Suemo's ship, "Friend up ahead. Please wait a moment." Suemo gestured for Samantha to halt the ship, watching them with keen interest, curious to see what new antics these individuals would attempt. "This is Mr. Suemo, isn't it?" Upon noticing the ship had stopped, the middle-aged man's face lit up with delight as he proclaimed, "We are survivors of this calamity, compatriots. In this brutal ocean, we humans ought to unite, to assist one another, and to weather this storm together." His impassioned speech was echoed by the surrounding survivors. "Indeed, we are all human, We should help each other. Look at your ship. So vast. Surely you have more supplies than you could ever use? What harm would it be to share a bit with us? Seeing the atmosphere swell in his favor, the man revealed his true intentions, pointing to the mountains of supplies stacked on Sumo's ship. With an air of entitlement, he asserted, Mr. Sumo, your strength is your fortune, but with great power comes great responsibility. Look around. There are elderly and women here, and we are on the brink of starvation. As a strong individual, it is your duty to extend your surplus supplies to aid us, the weaker ones. Yes, it is your obligation. Hand over the food. We are starving. They clamored. If you refuse, you are cold-blooded. A demon. A traitor to humanity. For a moment, the crowd seethed with indignation. Those on the wooden rafts seeming to transform into emissaries of justice, standing upon their moral high ground, as they vociferously judged and attempted to extort Sumo. Samantha watched with a frown, muttering in her broken Chinese, what the hell? Are these people out of their minds? Is this robbery wrapped in such fresh rhetoric? Shen Yufu's face flushed with anger. Indeed, the depths of human shamelessness knew no bounds. Yet, as the principal party involved, Sumo remained unfazed, quietly observing their theatrics until they had nearly exhausted their fervor. At last, he slowly raised his longbow, knocking a cold iron arrow onto the string. Have you finished? Sumo's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, silencing the raucous crowd with its frigid tone. I shall only utter 3 statements. His gaze swept across each individual, his eyes akin to those surveying lifeless objects. First, your survival is of no concern to me. Second, the supplies I possess are earned through my own peril. You are unworthy. Third, a cruel smile curved Sumo's lips as he drew the bow taut. The arrow's tip aimed directly at the middle-aged man who had been the most vociferous in his demands. Should you wish to discuss duty and responsibility, I recommend you converse with the sharks in the sea. You dare. The middle-aged man, trembling as the cold arrowhead trained upon him, mustered a show of bravado. There are 20 or 30 of us. If you kill us, you will be against all survivors. You will be reviled by everyone. He attempted to wield public opinion to intimidate Sumo, inciting the crowd's emotions. Brothers, he wouldn't dare. He is but one man. Let us charge him. A sharp sound sliced through the air, interrupting his final shout. The iron arrow, as if guided by fate, accurately and mercilessly pierced through his throat. The man's expression froze in disbelief. He clutched the gaping wound from which blood gushed, his body swaying precariously. With a thud, he collapsed onto the raft, convulsing a few times before falling silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Aside from the sound of the waves, not a whisper could be heard. Everyone stood paralyzed, stunned by the sanguinary spectacle. This man had truly dared to act, to kill in front of them all without a moment's hesitation. Sumo withdrew his longbow, his expression devoid of emotion as he retrieved another arrow from the quiver. His icy gaze swept over the group of stunned survivors. Is there anyone else who wishes to discuss responsibility? In an instant, the crowd disintegrated into chaos. Fear triumphed over all. A demon. He is a demon. Run. Flee. The survivors shrieked, frantically paddling their boats, desperate to distance themselves from this merciless harbinger of death. The rafts collided in disarray, with some individuals even falling overboard in their panic. Sumo merely observed their frantic escape, his eyes betraying no emotion. If one death was insufficient, then let it be 100, 1,000, 10,000, until no one would dare to invoke the absurdity of moral obligation in his presence again. Boss, you're amazing, Samantha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Shen Yufu, however, silently regarded Sumo's profile, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. She recognized the righteousness of his actions, yet the brutal scene still unsettled her. Perceiving her thoughts, Sumo remarked coolly, in this world, being good will lead to your demise. I must not only survive but ensure your survival as well. Therefore, any threat must be extinguished in its infancy. Shen Yufu shivered slightly, nodding in silence, refraining from further speech. In the ensuing hours, Sumo's journey as a maritime scourge continued. They encountered several more ill-fated groups who, in their arrogance, attempted to ambush and seize his ship. Yet, without fail, before they could approach, they were turned into mere pincushions by the deadly longbows aboard, sinking along with their vessels into the depths, becoming a feast for the sharks. As night descended once more, Sumo's ship had transformed into a veritable floating fortress, the deck brimming with an array of resource boxes, gray, silver, and even 2 golden chests emanating a soft golden glow. Sumo's personal level had soared to LV3 amid this frenzied slaughter and plunder. Chapter 10, Armor Blueprints, the Enthusiastic Ocean Steed. Alright, time to wrap up. Sumo clapped his hands, surveying the mountain of spoils on the deck, his spirits lifted. It's time for the treasure reveal. Let us see what today's haul has yielded. Shen Yufu and Samantha immediately gathered around, their eyes, each reflecting distinct charms, twinkling with the light of anticipation. I'll open it. Samantha volunteered eagerly. As a treasure hunter, she possessed an almost fervent obsession with unboxing, as if it were an intrinsic part of her talent. Let us start with the gray ones, just to warm up. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 wood, 5 plastic, and a small piece of dried salted meat. Congratulations. You have obtained. Materials and storage space have been synchronized. 2,500 wood, 1,600 plastic, 300 bottled mineral water, 80 dried salted meat, 500 leather. Amid Samantha's ceremonious exclamations, 30 gray boxes were hastily emptied, their abundant supplies replenishing Mo's storage space once more. How mundane. Let us spice things up. Silver. Silver. Samantha rubbed her hands together, akin to a devout worshipper, her face alight with anticipation as she pried open a silver resource box. Congratulations. You have received 30 iron blocks and a tattered piece of parchment. Parchment? Mo raised an eyebrow, accepting it from Samantha's hands. The parchment, with its ancient texture, emitted a faint musty scent, adorned with intricate outlines of mountains and oceans rendered in an unfamiliar ink. A fragment of a treasure map containing unknown information, 1-4. Collect all 4 pieces to perhaps uncover the legendary treasure. Talent greed activated. Storage space has synchronized and duplicated resources, 270 iron blocks, 9 pieces of parchment. Oh, a treasure map? The eyes of the 3 individuals gleamed simultaneously. In this wretched place, where water and monsters reigned supreme, anything associated with treasure was bound to ignite one's adrenaline. Continue, my lady of fortune, Mo encouraged, giving Samantha a pat. She responded with a flirtatious glance and eagerly opened the second silver box. Congratulations. You have received 1 blueprint for a fine iron armor set and 15 exquisite parts. Talent greed activated. Armor blueprints. Samantha and Shen Yufu could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into joyful screams. In this perilous oceanic realm, a sturdy set of armor equated to an extra life. Mo felt his heart race and promptly opened the crafting list. Fine iron armor set, composed of iron breastplate, iron greaves, iron boots, iron bracers, and iron helmet. Defense, 15, 25, slightly reduces movement speed. Crafting requirements, 150 iron blocks, 50 metal pieces, 25 leather. Are the materials sufficient? Shen Yufu asked nervously. Mo smirked, displaying his hands before the 2 women, revealing a mountain of materials that had multiplied tenfold in his storage space. What do you think? Ample supply. Iron blocks, for 150, metal pieces, 150, leather, 75, fine iron armor set X3, crafting complete. Without hesitation, Mo crafted 3 sets of fine iron armor gleaming with metallic luster. Go put them on, safety first. Shen Yufu's cheeks flushed as she clutched the warm armor, darting into the wooden cabin. Meanwhile, Samantha, the striking blonde, executed an action that left Mo utterly astonished. Before his very eyes, she boldly shed her sports tank top and shorts, revealing a black lace bikini beneath, her scandalously alluring figure laid bare before him. Hiss. Even Mo struggled to maintain composure as a rush of warmth flooded his senses. Good heavens, this bold mare is quite audacious. Just as Mo hesitated on whether to avert his gaze, Samantha seized the cold armor, adopting a tone laced with both distress and allure. Boss, this is rather complicated. And I can't manage it alone. Could you lend me a hand? Her azure eyes boldly locked onto Mo's, unabashedly teasing and suggestive. Ahem. Being helpful is a commendable virtue of mine. Mo stepped forward, clearing his throat. The cold metal met the warmth of her skin, the striking contrast sending a thrill through him. He feigned seriousness while fastening the armor's buckles, his fingers inadvertently brushing over her flat abdomen or gliding along the contours of her figure. Rather than flinching, Samantha leaned into him, making his inadvertent touches feel increasingly justified. Boss, your hands seem to be misplaced, she breathed softly. Oh, let me see, Mo replied, emboldened by her enthusiasm. What began as gentle contact swiftly transitioned into a more deliberate exploration, his hands trailing down her taut waist, lingering on her long, enviable legs. Just the right fit. After much effort, he finally assisted her in donning the armor. Samantha turned gracefully before him, proudly arching her chest, the metal armor accentuating her breathtaking curves. Boss, do I look beautiful? This armor, paired with my physique, is simply perfect, I assenti it. Ahem, the lighting is a tad inadequate, it's hard to discern clearly. Mo wiped the impending trickle of blood from his nose, maintaining a serious facade. Once night falls and we're indoors, I shall take my time to appreciate it thoroughly. Absolutely. Samantha readily agreed, winking at him. I'll be waiting for you to inspect. A surge of mischief ignited within Mo tonight. There would be a feast indeed. Just then, the wooden cabin door creaked open. Emerging from the cabin donned in her iron armor was Shen Yufu. In that instant, Mo's breath hitched. If Samantha was the fiery battlefield Valkyrie, then Shen Yufu resembled the frost-laden goddess of war from myth. The silver armor clung perfectly to her exquisite curves, diminishing her usual softness while enhancing her commanding presence. Her snow-white legs, encased in metal greaves, appeared even more elongated. Her breathtakingly beautiful face shone under the metallic reflections, rendering her utterly captivating. Mo's gaze instantly sharpened. Shen Yufu caught his unabashedly heated stare, her cheeks flushing slightly as she retorted, "What are you staring at? Instead of admiring the dazzling beauty before you, why fixate on me? I warn you, I want to let you into the cabin tonight." Ahem, Mo's face flushed with embarrassment. Sensing the tension, Samantha immediately sidled closer, her ample figure pressing against Sumo's arm in a display of possessiveness, casting a provocative glance at Shen Yufu. Under Shen Yufu's icy gaze, Sumo's left arm instinctively encircled Samantha's slender waist. Shen Yufu's expression darkened in an instant. A wave of inexplicable anger and disappointment surged within her. She had previously thought Sumo to be principled and responsible. After spending a fortune in the villa, she had failed to unveil his true nature, yet here he was, so easily beguiled by beauty in this game. This fickle-hearted rogue. What about Yen Bing, who still worried for him? Chapter 11. Leveling up to a new ship. Another major upgrade. Alright, enough dawdling. Sumo's gaze shifted away from the two stunning war goddesses, finally landing on the treasure chest in the center of the deck, radiating a soft golden light. After opening over 30 gray resource boxes and nearly 10 silver chests, the subsequent 9 silver resource boxes yielded a plethora of basic and construction materials. Yet these 2 golden chests represented the most significant bounty of his day-long scavenging. Under the eager gazes of Shen Yufu and Samantha, Sumo placed his hand upon the chest lid. Let us unveil what treasures a golden chest holds. With a soft click, the lid swung open, and a dazzling beam of golden light erupted skyward, nearly blinding him. Congratulations. You have activated the golden resource, Chest X2. You have obtained 1 skill book on basic archery mastery, 1 blueprint for ship armor, 1 blueprint for a small cannon, 500 iron blocks, 200 metal blocks, and 50 exquisite parts. A flurry of system notifications flashed across the screen, momentarily stifling Sumo's breath. Just the 3 extraordinarily rare blueprints and the copious amounts of precious materials were enough to drive any survivor into a frenzy. However, what captivated Sumo's attention the most was the skill book quietly resting at the bottom of the chest, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Ding. You have learned the skill, Basic Archery Mastery, LV1. Effect. Your archery accuracy is increased by 10, and damage is increased by 10. A wave of enlightenment surged into his mind. Sumo felt as though his understanding of archery had escalated to an entirely new level, as if he had practiced for years. Yet, in the next moment, a notification that nearly sent his heart racing out of his chest exploded in his mind. Talent greed triggered. This skill book has duplicated 9 additional copies in your storage space. Holy moly! Sumo was astonished. He opened his storage space and beheld the 9 identical copies of Basic Archery Mastery, neatly arranged before him. He was utterly dumbfounded. This talent was far too overpowered. He had always thought that the Lord of Greed could only duplicate material resources. He never anticipated that it could even replicate such hard-to-obtain skill books that directly enhance combat prowess. This was not merely greed. It was akin to the power of a deity. Boss. Samantha, noticing Sumo standing in a daze, curiously approached him. Shen Yufu wore a look of confusion as well. She understood Sumo's talent allowed for the multiplication of resources, but she could hardly fathom why he was so astonished by a pile of materials. Snapping back to reality, Sumo suppressed his overwhelming joy and donned an enigmatic smile. With a flick of his wrist, 2 identical skill books appeared out of thin air, which he casually tossed to the 2 women before him. 1 for each of you. Learn it. Don't say I'm not a good boss. Samantha clumsily caught her copy, and upon reading the title, her azure eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, a skill book? Boss, where did you get so many? Before she could finish her sentence, the skill book transformed into a radiant white light and merged into her body. The next moment, this voluptuous beauty let out an excited shriek, leaping forward to envelop Sumo in a bear hug. Her warm body pressed against him, and before he could fully process the moment, a moist and resounding kiss landed on his cheek from her luscious lips. Boss, you are truly a godsend. Feeling the astonishing softness in his arms and the fragrant breeze by his ear, Sumo barely had time to savor the moment when he sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. Shen Yufu stood nearby, holding her own skill book, utterly flabbergasted. She was too preoccupied to chastise Sumo for taking advantage. Her mind was racing with a singular thought. Not only could he create resources, but he could also conjure skill books out of thin air, and 2 at that. In that moment, she finally grasped the full picture. No wonder this man had remained so composed and confident throughout. Having traversed this world, a mere commoner had transformed into a true dragon, with such godlike abilities. Who could remain humble? Who could refrain from arrogance? To him, even a mere 10 million, or even 100 million, might appear as mere scraps of paper. Observing Sumo's expression of calm assurance, Shen Yufu felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over her, accompanied by a burgeoning admiration and awe she had yet to recognize within herself. Ahem, let us maintain decorum. After relishing the praise from the voluptuous beauty, Sumo gently pushed Samantha off him and began to tally up his recent gains. Good heavens! Within his storage space, the basic wood and plastic were nearing a staggering 4-digit figure starting with 6. Rare materials such as iron blocks, metal blocks, and exquisite parts numbered in the thousands. It was more than sufficient. Totally adequate. A resolute glimmer flashed in Sumo's eyes. Tomorrow marked the final day of the novice protection period. After that, the aquatic creatures drawn by the scent would not be so accommodating. He pointed towards the lurking, menacing fins near the boat. To prevent them from gnawing at or colliding with our vessel, all hands on deck. Prepare for the ultimate evolution of the Ark of Noah. Without hesitation, Suemo poured all usable materials into the boat's upgrade. Wood, 2,000, plastic, 800, iron blocks, 500, metal blocks, 100. The vessel is upgrading to LV6, upgrade complete. Congratulations. Your vessel has been upgraded to LV7, 10M x 20M. The hull structure has been significantly reinforced, unlocking the option for ship armor installation. Boom. Before the words had even left his lips, the vessel beneath him began to expand wildly once more. But this was not the end. Continue upgrading. Wood, 3,500, plastic, 1,500, iron blocks, 1,000, metal blocks, 300, exquisite parts, 50. The vessel is upgrading to LV7, upgrade complete. Congratulations. Your vessel has been upgraded to LV8, 12M x 24M. The option for small cannon installation has been unlocked. Under the astonished gazes of Shen Yufu and Samantha, the entire ship had expanded to nearly the size of a standard basketball court. Suemo did not pause, but immediately utilized the blueprints he had just acquired. Iron blocks, 2,000, metal blocks, 800, installing ship armor. Iron blocks, 500, metal blocks, 150, exquisite parts, 30, installing small cannon. Clang. A layer of gleaming metallic armor spread from the edges of the vessel, enveloping the entire portion above the waterline, forming an impregnable steel barrier. Next at the bow, a small cannon, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen and featuring a dark, profound muzzle, slowly rose, automatically calibrating and aiming towards the distant horizon. In that instant, the humble raft had utterly transformed into a fearsome, imposing, and aesthetically violent small war fortress. Shen Yufu and Samantha were left utterly speechless. If the previous vessel had provided them with a sense of security, this armed-to-the-teeth steel behemoth now instilled an overwhelming sense of dominance. Suemo clapped his hands in satisfaction and opened the refreshed vessel panel. Ark of Noah. Level, LV8. Dimensions, 12M x 24M. Durability, 5,000, 5,000. Armor value, 100,000, 100,000. Facilities, double-deck cabin LV2, level 3 workstation, composite hard sail, small generator, battery, marine barbecue grill, observation deck, cockpit, power system. Weapons, small cannon LV1, attack power, 200. Range, 800 meters, cooldown, 30 seconds. Requirements for upgrade to LV9. Wood 0, 6,000, plastic 0, 3,000, iron blocks 0, 2,000, metal blocks 0, 800, exquisite parts 0, 500. Energy core 0, 1. Suemo then reviewed the player panel. Name, Suemo. Talent, Lord of Greed, divine level. Level, LV 320, 400. Physique, 20, 40, composite strength of the body. The initial average for adult males is 10. Spirit, 10, 20, composite strength of the soul. The initial average for adult males is 10. Skill, mastery of basic archery, LV1. Storage space materials, wood X 500, plastic X 500, iron arrows X 120, iron blocks X 300, metal blocks X 200, exquisite parts X 50. Blueprints, simple fishing rod design X 10, level 3 workbench blueprint X 9. Exquisite longbow blueprint X 7, exquisite stone spear blueprint X 7, parchment blueprint X 10, armor blueprints X 9, small turret blueprint X 9. Skill books, mastery of basic archery X 7. Food, compressed biscuits X 300, bottled water X 600, dried salted meat X 20, instant noodles X 250. Chapter 12, The Black Sail Alliance. By night with the ocean mare. As night fell, Sumo's Ark of Noah resembled a colossal steel beast lurking in the darkness, gliding slowly across the boundless sea. The generator hummed, casting a small beacon of civilization upon this sea of death. The ship must not halt. In these perilous waters, to stop is to become a stationary target. Suemo sat at the ship's edge, grasping a rudimentary fishing rod, yet his gaze remained fixated on the virtual world channel panel, his brow knitted in concentration. Shen Yufu and Samantha, fully armed, stood vigilant at the lookout, each wielding an exquisite longbow, scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. On the second day of the novice period, the total population stood at 630,000. In 2 days, nearly 400,000 had perished. Samantha inhaled sharply. No, it is not merely death. Suemo shook his head, his eyes icy. They were murdered. He scrolled through the world channel, now filled not with the confusion and pleas of the first day, but with wails and curses steeped in blood and fire. Help! The Black Sail Alliance has come. They kill anyone they see. They have taken everything from us. My hand, they chopped off my hand. All for a box of instant noodles. Who will save me? Woe is me, my wife. They dragged her onto their ship, beasts. You wretched animals. Black Sail Alliance. I shall not rest until I haunt you as a ghost. They claimed that if we surrendered our supplies, they would spare our lives, yet we complied, and they still cast us all into the sea to feed the sharks. Suemo, great leader, we beseech you, only you can stand against them. Please, advocate for us. The blood-soaked messages were shocking. Black Sail Alliance. Shen Yufu murmured the name, her lovely face frozen in frost. These individuals were nothing short of scum. Welcome to the real world. In the face of survival and desire, human nature proves to be fragile and easily shattered. Suemo retracted his fishing rod and rose, realizing that the cinematic portrayals of human unity in times of adversity were mere fantasies of peacetime. This is reality. He turned to the two women, his expression grave. Our numbers are still insufficient. The larger the ship, the greater the target. From now on, someone must take turns keeping watch at night, to ensure no one attempts to board our vessel under the cover of darkness. Upon hearing this, both women stiffened, nodding earnestly, especially in light of the Black Sail Alliance. Sumo's gaze drifted toward the distant darkness. In just 2 days, they had amassed over 100 individuals, forming an armed group of considerable scale. Should they encounter one another, even we would have to avoid confrontation. Suemo understood well that no matter how strong he was, facing hundreds of armed fugitives head-on would yield no advantages. It is a simple truth. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Many ants can indeed kill an elephant. Moreover, I have spent an entire day opening boxes. We have ample food, water, and materials. But have you noticed? Suemo paused, articulating the most crucial question. What is lacking? Shen Yufu inquired. Medicine. Suemo uttered the word, indicating the absence of any medicinal supplies. This implies that should we sustain injuries, we possess no effective means of treatment and can only rely on our bodies to endure. Minor wounds may be manageable, but should a serious injury arise, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, both Shen Yufu and Samantha's faces paled significantly. To prepare for unexpected situations, the trio's dinner was resolved at the barbecue grill beside the lookout tower. Sizzling, the golden fish oil dripped onto the scorching iron grate, producing an enticing sound. The rich aroma of meat dispelling some of the night's chill. Fortunately, with Sumo's formidable level 8 ship akin to a fortress, the two women's anxiety diminished considerably, and they relished the barbecued fish. Allow me to make a brief arrangement, Suemo said while flipping the fish. During the first half of the night, Yufu, you will keep watch. Samantha and I will rest first. I will take over your watch in the latter half of the night. Very well. Shen Yufu nodded in agreement. Yet, she felt something was amiss. However, upon reflection, 2 individuals resting while one keeps watch and alternating roles seemed quite reasonable. She had yet to conclude her thoughts when the ocean mare Samantha swiftly devoured her share of barbecued fish. Sated, Samantha belched contentedly, then, before their eyes, nonchalantly began to remove her armor. Clank, clank. Sets of exquisite iron armor were casually discarded upon the deck, and soon, she was clad only in a seductive black lace bikini. She picked up a bottle of mineral water gifted by Suemo and poured it over her head, allowing the refreshing droplets to cascade down her voluptuous curves. After completing this, she tossed her damp golden locks and approached Suemo, adopting a tone that was both playful and somewhat accusatory. Boss, this little wooden hut of yours is inadequate. Wait a moment, if the 2 of us are to sleep, it may be a bit cramped, you know. She emphasized the word sleep, her azure eyes unabashedly radiating allure towards Suemo. Boom. A rush of warmth surged through Sumo's head. The weighty thoughts of the Black Sail Alliance and the lack of medicine were instantly ignited into a fervent blaze by this golden-haired ocean mare. To hell with the apocalypse. To hell with the crisis. What use is it to think further? Who can guarantee that they will definitely survive until tomorrow? Seizing the moment is the way forward. Ahem. The space issue is indeed a concern. Suemo nodded earnestly. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Shen Yufu and Samantha, calmly opened the crafting panel. Then, let us level up. Wood, 200, upgrading the raft's cabin to LV3. Wood, 300, upgrading the raft's cabin to LV4. Boom. The modest wooden cabin instantly surged upward, transforming into a spacious and comfortable 2-story building with independent compartments. Shen Yufu. Come, my dear employee. Suemo flashed a devilish smile, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Samantha's slender waist, feeling the astonishing softness and elasticity beneath his palm. Let us go inspect the soundproofing of our new room. With that, under Shen Yufu's thoroughly petrified gaze, he embraced the already giggling ocean mare and entered the newly minted little villa. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. On the deck, only Shen Yufu remained, bewildered amidst the cold sea breeze. A full 10 seconds passed. She finally grasped the situation. So, when Suemo mentioned that he and Samantha would take a rest, this was what he meant. Leaving her alone outside, braving the biting cold wind, standing guard. And those 2, right behind her in this splendid little villa, were indulging in their own pleasures. A surge of indignation and grievance suddenly flooded her heart. Suemo. Shen Yufu ground her teeth, her fingers gripping the longbow so tightly that her knuckles turned white, wishing fervently to shoot an arrow through that cursed wooden door. This scoundrel. A rogue. A lecher. A heartless philanderer. How foolish she had been to think him responsible and dependable. And what had come of it? In just half a day, he had entangled himself with a foreign temptress. It was utterly shameless. Base. Despicable. Shen Yufu, fuming, paced the deck, her anger growing with each thought, her sense of injustice deepening. She even began to doubt whether Sumo's earlier display of composure and decisiveness had been a mere facade, a ruse to earn her and Samantha's trust, only to facilitate such sordid antics. Just as her mind raced with these thoughts, nearly sentencing Sumo to a slow and torturous demise in her imagination, the tightly shut door creaked open. Sumo poked his head out, regarding the furious Shen Yufu, trembling with rage, and innocently inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something happening outside?" "You." Shen Yufu nearly choked on her breath. "Oh, right." Sumo seemed to recall something, rummaging through his storage space to retrieve an item, tossing it her way. "Here, this is for you." Shen Yufu caught it, looking down to discover a pair of soft earplugs. "It's quite windy tonight. Were these to ensure a peaceful vigil?" Sumo advised kindly, considering the potential inadequacy of the new house's soundproofing. After his words, he winked at Shen Yufu before slamming the door shut with a bang. Shen Yufu uffed. She felt a sweet taste rise in her throat, truly on the verge of spewing blood from the sheer frustration inflicted by this rogue. Chapter 13. Conquering the exotic beauty and conversing with Shen Yufu. On the tranquil surface of the sea, the Noah's Ark, after enduring 2 hours of erratic swaying, finally began to stabilize. Shen Yufu stood alone on the upper observation deck, the sea breeze caressing her exquisite visage, yet her eyes were clouded with bewilderment and confusion. She pondered, this defies logic. Typically, a man's prowess lasts no more than a few minutes, at most half an hour before calling it a day, right? What on earth is wrong with Sumo? 2 hours. Is his stamina in that regard as exceptional as his talents? Shen Yufu silently gritted her teeth, cursing Sumo in her heart. That scoundrel was reveling in pleasure, but what about her? The illustrious national goddess, Shen Yufu, worth billions, was left to endure the cold wind and listen to the walls all night long. Those two were exhausting their energy and vigor on such trivial matters. Should an enemy approach in the dead of night, who would replace her at her post? Meanwhile, within the cabin's bedroom, Samantha, the exotic beauty, was drenched in fragrant sweat, her hair disheveled against her cheeks, her sapphire eyes sparkling like stars. She lay breathlessly against Sumo's sturdy chest, exclaiming in near reverence, "Boss, you are simply a monster. I've never encountered a man as valiant as you in my life. Young, vigorous, and unbelievably strong." She was utterly smitten by Sumo, filled with uncontainable satisfaction. "Mediocre at best, third in the world," Sumo quipped, cradling her warm, voluptuous form, reveling in the astonishing elasticity and smoothness, a unique sense of conquest swelling within him. To subdue this exotic goddess resembling a celestial beauty was a thrill beyond compare. After clinging to the enchanting figure for less than 2 hours of rest, Sumo opened his eyes, invigorated. His mental attributes had soared to 30 points, allowing for an extraordinary recovery rate, coupled with a terrifying physique that had multiplied 6-fold, now reaching 60 points. After their encounter, he felt not a hint of fatigue. Instead, he was in unparalleled condition. Clad in his attire, he stepped out of the room. Upon reaching the observation deck, he spotted Shen Yufu, bow in hand, facing away from the cabin, resembling a cold statue. "Oh, still here?" Upon hearing his voice, Shen Yufu abruptly turned, her expression shifting from surprise to icy disdain upon recognizing him. Clutching her bow, she adopted a sarcastic tone. "What is this?" "Sumo, the big boss, finished so quickly? Not spending more time with your exotic beauty, but out here in the cold?" Sumo paid no heed to her barbs, nodding nonchalantly, then leaning closer to her ear with a tone full of reminiscence. It was satisfactory, though the soundproofing in the room was rather poor. It felt as though someone outside was berating me, which detracted from the experience. However, he shifted his gaze, unabashedly sweeping over her long, slender legs encased in metallic greaves. "Compared to imported goods, I'd much rather experience being embraced by you, like a lovely aunt, all night long. Waking up to find those long, fair legs to caress would surely be delightful." "You." Shen Yufu's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and fury as she glared at him, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Dream on." "Ah, one must always have dreams, right?" Sumo chuckled, leaning casually against the railing beside her. "You've worked hard during the first half of the night. I'll take over for the second half. You should rest." Shen Yufu was momentarily taken aback, surprised he remembered the shift change. Seeing that Sumo had ceased his lewd remarks, her anger dissipated slightly, and with company, her taut nerves finally began to relax. After a brief silence, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "How did you manage to win over our Yinbing?" "What do you mean win over?" Sumo replied with slight annoyance. "That was mutual affection, a free romance, you understand?" "Uffed." Shen Yufu rolled her eyes. "With your silver tongue? It's no wonder that naive Yinbing fell for you. Fine, since you're so curious, I'll share our romantic tale." Sumo cleared his throat, preparing to regale her. "At that time, I was merely looking for someone to team up with in a local gaming group, never considering the unreliability of online romance." "And what did you intend?" Shen Yufu queried suspiciously. My initial intentions were not entirely pure," Sumo admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "Back then, I was short on cash and thought perhaps I could con a meal out of some wealthy woman." "Shen Yufu, I knew it. And then, did Yinbing fall for it?" "Indeed." Sumo slapped his thigh. "I tentatively messaged her, 'Sister, I haven't eaten for 3 days, and I'm out of money. Guess what? Your niece immediately transferred me 500 yuan without a second thought. I was stunned. I thought to myself, I've hit the jackpot with a real rich lady. In pursuit of my future long-term sustenance, I resolved at once that I must win her over. Thus, I engaged her in conversation daily, inquiring about her well-being and sharing humorous anecdotes to elicit her laughter. As our dialogues progressed, I discovered to my astonishment that we were contemporaries, which expanded our common ground significantly. Over time, I escalated my advances, showering her with sweet words, and naturally, the affection blossomed. Upon hearing Sumo's masterclass in deception, Shen Yufu was utterly taken aback. She finally comprehended. Yin Bing, having been sheltered by her family since childhood, had scarcely interacted with boys her age and had few friends. Her demeanor, which appeared cold and distant, masked a yearning for warmth and companionship that surpassed anyone else's. Sumo, that scoundrel, had precisely identified her vulnerability. This was no wealthy heiress. She was merely an innocent, naive girl. The thought of her aloof and proud niece falling prey to Sumo's charming words left Shen Yufu feeling a pang of distress. Now, it seemed a daunting task to separate the two, perhaps even more challenging than reaching the heavens. After all, an innocent heart is truly an easy target. Shen Yufu took a deep breath to suppress her frustration and, through gritted teeth, posed another question that had been weighing on her mind. So, why did you just have to be with that woman? She fixed her gaze upon Sumo, demanding an explanation. Yes, I couldn't resist, came Sumo's straightforward and resolute reply, even nodding seriously. This left Shen Yufu stunned. She hadn't anticipated such prompt and unabashed admission. Sumo looked at her with a grave and earnest expression. Yufu, do you think I indulge in pleasure? Over the past 2 days, I have taken countless lives. As you have witnessed, to me, those individuals were no different from beasts. In such extreme circumstances, if I were to remain perpetually tense, repressing my desires and urges to kill, how long do you think I could endure? Maintaining such a state could very well lead to the loss of my sanity, transforming me into a true beast, one that knows only how to plunder and slaughter. Thus, I require an outlet for my stress, a means to vent my desires, which allows me to remain lucid. He paused, his gaze intensifying as he subtly draped his right arm around her armored, yet still soft shoulder. Moreover, there's a crucial point. My talent necessitates this. I must thoroughly conquer you, not merely because your abilities can assist me, but because my own gift also requires you. What? Shen Yufu was utterly bewildered by his reasoning. What sort of talent is this? Do you require our submission through that? Isn't winning hearts sufficient? Naive. Sumo scoffed, tightening his grip around her shoulder as he drew her closer, whispering in an undeniably assertive tone. If you are unwilling to submit your very body to me, how can I trust that your heart will truly belong to me? If I cannot claim you physically, how could I ever hope to capture your heart? Shen Yufu was flabbergasted. What nonsensical reasoning is this? What audacity? At that moment, the truth dawned upon her. Sumo was nothing more than a straightforward lecher. He excelled at cloaking his lasciviousness in grandiloquent, yet utterly nonsensical rhetoric. Her naive niece had undoubtedly been ensnared by his convoluted logic, ultimately leading her to surrender her heart unwittingly. That scoundrel, that rogue, that incorrigible libertine. Chapter 14, Confronting the Black Sail Alliance, Ready to Strike. The following morning, as Shen Yufu emerged from the small building, her face etched with frost and dark circles under her eyes, a rich aroma of grilled fish wafted into her nostrils. There sat Sumo, bare-chested, revealing his well-defined and muscular physique, leisurely tending to several golden, oil-glazed fish on the grill. Boss, you're wonderful, came a sultry voice as Samantha, akin to a cat, emerged from behind Sumo, loosely draped in one of his shirts, her long, pale legs unabashedly exposed. She wrapped her arms around Sumo's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek, and with a teasing tone whispered in his ear. I had no idea you were not only fierce at night, but also so considerate during the day. You're the perfect man. I'm almost falling for you. Sumo swiftly shoved a grilled fish into her mouth. Eat up, you chatterbox. Standing a short distance away, Shen Yufu watched the scandalous scene unfold, her expression as frigid as ice. She had spent a sleepless night, the earlier hours disturbed by the mortifying sounds emanating from that infernal little building, and the latter half consumed by Sumo's twisted justifications for needing to release his desires to maintain his humanity. That scoundrel. He even wished to experience the sensation of holding her while sleeping and feeling her long legs in the morning. Shameless. Indecent. Shen Yufu clenched her teeth in frustration. Had she been capable of overpowering him, she would have shot an arrow through his head to discern the color of the nonsense within. Sumo approached with 3 servings of grilled fish, offering one to Shen Yufu while teasing, "What's wrong, my dear aunt? Did you tire yourself out standing guard last night? It's my fault for forgetting to prepare a late-night snack." Shen Yufu accepted the grilled fish and took a savage bite, as if gnawing on Sumo's flesh. I don't need your feigned kindness. Some people ought not to expend their energy in inappropriate places. It would be disastrous if you falter at a critical moment. Ah, such fury. Sumo shook his head, adopting the tone of a seasoned mentor. Youngsters must learn to control their emotions. Look at Samantha. She is radiant and full of energy. Samantha, ever the accomplice, puffed out her chest, and cast a victorious glance at Shen Yufu. You wouldn't understand. The boss practices a balance of work and rest to maintain peak condition. Unlike some individuals, who wear a perpetual frown, resembling a scorned widow, Shen Yufu nearly choked on her fish. She resolved not to engage with the pair any further. Finishing her meal in silence, she donned her cold iron armor, took up her longbow, and ascended to the watchtower, seeking solitude. Suemo observed her lithe, yet furious silhouette, a smirk playing on his lips. This aunt of his was truly entertaining. Once sated, the trio prepared for their next expedition. The Ark of Noah roared to life, akin to a colossal steel beast awakening, ready to carve through the waves on another day of hunting. Boss, 300 meters to the left, there's a silver crate. 2 gray ones nearby. At the bow, Samantha, now clad in iron armor that concealed her striking figure, transformed once more into an indefatigable human radar. Fetch it, Suemo commanded, not even bothering to approach. Shen Yufu stood at the ship's edge, skillfully raising her bow, taking aim, and firing. Whoosh! A specially crafted iron arrow, tethered with a rope, soared through the air, striking the farthest silver resource crate with precision. Retrieve it. Suemo pressed a button, and the electric winch at the ship's side instantly began to whirl at a remarkable speed. The thick ropes tautened, forcibly dragging the several hundred-pound resource boxes, along with 2 surrounding gray boxes, from the depths of the sea. Bang! 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 The 3 boxes crashed heavily onto the deck. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than 30 seconds. In the distance, on a secondary wooden raft, several men, who had just rowed desperately in a bid to seize that silver box, were left dumbfounded. What the hell? It can be done like this? That's an electric winch, right? Where did he get the power? Stop looking. Run. That ship is the Ark of Noah. It's Sumo's vessel. Upon recognizing the full form of the steel fortress, the men were gripped by terror, swiftly turning their boats around and paddling frantically to escape, as if lingering for even a moment would result in being crushed by the monstrous beast. This was the extent of Sumo's current intimidation. His Ark of Noah had become a legendary presence, akin to a deity or demon, in the hearts of all survivors in this maritime domain. No one dared to approach, let alone contest. Wherever their ship sailed, other players fled in panic, voluntarily yielding their pathways and resources. Boss, to the right. 600 meters. For silver boxes. Straight ahead. 800 meters. I sense it, so many boxes congregating. Samantha's treasure hunting talent was pushed to its zenith. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she continuously reported coordinates. Sumo's ship carved a domineering straight line across the sea, disdainful of turning. All small wooden rafts obstructing their course were ruthlessly overturned and crushed by the ironclad prow. The cries of despair and pleas for mercy were left far behind. Standing at the bow, Shen Yufu maintained a cold demeanor, her longbow barely pausing. Any vessel attempting to approach from the flanks would be mercilessly pierced through the sails by her precise arrows, or the helmsman would be shot dead. The terror of her S-rank talent, goddess of war, was laid bare at this moment. She was born for battle. Each arrow was swift, accurate, and deadly, imbued with a chilling aura of slaughter. Suemo gazed at her gallant profile, silently nodding in approval. She may verbally reject it, but her body was undeniably honest. In the act of killing, she didn't even blink, embodying a villainous spirit more than he himself did. Within a single morning, they swept through dozens of kilometers of sea like a swarm of locusts. On the deck, 20 silver resource boxes alone piled high, with even more gray boxes. Yet, Sumo's expression bore little joy. Still no medical supplies, not even the most basic bandages or alcohol. After tallying the supplies, his brow furrowed deeply. This revelation instantly cast a pall over the atmosphere aboard the ship. The absence of medical supplies meant they could not afford injuries. Any wound could lead to infection, fever, and ultimately a painful demise. Even this indomitable Ark of Noah could not shield against the collapse from within. Samantha. Suemo directed his gaze toward the blonde beauty at the bow, issuing a new command. Forget about those silver boxes. Expand the perception range and search with all your might for gold ones. Ordinary supplies are sufficient. What we need now are miracles that can alter our situation. Only golden treasure chests might yield such items. Understood. Samantha's expression grew serious, closing her eyes as her full chest subtly rose and fell, seemingly channeling her A-rank talent. Treasure hunter, to its utmost limits. A full minute passed. She suddenly opened her eyes, a brilliant light erupting from her azure gaze as she pointed in a direction, her voice trembling with excitement. Found it, boss. Straight ahead, approximately 900 meters. There are three golden treasure chests. What? Both Suemo and Shen Yufu gasped in astonishment. 3 golden treasure chests clustered together? What does that imply? They had scoured the entire day prior and found only 2. However, before they could rejoice, Samantha's complexion suddenly paled. She covered her nose, her brow furrowing in distress. But there's such a strong stench of blood. I feel like we're nearing a sea of blood, a hell of slaughter. A sea of blood? Sumo's pupils constricted as he quickly grabbed the binoculars and looked in that direction. There, in the distance, floated a dozen massive wooden rafts forcibly connected by iron chains and ropes, forming a vast waterborne encampment. At the center of the encampment stood a gigantic black sail, stained crimson with blood, the Black Sail Alliance. Surrounding the camp, dozens of small boats were clearing the area. Like wolves, they chased and cornered the survivors drawn by the allure of the golden treasure chests. Once they caught up, they wasted no time, unleashing a storm of arrows. The survivors struck by the arrows screamed as they plunged into the sea, only to be torn to shreds by the sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Their rafts and resources were skillfully salvaged by the members of the Black Sail Alliance. A massacre. This was a blatant, organized slaughter. They aimed not only to seize resources, but also to eliminate all potential competitors. These brutes. Shen Yufu trembled with rage as she witnessed the bloody carnage through the binoculars. Boss, should we proceed? There are at least 50 or 60 people in that encampment, all armed and looking fearsome, clearly reckless outlaws. Charging in would be akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. Suemo set down the binoculars and turned to the two women, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Why not go? Just because they have numbers, should we cower? They dare to kill. Have we not done the same? 3 golden treasure chests could double our strength. How could we let this opportunity slip away? Moreover, Sumo's gaze swept over the audacious Black Sail. I've long been displeased with the Black Sail Alliance. Today, we shall settle the score. Suemo thrust the throttle of the helm forward, commanding with a fierce voice, full speed ahead. Target, the Black Sail Alliance. Today, we shall act as maritime enforcers, delivering justice. Boom. The engine of the Ark of Noah roared, and the small cannon at the bow slowly elevated, its dark muzzle locking onto the bloody slaughterhouse in the distance. On board, Shen Yufu and Samantha exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and zeal. This man had gone mad. But damn, he was so handsome. The sudden acceleration of the Ark of Noah cut through the clearing zone of the Black Sail Alliance like a searing blade. Huh, what kind of ship is that? What a massive vessel. Which blind alliance has come to deliver themselves to death? Halt. The ship ahead, stop immediately. This is the territory of the Black Sail Alliance. Several small boats assigned to perimeter security immediately closed in, their ruffians brandishing weapons and shouting arrogantly. Suemo stood at the bow, too disdainful to even glance their way, coldly uttering a single word. Fire. Aye, Captain. Samantha exclaimed excitedly, fiercely pressing the cannon's launch button. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded. A shell, trailing a long plume of fire, descended from the heavens like a celestial meteor, striking with unerring precision a foremost wooden raft. The raft, along with the 5 or 6 ruffians upon it, was instantaneously shattered into countless fragments. Wood splintered and severed limbs soared through the air, while a crimson mist painted half the sky. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All present were rendered momentarily dazed by the thunderous blast. Who fired the cannon? From whence did this artillery come? Chapter 15. Annihilation of a wave of Black Sail members. Reinforcement of troops. Congratulations. Your team member Samantha has slain a player, gaining 15 experience. Congratulations. Your team member Samantha has slain a player, gaining 15 experience. A succession of kill notifications flashed by. Talent greed activated. Samantha ultimately earns 90 experience points. Buzz. A golden light suddenly radiated from Samantha. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, LV3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Oh yes, boss. I leveled up. I'm now at level 3. Samantha reveled in the exhilarating surge of newfound power coursing through her veins, her azure eyes shimmering with incredulous joy. She merely pressed a button, and just like that, she leveled up. Not far away, Shen Yufu tightened her grip on her longbow, her expression one of disbelief. How could this be? After enduring countless trials alongside Suemo, rowing and shooting arrows, she had painstakingly managed to reach LV2. Yet this brazen mare, who had shared a bed with her last night, merely pressed a button today and surged ahead to LV3. What audacity! Fear not, everyone has their turn. Suemo, perceiving Shen Yufu's apprehensions, calmly approached and gently nudged Samantha away from the cannon's control panel. Allow me to demonstrate what true artillery fire entails. Sumo's hand rested upon the cold metallic surface of the cannon. When the cannon was constructed, the system had granted a single shell as a bonus. However, under the influence of Sumo's extraordinary talent, Lord of Greed, that solitary gift had multiplied into an additional 9 shells within his storage. Prepare yourselves for judgment, wretches. Sumo's visage hardened as he loaded the shell and decisively pressed the launch button. Boom. The second shell howled forth, once more striking a large wooden raft teeming with people. Another resounding explosion ensued, sending flesh and blood scattering. Boom, boom, boom. Suemo unleashed a relentless barrage upon the expansive encampment of the Black Sail Alliance, providing them no opportunity for response, plea, or counterattack. Shell after shell, each accompanied by the wail of death, tore through the air, crashing into the makeshift camp constructed from numerous rafts. The cacophony of explosions reverberated. Flames erupted skyward. The anguished cries, wails, and desperate screams intertwined, composing a symphony of doom. Those ruffians who had just moments ago reveled in slaughter now appeared as fragile as paper dolls before the overwhelming onslaught. blasted skyward in droves, torn asunder. Congratulations. You have slain a player, gaining 12 experience. Final experience, 24 points. Congratulations. You have slain a player. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, LV4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, LV5. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The golden light of leveling up shone upon Sumo, akin to a spotlight, illuminating him twice, in quick succession, in a mere 3 minutes. 6 shells had claimed 38 lives. Sumo's level soared from LV3 to an astonishing LV5. Without hesitation, he allocated all 10 free attribute points into his constitution. Relishing the explosive surge of power within him, nearly moaning in delight, the perimeter of the Black Sail Alliance had been all but cleared. A handful of archers and spear throwers attempted to retaliate, but their arrows and spears fell into the sea before reaching 100 meters. Failing to even graze the armored Noah's Arkansas. This was no battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Finally, after the 9th shell was expended, Sumo ceased his bombardment. It was not out of mercy, but rather, there were simply no more shells, none at all. Sumo shrugged, a look of unfulfilled anticipation on his face. On the surface of the sea, the 16 surviving members of the Black Sail Alliance stared at the now silent and fearsome cannon, initially enveloped in a deathly hush. Then, a surge of exhilaration at surviving, coupled with a pent-up fury, flooded their minds. He has no more shells. Damn it, I thought he could keep firing. Brothers, he is out of ammunition. There are only 3 people on that ship. 1 man and 2 women. Let us take him down. This ship will be ours. And those 2 women. Damn, each more enticing than the last. Once captured, I'll have my way with the one in white armor first. The primal instinct for survival, intertwined with greed for wealth and beauty, swiftly vanquished their fear. The remaining 5 small boats, akin to ravenous hounds scenting blood, howled as they surged towards the Noah's Ark from all directions, truly seeking death. Sumo turned to the 2 women behind him and calmly uttered 2 words, hand in. Yes, boss. Samantha replied excitedly, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through her with the additional 10 attribute points from LV3. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu had already knocked an arrow. Her mastery of archery had dramatically improved, thanks to her basic archery proficiency LV1 skill. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 iron arrows were released almost simultaneously. The foremost ruffians were struck, one precisely pierced through the eye, while the other was shot through the throat, shrieking as he plunged into the sea. Skilled Basic Archery Proficiency Experience 1. Skilled Basic Archery Proficiency Experience 1. The notification chimes echoed in the minds of the 2 women. It dawned upon them that killing with archery could also enhance their skill proficiency. Fueled by this revelation, their enthusiasm surged. Especially Samantha, the fierce warrior, who stepped onto the ship's railing, drawing her exquisite longbow into a perfect arc, and began to unleash a relentless barrage upon the incoming rafts. Thwack, thwack, 1 arrow, 1 kill. Every shot hit its mark. To the players, the 16 members of the Black Sail Alliance appeared as merciless villains, demons incarnate. Yet to Sumo and his companions, they were anything but. They were merely a line of experience points eagerly offering themselves up for slaughter. The battle unfolded with a decidedly lopsided outcome. Shen Yufu and Samantha, one icy and precise, the other fiery and unrestrained, became ruthless reapers of death. Demons. They are demons. Don't come any closer. Run, run. Yet how could their wooden rafts outrun arrows loosed from a bow? Thwack. The final arrow was shot by Shen Yufu, piercing through the back of a man who was preparing to leap into the sea to escape. Thus, the Black Sail Alliance was entirely vanquished. The sea was strewn with the wreckage of rafts and the lifeless bodies of dozens, the pervasive stench of blood attracting swarms of sharks, transforming this expanse of water into a veritable hell on earth. The battle had concluded. Sumo rose from his position as a gunner and cast a glance at the 2 female warriors beside him, who were fully immersed in the aftermath. Samantha's flushed face radiated excitement as she relished the thrill of her recent slaughter, while Shen Yufu's trembling fingertips and rapid breaths betrayed her inner turmoil. The allure of bloodshed is indeed intoxicating, especially when one's adversaries are a band of utterly despicable scoundrels. All right, let's clear the battlefield and prepare to reap our rewards. Sumo commanded. The Ark of Noah glided into the bloody abyss. The trio skillfully employed rope-tethered arrows to drag floating supply crates and abandoned rafts toward them. Just then, a few rafts, previously pursued by the Black Sail Alliance and fortunate enough to survive, cautiously approached from the distance. Great leader, an elderly man stammered, his voice quaking with trepidation. Thank you for coming to our aid. We are willing to offer all our supplies, pleading only for you to take us in. Tonight, the protection period for novices ends, and our rickety rafts stand no chance against the sharks. One individual took the lead, with others hastily echoing his plea. Yes, great leader. Please, take us with you. We can do anything. I too can be of service. I was a welder at a shipyard. I can help you repair your vessel. Another voice chimed in. I was a nurse. While I may lack supplies, I can bandage wounds. A seemingly frail young girl mustered the courage to shout. The survivors clamored with desperate pleas, their eyes brimming with fear of death and yearning for the Ark of Noah. Sumo surveyed the group, 20 individuals, over 10 men, 15 women, and one girl who seemed barely out of her teens. Expanding his personnel was indeed a component of Sumo's strategy. A larger ship necessitated more hands, and relying solely on the three of them would be overwhelming. However, he sought not burdensome liabilities. Those wishing to board my vessel may do so. But I am not running a charity, Sumo declared icily, his gaze sweeping over them. I only select those of value. Now, everyone, state your talents and professions. At this proclamation, the crowd fell momentarily silent before hastily reporting their information. I possess an F-grade talent, abundant stamina, and my profession is a porter. I have an E-grade talent, night vision, allowing me to see clearly even without sleep. I have a D-grade talent, rapid bandaging. I am the nurse from earlier. As Sumo listened to the diverse talents, he formulated a plan. Samantha, Yufu, he instructed the two women, please select individuals. Prioritize women. Retain those with useful talents and professions to form a female guard unit, which you two will directly oversee. As for the men, we shall not require them. After a thorough selection process, Sumo's crew expanded to 15 members. In addition to Sumo and the two women, 12 new female crew members were recruited. Led by Shen Yufu and Samantha, the female crew would be responsible for daily vigilance, organizing supplies, and logistical work. Welcome aboard the Ark of Noah. Sumo addressed the new crew members, assuming the demeanor of a true captain. Here, I shall impose 3 rules. First, absolute obedience to commands. My words are law. Second, no infighting. Anyone who dares to engage in underhanded schemes on my ship will be cast overboard to feed the sharks. Third, work diligently. This vessel does not harbor idlers. Your value will determine how long you remain aboard. His cold and domineering words sent a shiver through all the new crew members who dared not voice dissent. Yes. Chapter 16. Great Gains. S-Class Skill, Armament Hockey. The acrid scent of blood lingered in the air as Sumo commanded the Ark of Noah to navigate through the remnants of the Black Sail Alliance's camp. Labor force. It's time to work, Sumo announced. The newly joined female crew members, still in shock, sprang into action. Yes, boss, they exclaimed in unison. Bring over all usable supply crates, and be swift about it. Yes, the 5 more robust female crew members, unwilling to show any signs of slackness, began diligently retrieving the spoils using the rope-tethered iron arrows distributed by Sumo. Meanwhile, the remaining crew members, under the guidance of Shen Yufu and Samantha, commenced clearing the deck and organizing supplies, each one careful not to incur the wrath of their unpredictable captain. Though Sumo could dismiss the pleas of the previous survivors, he was generous toward those who had already boarded and become part of his assets. Soon, the deck of the Ark of Noah was piled high with various supply crates, with over 30 silver ones and more than 100 gray boxes stacked up. Most notably, 3 golden treasure chests, gleaming with radiant light, were retrieved from the heart of the Black Sail Alliance's camp. All the new crew members gazed at the amassed supplies, their eyes wide with disbelief. My heavens! The nurse girl with the rapid bandaging talent gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Previously, they had fought tooth and nail for a few pieces of wood and a bottle of water contained within a gray box. Yet this formidable leader had merely fired a few cannon shots to acquire wealth beyond their wildest dreams. Open the chests. Open the chests. All right, you 5. Move those silver and gold chests into the hold, Sumo instructed the 5 women. Yes, boss. They wasted no time, pairing up to hoist the heavy chests. Meanwhile, Sumo approached the pile of gray boxes and waved his hand. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 units of wood, 5 units of plastic. Congratulations. You have obtained a small piece of dried salted meat. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 bottles of mineral water. A flurry of system prompts flashed by, but Sumo barely paid them any heed. What truly captured his attention was another voice resonating in his mind. Talent. Greed activated. Materials synchronized and replicated in storage. 10. 260 units of wood. 5. 550 units of plastic. 1. 500 units of iron. 1. 800 bottles of mineral water. 900 units of dried salted meat. A vast quantity of basic supplies instantly filled a corner of Sumo's storage space. He was now immensely wealthy. Yufu, Samantha, come over here, Sumo called out. Then, before all the new crew members, opened the crafting panel. Since we have more personnel, it is time to expand our living quarters. Wood, 800. Iron, 300. Upgrade raft cabin to level 5. Wood, 1, 500. Iron, 500. Upgrade raft cabin to level 6. Wood, 2, 500. Iron, 800. Upgrade raft cabin to level 7. The original 2-story cabin rose once more, transforming into a luxurious 3-story villa with ample internal space aboard the vessel. Move all the silver chests into the storage room. As for these 3 golden ones, Sumo's gaze settled upon the 3 alluring golden chests that radiated an enticing glow. He beckoned to Shen Yufu and Samantha, exclaiming, let us each take one and venture inside to open them. Yay, Samantha exclaimed, effortlessly lifting one of the golden chests, its weight a mere trifle for her. Shen Yufu silently hoisted another and followed closely behind Sumo. The trio entered the captain's quarters on the top deck, placing the 3 golden chests side by side upon the floor. "Boss, we've struck gold," Samantha exclaimed upon entering. Barely able to contain her excitement as she nearly clung to Sumo. "Calm down. This is standard procedure. Let us open the silver ones first." Sumo pushed her away, and with a flicker of thought, he opened 27 silver chests in an instant. "Congratulations. You have opened 27 silver resource chests. You have acquired 2 blueprints for exquisite composite bows, 1 blueprint for a refined fishing net, 1 blueprint for a ship-mounted searchlight, 1 blueprint for a seawater desalination device, 800 iron ingots, 500 metal blocks, and 200 exquisite parts." A flurry of blueprints and rare materials flashed across the screen. While impressive, they no longer stirred much excitement in Sumo's heart. His focus remained steadfastly locked onto the 3 golden chests. "The main event is here." Sumo rubbed his hands together and placed them upon the lid of the first golden chest. "Open." With a click, the lid sprang open, and a dazzling beam of golden light shot skyward, illuminating the entire captain's quarters in a golden hue. "Congratulations. You have opened a golden resource chest. You have received 1 intermediate navigation skill book." A hefty tome emanating a blue aura lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. A skill book. Both Samantha and Shen Yufu gasped in unison. Having mastered the basic archery proficiency, they understood the value of such a tome. This was a treasure that could directly enhance personal capabilities. Intermediate navigation proficiency. Upon learning, you will unlock the minimap feature and slightly increase the ship's sailing speed and turning agility. Sumo's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Ding. You have learned the skill. Intermediate navigation proficiency, LV1. A wealth of nautical knowledge flooded Sumo's mind, and simultaneously, a translucent radar-like minimap appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. The map clearly marked the location of the Noah's Ark and the general contours of the surrounding seas. Talent greed activated. This skill book has been extra copied 9 times in your storage space. A smile crept across Sumo's lips as he casually tossed 1 book each to Shen Yufu and Samantha. "Now you both can see the map too." "Wow, boss, you're amazing," Samantha exclaimed, trying to leap up to kiss him, but Sumo held her back. "Not now, let us open the next one." He reached for the second golden chest. The golden light flared once more. "Congratulations. You have opened a golden resource chest. You have acquired 1 energy core." A fist-sized object, glowing a deep blue and seemingly flickering with lightning within, appeared at the center of the chest. Energy core. Small, a high-purity energy crystal. Essential for powering large machinery and upgrading advanced vessels. The necessary material for upgrading to a level 9 ship had just been secured. Sumo glanced at the ship's upgrade requirements. Upgrade to LV9 requires 6,060 wood, 6,000 plastic, 6,000 iron ingots, 2,000 metal blocks, 500 exquisite parts, and 10 energy cores. The Noah's Ark could be upgraded to LV9 at any moment. This was splendid news. Each level increase for the ship represented a significant enhancement. "Boss, what is an energy core?" Samantha inquired curiously. "It's what will transform our ship into a true maritime behemoth," Sumo replied with a mysterious smile, turning his attention to the final golden chest. "Now let us see what the grand prize will be." He pressed down on the lid. Click. The golden light flashed again. "Congratulations. You have opened a golden resource chest. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 fragment of armament hockey, 1 of 10. Description: a mysterious power originating from an ancient world, capable of converting one's aura into a tangible armor for defense or wrapping around the body or weapons for attack. Collect 10 fragments to synthesize a complete armament hockey skill book. Learning requirement: constitution of over 50 points. Humph, I thought it would be something grand. But it's just a fragment, Samantha remarked, somewhat disappointed. Shen Yufu furrowed her brow, pondering how to find the remaining 9 in this vast ocean. Wasn't this akin to finding a needle in a haystack? However, while they expressed their disappointment, Sumo's pupils constricted at the sight of the notification. His heart racing uncontrollably. Armament hockey. Wasn't this something from One Piece? This could actually be obtained. Before he could fully process his shock, the familiar and melodious notification echoed loudly in his mind. Talent greed activated. This item has been extra copied 9 times in your storage space. Detected 10 fragments of armament hockey. Would you like to synthesize? Oh damn. Even Sumo couldn't help but curse. He finally comprehended. The most outrageous aspect of the master of greed, divine talent lay not in copying basic resources, but in replicating these unique items that required stringent conditions to collect. While others would need to traverse mountains and seas, risking their lives and expending countless time and effort to gather such items, he only needed to find 1 fragment. Then, he could proceed directly to completion. This was the true application of a divine talent. Yes, synthesize. Buzz. Within his storage space, the 10 ancient fragments instantly transformed into 10 streams of light, coalescing together to ultimately materialize into an ancient skill book exuding a faint black aura. Congratulations. You have obtained the complete skill book, Armament Hockey. With his current constitution, bolstered by LV5 and the 2 goddesses, Sumo had reached a staggering 90 points. He fully met the learning requirements. Learn. Without hesitation, Sumo chose to learn it. Boom. The skill book surged into a black torrent, instantly flowing into Sumo's forehead. An indescribable enlightenment surged within him, and he felt something awakening deep within his body. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, concentrating his thoughts. Whoosh. His entire right arm was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black substance, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Strong. Dominant. It radiated an explosive sense of power. Ding. You have learned the S-rank skill, Armament Hockey Wrap LV1. Effect. You can wrap your aura around any part of your body, significantly enhancing both attack and defense. Current level allows coverage of a single body part, such as an arm or leg, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. S-rank skill. Sumo felt the terrifying power coursing through his right arm, and he was seized by an illusion that a single punch from him could rend the ironclad hull of the Ark of Noah. Boss, your hand Samantha and Shen Yufu, standing nearby, were utterly stunned. They gazed in wide-eyed amazement at Sumo's jet-black arm, their azure and icy eyes reflecting the shock and bewilderment of mortals witnessing a divine miracle. What unfathomable ability is this? With a mere thought, Sumo allowed the color of his armament to gradually dissipate. He exhaled a long, deep breath, suppressing the elation swelling within him. The harvest this time was monumental. It surpassed even his wildest imagination. With the energy core, the Ark of Noah could be upgraded to LV9. And with the armed color hockey, his combat prowess had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Now, he truly possessed the means to secure his existence in this apocalyptic sea. All right, let's clean up and prepare for dinner. Sumo waved his hand, his spirits soaring. On the deck, a small portion of supplies had been meticulously sorted and piled up by the new crew members working in unison. Wood, plastic, metal scraps, food, fresh water, these essentials for survival, more precious than gold in the eyes of others, were as abundant as refuse aboard the Ark of Noah. Upon seeing Sumo emerge, everyone halted their tasks, standing at attention with a mixture of awe and fervor in their gazes directed at him. Boss. Very good, Sumo nodded in satisfaction. You all have done well. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately settling on the middle-aged woman who had introduced herself as a fitness instructor and the nurse girl with D-class talent in quick bandaging. What is your name? Sumo pointed at the fitness instructor. Reporting, boss. I am Zhao Tailan. The middle-aged woman declared excitedly, puffing out her chest. You come here. Sumo gestured to the nurse girl. Boss, I am Zhou Xiaoxiao. The girl timidly approached. As Sumo regarded these two individuals, a plan began to form in his mind. From today onward, Zhao Tailan, you will serve as the ship's chief engineer, responsible for the routine maintenance and reinforcement of the vessel. I will provide you with the finest tools and materials. Zhou Xiaoxiao, you are the ship's medic, tasked with overseeing everyone's health. I will find a way to procure medical supplies for you. As for the others, Sumo's gaze roamed over the remaining 10 crew members. The female guard squad would be directly managed by Shen Yufu and Samantha, responsible for daily vigilance and combat. The labor team would be led by Zhao Tailan, handling all physically demanding tasks. My rules are simple: rewards for merit, penalties for faults. As long as you serve me with unwavering loyalty, I assure you that each of you will safely survive until the game concludes. His words ignited a fervor among the crowd. We pledge our undying loyalty to the boss. Zhao Tailan was the first to kneel, shouting fervently. The others quickly followed suit, kneeling in unison. We swear our loyalty to the boss. The thunderous roar echoed across the sea. Sumo surveyed the scene before him, his heart brimming with ambition. From this day forth, he was no longer a struggling player but a burgeoning maritime sovereign poised to unleash tumultuous waves upon this oceanic world. As night descended, a bonfire blazed on the deck of the Ark of Noah. Sumo had arranged several makeshift grills, and the salted meats and dried fish from the storage were brought out, sizzling and exuding an enticing aroma. Dinner is served, Sumo announced, prompting cheers from all the crew members. He did not show favoritism, but distributed ample provisions sufficient for each to last half a month. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. The crew members held their food, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes. They had never imagined that in this cannibalistic apocalypse, they could enjoy meals replete with meat and ample water. Some of the older female crew members declared on the spot that their lives now belonged to the boss, pledging that should he command them east, they would never venture west. Meanwhile, the younger, more attractive crew members gazed at Sumo with even greater fervor and boldness. Especially Zhou Xiaoxiao, along with 2 other comely young women, huddled together, eating grilled meat while stealing glances at Sumo and whispering to one another. The boss is so handsome and capable, one said. Indeed, how fortunate it would be to become the boss's woman. Xiaoxiao, your talent is the most useful. Perhaps the boss will take a liking to you. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face flushed bright red as she whispered back. And no, don't say that. The boss already has the 2 goddesses, Shen Yufu and Samantha, by his side. How could he possibly notice us? Yet, despite her words, the hope in her eyes was unmistakable. Sumo merely observed this interaction, choosing not to comment. He sat beside the bonfire, leisurely consuming grilled fish while opening the world channel. At that moment, the channel was filled with cries of despair. Help! The scum of the Black Sails Alliance have been annihilated, and now they're a Bloodshark Corps. Just as ruthless as the Black Sails Alliance. They are pillaging and killing everywhere. My teammates have all been slain. Someone, please save us. We're trapped on a small island teeming with monsters. We can't hold on any longer. Sumo, Great One. Please, take us in. We are willing to do anything. Just let us aboard your ship. Sumo, look at me. I'm the belle of the dance academy. I have an incredible figure. I can do the splits. Please let me on board. In a desperate bid for Sumo's attention, numerous female players even resorted to posting revealing photos in the World Channel. In an instant, the screen was flooded with images of black stockings, white stockings, bikinis, and sailor suits, providing a feast for the eyes of countless male players teetering on the brink of death, filled with envy and resentment. Wow, are they really this desperate to survive? Sumo is so fortunate. It's like an emperor selecting his concubines. Damn, the competition is killing me. While I'm gnawing on tree bark, others are already selecting their harem. Intrigued, Sumo scrolled through these photos and had to admit, a few were quite stunning, including some flight attendants and models. However, he merely chuckled and closed the channel. Women. He already had a vivacious and curvaceous beauty like Reba and a delicate and alluring national goddess like his aunt. That was more than enough for him to contemplate. Any more would be overwhelming. He was not the kind of man who would lose his composure at the sight of a beautiful woman. To him, a woman's worth extended far beyond mere appearances. Loyalty and capability were indispensable. Most importantly, beneath this vast ocean lay countless perils. Attempting to rescue them was a formidable challenge, reliant solely on fate. Boss, aren't you going to save them? Samantha approached, curiosity evident in her voice. Sumo scoffed. Why should I save them? This is the Ark of Noah, not a refugee shelter. Bringing aboard a bunch of useless deadweights would only waste my food and water. In this world, the most abundant thing is ungrateful, backstabbing wretches. Today, I save them. Tomorrow, they might stab me in the back out of jealousy. I have no desire to court trouble for myself. Upon hearing this, Samantha nodded thoughtfully. She had always adhered to the jungle law that venerates the strong, and she found Sumo's cold and rational decision increasingly admirable. Shen Yufu remained silent, listening intently. Sumo was right. In this cruel world, kindness is the most inexpensive yet lethal commodity. At that moment, a private message popped up. Blood Rose Alliance, Rose. Hello, Mr. Sumo. I am the leader of the Blood Rose Alliance. Our alliance consists of over 200 female players, and we hope to establish a partnership with you to survive together in this ocean. Would you be interested? Blood Rose. Sumo raised an eyebrow. He had a vague recollection of this alliance. It was the only all-female alliance apart from a few large male player alliances currently active on the World Channel. They reportedly advocated for female independence, and their combat prowess was said to rival that of the Black Sail Alliance. Intriguing. Contemplating the message, Sumo fell into deep thought. An alliance composed entirely of women that had managed to survive and flourish to a scale of 200 in such a harsh environment clearly indicated that this leader, Rose, was not a simple character. Partnership? Given his current strength and ample resources, he had no need to collaborate with anyone. However, the prospect of an all-female alliance piqued his interest. Surely, there would be one or two goddess-level beauties who met the criteria of the Lord of Greed. If he could recruit them, Sumo's physique was formidable indeed. Boss, is that the Blood Rose? I've heard of them too. They say the leader is a formidable woman, commanding a legion of fierce female warriors, making them a significant force in these waters. Samantha leaned in for a glimpse, her curiosity evident. Shen Yufu also cast an inquisitive glance, clearly intrigued by this female alliance. Let us put her on hold. Sumo swiped to close the private message window. As the advantageous party, he intended to maintain an air of authority. If they wished to collaborate, it would depend on the sincerity they could offer. Besides Blood Rose, several other alliances claiming to be dragon slayers and celestial heavens had also reached out with partnership proposals, all of which Sumo disregarded without hesitation. What was the point of collaborating with a bunch of old men? Could they compare to the charm of the two women aboard his ship? Having satisfied his hunger, Sumo stood and stretched lazily. It was time to arrange the night watch. He turned to Samantha. You and 6 female crew members will take the first half of the night watch. Understood, boss. Samantha replied promptly, throwing Sumo a flirtatious glance, assuring him she would complete the task. Make sure to get some rest, boss. After organizing the night watch, Sumo's gaze fell upon Shen Yufu, who was quietly tidying up the utensils. He approached her, and much to her astonishment, he grasped her delicate hand. Come, my dear aunt, you've had a long day. Let us get some rest. Let go of me. Who wants to rest with you? Shen Yufu exclaimed, flustered and anxious, lowering her voice in admonition. What's the matter? Do you wish to spend the night on deck in the cold wind? Sumo replied with a charming smile, resolutely pulling her toward the captain's cabin on the top deck. I have my own room. Release me. What will others think? Shen Yufu felt her cheeks burning. This rogue was becoming increasingly audacious. How could he dare to act so brazenly in front of the new crew members? I am the captain, my word is law, Sumo said, not looking back. Besides, what if they see? They would only envy you. You shameless. Shen Yufu trembled with indignation, yet felt powerless. In terms of strength, She could not match Suemo now. In terms of status, she was merely a senior crew member on his ship. Soon, they arrived at the spacious and luxurious captain's cabin. With a decisive slam, Suemo closed the door behind them. The enclosed space instantly transformed into an intimate atmosphere. Shen Yufu immediately broke free from his grasp, retreating cautiously and regarding him with suspicion. Suemo, I warn you, do not act recklessly. She backed into a corner, arms crossed defensively. You are Yin Bing's boyfriend. I am her aunt. You cannot do this to me. Now you remember to mention Yin Bing? Suemo advanced step by step, a playful yet dangerous smile gracing his face. When you threw 1,000,000 at me in the villa, did you ever consider I was her boyfriend? I was just testing you, right? Shen Yufu stammered, her resolve faltering. Indeed, Suemo interjected smoothly. Now it is my turn to test you. He had closed the distance, his towering figure enveloping her entirely. What do you want? Nothing in particular, Suemo murmured. As the captain of the illustrious Noah's Ark, how could I not have a beautiful companion to share my bed? You've lost your mind. You might pursue that ocean horse, as she is already promiscuous. But I am your aunt. How can you do this? What about Yin Bing? Shen Yufu invoked her last moral defense. What about it? Sumo's response left her utterly bewildered. In this apocalypse, who knows if there will be a tomorrow? If one has the capability to indulge, one must seize the moment. Moreover, I am powerful enough to support and protect several women. Is that not sufficient? When I see Yin Bing, I will bring her aboard and cherish her. You two will make excellent companions. Shen Yufu. She was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of twisted logic was this? What audacious words? This scoundrel not only aimed to pursue Yin Bing, but had also set his sights on her, just as her mind was in chaos. Suemo had grown weary of the banter and swiftly swept her off her feet, cradling her in his arms. Let go of me. In mere strides, he reached the expansive bed and gently laid her down. Suemo leaned down and sealed her lips with a commanding and irresistible kiss, silencing all her protests. Shen Yufu's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the sensation. Unhand me, she struggled, pounding on Sumo's back, but her feeble strength felt like mere tickling against his formidable physique. Enhanced ninefold and armed with a powerful aura, Sumo's kiss was assertive and aggressive, effortlessly dismantling her defenses. Shen Yufu's struggles weakened, her body gradually succumbing to a strange, electrifying current that coursed through her limbs, both terrifying and exhilarating. How could he be so adept? Just how many girls had he kissed? As Shen Yufu found herself momentarily lost in thought, Suemo unexpectedly released her. Gazing at the enchanting beauty beneath him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with moisture. He smiled with satisfaction. See, isn't this much more agreeable? Suemo refrained from taking further action, instead lying beside her and gently pulling her soft form into his embrace. Adjusting to a comfortable position. All right, time to sleep. I'll hold you tonight, and I one team move. Shen Yufu was utterly bewildered. Was this it? A loud thunder with a mere drizzle? As she felt the searing warmth of the man's embrace and listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her heart raced chaotically as if it had been tossed into a turbulent broth of emotions. She attempted to struggle, but Suemo tightened his grip around her waist. Don't move, he murmured with his eyes shut. If you do, I won't be so courteous. His words rendered Shen Yufu instantly still. She lay rigidly in Sumo's arms, grappling with feelings of humiliation, anger, and shyness. Fine, let it be, she resigned, reasoning that being held was far preferable to the alternative. In her mind, she sought solace, gradually relaxing her tense body. Held in Sumo's embrace, she inhaled the intoxicating scent of his masculinity while listening to the distant sound of waves outside. Her thoughts spiraling into disarray. Unbeknownst to her, fatigue crept over her, and she succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, as Shen Yufu slept soundly, she was stirred by a warm hand wandering restlessly over her body, trailing from her flat abdomen to her enticing curves. Startled awake, she exclaimed, Suemo, you scoundrel! Just as she was about to chastise him, that infuriating mouth sealed hers once more. Confusion enveloped her. She should be furious and resistant. Yet an unfamiliar heat and emptiness surged within her. Each touch from Suemo felt like a rejuvenating spring flowing into her parched self. Let go of me, she protested weakly, her words more of a sultry plea than a demand. Not a chance, Suemo replied, his voice low and magnetic. You are mine, and you shall never escape. In the darkness, the sound of tearing fabric echoed. Shen Yufu's last shred of rationality crumbled entirely. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. In this apocalypse, this man is all I can rely on, she thought in despair, gradually surrendering to his advances, even beginning to respond clumsily. On the tranquil surface of the sea, the Noah's Ark, after several hours of gentle swaying, finally began to stabilize. From the lookout, Samantha observed the now steady building with a smirk, her azure eyes filled with astonishment. What stamina our captain has, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the 4 female crew members blushed, their eyes sparkling with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 19, The Survival Challenge begins. Rankings. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the disheveled bed. Shen Yufu stirred awake, feeling as though she had been run over by a truck, sore and aching all over. Bewildered, she blinked at the unfamiliar ceiling. The wild and shameful events of the previous night flooding her mind like a tidal wave. Her face burned crimson, as if it could bleed from embarrassment. She had indeed been with Mo. Not just once. Puzzlement consumed her. Why had she surrendered so suddenly? Was it his persuasive words that swayed her? Or perhaps the long duration of her singlehood had left her yearning for a strong anchor amidst the pressures of this world. Turning her head, she beheld the man still asleep beside her, his handsome features softened by the morning light. A tumult of complex emotions swelled within her, shame, frustration, but predominantly an unexpected sense of acceptance. At that moment, Mo's eyes fluttered open. Their gazes locked, and the air thickened with tension. Instinctively, Shen Yufu pulled the covers over herself, wishing to hide. Yet, Mo was quicker. His long arm reached out, pulling her back into his embrace. Then, his large hand boldly settled upon her long, proud legs, giving them a playful squeeze. "Ah, our national goddess truly feels exquisite," he remarked, as if appraising a work of art. Shen Yufu was a mix of indignation and embarrassment, glancing down to discover her beautiful legs marred by numerous red marks. A testament to Mo's handiwork from the night before. "Mo, you scoundrel! I shall have my revenge." In a fit of rage, she lifted her leg to kick him, eager to vent her frustrations, only for Mo to effortlessly grasp her ankle. "Oh, full of energy this early?" A wicked grin spread across Mo's face. "It seems last night's lesson was insufficient. Since my dear aunt is so spirited, let us engage in some morning exercises." "Do not." Her protests were once again silenced. Soon, the sounds of their passionate activities filled the captain's quarters once more. On the deck, the new crew members had already risen, diligently attending to their daily tasks. However, they all tacitly avoided disturbing the two in the captain's cabin. Samantha leaned against the railing, listening to the muffled sounds from above, rolling her eyes. These two never seemed to tire. Next to her, Nurse Zhou Xiaoxiao's cheeks were aflame, her gaze cast downward, lost in her thoughts. Another round of fervent morning exercise ensued. It was only when Shen Yufu finally lay limp, devoid of the energy to even curse him, that Mo felt satisfied enough to release her. "You are nothing but a beast," she mumbled into her pillow, hiding her face beneath the covers. "Thank you for the compliment," he replied. "Remember, you are one of the mistresses of Noah's Arkansas. Don't let the crew outside see you as a fool." With that, Mo exited the room, leaving Shen Yufu alone, clutching her blanket, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She loathed Mo's dominance and shamelessness, yet his title of mistress stirred an unfamiliar feeling within her. On deck, the new crew members had begun their work for the day. Zhao Tailin led a group of female crew members in inspecting the ship's armor in various corners with meticulous attention. Zhou Xiaoxiao was busy organizing the food and fresh water allocated the night before, her face radiant with hope for the future. When Mo emerged from the captain's quarters, all work ceased, and every gaze turned toward him. "Good morning, Captain." Zhao Tailin was the first to stand at attention. "Good morning." The others echoed in unison. "Mo, have you all had breakfast?" "Yes. Thank you for the generous gift of roasted meat, boss." Zhao Tailin beamed with a wide smile, her face radiating satisfaction. "That's splendid. Only with a full stomach can we muster the energy to work." Mo strolled to the edge of the ship, gazing at the tranquil surface of the sea, his mind already plotting the forthcoming strategies. The spoils from last night had been monumental. The mastery of armament hockey had precipitated a qualitative leap in his combat prowess. With 10 energy cores at his disposal, the Ark Noah was poised for another evolution at any moment. His immediate task was to swiftly convert these advantages into even greater strength. At that moment, Samantha sauntered over, her waist swaying gently with each step. She had donned a form-fitting leather armor that accentuated her curvaceous figure, every contour seemingly meticulously crafted, brimming with tension. "Boss, did you rest well last night?" She leaned closer to Mo, playfully whispering in his ear, "Can you guess if she's in her room weeping right now?" Such gossip first thing in the morning. Mo shot her a sidelong glance. "I'm merely concerned for you, boss," Samantha giggled. "You truly are a peculiar one. From the sounds I heard, your aunt must have been quite exhausted by you. But perhaps this is for the best. It will prompt her to confront reality sooner, sparing us from her perpetually frosty demeanor, as if everyone owes her a debt." Mo, indifferent to Samantha's penchant for stirring chaos, was about to command Zhao Tailin and the others to prepare for the ship's upgrades when, suddenly, a frigid, grand, emotionless mechanical voice resounded in the minds of all players. An unheralded explosion. Global announcement. The novice protection period has officially ended. The survival challenge period has commenced. This phase will last 7 days, during which the threat level of the ocean world will significantly escalate. All neutral creatures will turn hostile and actively attack players. To incentivize players, personal level leaderboards and alliance power rankings are now unveiled. Wishing everyone the best of luck. As the announcement concluded, the world channel fell into a deathly silence, and then erupted. "What the hell? It's over? The novice period has ended just like that? Damn it. I'm not ready. My raft is only level 2. Just last night, sharks were circling me. Now they're going to attack? Help. I don't want to die. Who will save me? Leaderboards? Quick, check the leaderboards." Amidst the panic and despair, some players noted the crux of the announcement. In an instant, 2 brand new virtual leaderboards popped up before all survivors. Personal level leaderboard global. First, Su Mo, level, LV5. Second, Long Out Yin, Dragon Slayer leader, level, LV4. Third, Thor, Sky Alliance president, level, LV4. Fourth, Rose, Crimson Rose leader, level, LV4. Fifth, Li Tianyi, level, LV4. Sixth, Samantha, level, LV3. Seventh, Shen Yufu, level, LV3. Eighth. As this leaderboard materialized, an eerie silence once again enveloped the world channel. Everyone fixated on the name that loomed at the top, Su Mo. Once more, LV5. While most were still grappling with LV1 and LV2, and only a few had reached LV3, this man had surged to LV5. It was a staggering lead. LV5. Is that even a feasible level for a person? He must be cheating. The Dragon Slayer leader Long Out Yin? The Sky Alliance president Thor? I know these are the leaders of massive alliances with hundreds of members, pooling their resources to achieve LV4, and yet they are overshadowed by Su Mo. The Crimson Rose leader Rose is also at LV4? That all-female alliance is just as formidable? But the real highlights are the 6th and 7th spots. Look, Samantha, Shen Yufu, aren't they both women on Sumo's ship? They are both at LV3. My heavens, a single individual, accompanied by 2 women, not only surpasses all alliance leaders in level, but also sees both female companions rank in the global top 10. Who on earth is Su Mo? This is not merely a strong ally. This is a pillar of strength, a veritable titan. In the World Channel, all survivors gazed upon this leaderboard, their hearts filled with awe and reverence. If previously, Su Mo had merely been perceived as a lucky, powerful, enigmatic figure, now, this leaderboard served as the most direct and irrefutable testament to his strength. He was indeed the king of this oceanic realm. Chapter 20. Upgrade to Level 9 Ark Noah. Farming experience. Aboard the Ark Noah. Boss, you've made the list. First place. Zhao Tailan shouted, pointing at the leaderboard. Boss is magnificent. Boss is incredible. To follow such a maritime sovereign was the greatest fortune of their lives. Samantha also caught sight of the leaderboard. She initially reveled in her ranking, but then noticed Shen Yufu's name. She has gotten lucky, tagging along with us and achieving a spot in the global top 10 without lifting a finger. She pouted, somewhat displeased. At that moment, the captain's cabin door swung open. Shen Yufu emerged, clad in a pristine combat uniform. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her eyes were slightly reddened, yet her gaze regained its customary chill and strength. Clearly, she had also seen the leaderboard. She did not look at Su Mo, merely walking silently to Samantha's side, picking up her longbow, demonstrating her resolve through action. Su Mo merely smiled at this. He was about to speak, when suddenly, boom! A tremendous crash reverberated from the ship's hull, causing the entire Ark Noah to shudder violently. What is happening? Did we collide with something? The new crew members erupted into panic. No, it's not that. Samantha's expression shifted, pointing toward the sea outside as she screamed, it's sharks. Enormous sharks. They're ramming our ship. What had previously been a distant school of sharks was now in a frenzy. Their crimson eyes glistened with ferocity and bloodlust. Their massive bodies crashing against the Ark Noah's steel armor time and again, like battering rams. Bang, bang, boom. One particularly massive shark leaped from the water, its gaping maw snapping fiercely at the ship's hull. Clang. The shrill sound of metal scraping echoed. That terrifying bite force, capable of shattering steel, merely left a shallow row of tooth marks on the Ark Noah's armor. Warning. Your ship, the Ark Noah, is under attack by sharks. Durability 1. Warning. Your ship, the Ark Noah, is under attack by sharks. Durability 1. A barrage of system notifications flashed by, yet the damage inflicted was negligible. The new crew members aboard, witnessing the hellish scene unfolding outside, turned pale, their legs trembling in fear. The scene of dozens, if not hundreds, of sharks frantically attacking is sufficient to drive any soul to the brink of madness. Yet, upon Su Mo's countenance, not a trace of anxiety could be discerned. Observing the massive shark clinging stubbornly to the ship's side, Su Mo casually remarked, quite impressive dentition. The entire vessel, the Noah's Ark, experienced merely a slight tremor amidst the onslaught of the sharks. The intensity of this disturbance, Samantha felt through her feet, caused her cheeks to flush, and she instinctively glanced towards the captain's quarters, curling her lip in disdain. This commotion was nothing compared to the tumult caused by their employer the previous night. Beside her, Shen Yufu stiffened at this remark, her face instantly blushing crimson, her grip on the longbow tightening to the point where her knuckles turned pale. You inconsiderate brute, she thought. Why must you bring that up now? Meanwhile, the world channel had devolved into a veritable hellscape. Help! The sharks have gone mad. My raft has been destroyed. My leg. My leg has been bitten off. Someone save me. I do not wish to perish. It was utter chaos. Our makeshift 3-tiered raft, constructed by 5 of us, has been breached by a single shark. We are doomed. Warning. Player XXX has died. Remaining players, 288,888. Warning. Player XXX has died. Remaining players, 288,887. The notifications of death surged wildly. In less than 10 minutes, the number of survivors plummeted by tens of thousands. This was the sheer terror of the survival challenge. The weak would find no reprieve and be swiftly eliminated. My lord. Zhao Tailin gazed at the frenzied sharks outside, her expression fraught with panic. Although the ship was robust, being surrounded by so many monstrous creatures would unnerve anyone. Why fret? Suemo cast a dismissive glance her way. They are merely a horde of aquatic nuisances incapable of breaching our defenses. Now, observe closely. It is time for you to witness the true form of the Noah's Ark. Suemo activated the ship's upgrade panel, his gaze locking onto the LV9 upgrade option. Upgrade to LV9 requirements. 6,000 wood, 3,000 plastic, 2,000 iron blocks, 800 metal blocks, 500 exquisite parts, 1 energy core. Upgrade. Suemo confirmed with sheer willpower. Materials detected as sufficient. Confirm upgrade of Noah's Ark to LV9. Confirm. Wood, 6,000. Plastic, 3,000. Iron blocks, 2,000. Energy core, 1. Noah's Ark is undergoing an upgrade. Completion imminent. With a resounding roar, the entire Noah's Ark erupted in a dazzling radiance. The deck beneath their feet expanded wildly. The dimensions of the ship surged dramatically. From a modest 12 by 24 meters to an astonishing 16 by 36 meters. Congratulations. Your ship, Noah's Ark, has been upgraded to LV9. Dimensions, 16 mx 36m. Durability, 30,000. Armor value, 99,991,000,000. Facilities, double-deck cabin LV3, tier, 3 workbench, composite hard sail, small generator, battery, marine barbecue grill, lookout tower, cockpit, power system. Weaponry, small turret LV1, attack power, 200, range, 800 meters, cooldown, 30 seconds. Upgrade to LV10 requirements. From the perspective of the sharks, the colossal iron mass they had been attacking suddenly transformed into an even more formidable iron vessel. What once required them to leap to reach the ship's edge was now beyond their grasp, even if they strained their necks to the breaking point. Before the LV9 Noah's Ark, these ferocious yet ineffective sharks became a source of mockery. Suemo turned to Shen Yufu and Samantha. How fares your archery? Reporting, my lord. I've long been eager to unleash my skills. Samantha replied, excitedly drawing her exquisite longbow into a full arc. Shen Yufu silently nocked an arrow, preparing for action. Excellent. Suemo, with a mere thought, accessed the crafting list. Iron blocks, 1,000, can craft iron arrows x 1,000. Craft. In the next moment, a multitude of quivers brimming with pristine iron arrows materialized on the deck. Today, we have arrows aplenty. Suemo declared with grandiosity. Clear this sea of all its scourge. Yes, my lord. The two women positioned themselves at the ship's edge, commencing a frenzied barrage against the densely packed sharks below. Whoosh. Thwack. An iron arrow sliced through the air, precisely embedding itself in a shark's eye. The creature let out a horrific wail, its massive form thrashing violently in the water, blood instantly staining the surrounding sea. Congratulations. Your party member Samantha has slain a shark, LV2, earning 20 experience. Greed talent triggered. Samantha ultimately gains 30 experience. Wow. So much experience. Samantha exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Killing a player yields only a few experience points, yet a shark grants me 30. What a bountiful harvest. These are not sharks. They are merely experience-giving entities lining up for us. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shen Yufu began her own performance. Her S-class talent, Goddess of War, rendering her a born warrior. Her arrows flew swiftly, accurately, and lethally. With each shot released, a shark met its demise. Congratulations. Your party member Shen Yufu has slain a shark, LV2, earning 20 experience. Greed talent triggered. You ultimately gain 30 experience. Suemo also joined the fray, seizing a longbow to partake in this one-sided slaughter. Though his archery skills paled in comparison to those of the two women, his terrifying attributes provided formidable support. With a foundational physique of 30, enhanced by the beauty accompaniment talent of the two goddesses, he reached a staggering 90 points, nearing the century mark. Chapter 21, Level 8 Upgrade, a terrifying physique of 135 points. The force behind his arrow rivaled that of a small crossbow. Thwack. A single shot pierced through a shark's skull, pinning it to the seabed's rocks. Congratulations. You have slain a shark, LV2, earning 20 experience. Goddess talent enhancement triggered. Your experience gain is increased by 100. Ultimately, you gain 40 experience. On the deck, 12 new crew members were utterly mesmerized. They beheld the three figures, resembling deities, standing at the ship's edge, conducting a terrifyingly efficient massacre against the horde of sharks that would have instilled despair in any player. Arrows rained down. Blood stained the azure sea. The once fearsome sharks, in the face of such overwhelming power, were rendered pathetically vulnerable. They had no opportunity to flee before being obliterated by the deluge of death from above. This was no longer a battle. It was a mere slaughter. The air was thick with the scent of blood, transforming this sea into a veritable hellscape. On the surface of the sea, hundreds of shark carcasses drifted aimlessly. The radiant golden light enveloped Suemo and his companions, pulsating like breath, illuminating them in a continuous cascade. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, LV6. Congratulations. Your team member Samantha has leveled up. Current level, LV4. Congratulations. Your team member Shen Yufu has leveled up. Current level, LV4. 2 hours later. As the last shark was pierced through the heart by an arrow from Shen Yufu, this expanse of ocean finally returned to a deathly silence. Apart from the Noah's Ark, no living creature could be seen. Samantha and Shen Yufu were drenched in sweat, leaning on their longbows as they gasped for breath. The intense shooting over the past 2 hours had taken a considerable toll on their stamina. Yet, their faces radiated excitement and fervor. Gazing at the rapidly ascending levels and attributes on their personal panels, all fatigue dissipated into thin air. Boss, Samantha panted, her azure eyes sparkling with fervor. It seems we have exterminated all the sharks in this sea. Once we've wiped them out, we shall move to a different location, Su Mo replied. Tossing the longbow to Zhao Tailin, his tone calm. He glanced at his personal panel. Name, Su Mo. Talent, Lord of Greed, Divine. Level, LV 8120, 3000. Physique, 4590. Mentality, 1020. Skills, Mastery of Basic Archery, LV3. Intermediate Navigation Skills, LV1. Armed Color Hockey, Hockey Convolution, LV1. An hour of frenzied slaughter had propelled him up 3 levels, soaring from LV5 to LV8. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu and Samantha had also ascended to LV5, their levels now matching those of the leaders of the major alliances. As for the 12 crew members, although they had not directly participated in the combat, their experience in wielding wooden spears to finish off sharks afforded them a share of the spoils, all of them elevating to LV2, their faces alight with joy. Let us process these shark carcasses and extract the usable materials, Su Mo commanded Zhao Tailin. Yes, boss. Zhao Tailin promptly rallied the labor team to commence their work. The shark skins could be fashioned into leather, their teeth crafted into weapons, and while the fish meat might not be palatable, it served as a valuable source of protein in this apocalyptic world. Su Mo then made his way to the captain's cabin, followed closely by Shen Yufu and Samantha. Boss, where shall we head next? Samantha inquired with curiosity. The resource boxes in these waters have likely been scavenged long ago, and we have eradicated the sharks. So there is little purpose in lingering here. Su Mo opened the small map accompanying his intermediate navigation skills. The map displayed not only the position of Noah's Ark, but also several blinking markers glowing in different colors. Level 1 Resource Island, green. Level 2 Resource Island, blue. Level 3 Resource Island, purple. Level 5 Resource Island, gold. What are these? Shen Yufu leaned closer, her eyes widening at the markers on the map. Resource Islands. Su Mo traced a finger across the map. With the beginner phase concluded, most survivors will undoubtedly seek refuge on these resource islands, banding together to establish strongholds. The world channel must be bustling right now. He opened the world channel, and indeed, it was teeming with activity. The cries of despair had diminished significantly, replaced by various recruitment notices and battle reports from different alliances. Dragon Slayer Alliance is recruiting. We have successfully occupied a level 2 resource island. The island boasts a stable freshwater supply and fruit trees. Join now, with provisions and lodging included. Requirements, level LV2 and above, must follow commands. Sky Alliance is incredible. President Thunder has led the team to clear half of the monsters on the level 2 resource island. Rumor has it they have even acquired blueprints. Bloody Rose's female troops are formidable as well. Over 200 of them managed to seize a level 2 resource island. But they are reportedly only recruiting female players. What a pity. What about us solitary players? After barely surviving, we are still subjected to exploitation by these major alliances upon reaching the islands, having to pay half our resources as protection fees. Isn't that akin to the Black Sail Alliance? Who says otherwise? In this world, strength will always reign supreme. We mere mortals can only toil like beasts. Observing this information, Su Mo's gaze remained unperturbed. Such is the reality. In any environment, human society cannot escape the hierarchical structure of a pyramid. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance, and new orders will inevitably arise. Suddenly, Su Mo's private message icon flickered incessantly with a rose emblem. He clicked it open. Bloody Rose Alliance. Rose, Mr. Su Mo, I apologize for intruding once more. We have witnessed your remarkable achievements on the leaderboard. On behalf of the Bloody Rose Alliance, I formally extend an invitation for an alliance. We are willing to follow your lead and heed your commands, hoping to carve out a space for female players in this brutal world. What say you? This woman named Rose was quite astute. She refrained from suggesting any collaboration, instead choosing to adopt a subservient stance. She understood that, in the face of Su Mo's overwhelming strength, any negotiations on equal footing would be a farce. Intriguing. Su Mo mused, stroking his chin. An alliance composed entirely of women, numbering over 200, would likely include 1 or 2 goddesses. If he could recruit them, wouldn't his companionship of beauties talent ascend to unprecedented heights? However, the time was not yet ripe. His own foundation had only just begun to take shape. The hearts of his followers were still unsteady. Recklessly assimilating such a large group could easily lead to chaos. Moreover, Su Mo remained entirely in the dark about the true nature of this Bloody Rose. He chose to leave her in suspense. closing the private message once more. His objectives became clear. His finger glided across the small map, ultimately landing decisively on the marker radiating the most resplendent golden light. Level 5 Resource Island. We shall proceed here, Sumo declared with unwavering certainty. What? Boss, are you out of your mind? Samantha's complexion paled slightly. Presently, even the most formidable of alliances, Sky, dared only to challenge level 3 resource islands, and they faced considerable difficulties. The monsters on a level 5 resource island must be terrifying beyond measure. It would be akin to walking into certain death. Shen Yufu furrowed her brow, urging, Sumo, I know you are powerful, and our ship is sturdy. Yet, there is no need for such recklessness. We could start with a level 3 or 4 island and proceed cautiously. Cautiously? Sumo scoffed. Do you think we still have the luxury of time for caution? He pointed at the leaderboard, his gaze sharpening. Everyone is now fixated on me, the one in first place. Long Outyin, President Thunder. Rose, each of these alliance leaders is no pushover. They may currently be trailing behind me, but they command hundreds, even thousands of followers. The tactic of sheer numbers is always the simplest yet most effective. The speed at which they clear low-level resource islands will far exceed our expectations. As they deplete the resources of the lower-tier islands, their strength will grow exponentially, and soon, our modest advantages will vanish without a trace. Thus, we must act before they do. We must venture into territories they dare not tread and seize resources they cannot obtain. The greater the risk, the more substantial the reward. What I desire is not merely a fleeting lead, but an absolute dominion that leaves all others in awe. Her words rendered both women silent. They could not deny that Sumo was indeed correct. In this ruthless game of survival, stagnation equates to regression. Chapter 22. Logging into Level 5 Resource Island. I understand now. Shen Yufu's expression hardened, her gaze resolute. I will accompany you. Hee. Since the boss has spoken, I shall certainly see this through to the end. Samantha's face lit up with excitement. I have longed to witness the monsters of the Level 5 island and the thrill they promise. Excellent. Sumo exited the captain's cabin, issuing new orders to the crew on deck. All hands, heed my command. Adjust our course to the southeast. We shall conquer the most perilous island in these waters. Aye, Captain. Although the crew was unaware of what a Level 5 resource island entailed, they held an unwavering loyalty to Sumo's directives. Under Zhao Tianling's guidance, the bow of the Noah's Ark slowly turned. The engine emitted a deep growl as the stern sliced through the water, sending up a massive plume of white spray. Surging forth into the unknown, a golden sea rife with danger and opportunity. Meanwhile, on a Level 2 resource island blanketed in verdant foliage, over 200 female players from the Blood Rose Alliance were engaged in a fierce battle against the island's monsters. Sisters, hold the line. Once we clear this wave of wolf spiders, we can establish our camp at the island's center. A statuesque woman clad in fiery red leather armor, wielding a flaming long sword, commanded the front lines. She was the leader of the Blood Rose Alliance, Rose. With her Level 5 prowess, she possessed strength far beyond the ordinary, and the flaming sword in her grasp could slice through iron like butter. Yet, before them loomed a horde of wolf spiders, each half a person's height, dripping with green venom, proving to be formidable foes. One female player, caught off guard, was struck on the arm by venom spewed from a wolf spider, which instantly turned her limb a ghastly black, eliciting a scream of agony. Medical team, quickly, administer the antidote. Rose's countenance changed, and she shouted urgently. Fortunately, they had prepared adequately, having procured some basic medical supplies from their loot. After a grueling battle, they finally managed to clear the area of monsters without any further mishap. Phew, we finally did it. One player plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Rose, when will we be able to level up like Sumo, effortlessly cutting through foes? Another girl spoke enviously. Indeed, I just checked the leaderboard, and Sumo has reached level 8. His two companions are at level 5 as well. It's terrifying. Over 200 of us have labored tirelessly for half a day, only to clear this small patch, while those 3 have likely ravaged an entire sea. Listening to her comrades' discussions, Rose couldn't help but smile bitterly. She opened Sumo's private message once more, staring at the empty dialogue box, her heart a tumult of emotions. That man had once again ignored her message. Did he truly deem the modest Blood Rose beneath his notice, or was his ambition far beyond the mire of mortals? At that moment, a scout player dashed over from the distance. Rose, this is bad. The World Channel, it's gone haywire. What is it? Rose's heart sank. Sumo's ship has appeared in the waters surrounding the Level 5 resource island. What did you say? Rose leapt to her feet, her face a mask of shock. The Level 5 resource island? Are you certain you didn't misread? Absolutely certain. The scout gasped, showing Rose a screenshot from the World Channel. It was a photo taken by a player who happened to be nearby, risking everything to capture the moment. The backdrop featured a colossal island shrouded in golden mist, barely visible. In the foreground, an enormous iron beast cleaved through the waves, advancing into that golden fog. The silhouette of the ship was unmistakable to all survivors. Noah's Ark. As the image circulated, the World Channel fell silent. Alliances that had reveled in their conquests of Level 1 and 2 resource islands, and survivors fighting over mere scraps. felt utterly foolish upon seeing this picture. While they were still in novice villages battling slimes, the man named Mo had donned his max-level gear and was directly challenging the final boss. Madman. He is undoubtedly a madman. In the Dragon Slayer Alliance's chat, the leader, Long Out Yin, nearly crushed his battle axe in fury upon viewing the photograph. He is courting death. A level 5 resource island. Even if he reached level 10, entering there would be perilous. The president of the Sky Alliance, Thor, wore a similarly grim expression. Relay my orders. Everyone, accelerate the clearing process. We must seize the level 3 island before he widens the gap further. In an instant, the major alliances were energized, pushing forward with fervor. The Noah's Ark sailed into the golden mist enveloping the level 5 resource island. Upon entering the fog, all aboard felt an oppressive weight pressing down upon them. The air was thick with a peculiar energy, causing their senses to tighten. Boss, the energy field here is quite strange. Samantha furrowed her brow. Her treasure hunter talent severely hindered in this environment. I can only vaguely sense a multitude of powerful energy signatures deep within the island, but I cannot pinpoint their exact locations. As expected, Suemo was not surprised. If the treasures of the level 5 island were so easily discovered, it would not be classified as such. Zhao Tailin put the ship on high alert, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, boss. Zhao Tailin immediately rushed to the helm to take control. The female security team was tasked with monitoring the surroundings, while the labor team prepared the landing equipment. Suemo issued commands with remarkable composure. Soon, the Noah's Ark emerged from the mist, revealing the full visage of the island before them. Gasp! As they beheld the island's landscape, everyone could not help but inhale sharply. It was an immense island, spanning several dozen square kilometers. Rather than the lush greenery they had envisioned, it was a bizarre and ominous dark red. The soil was dark red, the rocks were dark red, and even the strange plants that dotted the landscape bore an unsettling shade of dark red. The sky was cloaked in thick gray clouds, creating a somber and oppressive atmosphere. The air was permeated with a faint scent of sulfur and blood. Most unsettling of all were the enormous skeletons scattered throughout the island. Some rise to towering heights akin to mountains, while others stretch for hundreds of meters. Their origin remains a mystery. The entire island resembles a colossal, ancient battlefield, imbued with an air of desolation, strangeness, and peril. My heavens, are there truly living beings here? Nurse Zhou Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen with fear as she clutched the arm of another female crew member tightly. Gulp. Even Zhao Tailin, a robust woman, could not suppress a shiver running down her spine. What is there to fear? The more perilous the place, the greater the treasures to be found. Sumo's gaze swept over the island with the sharpness of a hawk. Samantha, locate a suitable landing point. Yes, boss. Samantha steadied herself and began to scrutinize the coastline. Soon, she pointed to a relatively gentle stretch of beach and declared, Boss, there? The sand there was black and appeared quite solid, ideal for our landing. Very well. That spot it is. The Noah's Ark approached the shore. Bang! The heavy metal landing ramp crashed down onto the black beach with a resounding thud. Labor team, follow me down and establish the frontline camp. Suemo took the lead, being the first to step off the ramp. In his hand, he wielded a finely crafted mountain-cleaving knife, glinting with a chilling light. Yes, Zhao Tailin followed closely behind, accompanied by 4 senior crew members carrying various tools and materials. Shen Yufu and Samantha led the female guard team, armed with longbows, standing vigilant on either side of the ramp. As soon as Suemo set foot on the island's soil, he sensed an unusual aura. The black sand beneath his feet felt exceptionally hard, as if intermingled with countless metallic particles. Chapter 23. Exploding Game Currency. Rose's speculation. Everyone, stay alert. Suemo whispered sharply. Suddenly, an unusual rustling sound emanated from the sand nearby. In an instant, a scorpion the size of a basin, entirely black with 8 scythe-like limbs, erupted from the ground. Its tail curled menacingly, shimmering with an eerie green venom, and its multifaceted eyes locked onto the nearest senior female crew member with deadly intent. Monster! The senior crew member screamed in fright, turning to flee. Don't move, Suemo bellowed. But it was too late. The obsidian scorpion moved with astonishing speed, its 8 limbs skimming across the sand, darting straight to the feet of the senior crew member. Its venomous tail lunged towards her calf. Whoosh! An iron arrow sliced through the air, arriving just in time. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the arrow struck the scorpion's hard shell, merely sparking a flurry of sparks before bouncing off ineffectively. What? Shen Yufu's expression changed dramatically. Her level 5 status, coupled with her S-grade talent, should have granted her arrows the strength to pierce stone. Yet, it failed to break through the creature's defenses. Is this truly a monster from a level 5 island? Just as the scorpion's venomous stinger was about to pierce the crew member, Suemo sprang into action. His figure appeared before the female crew member. Faced with the incoming stinger, he did not even bother to evade. With a mere thought, a layer of pitch-black substance enveloped his entire right arm. Armed color hockey. Bang! Suemo raised his hockey-clad right fist, simple, direct, and brutish, and struck the obsidian scorpion squarely on its head. Crack! A sharp sound of bone shattering resonated. The scorpion's incredibly hard head exploded like a watermelon under Sumo's terrifying punch. Green ichor and brain matter splattered everywhere. Congratulations. You have slain the obsidian scorpion, LV6. Earning 50 experience points. Talent goddess bonus activated. Your experience gained is increased by 100. Final experience, 100 points. Ding. You have obtained 1 obsidian scorpion venom sac, 3 obsidian shell fragments. A single punch, swift and decisive. The crew on the deck stood in stunned silence. Particularly Shen Yufu, who had just released that arrow. Stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. The creature that her full-powered arrow could not penetrate was obliterated by his single punch. Boss, how formidable. The rescued female crew member, her legs giving way, collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Sumo's back with a mix of relief and profound admiration. I told you not to move. Sumo turned his icy gaze towards her. This is the first and last time. Should you dare to disobey again, you'll be left here as a snack for these creatures. Yes, boss. I was wrong. I won't dare again. The female crew member repeatedly bowed her head in fear. Sumo ignored her, walking over to the corpse of the shattered scorpion to collect the dropped materials. Obsidian scorpion venom sac, rare material, contains potent toxins. Essential for crafting high-grade poisons and poison weapons. Can be exchanged for game currency, 5,000. Obsidian shell fragment, fine material, incredibly hard shell, suitable for crafting high-grade armor. Can be exchanged for game currency, 500 per piece. Talent greed activated. You have additionally obtained 9 obsidian scorpion venom sacs, 27 obsidian shell fragments. Game currency. Upon seeing this term, Sumo's eyes sparkled. This must be the most crucial hard currency in this game. Although he was uncertain of its specific uses, its value was undoubtedly immense. We've struck gold, Sumo murmured to himself. A single minor creature dropped materials worth 65,000 game currency. If we were to clear all the monsters on this island, he hesitated to imagine further. Everyone established defensive fortifications immediately. Sumo suppressed his excitement and issued the order. Zhao Tailin, use the blueprints I provided to construct a metal wall around the beach. Enclose the Noah's Ark as well. The female guard team, erect watchtowers on the walls. Move swiftly. Before nightfall, we must establish an absolutely secure frontline base here. Yes, boss. With a clear objective. Everyone sprang into action. Sumo, along with Shen Yufu and Samantha, began a preliminary exploration into the interior of the island, eager to uncover what surprises lay hidden within. The news of the Noah's Ark landing on a level 5 resource island swept through the global channel like a Category 12 hurricane. All survivors were awestruck by Sumo's audacious and reckless act. In the temporary camp of the Blood Rose Alliance on a level 2 resource island, the atmosphere was tense. Leader Rose stared at the photo pinned at the top of the world channel, speechless. Sister Rose, does this Sumo truly fear death? A young girl, appearing to be an assistant, approached Rose, her demeanor fraught with concern. A level 5 resource island, according to the game prompts, contains monsters starting at LV6, and there may even be elite creatures at LV7, LV8, or even boss level. Even if he possesses immense strength, he is merely at level 8. Accompanied by 2 level 5 women, what distinguishes this from a reckless venture into death? However, upon hearing this, Rose shook her head. No, you are mistaken. Her gaze fell upon the leaderboard, specifically the names of Sumo's 2 companions. We have underestimated him. Do you think he is merely a solitary powerhouse? Rose pointed to the names of Samantha and Shen Yufu. Sumo's talent likely exceeds S level, and for these 2 women to be on his ship, their talents cannot possibly be below A level. A-level talents are considered invaluable assets within any alliance, and yet, they willingly chose to remain by Sumo's side as his crew. Look at our alliance. Among more than 200 sisters, the highest talent, aside from myself, is merely B-level. This is the disparity. Rose's words rendered the surrounding female players speechless. Indeed, they had focused solely on Sumo's formidable strength while neglecting the equally radiant presence of the 2 women by his side. A top-tier combatant, an exceptional support, and an unfathomable figure akin to a demigod. This trio's combined might defies conventional understanding. What shall we do now, Sister Rose? Her deputy inquired. He still hasn't replied to my private message. This indicates that in his eyes, we, the Blood Roses, are not worthy of being his allies. Or perhaps, he simply has no need for allies. At this point, Rose's expression turned resolute. Relay my orders. Everyone, abandon your rest and continue to cleanse the island of its monsters. We cannot rely on anyone. Sumo has his own path, and we too have our own way to traverse. Even without men, we women can survive on this damned sea. Sisters, unleash your fighting spirit. Let those who look down upon us witness that we, the Blood Roses, are not mere fragile vases in need of protection. Yes, Sister Rose. Inspired by her fervor, the members of the Blood Roses reignited their fighting spirit. Chapter 24, Level 10 Elite Monster, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. On a Level 5 resource island, Sumo, accompanied by Shen Yufu and Samantha, cautiously delved into the interior of the island. They did not venture too far, remaining in a patch of dark crimson woods near the beach. The trees in this grove grew in a bizarre fashion, their trunks twisted like struggling ghostly hands, with dark red patterns adorning their bark. The branches were bare, Yet they bore fruits the size of fists, pulsating like beating hearts. "Boss, those fruits look revolting," Samantha remarked, her stomach churning at the sight of the quivering orbs. "Do not touch them," Mo warned, his expression grave. "These fruits contain an incredibly volatile energy." At that moment, an unknown creature resembling a lizard but possessing 6 legs burst forth from the depths of the woods. Upon spotting the fruits, its eyes lit up, and it swiftly climbed the tree, devouring one of the heart-like fruits in a single gulp. The next instant, roar! The 6-legged lizard emitted a cry of agony as its body expanded at a visible rate, its skin splitting open to reveal gushing dark red blood. In mere seconds, it exploded with a resounding boom, scattering flesh and blood everywhere. "It just died like that." Samantha gaped in disbelief. "It seems those fruits are highly toxic," Shen Yufu said, still shaken. But Mo's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Approaching the dismembered lizard's remains, he discovered a small orb of light on the ground. "You have obtained Blood of Fury, special item. Blood of Fury, the blood of a monster infused with violent energy. Consuming it temporarily enhances strength and speed, but induces a state of chaos, causing significant self-harm. Can be exchanged for game currency, 2,000. Another item to sell?" Mo unceremoniously stowed it in his storage space. Greed talent activated. Materials in storage space have been replicated. Blood of Fury X9. It appears that nothing on this island can be judged by conventional standards, Mo noted. Anything that seems insignificant could be deadly or might even be a treasure. The trio continued deeper into the woods, encountering several grotesque monsters along the way. There were giant worms capable of spewing corrosive acid, chameleon-like mantises that seamlessly blended into their surroundings for lethal ambushes, and swarms of bloodthirsty bats with wings as sharp as blades. Each of these creatures, if placed on lower-level islands, would spell disaster. Yet, before Mo and his companions, they posed little challenge. Mo's armed haki was the bane of these monsters. Regardless of how bizarre their attacks or formidable their defenses, they were effortlessly dispatched by his ebony-encased fists. If one punch was insufficient, 2 would suffice. As for Shen Yufu and Samantha, after the initial tension, they gradually acclimated to the rhythm of battle. Their archery skills sharpened, and their teamwork became increasingly seamless, one providing range support while the other executed precise eliminations. Often, before the monsters could approach, they were already pierced with arrows. The trio operated like an elite team that had trained together for years, efficiently harvesting experience and loot amidst the treacherous jungle. "Boss, up ahead. There seems to be a structure." Samantha, who was leading, suddenly halted and pointed forward. Mo followed her gaze and beheld, at the edge of the woods, a grand altar constructed from massive stone blocks, exuding a primitive aesthetic. Surrounding the altar were totem pillars made of bones, intricately carved with eerie runes. A chilling and malevolent aura emanated from the altar's direction. "Let us investigate," Mo said, his gaze sharpening as he led the way. The closer they approached the altar, the more potent the ominous presence became. Upon reaching the altar, they discovered it was even more magnificent than they had imagined. At the center stood a treasure chest crafted from obsidian, adorned with blood-red incantations that radiated a disquieting energy wave. A golden treasure chest. Moreover, it was a dark gold treasure chest, pulsating with energy far stronger than the ordinary golden chests they had encountered before. "We struck gold. Boss. We really struck gold this time." Samantha's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost bursting with the urge to rush forward and embrace the chest. "Do not act impulsively," Mo cautioned her. "Wherever there are valuable treasures, guardians are sure to follow." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted from behind the altar. Moments later, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Before them stood a towering minotaur, exceeding 5 meters in height, its body encased in formidable bone armor, wielding an enormous bone blade. Its eyes blazed with twin orbs of ethereal blue flames, and sulfurous breath billowed from its nostrils. Bone Guardian Arno, LV-10 Elite. A level 10 elite creature. By the heavens, it's an elite monster. Samantha shrieked, hastily retreating behind. Mo Shen Yufu tightened her grip on her longbow, her delicate face etched with concern. The pressure emanating from this minotaur far surpassed that of all the creatures they had encountered before combined. Retreat to a safe distance and harass it from afar. Mo shielded the 2 women behind him and steadily advanced towards the Bone Guardian. "I shall confront it." He flexed his wrist, and the dark haki of his arm began to spread gradually. Roar! The Bone Guardian bellowed, its heavy footsteps echoing like a tank charging forward towards Mo. The colossal bone blade was raised high, descending with the force of 1,000 tons towards Mo's head. That strike could cleave a building in 2. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming blow, Mo's expression betrayed no fear. He did not even attempt to evade. At the very moment the bone blade was about to descend upon him, Mo's right fist also surged forth. His fist, enveloped in haki, collided fiercely with the massive bone blade in midair. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted throughout the forest. A terrifying shockwave radiated from the 2 combatants, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. Trees were uprooted, hurled into the air, and torn to shreds. Shen Yufu and Samantha, watching from a distance, were blown back by the force, struggling to maintain their footing. As the dust settled, Mo remained steadfast, unmoving. His right arm, which appeared rather unassuming, had withstood the enormous bone blade that was larger than his entire body. Meanwhile, the bone guardian staggered back several paces, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. In this pure contest of strength, it had lost. Boss, did he just face off against a level 10 elite monster? Samantha's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Yufu was equally astonished. She was aware of Sumo's prowess, but never had she anticipated that his raw power would reach such inhuman heights. To withstand a level 10 elite monster and still maintain the upper hand. This was no mere player. This was akin to a boss. Is that all it can muster? Sumo shook his slightly numb right fist, casting a disappointed glance at the Bone Guardian. Too weak. Roar. The Bone Guardian seemed to grasp Sumo's derision, its fiery eyes flaring intensely. It let out an enraged roar, discarding its bone blade, and unleashed a flurry of punches towards Sumo like a torrential downpour. Bang, 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 bang. The dull thuds resonated like a rapid drumbeat before the altar. Sumo did not flinch or evade. Instead, he reciprocated with his own fists, engaging in the most primal and savage exchange of blows. Debris flew, dust swirled. Shen Yufu and Samantha could no longer intervene. They could only watch in awe as the two figures collided amidst the dust, generating earth-shattering explosions again and again. Is this the extent of their boss's power? Truly, it resembled that of a demigod. Chapter 25, Epic Equipment. Hockey, armament hardening. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The Bone Guardian's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, its bone armor cracking under the relentless barrage of Sumo's fists. Yet, Sumo thrived in the chaos. The blood coursing through his veins boiled. Every punch he threw was imbued with unparalleled exhilaration. Shatter for me. Sumo roared, channeling his haki. The dark material on his right fist deepened in hue. Seizing an opening in the Bone Guardian's assault, Sumo surged forward, delivering a straightforward yet devastating punch directly to its chest. Crack. A resounding explosion echoed. The Bone Guardian's heavy chest armor could withstand no more of this terrifying force, shattering like a spider's web. Sumo's fist plunged deep into its chest cavity. Roar. The Bone Guardian emitted a mournful cry of defiance, its soul flames dimming rapidly. Its massive form collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Congratulations. You have slain Bone Guardian Arno, LV10 Elite, gaining 1,000 experience points. Talent Goddess bonus activated. Your experience gain is increased by 100. Final experience, 2,000 points. Buzz. A dazzling golden light erupted from Sumo. Congratulations. You leveled up. Current level, LV9. Earned free attribute points, 5. The battle concluded. Sumo slowly withdrew his fist, exhaling a long breath of relief. This fight had been exhilarating. He allocated all 5 free attribute points without hesitation into his physique. A surge of even greater strength coursed through him instantly. Boss. Sumo. Only then did Shen Yufu and Samantha snap out of their stupor, rushing over. Are you alright? Concern was etched across Shen Yufu's beautiful face. The recent battle had been utterly heart-stopping. I'm fine, just stretching my muscles a bit. Sumo waved his hand, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Samantha gazed at Sumo with adoration, her azure eyes sparkling with admiration. Boss, you were simply magnificent. That was a level 10 elite monster, and you defeated it with your bare fists. What is this? Sumo's gaze drifted past the two women to the altar's center, where an alluring dark gold chest radiated a tempting glow. The real prize lies there. He approached the altar, eyeing the chest with anticipation. What treasures could be hidden within a chest guarded by a level 10 elite monster? In addition to the chest, several luminous items had also dropped from the Bone Guardian's corpse. You have obtained Bone Guardian's Warblade, Purple Epic Weapon. You have obtained Bone Guardian's Armor Blueprint, Purple Epic. You have obtained 20,000 game currency. Talent Greed activated. You have additionally received Bone Guardian's Warblade X9, Bone Guardian's Armor Blueprint X9, game currency X180,000. Purple Epic Weapons and Blueprints. Samantha gasped in astonishment once more. This was the highest tier of equipment they had encountered to date. Bone Guardian's Warblade, Epic. Type, two-handed heavy weapon. Attack power, 150, 200. Special effect, armor piercing, when attacking, ignores 30 points of the target's physical defense. Equipment requirement, constitution over 80 points. Blueprint for the Skeletal Guardian's Bone Armor, Epic. Craftable, Skeletal Battle Armor Set. Set effect, defense 80, 120, slight increase in strength, but reduction in agility. Crafting requirements. These two items are truly exquisite equipment meticulously tailored for tank-type warriors. However, within Sumo's team, none currently possess the aptitude for this two-handed heavy weapon. His combat style leans more towards agility and explosive power, eschewing such cumbersome gear. As for Zhao Tailin and the others, their attributes are even further from meeting the requirements. Best to store them away. There will surely come a time when they are needed. Sumo tossed both the weapon and the blueprint into his storage space. Now, let me unveil the ultimate prize. Sumo rubbed his hands together and pressed down on the chest's lid. Open sesame. Click. The moment the lid opened, a resplendent dark golden light surged skyward. It nearly painted half the sky in shades of dark gold. Congratulations. You have opened a dark gold resource chest. Congratulations. You have received Arc Noah Upgrade Blueprint, LV10. Congratulations. You have obtained Skill Book Armament Color Hockey, Hardening Fragment X1. Congratulations. You have acquired Energy Core, Medium, X1. Congratulations. You have gained 50,000 game coins. Talent Greed triggered. You have additionally received Arc Noah Upgrade Blueprint X9, Skill Book Armament Color Hockey, Hardening Fragment X9, Energy Core, Medium, X9, and 450,000 game coins. Skill Book Armament Color Hockey, Hardening Fragments have been automatically synthesized. A flurry of system notifications left Mo momentarily breathless. A tremendous windfall. This is undeniably a monumental loot. The Advanced Skill Book for Armament Color Hockey, and a medium-sized Energy Core. Each item is a treasure that could drive any player into a frenzy. Arc Noah Upgrade Blueprint, LV10. Can upgrade your ship to LV10. Unlocking advanced functions such as small energy turrets, energy shields, and energy acceleration. Upgrade requirements. Skill Book, Armament Color Hockey, Hardening. Description, advanced application of Armament Color Hockey, which reinforces the hockey covering the body, significantly enhancing defense and allowing it to withstand a portion of elemental damage. Learning requirements. Must have mastered Armament Color Hockey and Hockey Wrap. Energy Core Medium. Description, a higher purity energy crystal, essential for powering colossal machinery and upgrading flagship vessels. Sumo's heart raced uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to learn Armament Color Hockey, Hardening. Boom. The skill book transformed into a stream of black light. Merging into his forehead, a wave of newfound enlightenment surged through him. He once again activated the armament color, enveloping his right arm. With a thought, the dark substance's surface instantly revealed a layer of crystalline sheen akin to diamonds, impenetrable. Ding. You have learned S-tier skill, Armament Color Hockey, Hockey Hardening LV1. Incredible. Sumo savored the terrifying defensive power emanating from his right arm, capable of withstanding nearly any attack, filling him with boundless pride. With this skill, he now had the confidence to endure the Skeletal Guardian's assault while standing still. Boss, your hand, the nearby Samantha, and Shen Yufu were utterly stunned. They could hardly find the words to describe the shock coursing through them. Well, we have secured the goods. It's time to head back. Sumo gathered all the spoils. In high spirits, the base should be nearly completed by now. The trio retraced their steps. Upon returning to the beach, a rudimentary base comprised of metal walls and arrow towers, exemplifying the aesthetics of iron and violence, had risen from the ground. Zhao Tailin was directing the female crew members in the final fortification efforts. Upon seeing Sumo return, everyone paused their work. Boss, we have fulfilled our duty. The base is now in its preliminary form. Zhao Tailin approached with a triumphant expression. Well done. Sumo nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, take a breather and prepare for dinner. He waved his hand, retrieving a bounty of salted meat, dried fish, and several crates of chilled beer from his storage space. Beer. Zhao Tailin and several of the older crew members' eyes widened in disbelief. Those who had previously worked on construction sites and in electronics factories were certainly not the type to shy away from beer. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, being able to sip on a cold beer, aside from bottled water, was nothing short of divine indulgence. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. The crew erupted into thunderous cheers. Chapter 26, Day 1 of Survival, 900,000 game coins. Nightfall. A bonfire blazed on the beach. The searchlights from the Ark Noah illuminated the entire base as bright as day. The crew gathered around the fire, feasting on roasted meat and drinking beer. Their faces aglow with happiness and satisfaction. Gazing into the distance at the darkened jungle, occasionally echoing with the terrifying roars of monsters, they felt no fear. For they knew they possessed the most formidable fortress in the world and the mightiest boss. Meanwhile, Sumo sat alone atop the base's arrow tower. He refrained from joining the crew's revelry and instead focused on tallying today as harvest. Beyond the equipment and skill books, his greatest gain today was the game coins. Obsidian Scorpion's Venom Sac, 5,000 game coins. Obsidian Carapace Fragment X3, 1,500 game coins. Furious Blood, 2,000 game coins. Skeletal Guardian Loot, 20,000 game coins. Dark Gold Chest, 50,000 game coins. Coupled with the various materials dropped from defeating numerous minor foes along the way, his total earnings had surpassed the 9,000 mark. Talent Greed triggered. The replicated materials in his storage space had multiplied that figure tenfold. 900,000. In just a day, he had amassed 900,000 game coins. What exactly is the use of these game coins? Sumo opened the system panel, only to discover there was no information regarding the game coins. No options for exchange or a shop. Could it be that the settlement awaits until the game concludes? Sumo furrowed his brow. If that were the case, the value of these game coins would be paramount. This could determine the rewards they receive upon returning to the real world. It seems that in the coming days, my primary objective will be to acquire as many high-value items as possible. While Sumo rampaged across the level 5 resource island, amassing wealth, the entire oceanic realm was quietly undergoing a transformation. On the global channel, recruitment advertisements and battle reports from various alliances are proliferating at an astonishing rate. The Dragon-Slaying Alliance urgently seeks tanks and healers. We are on the verge of defeating the first elite monster on Level 3 Island. Strong frontline fighters and healers are critically needed. Generous compensation and priority in equipment await. The Celestial Alliance Progress Report successfully defeated the second elite monster on Level 3 Island. 3 pieces of blue-quality equipment dropped. Our leader, Thunder God, is impressive. Casual players seeking teams. I possess a D-level talent, Precise Throw, with formidable range damage output, looking for a reliable team to conquer Level 2 Island together. After the initial panic, the survivors have gradually begun to adapt to this harsh world. They have started to band together, delineate roles, and engage in Resource Island conquests like true players. Although their progress appears laughable in the eyes of Mo, they continue to strive to survive in their own way. Among all the alliances, aside from the Colossal Dragon-Slaying and Celestial Alliances, the most striking is the Blood Rose. This alliance, composed entirely of women, has demonstrated remarkable resilience and combat prowess under the leadership of their leader, Rose. They have not rushed to challenge higher-level islands like other alliances. Instead, they have methodically cleared their Level 2 island of all resources before utilizing them to upgrade the equipment of their core members. Only after accomplishing this have they begun their slow advance toward a nearby Level 3 island. This prudent approach has resulted in a significantly lower casualty rate compared to other alliances, earning Blood Rose considerable renown among the survivors. At this moment, aboard the temporary command ship of the Blood Rose Alliance, Leader Rose is convening a war meeting with several core members. According to reports from our reconnaissance team, our target Level 3 island is inhabited by 3 primary monster clusters. A girl responsible for intelligence points to a makeshift map and states. They consist of the poisonous frogmen in the swamp area, the ghost-faced spiders in the forest, and the gargoyles in the mountainous region. All 3 types of monsters range from LV4 to LV5 and are notoriously difficult due to their gregarious nature. Our plan is to begin with the weakest swamp area, advancing step by step to eliminate them one by one. Rose nods in agreement as she listens to the report. The plan is indeed viable. However, she furrows her brow and voices the most critical concern. Our supply of medicine is running low, especially antidotes and bandages, which have been excessively depleted in previous battles. Once we engage, we must eradicate the poisonous frogman's lair before our supplies run out. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The atmosphere in the conference room becomes notably heavy. The lack of medicine is the greatest challenge faced by all alliances. Just then, a girl monitoring the global channel suddenly exclaims, "Sister Rose, look at the global channel." Mo has stirred up a commotion again. Rose's heart skips a beat as she quickly opens the global channel. There, a post, shared and commented on by countless people, has risen to the top. The publisher is an anonymous player. The content is a brief video, lasting only a few seconds. The footage is somewhat blurry and shaky, clearly filmed surreptitiously. In the video, Mo appears like a demonic figure, barehandedly engaging in a ferocious battle with a skeletal minotaur towering over 5 meters tall. Each collision of fist and bone emits a deafening roar and terrifying shockwave. Ultimately, at the video's conclusion, Mo delivers a devastating punch, obliterating the skeletal minotaur's chest. The video abruptly ends, but the shock it delivers reverberates through the hearts of all survivors like a nuclear explosion. What in the world is this? Is this a movie? I recognize that minotaur. It is an enhanced version of the final boss, the skeletal tyrant on Level 3 Island. Over 100 members of our Dragon-Slaying Alliance barely managed to wear it down, losing over 30 in the process. But the one in the video is larger and more intimidating. This is definitely a monster from Level 5 Island. Mo, he actually soloed a Level 5 elite monster? And he did it using nothing but his fists. Mom, why am I kneeling while watching my phone? The global channel erupts in chaos. If Mo was once regarded as a legend in their hearts, this video has transformed that legend into the most visceral and incomprehensible reality. He has transcended the understanding of all players. A profound silence envelopes the command ship of Blood Rose. All the girls stare blankly at the repeatedly replayed video, their faces etched with shock and bewilderment. Sister Rose, the former deputy, gulps nervously, her voice trembling. We are still fretting about how to deal with the ordinary monsters on Level 3 Island. He has already begun to single-handedly take down elite monsters on Level 5 Island. Are we truly playing the same game as him? Rose remains silent, her gaze firmly fixed on Mo's arm, shrouded in an intimidating aura, as dark as ink. She can sense the terrifying power it harbors. After a long moment, she exhales deeply, revealing a self-deprecating smile. I was foolishly harboring hopes of forming an alliance with him. It seems I was overly naive. How could a flickering firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? She shuts off the global channel. Issue my command. The original plan remains unchanged. Mo is Mo, we are we. We may never catch up to his pace, but we must at least ensure our own survival. We, Blood Rose, shall become the most formidable force on this ocean, second only to Noah's Ark. Yes, Sister Rose. Chapter 27. Mo's female fans? Eating Shen Yufu again. Boss, you're quite the celebrity now. Samantha swiped through the virtual screen, her azure eyes filled with wonder. Global live streaming of a solo kill of a level 5 elite monster. What a privilege. TSK. Even those world-class esports champions never had such clout. Sumo's expression darkened slightly. Glancing at the video that has ascended to the top, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. That person who recorded it must be quite skilled. Although the video's angle was somewhat shaky, it was evidently filmed from a considerable safe distance, yet the clarity remained decent. This implies that the individual's reconnaissance ability, or talent, must be quite high. A player with a high-level scouting talent, choosing not to scout for resources or locate monster lairs, but instead fixating on filming him. What a peculiar obsession. This isn't the first time, Sumo said coldly. From the previous slaughter of the Black Sail Alliance to now facing off against elite monsters, he has an unsettling feeling that a pair of eyes has been secretly watching him. Boss, think about it. Could this be one of your fans? Samantha suddenly chuckled mischievously, nudging Sumo with her elbow. Just think, who doesn't he know you, Sumo, are the best in the world now? The hierarchical rift looms ahead, as one individual guides us too, leaving all the major leagues trailing in our wake. Just a couple of days ago, he effortlessly vanquished the nefarious Black Sails Alliance. And now he has single-handedly eliminated the elite monsters of the Level 5 island. Such achievements render him nothing short of a living legend. Is it any wonder that a few admirers might be enamored? Beside me, Shen Yufu scarcely nodded in agreement. Although she too felt discomfort by the notion of being scrutinized, Samantha's analysis held undeniable merit. In the eyes of the survivors, Sumo has ascended to a near-divine status, powerful, enigmatic, and decisively lethal, accompanied by two stunningly distinct beauties. This persona is reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel, naturally captivating female fans. I couldn't care less about whether they are female admirers. Sumo scoffed, resolutely setting his mind. Should I catch them again, they shan't expect any leniency. If they happen to be pleasing to the eye, I shall bring them back as maids, responsible solely for warming my bed and folding my blankets. If they are less than appealing, they would be relegated to toil alongside Wang Dehai and his ilk, scrubbing barnacles from the hull. His words elicited laughter from both Samantha and Shen Yufu. This was quintessentially Sumo, simple, brutal, and utterly devoid of reason. Enough of this. Sumo deactivated the world channel, rising to dust off his attire. He cast a glance at the drunken female crew members by the campfire, who seemed to have shed their wariness of the sole male aboard. His gaze flitted between Samantha and Shen Yufu. Samantha, with her fiery figure and passionate demeanor, was the untamed rose capable of exhausting anyone. In contrast, Shen Yufu, the national goddess, exuded a cool elegance, her skin as smooth and delicate as tofu, and her long legs a veritable marvel of nature, an ice-cold snow lotus that ignited the desire to conquer with just a glance. One an import, the other a domestic gem. One wild, the other reserved. Having experienced the thrill of the import just the other night, the taste was indeed exhilarating. However, Sumo's gaze ultimately settled on Shen Yufu. The domestic allure was far more to his liking, particularly the captivating blend of her icy exterior and fiery interior. Conquering such a challenge would yield greater satisfaction. Samantha, Sumo began. Here, boss. What can I do for you? Samantha replied, straightening her posture, eyes brimming with anticipation. Tonight, I need you to take charge of the base's vigilance with Zhou Xiao and the others. Samantha felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. What did this mean? Another night shift? Last night, he had shared a bed with Shen Yufu, indulging in novelty. Yet today, he chose Shen Yufu again? Could it be that her exuberance paled in comparison to that icy woman? This was simply unfathomable. Meanwhile, upon hearing Sumo's orders, Shen Yufu trembled slightly, clenching her fists. She thought, that scoundrel. After he had toyed with her so mercilessly last night, he dared to pursue her again today? Did he think she was made of iron? Come now, my dear Yufu. Sumo paid no heed to their inner thoughts, striding straight towards Shen Yufu. In the midst of her bewildered and indignant gaze, he seized her delicate hand, as fragile as if it were made of bone. After a long day, we should rest early. I won't go. Shen Yufu protested, refusing to return to the cabin. Not going. Do you wish to feed the mosquitoes on the beach? Sumo asserted, pulling her toward the small wooden house. Watching the two depart, Samantha stomped her foot in frustration, pouting as she muttered sourly, Humph, what's so impressive? It's just a little fairer skin and longer legs. That's all, yet she resolved that tomorrow, she would showcase her own prowess, making the boss realize who the true female warrior was. At the base, a few newly arrived female crew members whispered among themselves, oh my. The boss has been busy all day, and now he is taking Shen Yufu back to the ship to rest. To be the boss's woman must be so blissful. Sigh. When will we ever enjoy such treatment? Don't even think about it. We can't compare to those two goddesses. Bang. The door of the wooden house slammed shut. Sumo eagerly drew Shen Yufu to the edge of the bed, swiftly shedding his shirt to reveal a physique that could only be described as flawless. Then, like a famished wolf, he lunged toward her. Wait a moment. Shen Yufu quickly raised her hands to halt his scorching advance. Sumo, you can't do this. I'm really very tired today. Her face was painted with resistance. Exploring the level 5 resource island had kept her nerves taut, and battling so many monsters had drained her strength and energy. Yet Sumo's vigor was insatiable. It was so robust that even she, an S-class gifted war goddess, felt intimidated. I'm merely helping you unwind. Believe me, a night in my embrace will restore you better than 10 hours of sleep. I believe you not. Shen Yufu fumed, wanting to scold him. You're simply insatiable. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? My dear Yufu, are you perhaps misjudging your boss's capabilities? Sumo leaned closer, whispering in her ear. My energy is boundless. If I don't release it properly each night while holding such a stunning beauty, how could I possibly sleep? The torment of insomnia is quite unbearable. You. Shen Yufu found herself at a loss for words. Gazing into Sumo's eyes, ablaze with fervor, she knew she could not escape the punishment that awaited her tonight. Having experienced it once before, despite the shameful nature of the encounter, she had to admit that the feeling of being conquered was not entirely unpleasant. At the very least, she no longer had to live in constant dread of monsters or villains attacking her. In the presence of this man, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. She ceased to worry about what her foolish niece, Shen Yambing, would think if she found out. A twinge of discomfort lingered in her heart, along with concern for Sumo's well-being. This scoundrel was far too indulgent. It was only the first day of the challenge period, with 6 days still ahead. If he continued like this, would his body truly hold up? What if he faltered at a critical moment? That would spell disaster for everyone. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Shen Yufu's expression shifted, as if she had made a significant decision. She raised her lustrous eyes to meet Sumo's gaze. All right, I can agree to your terms. However, we must establish a condition. What condition? Sumo inquired, intrigued. For the sake of safety. Tonight, and for the remainder of the survival challenge, you must refrain from touching me. You need to rest properly and conserve your strength. Shen Yufu laid out her stipulation. Sumo paused, taken aback. Gazing into Shen Yufu's cool, yet resolute eyes, he suddenly chuckled. Ah, my dear sister-in-law, you claim to refuse. Yet your concern for me is quite evident, isn't it? It seems that after last night's profound exchange, you've begun to embrace your new role as my mistress. Very well. I accept your terms. Sumo nodded imperceptibly, yet his mind was swirling with thoughts. A gentleman's word is his bond, yet I am no gentleman. First, I shall ensnare you. Then we shall speak of promises. Upon receiving Sumo's assurance, Shen Yufu finally exhaled in relief, silently shedding all her defenses. With a series of soft clicks, her armor was removed, revealing a form-fitting combat suit, damp with perspiration, clinging to her like a second skin. The suit accentuated her breathtakingly perfect curves, particularly her long legs, liberated from the constraints of battle gear, now glimmering with an ivory-like sheen under the dim light. Her skin was exquisite, smooth, and delicate, every line taut and elongated. An exquisite masterpiece, crafted by the heavens themselves. Sumo could not help but swallow hard. Captivated by the sight of the national goddess, Shen Yufu, unadorned and revealing such splendor, it was simply too beautiful. Beautiful enough to ignite the very flames of desire within him. Rogue, are you done staring? Shen Yufu murmured, feeling discomfort under his unabashedly fervent gaze. Not nearly enough. A lifetime would not suffice, Sumo rasped, unable to contain the fire raging within. Like a tiger starved for 3 days, he pounced. Shen Yufu gasped, suddenly overwhelmed by an irresistible force. Her form pressed against the softness of the bed. In the darkness, the sound of tearing fabric echoed once more. Dry tinder meets roaring flames. Outside the window, monstrous roars echoed, a perilous dystopia. Yet within, it was a sanctuary of unbridled passion. Chapter 28, Epic Bone Armor. The peeping internet sensation, Luo Xiaoro. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the disheveled bed, Shen Yufu stirred awake. She felt akin to a solitary boat tossed upon tumultuous waves, having endured the relentless torment of a certain scoundrel throughout the night. Every inch of her body ached, particularly her proud long legs, now marred with unsightly bruises, a sight too pitiful to behold. Turning her head, she glanced at the man still lost in slumber beside her. Fuming, she lifted her weary leg, intent on delivering a kick to that insufferable fiend. This rogue, beastly creature. He had promised her just once, yet they had been at it from dusk till dawn. And despite her numerous pleas for mercy, he had shown no signs of relent. His stamina was boundless, a true perversion. As she mentally berated him, Sumo's eyes fluttered open, their gazes locked, and upon seeing Shen Yufu's adorable yet exasperated expression, a smile broke upon Sumo's lips. With a swift motion, he pulled her tender form back into his embrace. What's this? Up and about so early? He teased, a wicked grin adorning his face. Clearly, last night's punishment had been too lenient. You. Shen Yufu began to retort, but that infuriating mouth swiftly silenced her once more. Another round of passionate entanglement ensued. It was only when Shen Yufu was utterly spent, emitting soft protests akin to a kitten, that Sumo finally relented, satisfied. Once dressed, they exited the small wooden cabin. On the deck, Samantha was diligently cleaning weapons alongside several female crew members. As soon as she spotted them, Samantha rushed over. Boss, good morning. How was your rest last night? She asked with a knowing glint in her eye. Not bad, Sumo replied, casting her a sidelong glance. What? Are you envious? Of course. Samantha unabashedly confessed. You're so biased. You only pamper her and have completely forgotten about me. She emphasized her point by playfully puffing up her ample bosom. Rest assured, you won't be forgotten, Sumo said, giving her a light slap on the back, eliciting a playful pout. Samantha's gaze roamed over Shen Yufu, noting her slightly reddened eyes and the stiffness in her gait. Looks like last night was quite the battle, she remarked with a smirk. Shen Yufu's face flushed crimson as she shot Samantha a fierce glare, turning away in irritation, unwilling to engage with the woman who thrived on chaos. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on an inconspicuous level 1 island, a girl clad in a pink tracksuit with twin ponytails lay hidden behind a massive rock. In her hands was a peculiar instrument resembling a monocular, trained on the direction of the level 5 resource island. If Sumo were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to recognize this girl as the very fan who had shared his photos and videos in the World Channel. Her name was Luo Xiaoro, a burgeoning internet sensation with millions of followers. Her appearance was the epitome of a standard anime-style cute girl, with large eyes, a petite nose, and cherry-like lips, all framed by signature pink locks, adorable enough to provoke a desire to pinch her cheeks. However, one should not be deceived by her seemingly harmless visage. She possessed a singular, extraordinary S-rank reconnaissance talent. Keen eye, S-rank. Your field of vision will be immensely expanded, allowing you to see through most obstacles and energy mists for long-range observation. You can discern the target's level, health, and other basic information, with a slight chance of uncovering hidden details. It was thanks to this remarkable talent that she had early on discovered Sumo's extraordinary vessel, the Noah's Ark, during her novice phase. She had repeatedly broadcast his miraculous feats across the World Channel. Let us see what my husband Sumo is up to today, Luo Xiaoro said. Focusing keen eye on the level 5 resource island, the instrument's display sharpening into clarity. She beheld the sturdy base fortified with metal walls and watchtowers, bustling with crew members, including Sumo, emerging from the captain's quarters alongside the national goddess, Shen Yufu. Wow, Luo Xiaoro's eyes sparkled. No wonder he's my man. He's even captured the national goddess. Her face radiated excitement and admiration. In her eyes, it was only natural for a powerful and handsome man like Sumo to have several women by his side. Through keen eye, she clearly observed the mixture of embarrassment and anger on Shen Yufu's face, as well as her somewhat awkward posture. TSK. Looks like my husband Sumo had quite the night, Luo Xiaoro mused, licking her lips, pondering when her turn would come. Gazing at Sumo's handsome profile, her heart raced wildly. She was convinced her S-rank reconnaissance talent would prove invaluable to Sumo. If only she could find an opportunity to connect with him. She was confident she could become the third mistress aboard the Noah's Ark. It seems they're about to set off, Luo Xiaoro observed as Sumo began distributing something to the crew. She adjusted the focus of keen eye to its maximum. As Luo Xiaoro beheld the set of bone armor glowing with a mesmerizing purple light in Sumo's hands, her mouth fell open in astonishment, forming a perfect O. Purple, an epic grade set. Where on earth did he acquire it? The S-rank scout, Luo Xiaoro, was utterly taken aback. Goodness, what kind of equipment is that? The purple glow. Is it truly epic grade gear? Through her thousand-mile eye, Luo Xiaoro fixated intently on the skeletal armor in Sumo's grasp. Feeling as though her breath was about to cease entirely. Though merely a scout, she understood that within the entire marine realm, the highest tier of equipment was found only on the leaders of various alliances, who possessed a handful of blue-quality gear. Epic-grade purple equipment was the stuff of legends. Yet here was Sumo, not only in possession of it, but with 3 sets in hand. What other secrets does this man conceal? Luo Xiaoro felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Her admiration for Sumo had ascended to an entirely new pinnacle. On the level 5 resource island, at the beach base, Sumo casually tossed the 3 freshly crafted skeletal armor sets to Shen Yufu and Samantha. Put them on, he instructed succinctly. Wow, boss, what is this? So cool. Samantha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she received the set of bone armor exuding a primal aura, crafted from the bones of colossal, unidentified creatures. The armor bore remnants of dark red bloodstains, imbuing it with a raw, violent beauty. This is our loot from yesterday, Sumo explained nonchalantly. Blueprints dropped by a level 10 elite monster, epic quality. Epic. Shen Yufu and Samantha stared at the armor in disbelief, as though caught in a dream. How many days has it been since the game started? And they were already about to don epic-grade equipment? If the players outside, still clamoring for a single piece of green-quality gear, were to learn of this, they would likely be consumed by envy to the point of despair. What are you waiting for? Quickly change, Sumo urged, his impatience evident. Oh, right. The 2 women, jolted from their stupor, hurriedly clutched their armor and dashed into the cabin. Moments later, as they emerged, every crew member at the base stood entranced. If they had previously appeared as valiant warrior goddesses clad in iron armor, now, adorned in the skeletal armor, they resembled goddesses of death emerging from the depths of hell. Samantha's voluptuous figure, encased in the fearsome bone armor, appeared not bulky, but rather accentuated her wild and ferocious beauty. The white bones contrasted strikingly with her golden hair and azure eyes, creating a powerful visual impact. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu donned the armor with an entirely different elegance. Her cool demeanor melded seamlessly with the primal essence of the armor, rendering her a regal and chilling queen of the undead, compelling all to avert their gaze. What do you think, boss? Are we formidable now? Samantha twirled in front of Mo, playfully swinging her fist. The strength boost from the armor made her feel as though she could fell a bull with a single punch. Not bad, Mo nodded, then turned his attention to Shen Yufu. And you? How does it feel? Shen Yufu moved her body, sensing the surge of newfound power within her, and nodded. Very strong, but a bit heavy, which affects speed. You'll get used to it. Mo himself donned the skeletal armor. His already robust physique appeared even more imposing and intimidating in the armor. Boss, you look incredible. Nurse Xiao Xiao and several female crew members gazed at Mo, their eyes filled with hearts. To follow such a man was the greatest honor of their lives. All right, enough ogling, Mo interrupted their reverie. Gather, we're setting out. Today, our goal is to conquer this island completely. Yes, boss. The crew responded in unison, their spirits soaring. With the two fully armed women by his side, Mo once again stepped into the eerie dark red jungle. Chapter 29, Moonlight Mushroom King. The trio, fully equipped, ventured forth. The sinister white bone armor reflected a chilling light under the somber sky. The weight of the armor was palpable. Shen Yufu flexed her limbs, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Though the epic-grade, skeletal armor boasted formidable defense, its weight did indeed influence agility. However, the sense of power has significantly increased. Samantha exclaimed, excitedly swinging her fist, generating a gust of wind. With her tall stature and larger frame compared to Shen Yufu, the armor transformed her into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. You'll adapt, Mo remarked, feeling little difference himself. His current physique rendered the armor akin to merely donning a thicker garment, hardly affecting him at all. Let us proceed and uncover what treasures lie within the depths of this island. Mo boldly led the way into the strange dark red jungle. The dim light of the jungle was even murkier than outside, and the air was thick with a peculiar blend of decay and blood. Twisted trunks bore fruits pulsating like hearts, appearing increasingly bizarre and terrifying in the dimness. Rustle. Not long into their journey, they heard a rustling from the bushes ahead. A creature, comparable in size to a cheetah, its body cloaked in dark red exoskeleton and sporting massive scythe-like forelimbs, suddenly leaped out. Blade mantis, LV7. Be careful. Shen Yufu immediately raised her longbow. The blade mantis moved with incredible speed, its limbs scuttling across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it lunged straight for Mo. The glimmering scythe-like limbs carved through the air, leaving behind deadly afterimages. Come at me. Mo advanced rather than retreating, standing firm. He raised his armored right arm to directly block the scythes. Clang. A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. Sparks flew. The razor-sharp scythe, capable of slicing through iron, struck Mo's arm armor with tremendous force, yet it left not even a scratch. Roar? The blade mantis seemed momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why this bipedal creature's shell was so impervious. Now it's my turn. Mo unleashed a fierce left punch. Boom. A dull thud resonated. His armored fist struck the blade mantis's head with tremendous force. Crack. The blade mantis's head shattered like a watermelon struck by a battering ram, splattering red and white everywhere. Congratulations. You have slain the blade mantis, LV7, gaining 78 experience points. The talent goddess bonus is triggered. Your experience is further enhanced by 100. Final experience gained, 156 points. Wow. Samantha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, the defensive power of this armor is utterly insane. It could withstand blows without a scratch. Shen Yufu, equally astonished, echoed her sentiments. The formidable power of the epic-grade equipment surpassed their wildest imaginations. This was merely an appetizer. Mo shook off the juices staining her fists and cast her gaze deep into the jungle. Let us proceed, she urged. The trio continued their expedition. With the protection of the skeletal armor, their confidence swelled. Along the way, they encountered several waves of monsters, including enormous 3-meter-tall worms capable of spewing corrosive acid from their mouths, and swarms of bloodthirsty bats with wings as sharp as blades. Yet, these creatures posed no threat to the three of them. The acid from the giant worms merely produced wisps of smoke upon contact with the bone armor, leaving no mark. The claws and wings of the bloodthirsty bats lacked even the capability to scratch the armor. The battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. Mo took the brunt of the assault, drawing the ire of all the monsters, while Shen Yufu and Samantha remained safely behind, expertly pulling their bows and turning the monsters into pincushions. Their archery skills, enhanced by Basic Archery Mastery LV3, became increasingly precise, and their lethality surged. Glimmers of golden light from level-ups illuminated the two women. Congratulations. Your squad member Samantha has leveled up. Current level, LV7. Congratulations. Your squad member Shen Yufu has leveled up. Current level, LV7. Oh yeah, I'm level 7 too, Samantha exclaimed, pumping her fist in excitement. A rare smile graced Shen Yufu's face as she felt the invigorating power surging within her. Her faith in Mo's decision deepened. Indeed, risk and reward coexisted. Had it not been for Sumo's insistence on venturing to this level 5 island, they might still be stuck on the second or third islands, fighting for survival against minor monsters like those in the major leagues. How could they possibly be leveling up so effortlessly now? Boss, there seems to be something ahead. Samantha's treasure hunter talent activated once more as she pointed towards a direction to the left, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I sense a peculiar energy fluctuation. It's neither a monster nor a resource box. Let us investigate. Without hesitation, Sumo led the two women towards the source. As they navigated through dense underbrush, the sight before them left them momentarily speechless. Before them lay a clearing adorned with mushrooms radiating an ethereal blue glow. These fungi stood half a person tall, their vast caps speckled with twinkling lights. At the center of the mushroom cluster was an exceptionally large specimen, its cap exceeding 3 meters in diameter, resembling an opulent canopy, radiating the most brilliant light. What is this? Mushrooms? Samantha wondered aloud, intrigued and eager to touch one. Don't move. Sumo swiftly restrained her. The energy contained within these mushrooms, though gentle, was immensely potent. Just then, a spiky creature, resembling a hedgehog, burst from the adjacent thicket. It appeared gravely injured, with several deep wounds visible down to the bone, blood oozing profusely. Staggering, it rushed into the mushroom patch and bit into one of the smaller mushrooms. In the blink of an eye, a miraculous scene unfolded. The creature's wounds began to heal at a visible pace. In mere seconds, it was fully restored. My heavens! These mushrooms can heal. Samantha and Shen Yufu gaped in astonishment. Weave struck gold. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were no mere mushrooms. They were akin to a natural, infinitely renewable source of healing. You have discovered a special plant, moonlight mushroom. Moonlight mushroom, a wondrous plant that absorbs the essence of moonlight, containing powerful healing energy. Consuming it rapidly restores vitality and stamina in a short span of time. Moonlight Mushroom King, rare, the progenitor of the moonlight mushrooms, containing healing energy over tenfold that of ordinary mushrooms. It can be harvested as a special material for crafting advanced recovery potions. Recovery potions. This was precisely what Sumo and her companions desperately needed. Boss, look at that creature. Shen Yufu suddenly pointed at the now rejuvenated hedgehog monster. It remained in the clearing, greedily fixated on the largest Moonlight Mushroom King. It seemed intent on consuming it. With a low growl, the creature opened its mouth to bite the Mushroom King. Seeking death, Sumo would never allow it to succeed. With a swift motion, she released an iron arrow that soared through the air, striking the creature's eye with pinpoint accuracy. Congratulations. Your squad member Shen Yufu has slain the steelback porcupine, LV7, gaining 70 experience points. Talent Greed activated. Shen Yufu ultimately gained 105 experience points. Well done, Sumo praised. Approaching the mushroom clearing, she gazed at the colossal Mushroom King, her heart ablaze with ambition. With this, they had effectively acquired a mobile blood bank. Boss, let us harvest it quickly, Samantha urged, unable to contain her excitement. Not so fast, Sumo replied, scanning the surrounding darkness. Such a precious treasure. Do you think it would be unguarded? No sooner had she spoken than an enraged roar erupted from the shadows behind the mushroom patch. A massive figure slowly emerged from the gloom. It was a bear man, towering over 4 meters, its muscular form accentuated by a massive bear head. Its fur bore an eerie dark red hue, and its eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty crimson, wielding a colossal spiked club. Raging Bear King Willibel, LV12 Elite. A level 12 elite monster. 2 levels higher than yesterday's skeletal guardian. What the hell? Another one. Samantha shrieked, hastily retreating behind Sumo. Shen Yufu tightened her grip on her longbow, her expression grave. The pressure from this Bear King was several times greater than that of the skeletal guardian. Intriguingly, however, Sumo displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, a thrill danced upon her lips. Having battled a minotaur yesterday, today she faced a bear-like creature. Perfect. It was time to test the defensive capabilities of her new armor. Cracking her neck, Sumo stepped forward to confront the Bear King. You two step back and look for an opportunity to harass it. Roar. The Bear King, incensed by Sumo's audacity to provoke it, bellowed furiously. Dragging its massive spiked club, it charged towards Sumo like an uncontrollable heavy truck. The club, bristling with spikes, was raised high, whistling through the air as it descended mercilessly towards Sumo's head. The force of that blow could easily crush a large vehicle into scrap metal. Chapter 30. The S-Class Talent Flame Empress's Rose faces off against Sumo. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the level 5 resource island, on a level 3 island, a fierce battle rages on. Hold the line. Sisters in the front, stand firm. Medical team, hurry, stop the bleeding for the captain of Team 3. Her leg has been torn apart. Archers, do not cease fire. Focus your attacks on that boss's eye. It is its weakness. At the forefront of the fray stands a statuesque and fiery woman clad in crimson leather armor, wielding a flaming long sword with poise, commanding the assault with a calm demeanor. Under Rose's leadership, over 200 female players, though all wounded, maintain an orderly siege against the colossal creature before them. It is a massive beast, covered in green scales, with 8 tentacle-like appendages, a swamp hydra, LV7 Elite. An elite monster of the third-level island. Hiss. The swamp hydra lets out an enraged hiss, its thick tentacles thrashing wildly through the ranks. Each swing stirs a stench of blood, sending several female players flying. Rose. We can't hold on any longer. This beast is too ferocious. Our front line is about to collapse. A girl resembling a deputy rushes to Rose's side. Urgency etched across her face. What are you panicking for? Rose snaps back, her stunning visage betraying no hint of fear. Everyone, execute the plan. Lure it to the trap zone. Yes. Under her command, the formation of blood roses begins to retreat gradually, leading the enraged swamp hydra step by step towards the trap zone they had meticulously prepared. Now, release. The moment the swamp hydra crosses into the trap area, Rose swings the flaming long sword downward with ferocity. Boom. The ground suddenly collapses, revealing a vast pit beneath the feet of the swamp hydra. Caught off guard, the massive creature instantly loses its balance, howling as it plunges into the abyss. The bottom of the pit bristles with sharpened stakes and iron spikes. Thud, thud. The swamp hydra's enormous body is instantly pierced by dozens of spikes, green blood gushing forth. Well done, sisters. Now is the time. Attack. The female players erupt in thunderous cheers, arrows and stone spears raining down upon the swamp hydra trapped within the pit. Roar. Severely injured. The swamp hydra attempts to claw its way out of the pit. Yet, Rose would never grant it such an opportunity. She inhales deeply, a strange red glimmer flashing across her elongated phoenix-like eyes. The S-grade combat talent, Flame Empress, activates. Boom. An overwhelming aura surges forth from her fiery form. Behind her, a colossal shadowy figure of a witch wielding a scythe faintly materializes. Die. Rose cries out, her entire being transforming into a streak of red lightning as she leaps down from above, her flaming long sword carving a brilliant arc through the air. Thud. The sword pierces precisely into the swamp hydra's massive single eye. Roar. The swamp hydra emits a final mournful wail, its immense body crashing back to the pit's bottom, utterly silenced. Congratulations. Your alliance has successfully slain the swamp hydra, LV7 Elite. Experience gained. The battle concludes. Rose climbs out of the pit, her fiery leather armor now drenched in the green blood of the monster, enhancing her wild and enchanting allure. Rose is amazing. Long live the leader. We have triumphed. We have slain the elite monster of the third-level island. All the female players gather around, erupting in cheers of survival, their gazes towards Rose brim with admiration and fervor. In this brutal apocalyptic world, a powerful leader embodies their sole hope for survival, and Rose stands as a divine presence in their hearts. In fact, they believe that this Rose, who has led them through blood-soaked paths in the apocalypse, is no less formidable than Mo, who dominates the level rankings. Mo's strength lies in his solitary prowess. Yet their Rose leads the entire alliance towards greater strength. Enough, no more shouting. Rose waves her hand, signaling to clean the battlefield, gather materials, and rest for half an hour. Yes, Rose. The female players immediately begin to act in an orderly fashion. Rose steps aside, retrieves a bottle of water from her storage space, and takes a few swigs. Name, Rose. Talent, Flame Empress, S-grade. Level, LV7. Physique, 25, 30. Spirit, 15. Glancing at her character panel, Rose's physique has surpassed 50 points. If she employs her S-grade combat talent, Flame Empress, her power will undoubtedly ascend to another level. She is confident about challenging the towering first place on the leaderboard. Mo Rose opens the world channel to check on the progress of other alliances. However, the moment she does, her pupils dilate as she spots a video pinned at the top, released by an anonymous player. The title of the video is straightforward and blunt. Global Premiere. Sumo's Epic Gear Showcase. The content of the video depicts Mo and his companions clad in skeletal armor, effortlessly slaughtering blade mantises and giant worms in a dark red jungle. Although the angle of the shot is distant and shaky, the three sets of armor radiating a purple glow, exuding a primal, brutal beauty, are still vividly apparent. Purple epic armor. Rose's deputy also catches sight of the video, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Didn't he just slay a level 10 elite monster yesterday? And today he has crafted epic gear. Moreover, 3 sets. How is this possible? Where did he find so many rare materials? The female players around, who were in the midst of recuperation, also see the video, and the camp is instantly engulfed in a profound silence. If yesterday's video of Mo single-handedly defeating a level 5 elite monster left them in shock, then today's video showcasing epic gear has plunged them into despair. The gap is insurmountable, akin to a chasm. The 200 of them, through sheer effort and sacrifice of several sisters, barely managed to defeat a level 3 elite monster. The best gear they obtained was merely a blue-quality leather armor. Yet look at him. 3 individuals effortlessly handled a level 5 elite monster, and the very next day, they donned the legendary purple epic gear. How can they possibly continue to play? This game might as well be renamed Mo and his harem. Rose, the deputy, stammers, struggling to swallow. Should we continue our assault on the third-level island? It feels as though, even if we scour every resource on this island, we cannot keep pace with him. Indeed, Even if they were to provide all the resources from the third-level island, they would still be unable to craft a single set of epic gear. It was akin to a player still fumbling in the novice village, striking wooden dummies, suddenly witnessing another player, adorned in graduation gear, effortlessly soloing the final boss. The sense of powerlessness was potent enough to shatter anyone's confidence. Rose remained silent, her gaze fixated on the video, where a man named Mo stood proudly amidst two stunning beauties, clad in bone armor that accentuated his towering stature. Time and again, he had disregarded her alliance invitations. Did he truly look down upon their blood roses, or was it that he simply had no need for allies? A complex glimmer flickered in her phoenix-like eyes, shock, resentment, jealousy, yet more than anything, an exhilarating thrill of encountering a worthy rival. Intertwined with an innate desire for conquest that belonged to the strong, Rose had been the center of attention since childhood, always surrounded by adoring stars. She could have anything she wished for. Any man she desired would come running at the mere beckoning of her finger. Yet this Mo chose to ignore her entirely. This ignited her proud heart like a spark. After a prolonged moment, she exhaled a deep breath. A renewed air of superiority, the arrogance befitting the daughter of an underground emperor, encapsulated her once more. She switched off the world channel, surveying the dispirited sisters around her. Her voice cold yet resolute. What? Are you all too frightened to act? Is it merely an epic set of equipment? What is so remarkable about that? Mo has his skills, but do we, the Blood Roses, not possess our own trump cards? Lift your spirits. He may tread his own golden path, but we shall traverse our own narrow bridge. I, Rose, declare this today. We may never catch up to his footsteps, but we shall undoubtedly become the mightiest force upon this ocean, second only to him. Her words acted as a potent tonic, reigniting the fighting spirit within every member of the Blood Roses. Indeed, they had Sister Rose, this beautiful, powerful, and indomitable leader. Even if they could not match that godlike man, they would carve out their own brilliance upon this wretched sea. Long live Sister Rose. The Blood Roses shall never concede defeat. Observing the rekindled resolve of her sisters, Mo, Yu Qiangwei licked her ruby lips, her enchanting gaze glimmering with a dangerous allure. You have piqued my interest. Upon returning to reality, I shall see what manner of person you truly are. I shall personally pay you a visit. Chapter 31. Defeating the Level 12 Rampaging Bear King, Gold Drops. Level 5 Resource Island, Moonlight Mushroom Forest. Facing the unstoppable charge of the LV-12 Elite Bear King and its formidable Wolf Fawn Club, Mo was brimming with battle fervor. Dark, armored haki instantly enveloped his right arm. Then, with a mere thought, he activated armored haki, hardening. With a hiss, a dazzling crystalline layer akin to diamond swiftly manifested on the surface of the dark substance. Just as the immense Wolf Fawn Club was about to descend upon him, Mo stood his ground, his right fist clenched, executing a simple yet powerful rising dragon punch to meet it head-on. He intended to clash his fist against the club that was thicker than his waist. Boss, Mo. In the distance, Shen Yufu and Samantha could not help but gasp in astonishment. Their hearts raced, lodged firmly in their throats. Clang. A sound more thunderous than when he had clashed with the skeletal guardian erupted through the forest. A terrifying shockwave radiated from the two, forming a white ring of air that violently spread outward. Trees and shrubs around them were violently torn to shreds by the raging gust. The ground itself seemed to tremble under the impact. Dust clouded the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Boss, are you all right? Samantha asked, brimming with concern. Shen Yufu gripped her longbow tightly, her palms slick with sweat. As the dust settled, the sight before the two women left their eyes wide with disbelief. There stood Mo, unwavering, while the ground beneath him had cracked, forming a small depression. His right fist, sheathed in a black diamond-like crystal, had withstood the tremendous force of the enormous Wolf Fawn Club. The rampaging Bear King, towering at over 4 meters, was sent hurtling backward. Its massive body lifted off the ground by the sheer force of his punch. Boom. The Bear King crashed heavily onto the ground a dozen meters away, creating a massive crater. In this pure contest of strength, the LV-12 elite creature had, astonishingly, been defeated. What on earth has the boss been consuming to grow so powerful? Samantha exclaimed in shock. Shen Yufu, too, stood there in a daze. She knew Mo had acquired a skill called armored haki, but she never anticipated it could reach such unfathomable heights. To strike back against a level 12 elite creature with his bare fists and send it flying? Such power could hardly belong to a mere human. Coughing, Mo shook his slightly numb right fist, the layer of black crystal gradually receding. The duration of armored haki, hardening, was fleeting, primarily meant for blocking and defense. Yet, in that brief moment, the defensive boost it provided was explosive. Roar. The Bear King, having been knocked back, climbed out of the crater, shaking its dazed head, its eyes now filled with suspicion and fury. How could this diminutive human contain such terrifying strength? The Bear King discarded its Wolf Fawn Club, letting out a thunderous roar as blood-red light ignited from its palms. Its 10 fingers instantly transformed into sharp, elongated claws resembling steel. Skill, Blood Claw Strike. Whoosh. The colossal bear surged forward with astonishing speed, completely at odds with its size, lunging once more at Mo. The The claws, glowing with a crimson hue, carved through the air, sealing off every possible escape route for him. Come at me. Suemo felt exhilarated rather than alarmed. His blood surged with adrenaline, igniting his desire for battle. Instead of employing haki hardening, he enveloped his fists with the dark haki wrap and stood firm, swinging both fists to meet the oncoming assault. Bang, 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 bang. The clash of fists and claws resonated wildly through the forest. Debris flew, and waves of force rolled through the air. Suemo and the Bear King engaged in the most primal and brutal close-quarters combat. Each swipe of the Bear King's claws was capable of rending steel, yet before Suemo's fists, cloaked in armored haki, they merely produced a series of piercing friction sounds, leaving no mark whatsoever. Conversely, each of Suemo's punches landed with immense force upon the Bear King, causing its solid muscles to cave in with deep, resounding thuds. In the distance, Shen Yufu and Samantha were left utterly spellbound. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, two figures, one clad in black and the other in red, collided with frenetic intensity, intertwining in a chaotic ballet of violence. Each impact reverberated with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves powerful enough to sweep them off their feet. How utterly insane. Samantha murmured, is the boss even human? Perhaps. Shen Yufu replied, her uncertainty palpable. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The ferocious Bear King unleashed increasingly frenzied assaults, its massive form marred by a tapestry of bruises, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Yet, Suemo thrived in the chaos. That's it. Faster. Harder. He exclaimed with exhilaration, reveling in the visceral nature of the combat. Intoxicated by the thrill of subjugating a formidable foe, with a roar, the Bear King was provoked to a boiling point, releasing a defiant growl as its crimson aura surged. Skill, frenzied charge. Its speed skyrocketed once more, hurtling towards Suemo like a crimson cannonball. Bring it on. Suemo welcomed the onslaught. His feet firmly planted on the ground as he launched himself forward, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, meeting the savage charge head-on. Boom! The collision echoed through the air, the two figures crashing into one another mid-flight. This time, Suemo was sent reeling, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, skidding for several meters, leaving deep furrows in the earth. The Bear King, too, staggered, its colossal frame wobbling before it barely regained its footing. Coughing, Suemo rose from the ground, brushing off the dust that clung to him. A faint crack had appeared on the chest plate of his skeletal armor. He bore minor wounds, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. What a rush. Absolutely exhilarating. Suemo savored the taste of his own blood, casting a glance at the still dizzy Bear King, a cruel smile creeping across his face. With remarkable speed, he activated his armament haki. The inky substance enveloping his fists deepened in hue, flickering with dark arcs of electricity. In a flash, Suemo disappeared from sight. The next moment, he materialized behind the Bear King. Roar! The Bear King attempted to pivot, but it was too late. Suemo's fists, akin to a tempest, struck mercilessly upon its back. Thud! 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 The sound of relentless blows, like rain upon banana leaves, reverberated against the Bear King's massive form. In a single second, dozens of punches rained down. Crack! Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bones filled the air. The Bear King's formidable spine splintered beneath the onslaught of Suemo's terrifying speed. Roar! The Bear King let out a heart-wrenching wail of agony, its immense body crashing to the ground. The battle was concluded. Suemo withdrew his fists, exhaling a long, heavy breath. He felt invigorated, utterly refreshed by the fight. Congratulations. You have slain the frenzied Bear King, Vorabir, LV12 Elite, earning 1,500 experience points. Talent Goddess bonus activated. Your experience gain is increased by 100. Final experience gained, 3,000 points. A brilliant golden light erupted from Suemo, soaring into the heavens. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, LV10. You have gained 10 attribute points. In an instant, Suemo ascended to LV10. Without hesitation, he allocated all 10 attribute points to his constitution. A surge of even more formidable power coursed through him. Boss, Suemo. It was only then that Shen Yufu and Samantha emerged from their stunned reverie, rushing toward him. Are you all right? You're hurt. Shen Yufu's eyes brimmed with concern as she noticed the blood at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine, just a scratch, Suemo waved dismissively, wiping away the blood with his thumb, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. Fighting such a tough opponent without a few marks? Where's the fun in that? Samantha gazed at him with unabashed admiration, her azure eyes sparkling like stars. Boss, you're simply a war god. She found herself at a loss for words to encapsulate Suemo's might. All right, enough flattery. Suemo's gaze shifted past the two women to the massive carcass of the Bear King. Let's see what treasures it has yielded this time. The trio approached the fallen beast, discovering several items shimmering with purple and golden light scattered across the ground. Chapter 32. Skill Book Frenzied Charge. Wholesale. Wow, more purple gear. Samantha exclaimed, sprinting forward to collect the loot one by one. You have obtained Claw of the Frenzied Bear King, Purple Epic Weapon. You have obtained Skill Book Frenzied Charge. You have obtained 30,000 game currency. Talent Greed activated. You have additionally obtained Claw of the Frenzied Bear King X9, Skill Book Frenzied Charge X9, and 270,000 game currency. Another wave of bountiful rewards. An epic fist weapon. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He took the fierce claws that Samantha handed him, and an information panel immediately popped up. Claw of the Frenzied Bear King, Epic. Type, Fist Weapon. Attack Power, 120 to 180. Special Effect 1, Tear, when attacking. Has a certain chance to inflict bleeding damage on the target, causing continuous damage. Equipment requirement, Constitution over 80 points. What a treasure. Sumo equipped the claws without hesitation. With the added points, his Constitution had reached a base of 60, and with the two goddesses' 200-point enhancement, his final Constitution soared to 180 points, far exceeding the equipment requirement. The moment he donned the claws, Sumo felt an explosive power coursing through his hands. Unfortunately, the two women had different talent types and levels. One was an A-grade treasure hunter, and the other an S-grade rapid growth type. Currently, among all the players in the game dungeon, only Shen Yufu's strength came closest to Sumo's. At level 7, her Constitution had reached an impressive 165 points, nearly 4 times that of Samantha's, enabling her to learn any epic level skill. The difference between S-grade and A-grade was but 1 level, yet the disparity was immeasurable. However, Samantha's A-grade treasure hunter talent, combined with Sumo's 10-fold resource bonus, made her importance equal to that of Shen Yufu. Both women were invaluable allies to Sumo. Skill Book, Frenzied Charge. Description, the core skill of the Frenzied Bear King, upon activation, can unleash astonishing speed for a short duration, charging at enemies in a straight line, inflicting immense damage and a chance to knock back and stun the target. Learning requirement, Constitution over 100 points. Another powerful charge and control skill. This is good, I will learn it. Sumo decided. The skill book transformed into a radiant crimson light, seamlessly merging into his forehead. An unprecedented clarity surged within him. With this newfound skill, his agility and explosive power would ascend to yet another level. Boss, what shall we do now? Shall we gather those mushrooms? Samantha inquired, pointing towards the enchanting grove of moonlight mushrooms that glimmered alluringly. Certainly, Sumo replied, sweeping his hand grandly. Such exquisite treasures must not be overlooked. He stepped forward, cautiously harvesting the largest, Moonlight Mushroom King, and storing it in his inventory. Talent Greed activated. You have additionally acquired Moonlight Mushroom King X9. With these 10 Mushroom Kings, he possessed the core materials for crafting advanced restorative potions. As for the ordinary mushrooms, Sumo did not neglect them either, allowing the two women to collect a few for potential future needs. All right, our haul for today is sufficient. We should return, Sumo remarked, glancing at the sky, which was now nearing dusk. He pondered about the progress of the base. The trio retraced their steps, laden with their bounty. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on a level 1 island, the pink-haired girl Luo Xiaoro was captivated, gazing intently at the device in her hands. The screen was replaying the footage of Sumo confronting the Bear King, ultimately defeating it in a spectacular display. Astounding. My Sumo husband is nothing short of a celestial being. Luo Xiaoro's cheeks flushed with excitement, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. As a player endowed with S-rank reconnaissance talent, she comprehended the sheer terror of that LV-12 elite Bear King better than anyone. She had once observed from a distance as a large alliance of over 300 attempted to challenge a level 3 island's final boss, a LV-10 lava giant lizard. The outcome? Over 300 were annihilated, suffering heavy casualties, only managing to vanquish the creature through sheer numbers. Yet Sumo, he single-handedly obliterated a level 12 elite creature, far surpassing the lava giant lizard, with nothing but his bare fists. This level of strength transcended the realm of players entirely. No, I must find a way to connect with him. Luo Xiaoro clenched her tiny fists, resolutely deciding. A man of such formidable prowess surely required an adorable and capable scout like herself by his side. If she could board his ship, she would gladly accept any role, even that of a humble maid. As she gazed at the striking profile of Sumo on the screen, her heart raced. What is he doing now? Luo Xiaoro observed as Sumo, after cleaning the battlefield, began to produce several weapons and blueprints radiating a purple glow. Furthermore, a skill book, another epic piece of equipment, and a skill book. Is he treating the level 5 island as his personal garden? Are epic gear and skill books as common as cabbages? I must quickly broadcast this news on the World Channel. Luo Xiaoro grinned mischievously. Let those still scrambling for a single blue piece of equipment witness just how powerful my Sumo husband has become. Hee. Consider it a preemptive publicity for my future spouse's renown. She swiftly edited the most exhilarating segment of her freshly recorded video and anonymously posted it to the World Channel. As anticipated, once the video surfaced, the World Channel was engulfed in an eerie silence. After a tense 15 seconds, it erupted. What the hell? What did I just see? Sumo again. He soloed another elite monster. That bear, I recognize it. It is the ultimate evolution of the level 3 island's boss, the rampaging giant bear. This is undoubtedly a creature from the depths of the level 5 island. And he defeated it with his fists again. Without even using weapons, he went in bare-knuckled. Look at the loot he obtained. Purple light. Another epic item. And a skill book. My heavens. Mom asked me why I knelt again. I'm numb. Truly, I'm no longer shocked by Sumo's might. I merely feel that we are perhaps not even playing the same game. Enough. From this day forth, I am a devoted fan of Sumo. Whoever dares to speak ill of him, I shall unleash my wrath. On the World Channel, all survivors transition from initial shock to numbness, ultimately culminating in fervent adoration. The name Sumo had irrevocably become a godlike entity in the hearts of all players. When Sumo and his companions returned to the beach base, night had completely fallen, yet the entire base was illuminated as brightly as day by searchlights. Zhao Tailin was directing the crew as they fortified the metallic walls with rows of glimmering iron spikes and erected makeshift arrow towers. The defensive structures of the base were taking shape, resembling a small military fortress. Boss, you've returned, Zhao Tailin exclaimed upon seeing Sumo. Well done. Sumo acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. What are the casualty reports? Report, boss. This afternoon, a few foolish monsters attempted to surge from the jungle to attack us. But we drove them back with the arrow towers. Not a single one of our crew was harmed. Zhao Tailin beamed with pride, her chest puffed out. Excellent. Sumo replied, even more pleased. Clearly, recruiting these crew members was a wise decision. He no longer needed to be distracted by such trivial matters. Everyone halt. Sumo clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention. You've all worked hard today. To celebrate the completion of our base and our bountiful harvest, let us host a bonfire party tonight. I shall treat you. With a grand gesture, he retrieved an abundance of salted meat, dried fish, bread, and several boxes of chilled beer and beverages from his storage space. Wow. Just yesterday's beer was finished, and the boss has provided several more boxes. With this much food and drink, we could feast for months. Long live the boss. I adore the boss. Chapter 33, Samantha's Challenge? Shen Yufu's proactive invitation. Under the night sky of the Level 5 resource island, the beach base was ablaze with lights. The crackling bonfire mingled the aroma of grilled meat with the malty scent of beer, wafting through the air. Boss, I, Zhao Tailin, toast to you. Zhao Tailin, hailing from a fitness instructor background, blushed as she raised a can of chilled beer, enthusiastically shouting from the top of the arrow tower. Without you, we would have been shark bait long ago. You've given us our lives. From now on, if you say east, I shall never go west. Yes, boss. The remaining crew members stood, gazing at the figure perched atop the highest point, resembling a deity, with nearly fervent eyes. Sumo sat at the edge of the arrow tower, casting a casual glance at the revelers below, raising his cup in a toast, and downing it in one gulp. As long as you all don't drop the ball while working. Just then, a waft of fragrant air approached. Samantha donned a form-fitting black leather outfit. The zipper fastened only halfway, revealing expanse of her alabaster skin and her alluring curves. She twisted her serpentine waist and settled beside Sumo boss. Isn't it rather dreary to drink alone? She whispered enticingly into his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. How about I keep you company for a drink? What would you like tonight? Sumo gazed at her. Drink me, she retorted playfully. In her cerulean eyes, there was a seductive glimmer as she traced her slender fingers lightly across Sumo's chest. You seem rather formidable today, boss. You must be exhausted. How about a good rest tonight? Sumo chuckled, seizing her mischievous hand. Your stamina pales in comparison to Shen Yufu's. You heard the commotion last night. Don't think you can indulge yourself while I remain ungratified. Best to rest well. We have work to do tomorrow. Who says so? Samantha declared with unwavering confidence. Boss, physical attributes are fixed, but humans are dynamic. In terms of stamina, I may not match her temporarily, but in true combat prowess, that icy woman cannot hold a candle to me. She licked her crimson lips, her voice dripping with allure. Boss, surely you know this by now? Ah, quite intriguing. Sumo responded with a smile. He pulled Samantha closer, whispering in her ear, since you are so confident, let us retreat indoors. I wish to witness the true might of this Western warrior. He prepared to lift her and carry her inside when, at that moment, a chill figure appeared at the cabin's entrance. The door swung open, revealing Shen Yufu in freshly donned attire. Her eyes immediately fell upon Sumo, who had Samantha nestled in his embrace, their intimacy unmistakable as they prepared to enter the cabin. In an instant, realization dawned upon her regarding their intentions. She stood silently, her clear, beautiful eyes gazing mournfully at Sumo. This scoundrel. She had genuinely wished for him to recuperate, recognizing that the challenge was only just beginning, and the dangers ahead were still unknown. Yet, here he was, seemingly consumed by base desires. Sumo noticed Shen Yufu as well, but rather than feeling any guilt, he commanded her, perfect timing, you're on night duty tonight. Samantha and I are going in to rest. You. Shen Yufu's ire ignited at his impatient tone. Sumo. She could no longer restrain herself, her voice low but filled with indignation. Can't you behave for just one night? Is it so difficult? Sumo looked at her quizzically. Suddenly leaning closer, he whispered, What? Are you starting to feel sorry for me now? You. Shen Yufu's face flushed crimson. And have you considered our current physical conditions? My base constitution is 3 times yours, not to mention the enhancements from both of you. My physical prowess is dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Naturally, my vitality is exponentially greater. Shen Yufu's eyes widened in shock. While the words sounded outrageously cocky, upon reflection, there was a kernel of truth. Last night had nearly exhausted her to the brink, yet she had only slept a couple of hours and felt remarkably restored, even invigorated. They were no longer ordinary individuals. To hold Mo, this anomaly, to the standards of the mundane was, indeed, a naive expectation. Seeing Shen Yufu lost in contemplation, her resolve wavering, a smirk crept on Asumo's lips. Shen Yufu silently stepped aside, granting passage to the cabin. Now that's more like it, Mo said, patting her head in approval, akin to a pet receiving praise. Then, with a flicker of thought, he retrieved a skill book and a pair of glimmering claws from his storage space. Frantic charge, skill book. Upon learning, one can instantly unleash speed, charging in a specified direction, causing immense impact and damage to enemies along the path. Claws of the Frantic Bear King, epic weapon attack power 120 to 180, with a tearing effect. Here, a reward for you. Mo tossed the items to her. Learn these, and in the future, be as compliant and understanding as Samantha. Your priority should be how to serve your boss well. Thank you, boss. Samantha giggled, basking in Sumo's praise before turning to Shen Yufu. Did you hear that, Shun, the great goddess? Don't just rest on your beauty. Your brains should match that fair skin of yours, or else you're just a pretty fool. What did you say? The words ignited Shen Yufu's fury. To contend for a man was one thing, but to be openly mocked for her intellect? Shen Yufu, a national treasure worth billions with countless fans, had never endured such indignation. This was intolerable. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Shen Yufu stepped forward. She raised her enchanting face to meet Sumo's gaze, her lips parting with a captivating allure. Tonight, if you thoroughly discipline this brazen mare, I shall no longer impede you in any of your endeavors, including this one. The implications of her words were unmistakable to Sumo. This was no mere jealousy. This was a bold, unadulterated challenge from the national goddess herself. The wager was nothing less than her own being. All right, as you wish. Samantha, this foolish woman, had unwittingly provoked Shen Yufu, a seemingly docile yet fiercely sharp little cat. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Outside, Shen Yufu stood rooted, her lovely visage a tempest of emotions. After a long pause, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her embarrassment and fury. Taking the skill book and claws in hand, she chose to learn. A surge of fresh power coursed through her, yet her mind was elsewhere. Shen Yufu silently leaned against the cabin wall, vowing not to leave tonight. She was determined to hear firsthand the pitiful pleas for mercy from that arrogant mare in just a few hours. This scene left Zhao Tailin and the others utterly astounded, their eyes wide with shock and envy. Never did they imagine that the legendary goddess's arena would unfold in such a manner. Their boss, simply needing a nap, would bask in the blessings of two stunning goddesses. What rivalry, what jealousy! In the presence of true strength, such trivialities were non-existent. All that remained was their heightened desire to please the formidable. Wow, our boss is the epitome of manhood, they thought. From now on, if anyone dares to claim that having too many women is troublesome, I shall be the first to slap them. The crew, filled with admiration for the two women, was left with nothing but reverence. Chapter 34. The Oceanic Beauty fully submits. Both women level up. The following morning, inside the quaint cabin, the light was dim, and the air was infused with a decadent and intoxicating essence. Samantha lay languidly on Sumo's chest, resembling a cat drained of all energy, her golden locks cascading messily around her, obscuring half of her exquisite, sculpted visage. Her voluptuous figure bore the marks of battle, a tapestry of bruises narrating the fervor and chaos of the previous night's encounters. Yet, her face betrayed no signs of exhaustion or pain. Rather, it radiated an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and obsession, as if she had been utterly conquered. Her cerulean eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as they fixated on the man beneath her, a true enigma, a creature capable of taming this wild mare. Boss, I truly adore you. Samantha licked her parched, cracked lips, her heart swelling with sweetness. This was the man worthy of her. Samantha, awake? Sumo's deep voice resonated above her. He had been awake for some time, indulging in the tranquility that followed their tumultuous night. One could not deny that this striking beauty, reminiscent of Reba, was indeed fiery and fierce. The unabashed openness and wildness that emanated from her, in stark contrast to Shen Yufu, offered him an unparalleled thrill of conquest. Boss, Samantha purred, her voice sultry as she traced delicate circles on Sumo's chiseled abs with her slender fingers. You are simply not human, you are a monster. Only just realizing that, Sumo flipped over, his hands mischievously roaming across her body. Shall I demonstrate the true prowess of a monster once more? No more. Boss, I was wrong. I truly cannot endure any further. Samantha's face paled, her voice soft and pleading. Is this fear? What happened to the fierce warrior from last night? Sumo teased, finally relenting to her. Casting a glance outside, where daylight had fully emerged, Sumo effortlessly scooped up the utterly exhausted Samantha in his arms. Come on. It's time to get to work. Boss, I can't walk anymore, Samantha whined, burying her face in his embrace, her tone playful. Then I shall carry you. With the enchanting beauty cradled in his arms, Sumo strode towards the door and kicked it open with a resounding thud. Outside, leaning against the wall, Shen Yufu, who had been on guard all night, was dozing off. The sudden crash of the door startled her, causing her to stumble forward. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a broad, warm embrace. With Samantha in his left arm and Shen Yufu in his right, Suemo was now flanked by two stunning women, each distinct in their allure. My dear aunt, is it that you cannot wait to throw yourself into my arms? Who wants to throw themselves into your arms? I was just tired from standing. Shen Yufu retorted, flustered and indignant, as her heart raced wildly. She had indeed spent the night guarding the entrance. The echoes of the night's fervent activities had been all too clear to her. From Samantha's initial brazen provocations to the subsequent cries for mercy, the sounds had been nothing short of harrowing. This left her feeling a gnawing fear about her own fate for the night. That scoundrel had been nothing short of a beast. Fear not, your punishment shall arrive tonight. Suemo observed her expression, a delightful mix of trepidation and anticipation. And he felt in high spirits. Just don't be like that certain woman who knows no limits and ends up begging me. Humph, who would beg you? Shen Yufu shot back defiantly. Yet, as her gaze settled on the satisfied Samantha, who could barely stand, her heart skipped a beat. Just you wait. Tonight, I shall show you what a true warrior goddess of our homeland is capable of. With that, she turned on her heel and dashed away. Though the blush creeping up her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Half an hour later, the trio was fully equipped and prepared for battle once more. The fearsome skeletal armor adorned the two perfectly sculpted women, exuding an air of lethal allure. Suemo and Shen Yufu donned the epic claws of the rampaging Bear King, the sharp blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. Meanwhile, the least powerful, Samantha, dutifully took up a fine longbow, positioning herself at the rear. Oh, I had hoped to fight alongside you, but it seems I can only cheer from the back now. Samantha sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Don't underestimate yourself, Suemo encouraged, patting her back. You are an invaluable asset to our team. Without your treasure hunter, we would be like headless flies. Just focus on your role as our logistical support. Hee, you certainly know how to flatter, boss. Samantha beamed, her spirits lifted by his praise. The trio ventured back into the eerie, crimson-hued forest. Along the way, they encountered several waves of monsters, including a LV-8 poison spider matron and a LV-9 decayed giant corpse. Yet, to Suemo and his companions, these nightmarish creatures posed no real threat. Suemo and Shen Yufu operated like two well-oiled machines, flawlessly coordinating their attacks. Suemo engaged head-on, each strike packed with the terrifying might of armed color, shattering the monster's defenses. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu, equipped with the claws and having mastered Furious Charge, displayed an increasingly ruthless combat style, darting through the throngs of monsters like a streak of white lightning, each charge claiming a life. Samantha, positioned behind them, leisurely drew her bow, occasionally loosing an arrow to effortlessly gain experience. Congratulations. Your team member Samantha has leveled up. Current level, LV-8. Oh yay, boss. I've reached level 8 too. Samantha exclaimed with exuberance. Well done, Suemo nodded, gathering the plethora of blue and green gear and schematics that had dropped. Though we may not need this junk, it should fetch a tidy sum when we leave here. Boss, you're brilliant. Just then, Samantha's eyes lit up. Boss. Up ahead, I sense a powerful energy wave. The trio promptly made their way toward the source. In a valley formed by towering piles of bones, a colossal figure loomed. Standing over 6 meters tall, composed of countless corpses and vengeful spirits, slowly patrolling the area. In its hand, it wielded a massive scythe fashioned from vertebrae. Its hollow eye sockets ablaze with ghastly green flames. Bone King, LV-13 Elite. Samantha gasped. Another elite monster. Leave this to Shen Yufu and me, Suemo said, his expression sharpening. Samantha, find a high vantage point and harass its eyes with arrows. Understood. Suemo and Shen Yufu exchanged a determined glance before simultaneously unleashing Furious Charge. Roar. The skeletal king discovered two diminutive figures rushing towards him and emitted an angry roar. The bone scythe in his hand whistled with the resonance of death as it swept through the air. Suemo did not flinch or evade. He activated the armament hockey, hardening on his right fist, instantly enveloping it in a crystalline black sheen. A thunderous crash resounded as Suemo forcefully blocked the massive bone scythe with his fist. In the fleeting moment of the skeletal king's attack becoming rigid, Shen Yufu's figure appeared behind it like a phantom. She leaped high into the air, her claws tracing a deadly arc of glimmering coldness. Shatter. With a sharp crack, her claws plunged deeply into the vulnerable junction of the skeletal king's neck and spine, its only weak point. A mournful roar erupted from the skeletal king, its colossal form crashing to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of bone powder. Congratulations. Your team member Shen Yufu has slain the skeletal king, LV-13 Elite, gaining 1,800 experience points. Talent Goddess bonus activated. Your team member Shen Yufu ultimately gains 2,700 experience points. Congratulations. Your team member Shen Yufu has leveled up. Current level, LV-9. Splendid. Suemo couldn't help but give Shen Yufu a thumbs up. She was increasingly embodying the essence of a war goddess. Of course. Shen Yufu replied, lifting her chin with pride. Wow, another purple item drop. Samantha exclaimed as she leaped down from above, eagerly collecting the spoils from the ground. You have obtained Soul Scythe of the Skeletal King, purple epic weapon. You have obtained Skill Book Death Whirlwind. You have obtained 40,000 game currency. Talent greed activated. Another wave of bountiful rewards. Suemo glanced at the massive scythe and skill book, both suited for heavy weapons warriors and tanks, which he and his sister-in-law could not utilize. He decided to store them away. Continuing their exploration, they soon discovered a cave entwined with vines at the valley's end. Chapter 35. The Epic Longbow, Embrace of the Serpent. Rotational system. At the cave's entrance lay a colossal serpent over 20 meters long, its body adorned with dark green scales and sporting 3 menacing heads. Three-headed serpent, LV-14 Elite. Today's luck is splendid. It's a 2-for-1 deal on elite monsters. Suemo chuckled. Once again, it was a battle devoid of suspense. Facing the level 14 elite monster, neither Suemo, who had reached LV-10, nor Shen Yufu, at LV-9, found it able to withstand their combined assault for even 10 minutes before it was torn to shreds. Congratulations. You have slain the 3-headed serpent, LV-14 Elite, gaining 2,000 experience points. Talent Goddess bonus activated. You ultimately gain 4,000 experience points. A buzzing resonance accompanied Suemo as he was enveloped in the golden light of another level up. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, LV-11. Goodness, boss. Your leveling speed is akin to riding a rocket. Samantha exclaimed, wide-eyed. Suemo approached the serpent's carcass and collected the loot. Upon seeing one particular item, his eyes instantly sparkled. It was an ancient and hefty longbow, crafted from an unknown black wood, intricately entwined with serpentine carvings that exuded a sinister purple glow. Embrace of the Serpent, Epic. Type, Longbow. Attack power, 100/150. Special effect 1. Poisoned. Arrows will inflict poison, continuously damaging the target. Equipment requirement. Constitution 50 points. Talent Greed activated. Embrace of the Serpent, Epic, has been duplicated 9 times in your storage space. An epic bow. Seeing the properties of the bow, Samantha's beautiful eyes were fixated on it, nearly drooling. With her constitution just having reached level 8, she could now surpass the requirement of 50 points. Here, take it. Suemo casually tossed the bow to her. Ah, boss, you're really giving this to me. Samantha exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, cradling the epic longbow as if it were a treasure. The next moment, she lunged forward and planted a fervent kiss on Suemo's cheek. Moi, boss, you're too good to me. I love you to bits. Tonight I want to ahem. Before she could finish, a heavy cough interrupted from the side. Shen Yufu stood with her arms crossed, a cold expression on her face, her gaze warning, try saying another word. Samantha suddenly recalled the bet from the previous night, shrinking her neck in response. Yet, she quickly straightened her chest and boldly glared back. What are you looking at? The boss favors me. Are you jealous? You. Shen Yufu gritted her teeth in anger. All right, enough of the squabbling, Suemo interjected, feeling a headache coming on as he watched the two women on the verge of bickering. After pondering for a moment, he proposed. Let us establish a rule from now on. Odd-numbered days belong to Shen Yufu, and even-numbered days to Samantha. No one should fight or snatch. If anyone performs exceptionally or achieves merit, they can receive an extra reward. How does that sound? This suggestion left both women momentarily speechless. A rotational system based on odd and even days? It sounded rather peculiar. However, upon reflection, it seemed to be the most equitable and reasonable solution available. I have no objections, Samantha was the first to respond, proudly raising her brows at Shen Yufu while clutching the epic Embrace of the Serpent. Since I've already put in overtime today, let us follow the rules starting tomorrow. The implication was clear. She felt she had gained something. Humph. Shen Yufu coldly turned her head away. Although she felt extremely uncomfortable inside, she recognized that this was indeed the best outcome. It was far better than having to endure the sight of this big ocean horse flaunting her victories before her every day. Seeing that both women had accepted the proposal, Suemo felt a surge of joy. Excellent. The initial order in the harem has been established. He waved his hand grandly. All right, today's exploration ends here, and we return laden with spoils. Back to the base for dinner. As night fell, the bonfire party at the beach base was in full swing. After finishing a bowl of fish soup, Shen Yufu was about to grab another piece of roasted meat when she sensed a scorching gaze upon her. She looked up and met Suemo's eyes atop the arrow tower, which bore a teasing glimmer. With just a glance, she understood. Tonight, it was her turn. Before she could prepare herself, Suemo leaped down from the tower, landing silently behind her. Are you full? Suemo's voice whispered in her ear. Not yet. Shen Yufu's heart raced. No worries, let us head inside first. I'll feed you something else. Suemo, uninterested in further banter, effortlessly lifted Shen Yufu off her feet and strode towards his small wooden cabin. Ah, put me down. I can walk by myself. Shen Yufu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Quiet. My goddess has invited me. I must show 200 sincerity and give it my all. Bang. The door slammed shut, sealing off all outside sounds. That night, Shen Yufu once again deeply experienced Su Mo's almost monstrous prowess. From her initial shame and indignation to her subsequent pleas for mercy, she ultimately succumbed to the depths of her predicament. The sun shone brightly. Su Mo leisurely opened his eyes, feeling an astonishing warmth and smoothness pressing beneath his arm. The first sight that greeted him was a pair of long, fair legs, resembling exquisite jade, casually draped across him without a hint of modesty. Su Mo reached out, gently caressing the delicate skin. Ah, such beautiful legs, yet they seem to lack something. Su Mo mused. If only you were still wearing those glossy black stockings from the villa, complemented by a pair of high heels, that would be perfection. And you dare to say that? Shen Yufu stirred awake, her anger ignited by his words. She shot him an indignant glare, pointing at the varying shades of red marks on her legs, reproaching him. Look at the mess you've made. Your grip was far too rough. Even if I still had stockings, they wouldn't withstand a night with you. Ha ha ha, that's true. Su Mo chuckled, his mind already swirling with thoughts. When we return to reality, I'll buy you hundreds of pairs in all styles and colors, so you can wear them for me every day. Those legs of yours, clad in stockings and high heels, would surely enchant anyone. Returning to reality. As those words echoed, the blush on Shen Yufu's face faded slightly. She recalled her niece, Shen Yambing, who was still at the villa, anxiously awaiting her. The entire world of the 60,000 survivors now knew of her relationship with Su Mo. Furthermore, they had shared intimacy thrice. How would she explain this tangled web of connections to Yambing upon her return? A wave of intense guilt washed over her. Yet, when she sensed Su Mo's restless hand roaming freely over her leg, that guilt swiftly transformed into indignation. In an instant, she blamed all her troubles on this shameless lecher before her. It's all your fault, you scoundrel. If you weren't so lecherous, so shameless, so domineering, I wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Chapter 36, Survival Challenge, Day 6. A brand new panel for the three of them. For the next 5 days, Su Mo's life unfolded simply, fulfillingly, and blissfully. By day, he led the fully armed Shen Yufu and Samantha like 3 bulldozers, delving into various regions of the Level 5 resource island, conducting thorough sweeps and plundering. They encountered increasingly bizarre and terrifying creatures, such as the LV-10 Elite skeletal porcupine that could launch countless sharp spines from its back, the LV-11 Elite abyssal crocodile lurking in the swamps, capable of dragging prey into the mire with its long tongue, and even a group of LV-12 Elite sonic gargoyles perched on cliffs, unleashing ear-piercing sound waves that caused ordinary people to bleed from all orifices. These formidable entities, capable of annihilating any large alliance, could barely withstand an hour against the trio. The synergy forged through combat rendered their teamwork increasingly seamless. Su Mo consistently took the lead as the main tank and damage dealer, his fists clad in the armor of dominance becoming a nightmare for all monsters. Shen Yufu transformed entirely into an agile assassin, utilizing Furious Charge and her claws to create lethal white afterimages on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Samantha, having acquired the epic longbow, Embrace of the Serpent, evolved from a mere support to a terrifying ranged artillery. Every arrow she loosed was laced with deadly poison, often causing a low-level monster to succumb to its agonizing fate with a single shot. Over the course of 5 days, the trio nearly exterminated all elite monsters surrounding the outer and central regions of the Level 5 resource island. The epic gear, skill books, and rare materials they collected filled a corner of their storage space to the brim. By night, Su Mo reveled in a kingly treatment. He strictly adhered to his established system of alternating shifts, embracing 2 stunning beauties of contrasting styles as they returned to his captain's quarters, engaging in the essential activities to solidify team cohesion and relieve stress. Initially, Shen Yufu felt both shy and furious at Su Mo's every unusual request. Yet he managed to fluster her with his various twisted justifications until she eventually acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Gradually, she seemed to grow accustomed to it, even occasionally initiating their encounters, her hidden passion igniting once kindled, capable of melting steel. As for Samantha, the exuberant wild mare, she reveled in the experience, viewing Su Mo as a deity, and perceiving every night spent together as the utmost honor. Each day, she would employ an array of techniques gleaned from films to tease him, testing his limits. Despite each encounter ending in her crushing defeat, leaving her unable to rise from bed the next day, she remained undeterred, declaring, "To be conquered by a man like our boss is my supreme privilege." This drove Shen Yufu to a mix of frustration and jealousy, secretly cursing Samantha's lack of shame while feeling a twinge of intrigue herself. The strength of both women surged rapidly under the intense rhythm of battling by day and indulging by night. On the evening of the 6th day, with a resounding crash, the last LV-14 Elite Lava Tyrant, which had been lurking in the volcanic region, was felled by a single punch from Su Mo, its massive frame collapsing to the ground. Congratulations. You have slain the Lava Tyrant, LV-14 Elite, earning 2,000 experience points. Divine Blessing triggered. You ultimately gain 4,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your team member Shen Yufu has slain the Lava Tyrant. Buzz, buzz. 2 radiant beams of upgrade light simultaneously illuminated Shen Yufu and Samantha. Congratulations. Your team member Shen Yufu has leveled up. Current level, LV12. Congratulations. Your team member Samantha has leveled up. Current level, LV11. Yay, I'm level 11 now. Samantha exclaimed, exuberantly waving her longbow. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu stood frozen in astonishment upon reviewing her character panel. Name, Shen Yufu. Talent, Goddess of War S-Class. Level, LV12. Physique, 315. Mentality, 65. Skills, Furious Charge, Battle-Hardened, Soul Scythe of the Bone King, Charge Strike, Basic Archery Proficiency, LV3. Furious Charge, Epic instantly bursts forth speed, delivering devastating charges to linear enemies, with a chance to inflict knockback and stun effects. Battle-Hardened, Epic upon activation, within 5 seconds. Each enemy hit grants 5 damage reduction, up to 5 layers, and at the end of the skill, restores a corresponding percentage of health based on accumulated layers, 5 health per layer. Soul Scythe of the Bone King, Epic summons the Soul Scythe of the Bone King to execute a soul strike that ignores part of the target's defense. Charge Strike, Epic after a 15-second charge, delivers a powerful blow, with damage increasing according to the charge time, up to 150 base damage. Immobilizing the target for 2 seconds post-hit, preventing the use of mobility skills. Upon discerning the attributes displayed on her panel, her cold, exquisite eyes widened in disbelief. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat. 315 points in attributes. In recent days, she has remarkably grown stronger without even realizing it. After reaching level 10, for each subsequent level, one gains 10 free attribute points. However, her S-Class talent, War Goddess, allows her to quintuple the free attribute points earned at each level. This means that as she ascended from level 1 to 12, she amassed a staggering total of 70 by 5 free attribute points. My goodness, even Samantha, who is accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon seeing Shen Yufu's attribute panel. Name, Samantha. Talent, Treasure Hunter, A-Class. Level, LV11. Physique, 75. Mentality, 10. Skills, Ambition Summon. Mastery of Basic Archery, LV5. Barrage of Arrows, Multi-Shot. Ambition Summon. Summons a hunting wolf to assist in combat for 8 seconds. The wolf automatically gnaws at nearby enemies. And when the hunter attacks a target marked by the wolf, the damage is increased by 50. Upon the wolf's disappearance, it lunges at the nearest enemy, dealing a shock damage. Mastery of Basic Archery, LV5. Your archery has reached an unparalleled level, increasing shooting speed, accuracy, and power by 20, while also mastering the special technique of multi-shot. Multi-shot LV1 fires 3 arrows at once, with a 25 chance to target multiple or single foes. Barrage of Arrows, Epic rapidly fires 5 arrows within 15 seconds, each dealing moderate damage. If the first 4 hit the same target, the 5th arrow will inflict double damage. Embrace of the Mystic Python, passive when equipped with the Epic Longbow. Embrace of the Mystic Python. Archery power increases by 20, and the chance to trigger multi-shot is enhanced. Although Samantha's talent is not combat-oriented, her mastery of basic archery underwent a qualitative transformation upon reaching level 5, significantly enhancing both range and precision. Coupled with her meticulously chosen skills, she has become a top-tier ranged artillery. Chapter 37. Sumo's panel, both women speechless. Sumo. Quick look. Shen Yufu excitedly shared her panel with Sumo, straightening her voluptuous figure accentuated by the bone armor, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. My physique has surpassed 300. I am no longer inferior to you in any aspect. At that moment, she was no longer the vulnerable woman pleading for mercy on the bed, but the second strongest in the world rankings, with her physique surpassing Sumo's, a true S-Class war goddess. She was determined to prove that Shen Yufu was not merely a decorative vase relying on men, whether in battle or otherwise. Oh, is that so? Sumo observed her, resembling a proud little peacock eager to demonstrate her worth. Indeed, my dear aunt, you are impressive. While he praised her, he mused to himself. But with an S-Class talent like War Goddess, it's only natural that her basic attributes exceed mine at a higher level. However, this woman seemed to have forgotten that I possess armament hockey. No matter how high her attributes, they cannot breach my defenses. It would be in vain. Don't think I am oblivious to your thoughts. Seeing Sumo's indifferent expression, Shen Yufu felt a surge of defiance. Don't think your dark skill is so formidable. My strength now undeniably surpasses yours. All right. You are stronger than I am. Sumo casually opened his character panel, generously displaying it to both women. Name, Sumo. Talent, Lord of Greed, God Class, Hidden. Level, LV 140, 80,000. Physique, 100, 200. Mentality, 10, 20. Skills, Frenzied Charge, Growing Bravery, Charge Strike, Death Whirlwind, Armament Hockey. Frenzied Charge, Epic. Growing Bravery, Epic. Charge Strike, Epic. Death Whirlwind, spins the weapon rapidly, creating a vortex of death that inflicts continuous physical damage to all surrounding enemies. Armament Hockey, Constriction LV2. Effect, you can envelop any part of your body with an aura, significantly enhancing both attack and defense. Current level allows coverage of 2 body parts, such as arms or legs, lasting 15 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Armament Hockey. Hardening. Description. An advanced application of armament hockey that makes the aura covering the body surface even more indestructible, greatly enhancing defense and allowing resistance against some elemental damage. 300 points in physique. Although this is 15 points lower than Shen Yufu, the shock within the hearts of both women remained undiminished. Especially upon seeing Su Mo's glimmering S-class skill, their breath hitched. The skill armament hockey occupied only 1 skill slot. However, Samantha soon discovered a flaw. Her azure eyes narrowed in discontent. Boss, you are being quite unfair. You are hiding your talent. Samantha pointed her finger and poked Su Mo's breastplate, her tone turning wistful. Now, don't we share an honest relationship, akin to being undraped at night? We've shown you everything, yet you still conceal your talent from us? Though Shen Yufu remained silent, the slight downturn of her lips and the dimming of her once bright eyes indicated her sentiments. After spending days together, they had long surmised Su Mo's talents. The ability to conjure items from thin air, the bizarre power to double resources, and the potent aura that granted extra experience to herself and Samantha, all of these were evident to them. Yet knowing was one thing. Su Mo's active concealment was another. This made them feel as though an invisible veil lay between them, creating a distance that, despite their physical closeness, left their hearts unaligned. A sense of inexplicable awkwardness and disappointment welled up within Shen Yufu. It dawned on her that Su Mo had never truly placed his trust in them. Cough, cough. Upon sensing the atmosphere, Su Mo felt a sudden weight on his shoulders. He quickly opened his arms, enveloping the 2 stunning beauties in a warm embrace. A slightly guilty smile gracing his face. Oh dear, my 2 precious gems, you have wronged me. This talent is automatically hidden by the system. I have no control over it. Besides, what is there to see? It's just a slight edge over yours. A slight edge? Shen Yufu shot him a disapproving glance. All right, let us not dwell on this. Su Mo hastily changed the subject, pinching Shen Yufu's puffed cheeks and leaning down to whisper mischievously in her ear. My dear aunt, didn't you claim your physique surpassed mine? Humph, it does exceed yours. My physique and mentality attributes are both higher than yours. Shen Yufu retorted defiantly. Merely boasting would not suffice. Su Mo's smile grew increasingly playful. How about this, tonight? If you can make me plead for mercy and support yourself against the wall to leave the room, I will concede that you are stronger than I. What do you say? Care to wager? You shameless. Shen Yufu's face flushed crimson. This rogue never strayed from that topic. Yet, Su Mo's warm breath against her ear made her feel weak in the knees. What? Afraid? Who dares? Shen Yufu exclaimed defiantly, her neck arched in defiance. All right. You said it. Hey, boss, you're in for a tough night. Samantha chimed in, leaning closer with a mischievous grin, reveling in the chaos of the moment. She was like a little tigress now. Beware lest she devour you whole. Just what I hoped for. Su Mo licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with intensity. The trio bantered as they began their return towards the base. Shen Yufu was still lost in the exhilaration of her newfound strength and Su Mo's provocative words, plotting how to redeem herself that evening. Meanwhile, Samantha hummed a tune, contemplating which battle attire to don that night. At that moment, Su Mo, who was leading, suddenly halted. What's wrong, boss? Samantha inquired curiously. Su Mo lifted his chin, gesturing for them to look ahead. Chapter 38. The enthralled fangirl, Luo Xiaoro. Not far ahead, beneath a twisted, gnarled tree, a petite figure curled up, trembling with fear. It was a girl who appeared to be merely 16 or 17, short in stature. With a quintessential 2-dimensional cute face, large, innocent eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry-like lips, complemented by signature pink twin ponytails that made her seem harmless and irresistibly adorable. However, her right ankle appeared injured, wrapped in makeshift cloth, stained with blood. At that moment, she gazed in terror at the approaching LV-6 obsidian scorpion. Drawn in by the scent of blood, embodying the tragic sight of one on the brink of demise. She's a survivor. Shen Yufu's expression shifted instantly as she raised her longbow. Su Mo, are we going to save her? Humph, another tired trope of heroism, Samantha scoffed. Su Mo narrowed his eyes, fixating on the girl's distinctive pink ponytails. In his mind, fleeting images of the World Channel flashed, videos of himself that had reached the pinnacle of popularity. The unique, distant angles that depicted him as a demigod, along with the fervent, almost obsessive comments from fans proclaiming their adoration. A bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. It must be her. How audacious to come to me. As the obsidian scorpion raised its poisonous stinger, Su Mo sprang into action. In mere strides of 30 meters, he appeared before the girl. With a resounding thud, a straightforward punch obliterated the scorpion's head, which was a nightmare for ordinary players. You are Su Mo, the Great One. The girl looked up in astonishment, her large, tearful eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy and admiration. You recognize me? Su Mo feigned ignorance. Of course. I watch your videos on the World Channel every day. You are my idol. She exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless. All right, don't be afraid. It's all over now. Su Mo offered a warm smile, bending down to inspect her ankle. It's quite injured. How did you end up here on this level 5 island alone? I don't know. My boat was wrecked by monsters, and I swam desperately until I drifted to this island. I'm so scared, she whimpered, her eyes welling with tears. Enough of that. Don't cry anymore. You're safe now. Shen Yufu stepped forward, gently patting her back in comfort. Since you have nowhere to go, you can come back to our base with us. Really? Is that all right? Thank you so much. You are such good people. Luo Xiaoro instantly brightened, her face alight with gratitude as she looked at Su Imo. Su Imo effortlessly lifted her into his arms and turned to leave. Come along. I'll take you back to our base where there are doctors who can tend to your injuries. Upon returning to the base, Su Imo kindly handed Luo Xiaoro over to Nurse Zhou Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, please take care of her wounds. Yes, boss. Zhou Xiaoxiao promptly assisted Luo Xiaoro into the medical tent. Zhao Tailin and the others were thrilled to see their boss return with such a soft, adorable girl, chuckling amongst themselves. The boss is indeed the boss. He attracts beauties wherever he goes. This little girl looks so pitiful. He isn't going to adopt her, is he? During dinner, Su Imo specifically arranged for hot meat soup and bread for Luo Xiaoro. She appeared flabbergasted, sipping her soup in small bites, casting adoring glances at Su Imo with starry eyes. Her innocent and bashful demeanor even drew teasing remarks from Samantha. Boss, your charm truly knows no bounds. This little girl seems utterly captivated. Yet Shen Yufu furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss about the girl, though she could not pinpoint why. A girl who had survived in a doomsday ocean instance for several days, even if terrified, could not so quickly let her guard down around a stranger. Her behavior seemed less like that of a survivor and more reminiscent of a fan meeting her idol. Luo Xiaoro, Su Imo began casually once she had eaten her fill. Have we met in this apocalyptic world? Huh. Luo Xiaoro paused, momentarily taken aback before nodding and shaking her head in a symbolic gesture. No, we haven't met. But I watch your rankings on the World Channel every day, and videos from others too. Su Imo smiled. So, how do I compare in person to the videos? Of course, you are far more handsome in person. Luo Xiaoro declared without hesitation, her cheeks flushing. You are 100 times more handsome than in the videos. And you feel so much safer. However, Sumo's amiable smile faltered at that moment. One last question. Is the player known as Sumo's husband who incessantly stalks me on the World Channel? You? Upon hearing this, Shen Yufu and Samantha's gazes sharpened, piercing through Luo Xiaoro like arrows. They had sensed something was off. The girl's appearance was far too coincidental, her demeanor too flawless, as if scripted. I don't know what you're talking about. Luo Xiaoro's large eyes brimmed with tears, shaking her head vigorously, exuding an aura of innocence and distress that could soften any man's heart. Still pretending? Su Imo suddenly stood, leaning in closer to stare her down. You claim your boat was wrecked, and you fortuitously swam to this level 5 resource island, conveniently appearing on our route back to the base? With each word he spoke, he advanced a step closer, while Luo Xiaoro recoiled, trembling. A seemingly defenseless girl could not survive alone in a sea teeming with monsters and precisely navigate to a level 5 island. Even if she were lucky enough not to be devoured by monsters, how had she traversed through the outer monster zone unscathed to reach the island's center? There is only one explanation. Su Imo pointed a finger directly at Luo Xiaoro. You know the safe path because you have been watching us all along. I haven tea. Luo Xiaoro cried, her tears cascading down like rain, her body shaking, appearing utterly pitiful. Reveal your character panel, let me see your talents. Su Imo, feeling disinclined to engage further in idle banter, responded with a frosty tone. Otherwise, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with these waters. Observing that her attempts to feign ignorance and evoke pity were futile, Luo Xiaoro halted her sobbing. Woo, Su Imo darling. Please don't be so fierce with me. Suddenly, she burst into tears, but this time, it was not out of fear, but rather out of grievance. She clung to Sumo's leg, her anime-like, soft and adorable voice lamenting. I simply admire you. I risked my life to find you. You are so remarkable and handsome. Truly my idol. All I wish is to be by your side, watching you every day. Is that too much to ask? Luo Xiaoro continued her fervent declaration. From the moment I first laid eyes on your Ark of Noah at sea, I knew you were unlike those pitiful creatures struggling for survival. You are the king of this world. The videos I shared were not meant to expose your secrets. Rather, I wanted everyone to know just how powerful my man is. This passionate confession left everyone present, including Su Imo, in a state of shock. Shen Yufu and Samantha exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment. What is happening here? A fanatical devotee? Is she pursuing her idol even in this game? Chapter 39. Luo Xiaoro voluntarily becomes a bedwarmer maid. So, you are assisting me in promotion? Sumo's expression turned playful. Indeed. Luo Xiaoro nodded vigorously. I understand that a powerful being like you would surely disdain the opinions of mere mortals. However, I believe your name should echo throughout the world, commanding respect and submission. Interesting, Su Imo released her chin and reclined back in his chair, crossing his legs. Since you admire me so much, would you care to remain and work for me? Absolutely. I want to. Luo Xiaoro's eyes sparkled brightly, her answer unwavering. Very well, a wicked smile crept across Sumo's face, but my ship does not accommodate idlers. If you wish to stay, you must work. He gestured towards Zhao Tailin and her companions, who were busy dealing with monster corpses. Do you see them? From today onward, you shall toil alongside these formidable women. Your daily responsibilities will include cleaning the base, handling refuse, and any laborious tasks that arise. Luo Xiaoro was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that, as an S-class reconnaissance talent, Su Mo would assign her to menial labor. Yet, after a brief hesitation, she nodded emphatically. All right, I'll do it. As long as I can stay by your side, I will do whatever you ask. Good attitude, Su Mo approved, then pointed to his feet. However, mere physical labor is insufficient. I am somewhat lazy. After training, I require someone to wash and massage my feet. That task will also be yours. Wash your feet? Luo Xiaoro's cheeks flushed crimson. Nevertheless, she promptly nodded, sure. No problem. At this point, even Shen Yufu and Samantha could no longer bear to watch. Assigning such a sweet and adorable girl to labor, and requiring her to wash feet, was utterly excessive. Yet, Su Mo appeared unsatisfied. Observing Luo Xiaoro's eager compliance with his every request, the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Excellent. It seems you possess a strong sense of duty. In that case, I have one final, crucial task to assign to you. Su Mo stood, approached Luo Xiaoro, leaned down, and whispered in her ear with a magnetic voice, every night. After I finish my duties, you will be responsible for warming my bed. Upon utterance of these words, the room fell into a dead silence. Shen Yufu and Samantha's eyes widened, astonished. Warming the bed. This demand is not merely excessive, it is outright shameless. They thought surely this time Luo Xiaoro would refuse. However, to their utter disbelief, she paused for a mere 3 seconds before her adorable face blossomed with a deep blush. She shyly lowered her head and, in a voice as soft as a whisper yet resolute, replied, Why yes, of course, my lord. I will follow your arrangements. At this, Shen Yufu and Samantha were completely flabbergasted. They finally comprehended Su Mo's intentions. He was testing her. And this girl named Luo Xiaoro had accepted all his unreasonable demands. They exchanged glances, and a ridiculous thought simultaneously crossed their minds. This girl cannot possibly be one of those obsessive fans who would go to any lengths, even sacrificing herself. For the sake of her idol, could she? Such tales were not uncommon in the entertainment industry. But to encounter such a phenomenon in this apocalyptic game was utterly absurd. Moreover, she was an S-class talent. Open your panel, let me see your talent. Su Mo snapped back to reality. Luo Xiaoro obediently revealed her character panel. Name, Luo Xiaoro. Talent, Farsight, S-Class. Level, LV2. Skills, Gale Steps, Disguise, and S-Class Reconnaissance Talent? Sumo's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing this, though he masked his surprise. Impressive, Luo Xiaoro beamed with pride. My Farsight can see vast distances and penetrate obstacles. Not bad. Su Mo nodded, promptly extending her a team invitation. Ding. You have successfully invited player Luo Xiaoro to join your team. Ding. Detecting 3 divine-rated members in the team. The effect of your divine talent, Greed Master, has been enhanced. Divine bonus effect increased to 300. Boom. A surge of power, exponentially greater than before, flooded Su Mo's entire being. He opened his panel, and the suffix under his physique stat had transformed to 300. His final physique soared to an astounding 400 points. Delightful. Su Mo thought to himself. All right, come aboard. Su Mo cast a satisfied glance at Luo Xiaoro, gesturing towards the Ark of Noah docked by the shore. From now on, you will reside in that little wooden house. First, go take a shower and change into clean clothes. As Luo Xiaoro skipped joyfully up the gangplank, Samantha finally snapped out of her shock. She leaned closer to Su Mo, regarding him as though he were an extraterrestrial, and whispered, Boss, what exactly did you feed her? An S-class talent, and she's so willingly becoming your foot-washing maid and bedwarmer? Perhaps it's simply my good looks. Su Mo pretended to ponder seriously before responding. TCH. Samantha rolled her eyes, though admiration shimmered in her cerulean gaze. An S-class talent is revered like a deity in any alliance outside, yet here, she acted as meekly as a kitten, eagerly volunteering to be a bedwarmer maid. Where's the logic in that? Shen Yufu observed Su Mo's smug demeanor. Feeling a mix of anger and amusement, but more than anything, she sensed an inexplicable wariness. This newcomer, with her soft and innocent exterior, seemed to possess a whimsical and intricate mind. Her fervent admiration for Su Mo had transcended the bounds of ordinary reverence, plunging Shen Yufu into an unprecedented sense of crisis. While Samantha's daily bouts of jealousy felt more akin to a playful rivalry among women, this Luo Xiaoro gazed at Su Mo with an insatiable desire, as if wishing to sacrifice all she possessed for his possession. Humph, a vixen. Shen Yufu silently scoffed, resolutely determining to make Su Mo aware tonight of who truly reigns as the mistress aboard this vessel. Chapter 40. The First Night's Grand Gesture. Shen Yufu's full commitment. This place is simply magnificent. Within the luxurious 3-story villa aboard the ship, Luo Xiaoro curiously surveyed her new abode. The warm wooden floor, intricately carved staircase, plush sofas, and spacious beds exuded an inviting aroma of fresh timber. Lacking any modern high-tech amenities, this cozy comfort far surpassed the majority of pre-apocalyptic residential complexes. Hee hee, starting today. This is also my territory. With glee, Luo Xiaoro leaped onto the soft bed, rolling about in excitement. She picked up a clean t-shirt that Su Mo had tossed her way, humming a little tune as she bounced into the makeshift bathroom. A mere 15 minutes later, clad in an oversized t-shirt that hung loosely on her, her bare, delicate legs emerging from beneath, Luo Xiaoro stepped out to find Su Mo reclining against the headboard, leisurely polishing the glimmering claws of the savage bear king. Water droplets cascaded from her pink-tipped hair, gliding down her fair neck, rendering her as enchanting as a lotus in bloom, pure yet irresistibly alluring. The ample hem of the t-shirt barely concealed her modesty, while her slender legs shimmered under the soft light, causing one's head to spin. Su Mo, darling, I'm all washed up, Luo Xiaoro said. Her cheeks flushed as her voice barely rose above a whisper. Is the shirt fitting? Su Mo inquired without lifting his gaze. It's a bit large, she admitted, her voice dwindling, but it carries your scent, and I quite like it. Su Mo set aside the claws, casting a brief glance in her direction before patting the edge of the bed. Come here. Her heart raced like a timid little cat as she approached the bed, gingerly perching herself on its edge, her toes curling in nervousness. Extend your foot, Su Mo commanded. Startled, Luo Xiaoro obediently revealed her uninjured left foot. The delicate, rosy appendage, akin to a work of art, lay exposed before Su Mo's gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he coolly replied, now the other one. Her face flushed crimson as she swiftly switched to her injured right foot. Su Mo grasped her warm ankle, retrieving the ointment from his storage space, and carefully began to treat her ankle injury with a cotton swab. His touch was gentle and soft, a stark contrast to his usual decisive demeanor. The tender sensation and the cool balm sent her heart racing, her cheeks ablaze with heat, as if she could hardly contain herself. Su Mo, my beloved, you are so powerful and domineering, yet possess such a gentle side. The contrast was utterly captivating to her, a girl enamored with the fantastical. All done. Once the ointment was applied, Su Mo released her ankle, casually instructing, you shall rest in this room tonight. Do not wander about. Then what about you? Luo Xiaoro instinctively inquired. Me? Su Mo rose, a playful smile gracing his features. I shall fulfill my duties as captain and check on the other female crew members' sleeping arrangements. With that, he turned to leave. However, in a moment of courage, Luo Xiaoro reached out and tugged at the hem of his shirt. Su Mo, please don't go, okay? It's my first night here, and I'd like to present you with a grand gesture. The nature of that gift was all but obvious. Su Mo paused, taken aback by the audacity of this bold girl. She was far more forward than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to respond, the wooden door creaked open. Shen Yufu appeared, clad in a seductive black silk nightgown that accentuated her exquisite curves. The ample expanse of her porcelain skin shimmered under the light, while her long, slender legs radiated an irresistible allure. Leaning against the doorframe, her icy gaze flicked between the pitifully vulnerable Luo Xiaoro and Su Mo. Su Mo, the water in the room is ready. Shall I wash first, or shall we tend to your feet? Wow. Luo Xiaoro's eyes widened, utterly captivated by the scene. Truly, she was a national goddess, thriving in the thrill of the moment. Su Mo reveled in the electric tension between the two women, a grin spreading across his face as he pulled Shen Yufu into his embrace, whispering in her ear, of course, I shall cleanse you first, and then we can soak our feet together. With that, he enveloped the blushing Shen Yufu in his arms, striding into the master bedroom under Luo Xiaoro's astonished and adoring gaze. Bang! The door swung shut once more. This night was destined to be another sleepless one. Within the master bedroom, steam rose from the large wooden tub. Su Mo tossed Shen Yufu into the tub as one might a chick, splashing water everywhere. Rascal, can't you be a little gentler? She exclaimed, wiping droplets from her face, both embarrassed and irritated as she glared at him. Do you require gentleness from me? Su Mo stepped into the tub, his muscular physique exuding an overwhelming presence as he firmly grasped Shen Yufu's ankle, a teasing smile on his lips. Isnt, the war goddess, supposed to surpass me in strength, compelling me to beg for mercy? Let us see what you've got. Fine, you've asked for it. She relinquished her restraint, unleashing the S-rank talent of war goddess that surged within her. In the next moment, she flipped over like a stunning serpent, coiling around Su Mo's body, her legs entwined around his waist, arms clasping his neck, and she bit down on his shoulder. Hiss! Su Mo gasped, astonished by her ferocity. This little sister-in-law certainly had some bite. Is that all the strength you possess? You're merely tickling me. With a bold hand, Su Mo began to retaliate. A battle devoid of gunpowder, yet more intense than any fight, erupted in the bathtub. Shen Yufu, empowered by her over 300 points in physique, transformed from her usual passivity to launch a fierce counterattack. She darted like an agile leopard, seeking Su Mo's vulnerabilities, then transformed into a stubborn lioness, pouring every ounce of her strength into biting and subduing him. Yet, Su Mo remained an unshakable mountain. No matter how fiercely she charged or struggled, he stood unwavering. Though his armament hockey remained unactivated, his formidable physical defense was beyond Shen Yufu's capacity to breach. Each seemingly casual counter from him struck with precision, dismantling her defenses and drawing forth reluctant cries of defeat. How about this? My war goddess, do you concede? No, I do not. Shen Yufu bit her silver teeth and responded defiantly. She refused to believe it. Her strength was clearly superior to his. Why then was she still utterly overwhelmed by him? Such a stubborn mouth, Sumo smirked. Then let us continue until you submit. The battle transitioned to the grand bed, extending from the depths of the night until dawn's first light. Chapter 41. Challenge against the LV-15 Lord Level Boss. Survival Challenge, Day 7. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the disheveled bed, Shen Yufu felt akin to a battered ship tossed by tumultuous waves throughout the night. Having completely lost all will to resist, not even a single finger could she move. She had lost, utterly and completely, her body bearing the marks of that man's domineering and fervent conquest. Now, who was truly stronger? Shen Yufu buried her face in the soft pillow, refusing to acknowledge him. With a long arm, Sumo pulled her delicate form into his embrace, pinching her pouting cheek and teasing, "My war goddess, why the silence?" With tears of frustration welling up, Shen Yufu lamented, "You're formidable, you're the strongest. You're a monster. Is that sufficient? Speak louder, I can't hear you." "Sumo, you scoundrel. You're the strongest." In the adjacent room, Luo Xiaoro, having eavesdropped all night from her corner, curled up under the covers with her face flushed, her petite legs trembling uncontrollably. It was terrifying. The formidable Shun, who could independently challenge a level 14 elite monster, had been reduced to such a pitiful state. What would happen to her fragile frame if Sumo were to lay claim to her? She suddenly realized how naive and foolhardy her thoughts from the previous night had been. Sumo emerged from the room, invigorated and at ease. "Boss, you're simply not human," Samantha remarked, glancing at the now limp Shen Yufu sprawled on the bed, her heart still racing. "What? Are you envious?" Sumo shot her a sidelong glance. "Not at all." Samantha hastily shook her head. She had no desire to follow in Shen Yufu's footsteps. After breakfast, Luo Xiaoro approached with her tiny legs, tightly clutching the monocular-like device in her hands. "Xiaoro, today is the final day," Sumo said, sipping his fish soup nonchalantly. "Tomorrow morning, we shall depart, and the system will assess our game currency based on the value of the items we've acquired." He opened his panel to check the contents of his storage space. The various epic-grade equipment, skill books, and rare materials scavenged over the past few days, combined with the currency dropped by slain elite monsters, amounted to over 6 million. This sum was astronomical in the eyes of other players, yet to Sumo, it fell woefully short. "I have no particular hobbies, just a penchant for accumulating wealth," Sumo mused, his gaze landing on Luo Xiaoro. "Thus, today, we must undertake a significant endeavor. Your task is to use your 1,000-mile eye to locate the most valuable and formidable creature on this island." "Understood, Sumo." Luo Xiaoro straightened her back, determination shining in her eyes. She dashed to the bow of the ship, raising her 1,000-mile eye to commence a thorough reconnaissance of the island. 20 minutes later, I found it. Luo Xiaoro's tremulous voice broke through, laced with fear. "Sumo, it's in the heart of the island. Within the volcano. I see a demon." "A demon?" Sumo and Samantha exchanged glances, moving closer. "What is it that has you so frightened?" Samantha inquired curiously. Luo Xiaoro gulped, her face pale as she stammered. It's enormous. At least 20 meters tall. Its entire body is covered in dark dragon scales, with a fearsome dragon head adorned with twisted demonic horns. It has a pair of colossal bat wings that could obscure the sky. Abyssal Dragon Baroque, LV-15 Lord Level. Lord Level Boss. The mere mention of those words caused even the fearless Samantha to pale. Above elite monsters, such a formidable existence awaited them. What is there to fear? Just then, Shen Yufu emerged from the cabin, clad in skeletal armor. Though her gait remained somewhat stiff, her exquisite face radiated a fierce battle spirit. "Isn't it just a slightly larger lizard? Together, the three of us can bring it down." After their intimate encounter the previous night, she had gained a newfound and terrifying understanding of Sumo's strength. This man was a monster clad in human skin. With him by her side, she felt emboldened to confront even a divine being. "Well said." Sumo laughed heartily, promptly deciding, "Let us move out. Xiaoro, your physique is too frail for armor. So use your disguise skill to follow behind, ensuring to guide and keep watch." Do I really have to go?" Luo Xiaoro's face fell. She was merely a scout. To confront a terrifying creature that made her legs tremble at a mere glance was tantamount to courting death. Yet, upon seeing Sumo's unwavering gaze, all her objections fell silent. All right, Sumo." The idol's command was absolute. Even if it led her into the jaws of peril, she would follow resolutely. Thus, this illustrious quartet, the most luxurious team in the oceanic realm, set forth towards the depths of the Level 5 resource island, to the ominous volcano perpetually shrouded in dark clouds. In the volcanic region, not a blade of grass thrived. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. The ground a dark red scorched earth, slightly warm beneath their feet. Gurgle, gurgle. Molten bubbles rose from the ground, bursting and splattering scorching lava. "This place is unbearably hot." Samantha tugged at her collar, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Though the skeletal armor provided remarkable defense, its heat insulation was lacking. "Be cautious," The monsters here may possess fire attributes, Shen Yufu warned, gripping her claws and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Leading the charge, Luo Xiao's face was ashen. Her pink athletic attire was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her form. She utilized her thousand-mile eye to confirm their direction while employing her disguise skill to blend into her environment, fearful of being discovered by any lurking monster. Sumo. It's right in the largest volcanic crater ahead, Luo Xiao's voice trembled. The closer they approached, the more oppressive the terrifying aura emanating from the formidable creature became, nearly stealing her breath away. Sumo nodded, signaling everyone to halt. Samantha, you and Luo Xiao will stay outside. Find a secure vantage point for ranged support and vigilance. Shen Yufu and I will venture inside to confront it. Understood. Samantha and Luo Xiao immediately accepted their orders, exchanging a glance with Shen Yufu. Sumo took a deep breath, and they stepped forward into the gaping maw of the volcano, akin to a demon's jaws. Inside the crater lay an immense cavern of molten lava. In the heart of the cavern lies a vast lake of roiling magma. At the very center of this lake, a colossal figure is curled up, seemingly in slumber. It is none other than the level 15 Lord-class boss, the abyssal dragon Balrog. Its massive form resembles a small mountain. With each breath, the entire cave trembles slightly, and the hot dragon breath it exhales distorts the very air around it. Chapter 42, Blood of Fury. Skills Unleashed. This creature is indeed no ordinary foe. Sumo gazes at the dragon, his eyes not betraying the slightest hint of fear. Instead, they ignite with a fierce battle spirit. How shall we engage it? Shen Yufu inquires in a hushed tone, her words casual, yet her heart quivers at the prospect of confronting this legendary Lord-class boss. The usual strategy, Sumo replies with a straightforward plan. I will be the primary attacker while you look for opportunities to strike at its vital points. Understood. Sumo flexes his wrist, the dark hue of his armament haki instantly enveloping his right arm. With a powerful stomp, he launches himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the dragon at the center of the lava lake. Roar! The slumbering Balrog is abruptly roused. Upon witnessing the audacity of this diminutive human daring to provoke it, its molten-like eyes ignite with boundless fury. It opens its massive maw, capable of engulfing a truck, unleashing a dark, destructive breath akin to a high-pressure water jet, aimed directly at the airborne Sumo. Skill, Abyssal Breath. The breath, as it passes, seems to corrode and melt the very fabric of space itself. In the face of this annihilating strike, Sumo neither flinches nor retreats. The armament haki solidifies. With a sizzling sound, the surface of his haki-clad right fist glimmers with a radiant black crystalline sheen. He dares to confront the Lord-class boss's breath with his own fist. Boom! Fist meets dragon breath in a cataclysmic clash. A terrifying explosion of energy reverberates throughout the cavern. The entire magma lake is sent into a tempestuous upheaval. Sumo's figure is violently propelled away, akin to a meteor crashing against the cave wall. Boom! The unyielding rock face yields to him, creating a massive human-shaped indentation as debris cascades down. Sumo. Shen Yufu's heart leaps into her throat from afar. Cough, cough. As the dust settles, Sumo leaps from the indentation, brushing off the remnants of dirt clinging to him. His skeletal armor lies in shattered pieces, revealing his bronzed, muscular chest beneath, marred by a faint burn mark. Damn it, this Lord-class boss is indeed formidable. Sumo licks the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet a wild grin spreads across his face. Now that's the thrill. Roar. The dragon, enraged by the failure to vanquish this insignificant pest, rises slowly from the magma lake. Its enormous wings beat fiercely, stirring a tempestuous wind as it lunges towards Sumo. Those claws, as colossal as mountains, descend with the force to pulverize a small hill. Now, at that moment, while the dragon's attention is fixated on Sumo, Shen Yufu makes her move. Frantic charge. Her figure transforms into a flash of white lightning. Racing along the cavern walls, maneuvering to the rear of the dragon. She leaps high, her claws aimed directly at the dragon's sturdy Achilles tendon, plunging down fiercely. Thud. The sharp claws pierce through the gaps in its scales. Roar. Balrog bellows in agony, emitting a thunderous roar. It violently lashes its tail. A massive appendage akin to a steel whip, sweeping towards Shen Yufu. Watch out. Sumo's pupils constrict as he activates frantic charge, without hesitation. Arriving just in time, he envelopes her delicate form in his embrace, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Boom. The dragon's tail crashes against the cave wall, causing the entire volcano to tremble violently. As if on the brink of collapse. Thank you. Cradled in Sumo's arms, feeling the heat of his chest and the strength of his heartbeat. Shen Yufu's cheeks flush crimson. Focus. This is hardly the time for romance. Sumo sets her down, his gaze serious as he observes the increasingly frenzied dragon. Now driven mad by pain. This creature's scales are too tough. Conventional attacks are futile. What should we do? Target its eyes. No sooner had Sumo spoken, when a poisoned arrow whizzes from the cave entrance, accurately aimed at the dragon's left eye. It is Samantha. Thud. The arrow strikes true. Yet, it merely leaves a small charred mark on the resilient eye membrane, failing to inflict substantial damage. Roar. Balrog is thoroughly enraged. It disregards Mo and Shen Yufu, pivoting abruptly to unleash a more robust dark breath towards the cave entrance. Samantha, get out of the way. Mo bellows. However, it is too late. The speed and breadth of the dragon breath are overwhelming. Boom. The entire volcano mouth collapses under the onslaught of the terrifying breath. Debris flies through the air, and dust clouds billow. Samantha and Luo Xiaoro are instantaneously buried beneath the fallen rocks. Their fate's unknown. Samantha, Luo Xiaoro. Shen Yufu gazes at the sealed cave entrance, her beautiful eyes filled with horror and concern. That spirited, quick-witted mare who bantered with her daily, and the newly arrived, soft-spoken pink-haired girl. Surely they haven't perished so easily? Roar. With a successful strike, the abyssal dragon Balrog emits a triumphant roar, turning its grotesque head to fix its molten gaze upon Mo and Shen Yufu once more. To it, these two insects trapped within the cave are now mere playthings. Mo, what do we do now? Shen Yufu queries anxiously. The entire cavern is engulfed in an eerie silence, broken only by the dragon's labored breaths and the bubbling of the magma. Remain calm. Sumo's face reveals no trace of panic. Instead, it is marked by an icy composure. His dark eyes glimmer with a chilling, frenzied, killing intent. It has slain my crew and blocked my path. Today it must perish. Before his words could fully settle, he retrieves a vial from his storage space, exuding an ominous red glow, filled with a viscous liquid. Blood of Fury. This peculiar item obtained from the six-legged lizard induces chaos upon consumption, inflicting severe harm upon oneself. Mo, no. That will lead you to lose control. Shen Yufu instantly recognizes the item, her voice rising in alarm. Loss of control? Sumo's lips curled into a wild and cruel arc. I need to lose control right now. He tilted his head back, consuming the vial of frenzied blood in one gulp. A roar erupted from him, and in the next moment, an aura as terrifying as the abyssal dragon surged violently from his not-so-mighty frame. His muscles swelled at a visible rate, tearing through the remnants of his bone armor. Dark red veins spread across his skin like a searing brand. His eyes transformed entirely into a sea of blood red. Armed hockey, growing stronger with each battle. Charge strikes. Frenzied charge. In a breathtaking display, Mo activated all his offensive skills simultaneously. The overwhelming energy clashed violently within him, enough to obliterate any ordinary soul on impact. Yet now, under the influence of the frenzied blood, this cataclysmic power was flawlessly harnessed by him. Chapter 43. The Dying Mo and the King of Moonlight Mushrooms. Die? Mo unleashed a roar that was far from human, his feet pounding the ground with ferocity. Boom. He shot forth like a black-red meteor, disregarding the rolling lava lake before him, hurtling towards the colossal abyssal dragon with a velocity that seemed to tear space itself. Is this the power he gains in his frenzy? Shen Yufu stared in a daze at the figure transformed into a demon, her heart churning in tumultuous waves. Clang. His fist, covered in black diamond crystals and frenzied blood energy, collided violently with the abyssal dragon's massive maw, capable of shattering mountains. The entire volcano echoed with a mournful wail under the impact. Roar. The great head of the abyssal dragon Baroque jerked back from the force of that punch, its molten-like eyes reflecting an unprecedented shock. How could this diminutive human unleash such terrifying strength? Before it could comprehend, Sumo's tempestuous assault had already commenced. Bang, 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 bang. Abandoning all defense and technique, he resorted to the most primal, savage, bone-crushing strikes. Each punch, infused with the compounded power of armed hockey, hardening, and charged strike, struck the dragon with relentless force. The once impenetrable dragon scales, capable of withstanding volcanic eruptions, shattered like fragile glass beneath Sumo's iron fists. Black dragon blood mingled with the splintered scales, splattering in a chaotic cascade. Roar. Baroque let out a wail of excruciating pain, frantically swinging its claws and unleashing dragon fire, desperate to rend this accursed flea to pieces. Yet, Sumo did not flinch. The dragon's claws tore into his flesh, and its fiery breath scorched his body, but he felt no pain. Instead, he erupted into fits of exhilarated, maniacal laughter. Ha! This is exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. The talent of growing stronger with each battle was instantly maxed out, granting him damage reduction and life recovery, transforming him into an indomitable, frenzied war god. Death spiral. Sumo roared as he spun rapidly upon the dragon's back, becoming a black-red vortex of death. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The screeching sound of friction accompanied the gruesome tearing of flesh from the dragon, exposing its stark, white bones beneath. Sumo. In the distance, Shen Yufu was utterly mesmerized. This was no longer a battle. It had devolved into a one-sided, blood-soaked massacre. She longed to assist, yet tragically realized that in such a high-stakes conflict, her own power was insufficient even to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as the man she both loved and loathed avenged her and their fallen comrades at the cost of his own life. A crystalline tear slid silently down her exquisite cheek. Roar. The abyssal dragon was terrified. It had never fathomed that, after reigning over this volcano for centuries, it would be driven to such a miserable state by a mere level 14 human. It emitted a mournful cry of defiance, furiously flapping its colossal bat-like wings. Attempting to escape this terrifying demon. Trying to flee? Have I permitted you? Mo sneered, leaping onto the dragon's back and racing along its mountainous spine. Finally, he leaped high, fists clenched, gathering all his strength to strike down upon the dragon's massive skull. Die! Crack! The unmistakable sound of shattering bone resonated throughout the cavern. The immense form of the abyssal dragon collapsed, splattering lava in every direction. The battle was over. From the moment Mo drank the frenzied blood to the fall of the Lord-level boss, less than 10 minutes had passed. Mo stood atop the dragon's carcass. Drenched in blood, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell. The frenzied aura around him gradually subsided, and his blood-red eyes slowly regained clarity. Then, an overwhelming wave of weakness crashed over him like a tide. His vision darkened, and his body weakened, causing him to tumble from the dragon's corpse. Mo, Shen Yufu gasped in alarm, rushing to catch him. But at that moment, boom, the cave entrance, sealed by massive stones, was suddenly shattered from the outside by a well-aimed arrow. A figure with golden hair and blue eyes, wielding an epic longbow, charged through the smoke, catching the unconscious Mo just before he fell into the lava lake. Boss, are you alright? The newcomer was none other than Samantha. Samantha? You're not dead. Shen Yufu gawked at the dramatic scene before her, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Uft, you're the one who is dead. Samantha rolled her eyes at Shen Yufu while cradling the now unconscious Mo. If I hadn't reacted quickly and unleashed a rain of arrows to blast a hole in those falling rocks, we would have been buried alive. Just as she finished speaking, a pink-haired girl with twin ponytails emerged from the rubble, equally disheveled. It was Luo Xiaoro. Wah. I thought I'd never see my husband Mo again. Stop wasting time. Quick. Mo is in serious trouble. Shen Yufu finally regained her composure, her heart tightening as she gazed at Mo's ashen face and the horrific wounds that exposed his bones. The side effects of frenzied blood were manifesting. Mo's health was plummeting drastically, nearing its end. Wait, the mushrooms. Shen Yufu suddenly recalled something, but before she could access her storage space, Mo, driven by his last vestiges of will, forcibly opened his own storage space, casting out the 10 moonlight mushroom kings he had harvested but not yet used. Eat. Mo gasped, expending his final strength to utter a single word before slipping into unconsciousness. Eat. I'll feed you. Shen Yufu seized the largest mycelium king in a frenzy, desperately attempting to shove it into Mo's mouth. However, Mo had already lost consciousness and was incapable of swallowing. In a moment of desperation, Shen Yufu's mind raced, and she bit down fiercely into the mycelium king, then leaned down to press her lips against Mo's, transferring the essence of the mushroom through their shared connection. The warm, life-infused liquid flowed down Mo's throat, finally halting the rapid decline of his life force, which began to rise slowly. Although he remained gravely injured, at least his life was spared. The three women sighed in relief at the sight. Chapter 44, Legendary Weapon. Armed color hockey, flowing cherry blossom. At that moment, the massive corpse of the abyssal dragon suddenly dissolved into a myriad of golden specks. As the luminescent particles dispersed, a heap of dazzling spoils was left behind. Among them, a colossal black blade, formidable in design and radiating a golden legendary glow, stood out most prominently. A cacophony of deafening system notifications erupted in the ears of the three women. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Mo for successfully defeating the level 5 Resource Island's final boss, Abyssal Dragon Baroque, LV-15. He becomes the first player globally to slay a boss-level creature. A series of global announcements echoed, plunging the world channel into a profound silence. Then came even more astonishing loot notifications. Congratulations. Your party has successfully defeated Abyssal Dragon Baroque, LV-15 boss. Earned experience, 50,000. Talent Goddess bonus triggered. Final experience gained, 100,000 points. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, LV-15. You have obtained Judgment of the Abyssal Dragon, Legendary Weapon. You have acquired Skill Book Dragon Might, Epic. You have received Fragment of Armed Color Hockey, Flowing Cherry Blossom, X1. You have gained 300,000 game currency. Talent Greed triggered. Gazing at the cascade of golden system prompts and the mountain of spoils, the three women found themselves momentarily breathless. A legendary weapon. An epic skill book. Not to mention the fragment labeled Armed Color Hockey, Flowing Cherry Blossom. They were on the verge of a windfall. Samantha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu, after a brief moment of astonishment, focused her gaze on the fragment shimmering with an unusual light. Could this be? A realization struck her, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. This fragment could potentially allow your dark skill to evolve. Shen Yufu presented the shard, resembling black crystal with a liquid-like essence swirling inside, to Mo. At that moment, under the potent effects of the Moonlight Mycelium King's medicine, Mo was stirring back to consciousness. Though still weak, his awareness had returned. He looked at the fragment as the system prompt appeared. Armed Color Hockey. Flowing Cherry Blossom Fragment. a mysterious shard containing advanced usage techniques for Haki. Collect 10 pieces to merge with the skill Armed Color Haki for its evolution into a higher tier Armed Color Haki, Flowing Cherry Blossom. Collect 10 pieces? Suemo frowned, realizing, to his dismay, that it was merely a defective item. However, he quickly found solace as he opened his storage space and beheld the 9 identical fragments lying within. A smile crept across his face. The greed talent occasionally proves to be a delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Suemo opted for synthesis. The 10 fragments coalesced into a radiant stream, merging into his third eye. Immediately, a notification for skill fusion emerged. Ding. Detected skill Armed Color, binding, LV2. Would you like to consume 1,000,000 game currency to fuse it with Armed Color Haki, Flowing Cherry Blossom? Fusion. Suemo had no shortage of game currency. Boom. A wave of newfound understanding and insight regarding Haki surged into his mind, akin to an epiphany. He envisioned an invisible, flowing force enveloping his body. He could project this power outward, forming an imperceptible yet indomitable armor, even condensing it into the sharpest of blades. Congratulations. Your skill Armed Color Haki has successfully evolved into Armed Color Haki, Flowing Cherry Blossom. Armed Color Haki. Flowing Cherry Blossom LV1. You can project your aura like flowing water, enveloping your entire being to form an invisible Haki shield, significantly enhancing your defense and resisting most elemental damage. You may also entwine the Flowing Cherry Blossom around your weapon or project it outward, inflicting internal damage that bypasses a portion of your enemy's defenses. So this is Flowing Cherry Blossom? Suemo gradually stood, profoundly sensing the monumental shift in his inner power. He extended his right hand towards a nearby giant rock, concentrating his intent. Without any earth-shattering commotion or dazzling light effects, a barely perceptible black air current emanated from his palm, instantly merging with the stone. The next moment, thud, the rock, towering to half his height, crumbled silently into dust, as if weathered by the elements. My heavens! Shen Yufu, Samantha, and Luo Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. What sorcery was this? A lethal force delivered without a trace. Indeed. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the legendary blade. Judgment of the Abyssal Dragon, legendary. Type, two-handed blade. Attack power, 300, 450. Special effect 1, Soul of the Dragon, when attacking. Summon the Soul of the Dragon to enhance all attributes by 50 for 30 seconds. Special effect 2, Abyssal Slash. Consume a substantial amount of stamina to unleash a strike imbued with abyssal power, dealing devastating damage to all enemies in front. Equipment requirement, 300 points in Constitution. What a magnificent blade. Sumo's eyes shone with excitement as he equipped the fearsome weapon, which exceeded his own stats. As for the epic skill book, Dragon Might, after selectively forgetting the Death Whirlwind, he effortlessly learned it. Dragon Might, epic. Passive, you will constantly exude the pressure of an upper-tier being, imposing a 10-point suppression effect on all creatures weaker than you. Goodness, isn't this the legendary aura of dominance? In future encounters with lesser foes, wouldn't he simply need to stand still to intimidate them to death? Suemo was exhilarated by his bountiful gains. Yet, just then, boom. The entire volcano, along with the island itself, began to tremble violently. Rocks rained down from above, and the ground beneath his feet fractured into unfathomable chasms. Warning. The death of a boss-level creature has destabilized the island's core. This area will completely collapse within 1 hour. All survivors are urged to evacuate promptly. The chilling sound of the system notification resonated in everyone's ears. What the hell? Are we dismantling our home right after defeating the boss? This system is utterly ridiculous. Suemo couldn't help but curse. Stop dawdling. Run. He swiftly hoisted the still-dazed Shen Yufu and Samantha onto his shoulder, while his other hand grasped the panicking Luo Xiao. At the same time, he sent an urgent command through the team channel to Zhao Tailin, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and the others back at the base. Zhao Tailin. Immediately activate the Ark of Noah. Bring everything you can carry. Depart this cursed island at full speed. Hurry. Understood, boss. The 4 of them dashed out of the imminent volcanic collapse with remarkable speed. Chapter 45. The return to reality approaches. The scene outside was nothing short of apocalyptic. The sky was shrouded in thick volcanic ash, the earth groaned and cracked, and the sea surged, unleashing monstrous waves. Countless disturbed sea monsters erupted from the roiling waters, attacking everything on the island with frenzied abandon. Boss, over here. Under Zhao Tielin's command, the Ark of Noah had already reached the shore. Suemo leaped with the 3 women, landing steadily on the deck. Full speed ahead. Our goal is to escape this damned sea. Suemo, wielding the legendary blade of war, stood proudly at the bow. Just then, a colossal sea serpent, over 100 meters in length, broke through the water's surface, opening its massive jaws to bite down on the Ark of Noah. Come on. Suemo felt exhilarated rather than frightened. It was the perfect opportunity to test my new blade and newfound prowess. He took a deep breath, and the judgment of the Abyssal Dragon in his hand was enveloped in an invisible, flowing aura of dominance. Without even approaching the serpent, he casually swung his arm forward from nearly 100 meters away. Abyss Slash. Whoosh. An imperceptible, yet seemingly space-rending crescent slash sliced through the water in an instant. The next moment, the giant sea serpent's movements abruptly halted. A line of blood extended from its head to its tail, and then its massive body was cleanly severed in two. The stench of blood stained the entire sea. On the ship, Shen Yufu, Samantha, Zhao Tailin, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and the other crew members were all petrified. From 100 meters away, a single strike had obliterated what appeared to be at least an elite-level terrifying sea monster. Has the boss activated some kind of cheat? So terrifying. Suemo, darling, you're so handsome. Only Luo Xiaoro, cupping her face, gazed adoringly at Sumo's silhouette with stars of admiration in her eyes. Under the awe-inspiring display of Sumo's celestial strike, no other foolish monsters dared to provoke the Ark of Noah. The vessel sailed smoothly, breaking free from the collapsing core of the island. Night had fully descended, and less than 2 hours remained until the survival challenge concluded. On the deck of the Ark of Noah, lights blazed brightly, and the atmosphere was filled with exuberance. Come on, sisters. One more round. Zhao Tailin, flushed with excitement, raised a chilled can of beer, her tongue slightly tangled. We survived these 7 days. Thanks to the boss. We damn well survived. Cheers. To the boss. To our survival. Haha. These 7 days felt like a dream. I've never experienced anything so exhilarating in my life. 12 crew members erupted in thunderous cheers, encircling the bonfire, devouring meat and guzzling drinks, their faces glowing with the elation of having escaped death. Meanwhile, the once bustling World Channel, which had boasted millions of players, now appeared eerily desolate, with fewer than 2,000 online. Boo-hoo, it's finally coming to an end. Brothers, I'm still alive. I'm still here. Damn it. 7 days. Do you know how I survived these days? I gnawed on tree bark and drank rainwater, losing over 30 pounds. When I get back, I'm going to feast on a meat banquet. From an initial count of over 1 million, only 1,873 remained. A mortality rate that was utterly terrifying. Stop lamenting. Look at the leaderboard. Sumo's level has already risen to LV15. My goodness. Is he a god? Is that even a question? Haven't you seen the global announcement? First global kill of a lord-level boss. Who else can boast such an achievement? The second place is impressive too. National goddess Shen Yufu, LV12. High-level talents are indeed not to be underestimated. Who would dare to call our Yufu a mere flower vase? By the way, have you noticed that aside from Suemo and the 2 goddesses, the rest of the top 10 are almost all the leaders of major alliances? Blood Rose's Rose is LV11, ranked 5th. Inside the cabin, Suemo lounged comfortably, enjoying the attentive service from Samantha and Luo Xiaoro flanking him, while he scrolled through the praises on the World Channel, feeling utterly at ease. Suemo, darling, you're now a global idol. Luo Xiaoro beamed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Samantha puffed out her chest proudly. Of course. Just look at whose man he is. Shen Yufu blushed at the comments pairing her with Suemo, yet her heart fluttered sweetly as she couldn't help but steal a glance at him. At that moment, Sumo's attention was drawn to a discussion about Blood Rose. Speaking of which, the leader of Blood Rose, Rose, was indeed an enigmatic woman. The only one capable of leading an all-female alliance into the top 5 of the alliance rankings. Rose. Upon recalling this name, Suemo realized he had inadvertently neglected this woman. He opened his friend list and found, to his surprise, a friend request from Rose, which had been sitting there for 6 days. He casually clicked to accept. Simultaneously, hundreds of kilometers away from the level 5 resource island, alongside a level 4 island. For 7 level ships, each measuring 20 meters in width and length, were quietly docked at the shore. On one of the ship's decks, dozens of stunning female players, clad in cool tank tops and shorts, were bustling about. Their long, fair legs swayed enticingly, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of youthful sweat and post-bath freshness, creating an intoxicating scene. They were eagerly counting the loot from the elite monster they had just defeated on the level 4 island. On the lookout of the captain's cabin, a fiery red figure stood gracefully against the wind. Tall and statuesque, she wore tight crimson leather armor that accentuated her alluring curves, as if she might burst free from her constraints at any moment. Her long, straight legs dazzled the eye, enough to leave anyone spellbound. It was none other than the leader of Blood Rose, Rose. Ding. Player Suemo has accepted your friend request. The sudden notification caused Rose's elongated phoenix eyes to narrow slightly. 6 days had passed. Had this man finally remembered her? Chapter 46, Nationwide Evacuation. Subsequently, the other party sent a succinct message. Suemo? A single question mark? Rose chuckled in disbelief, her slender fingers dancing rapidly across the virtual screen. Oh, isn't this the illustrious Suemo, who has dominated the global level rankings and recently soloed a lord-level boss? What brings him to acknowledge a mere nobody like me? Between the lines, a palpable sense of resentment and sarcasm was evident. Suemo stared at the message, casting a glance at the leaderboard. 5th place. The Blood Rose Alliance leader, Rose, indeed, a mutual understanding. Rose narrowed her enchanting eyes and got straight to the point. You must be joking, Suemo. My modest accomplishments pale in comparison to yours. It's akin to a firefly against the brightness of the moon. By the way, I'm quite curious. How did you manage to locate that Lord-level boss? I led over 100 sisters in scouring the level 3 resource island. Yet we didn't even catch a glimpse of a lord, which is why we had to venture to the level 4 island. Suemo casually replied, I was fortunate. I happened upon it while taking a stroll. A level 15 dragon, tough-skinned and meaty, quite challenging to slay. While Suemo believed this to be the truth, Rose perceived it as nothing short of blatant ostentation. A stroll? A mere coincidence? Quite challenging? That was the global first kill of a lord-level boss. Rose chuckled, suppressing her irritation as her slender fingers danced across the virtual keyboard. Is that so? What a pity. Had you accepted my alliance proposal back then? With the support of over 100 sisters from the Blood Rose, we could have dispatched that little lizard together. And you wouldn't have needed to put yourself at such risk, nor would you have uttered the words challenging to kill. The reproach was unmistakable. She was blaming Suemo for being overly arrogant and dismissing her olive branch. However, Suemo's next reply caused her stunning face to grow cold instantly. Alliance? With your levels and equipment back then? Don't be absurd. Even if you came, you'd merely be delivering snacks to that dragon. It would have been of no use. Simple, brutal, and merciless. This was no longer arrogance. It was sheer contempt. Rose was left speechless by his words, a surge of pride rushing to her head. Levels and attributes do not define everything. I have trained in martial arts since childhood. My combat skills and experience far exceed yours. You may have levels and equipment, but if we were to engage in a real fight, the outcome is uncertain. This was her pride as a formidable fighter and her greatest trump card. With an S-class talent and combat skills honed since childhood, she was confident in her ability to contend with any equally ranked opponent. Seeing her fiery response, Suemo chuckled. He turned to his 3 companions and asked, What's the background of this woman named Rose? She seems rather formidable. Does anyone know her? Samantha and Luo Xiaoro both shook their heads. They had no connections with such figures in the real world. It was Shen Yufu, however, who after a moment's contemplation spoke up. You Rose, I believe I heard someone mention her at a business exchange meeting. She is apparently the only daughter of a powerful figure in the Hongxing Society, a notorious underground organization in the island port. She is known for her ruthlessness and audacity. Many wealthy second-generation heirs and officials in the mainland avoid her name. Oh, a daughter of the underworld? Suemo realized. No wonder her tone was so brash. After hearing this, Suemo replied to Rose with a single word. Oh. Without waiting for her response, he added, You should be grateful that you didn't find the lord of the level 3 island. Otherwise, you might not have had the opportunity to speak so confidently with me now. After saying this, Suemo abruptly closed the chat window. It was a waste of breath to engage with an unrelated woman. He preferred to make the most of the remaining time to savor the company of his beautiful companion. Come, my lovely aunt. We have just over an hour left. Let us retreat into the room for a more intimate exchange to solidify our bond. You put me down, Shen Yufu exclaimed, both flustered and furious, struggling in his embrace. There's only an hour left. Can't you think of anything else? Are you afraid that once we return to reality, I won't let you touch me? So you're in such a rush. Hey, you hit the nail on the head. Suemo leaned down and kissed her cheek, striding toward the cabin. With beautiful moments and fleeting nights, time must be seized. Bang. The door was slammed shut behind them, leaving Samantha and Luo Xiaoro on the deck, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, Rose, upon reading Suemo's final 2 messages, was so incensed that she shattered the wine glass just delivered to her by her subordinate. Suemo. A suppressed cry of anger echoed above the 7th level ship. On the other side, within the quaint cabin, springtime warmth enveloped them. Outside, aboard the flagship of Blood Rose, an icy atmosphere prevailed. Leader, what's the matter? The deputy, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Rose, cautiously inquired. Nothing. Rose slowly released her grip on the shattered wine glass, a few drops of blood trickling through her fingers. Yet she paid it no mind, merely extending her tongue to delicately lick them away. A dangerous and exhilarating glint flickered in her elongated phoenix eyes. I've simply discovered a rather intriguing man. Suemo. This name was now etched in her heart. She vowed that upon returning to reality, she would seek out this man and make him pay for today's insolence. Whether it be forcing him to kneel at her feet and sing her praises or claiming his submission in another manner. Time trickled away amidst the agony and anticipation of all the survivors. Finally, as the last ray of twilight vanished from the horizon, a chilling yet grand system prompt resounded in the minds of all survivors. Ding! The 7-day survival challenge period has officially concluded. Final settlement is underway. Settlement complete. Congratulations to all survivors who successfully endured. You have demonstrated your value through courage and wisdom. The teleportation portal will open in 10 seconds. All players will be transported back to the real world. 10, 9, 8. We're going home. Sob, sob, sob. I can finally return home. The global channel erupted in fervor as everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. On the Ark of Noah, Suemo also ceased his playful antics with Shen Yufu, joining the 3 women to await their return. The truly engaging game was about to unfold. He eagerly anticipated the remarkable impact these players, endowed with extraordinary powers in the game, would have on the peaceful world upon their return. 3, 2, 1. Within the game, Suemo, whose accomplishments were yet to be fully settled, had amassed a total of 6 million game coins from monster kills alone. Esteemed Mr. Suemo, as you are the only player in this game to have slain a high-level boss, exceeding the evacuation criteria, a dedicated teleportation channel is being opened for you and is commencing evacuation. Buzz. A brilliant white beam of light descended from above, enveloping the entire Ark of Noah. Along with all its members and resources, Suemo's vision turned white, and an irresistible force of immense gravity pulled him into darkness. Chapter 47, SSS Rating. Settlement of 69 million game coins. When Suemo opened his eyes once more, he found himself no longer on the swaying deck with the salty sea breeze, but in a peculiar space, all around him a boundless expanse of pure white. Here, Shen Yufu, Samantha, and Luo Xiaoro also gradually regained consciousness, their faces filled with wonder as they surveyed this bizarre locale. Just then, golden virtual screens simultaneously appeared before the four. Welcome to Gaia's Space, survivors. Final settlement of your performance in the Deep Sea Odyssey instance is underway. In the process of settlement, player, Suemo. Exploration level, SSS. You have explored the highest level area and defeated one of its final bosses. Kill rating, SSS. You single-handedly defeated a boss-level creature far exceeding the current player level limit. Ship level, SSS. Your vessel, the Ark of Noah, has reached the highest level in the current version. Overall rating, SSS. Perfect clearance. Congratulations. You have received the ultimate reward, 1,000,000 game currency, and the special title of Ocean Overlord. Ocean Overlord, unique title. You are recognized as the strongest in this oceanic world. In all ocean-themed dungeons, your personal reputation automatically rises to adoration, and all neutral marine creatures begin with a friendly disposition towards you. An SSS rating? Quite commendable. Suemo was not surprised by this outcome. Soon after, another panel emerged. Please select the items you wish to exchange for game currency. The system will redeem them at 70 of the market price. Gazing at the mountain of spoils in his inventory, Suemo began a grand sale without hesitation. Blueprint for the bone armor set. Rubbish, I have 9 copies. All sold. Claws of the Berserk Bear King. An epic grade gauntlet, decent enough, but my weapon is already legendary. All 9 sold. Embrace of the Magic Python. An epic grade longbow. Samantha already possesses 1, so the remaining 9 are all sold. Skill book, Death Whirlwind. I've learned 1, and the other 9 are of no use. They're gone. Dragon Might. This passive skill is quite good, but 9 copies are excessive. I'll sell 5. As for the legendary Judgment of the Abyssal Dragon, Suemo pondered for a moment. Its attack power is absurdly high, and it could be equipped by everyone later. So he decided to keep it for now. Ding. Item exchange completed. Congratulations. Total game currency acquired, 8,090,000. Coupled with the evaluation reward of 1 million and the 6 million before the evacuation, Suemo's total assets instantaneously soared to a staggering figure. Name, Suemo. Talent, Lord of Greed, Divine. Level, LV15200000, 100,000. Physique, 110, 330. Spirit, 1030. Skills, Berserk Charge, growing stronger in battle, Charge Strike, Dragon Might, Armed Color Hockey. Flowing Cherry Blossom, LV1. Wealth, 15, 690,000 game currency. Meanwhile, the settlement panels for the 3 women also appeared. Player, Shen Yufu. Overall rating, SS, your performance far exceeds that of most survivors. You are the core combat power of the team. Reward, 500,000 game currency. Player, Samantha. Overall rating, S. You are an excellent support and ranged attacker, contributing greatly to the team. Reward, 300,000 game currency. Player, Luo Xiaoro. Overall rating, A. Although you spent most of your time slacking, you provided crucial intelligence in the final battle. Summary, the lucky slacker. Reward, 100,000 game currency. Looking at her meager reward, and then at Suemo's astonishing figures, the expressions of the 3 women varied. A. The lucky slacker. Luo Xiaoro stared at her evaluation, puffing her cheeks in indignation. This is too much. I clearly contributed as well. If I hadn't found that great dragon, how could my husband have secured the first kill? After a brief moment of envy, Shen Yufu and Samantha turned their gaze towards Suemo, their eyes brimming with anticipation and insinuation. Both had been with Suemo since the 2nd day and one from the very start of the game. They could be considered veteran contributors to the Ark of Noah and were undoubtedly Suemo's designated mistresses, having fought diligently for 7 days. All the spoils were in Suemo's possession, and they had nothing of value to show for their efforts. Now that the game concluded, it was only fair to reward them accordingly, right? Suemo felt a twinge of guilt under their gaze and cleared his throat. He certainly understood the thoughts of these 2 women. Truth be told, he did not place particular importance on game currency. If money vanished, with his abilities, earning several million again in the next dungeon would be no problem. However, these women were irreplaceable treasures to Suemo, an S-level war goddess under his divine enhancement. had grown into a terrifying force second only to himself. An A-level treasure hunter was the perfect partner for his talent of greed, a living key to a treasure trove. And an S-level, far-sighted observer was practically tailor-made as his strategic scout. By day, they could help him conquer the world, and by night, they could accompany him in that pursuit. Such exquisite women are rare to find. Suemo clearly understood the weight of what mattered. Ahem, don't look at me that way. It makes me feel like a heartless boss withholding your wages. With a grand gesture, Suemo revealed an exceptionally generous smile, stating, "We are a team. My money is naturally everyone's money." He promptly activated the trading feature. Ding. You have transferred 2,000,000 game currency to player Shen Yufu. Ding. You have transferred 2,000,000 game currency to player Samantha. Wow. The two women stared in astonishment at the long string of numbers that suddenly appeared in their accounts. Boss, you are too good to me. Samantha was the first to leap forward, planting fervent kisses on Suemo's face, unabashedly displaying her excitement and affection, while Shen Yufu was not as dramatic. Seeing the 2,000,000 warmed her heart. In her cool, beautiful eyes, ripples of emotion surfaced as she stepped forward, tiptoeing to place a gentle kiss on Suemo's cheek. Thank you. Is that all? Suemo pouted, gesturing toward his lips. Isn't that a bit lacking in sincerity? Shen Yufu's face flushed, casting him a glare, yet she obediently leaned in to plant a fleeting kiss. What about me, Suemo? Luo Xiaoro, witnessing her two sisters receiving generous amounts, tugged at Suemo's sleeve with a pitiful expression. You little rascal, wanting a share right after boarding the ship? Suemo chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. Wah, but I contributed too. All right, you 1 TB left out. Seeing her adorable face nearly in tears, he transferred another 500,000. Wow, 500,000. Luo Xiaoro instantly brightened, wrapping her arms around Suemo and refusing to let go. Suemo, you're the best. I love you. Enough with the mushy talk. After enjoying the affectionate kisses from the three women, Suemo adopted a serious tone. I've given you the money, but don't squander it. The game store should be open now. Go take a look and buy the most practical items to enhance your strength. That is the most important thing. Understood. The three women replied in unison, their spirits lifted as they eagerly opened the brand new game store panel. Suemo, too, looked on with curiosity. Ding. Welcome to the Gaia Mall. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. A dazzling virtual shopping interface unfolded before the four of them. From basic weaponry and rare skill books to talent fragments and various extraordinary bloodlines and items, everything one could desire is available. Suemo cast a casual glance and couldn't help but voice his discontent. What the hell? Isn't this the claw of the rampaging bear king that I just sold? I let it go for 350,000, and you're reselling it for 650,000? This is downright scandalous. This marketplace is nothing short of a middleman, buying at a 70% discount while selling at a 30% markup. The pricier the item, the more outrageous the scam. It appears that the official system is not to be underestimated. Chapter 48, Women Shopping. Buy. Boss, the items in this marketplace are exorbitantly priced. Samantha exclaimed, staring incredulously at a piece of exquisite leather armor priced at 50,000 game coins. Luo Xiaoro clutched her recently acquired 500,000, her expression tense, fearing she might unwittingly squander it all. Only Shen Yufu, after a brief perusal, exhibited a glint of shrewdness in her beautiful eyes. She bypassed the ostentatious equipment and skill books, focusing her attention on the attribute enhancement category. Suemo, look at this. She shared the attributes of a particular item. Source of life, beginner. A liquid imbued with pure life energy. Consuming it permanently enhances basic constitution by 10 points. Price, 100,000 game coins. Mental crystal, beginner. A crystal containing pure mental energy. Using it permanently boosts basic spirit by 10 points. Price, 100,000 game coins. Upon seeing the prices of these two items, both Samantha and Luo Xiaoro were taken aback. To increase by just 10 points in attributes costs 100,000 game coins? However, Suemo's eyes sparkled with understanding. He instantly grasped Shen Yufu's intent. For an ordinary player, spending 100,000 game coins for a mere enhancement of basic attributes seems exceedingly impractical. Yet for Shen Yufu, endowed with the S-rank talent, Goddess of War, this was the most cost-effective choice. Her talent allows her basic attributes to receive a 15-fold increase, with attribute points gained upon leveling up being 5 times that of ordinary players. This implies that every 10 points of basic attribute increase equates to guaranteed profit. Buy. We must purchase. Suemo decreed. And, don't skimp. Let's pile up your basic attributes to the maximum. Alright. She no longer hesitated and commenced her shopping spree. Ding. You have purchased Source of Life, beginner, X20 for a total of 2,000,000 game coins. Ding. You have purchased Mental Crystal, beginner, X5 for a total of 500,000 game coins. Suemo, Samantha, Luo Xiaoro. The three were left dumbfounded. Shen Yufu's spending pace was akin to a whirlwind. Suemo quickly checked her account, and to his astonishment, the 2,000,000 he had just transferred, combined with her own 500,000 reward, was instantly depleted. This was not shopping, it was sheer extravagance. Ahem, Aunt, do you think you might be overindulging just a tad? Suemo gently cautioned, wary that she might treat game coins as if they were currency in the real world. Too much. Shen Yufu blinked her innocent eyes. I feel it's still not enough. If I hadn't run out of funds, I would have bought more. With that, she clicked to use all. As she spoke, she opened her attribute panel. Name, Shen Yufu. Talent, Goddess of War, S rank. Level, LV 12. Constitution, 610. Spirit, 140. Skills. Wealth, 0 game coins. Upon viewing this panel, Suemo fell silent. 610 points in Constitution. This was akin to nurturing a humanoid mother Tyrannosaurus. Shen Yufu. Now, do you still think I am weak? Not weak at all, my dear, and is the most formidable. Suemo finally understood. This S-rank talent was indeed a voracious beast for resources. Meanwhile, Samantha was not as astute with her expenditures as Shen Yufu. She first spent 500,000 to acquire some source of life, raising her basic constitution to 65. Then, she turned her gaze towards the skill upgrade section. Skill upgrade scroll, exquisite. Can elevate any ordinary skill to exquisite level. Price, 300,000 game coins. Boss, my basic archery mastery is still at ordinary level. It's quite lacking. I wish to upgrade it. Samantha gazed eagerly at Suemo upgrade. It must be upgraded. As the team's ranged artillery, her skill level certainly warranted an enhancement. Ding. Your skill basic archery mastery LV5 has successfully upgraded to archery master, exquisite. Archery master, exquisite. Your archery skills have reached an advanced level, increasing range, accuracy, and power by 30. Additionally, you have learned the special technique tracking arrow. Tracking arrow, exquisite. Your arrows will carry a slight tracking effect, subtly correcting their trajectory, making it easier to hit moving targets. Wow, this is amazing, Samantha exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy at her newly acquired skill. This upgrade represented an epic enhancement. Not only did it significantly boost her output capabilities, but it also bestowed her with a tracking arrow effect, alleviating her concerns about missing those leaping monkeys. With her power elevated, Samantha felt utterly fulfilled. She glanced at her account, and with 150,000 game coins still remaining, she could finally embark on genuine shopping. She promptly opened the equipment category and filtered 4 shoes under the epic and high-heeled tags. Instantly, a lineup of stylish, sensual, and splendid high-heeled shoes appeared before her. Boots of the Shadow Dancer, epic. Greatly enhances movement speed and evasion rate. Includes the skill Shadow Step. Price, 990,000 game coins. Flame Walker S footwear, epic. Leaves a trail of flames while moving, inflicting burn damage to enemies along the path. Price, 900,000 game coins. Jumping boots, epic. Increases jump height, slows descent speed, and allows for a double jump in midair. Price, 780,000 game coins. Samantha's eyes lingered over these resplendent shoes, her mouth almost watering. Ultimately, her gaze locked onto a pair crafted entirely from purple crystal, featuring a heel of 15 centimeters, exquisitely sexy and alluring. Temptation of the Succubus, epic. Type, high heels. Special effect 1, Queen S stride, increases movement speed by 30. Your walking posture will exert an additional allure on the opposite sex. Special effect 2, brief flight. Upon activation, you can glide briefly in the air for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Equipment requirement, Constitution 60, Spirit 50. Price, 990,000 game coins. This is it. Samantha's eyes widened at the attributes of these shoes. Increased movement speed, ability to fly, and an alluring effect. Most importantly, these shoes were irresistibly sexy. She could almost envision herself donning these shoes, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit, strutting before Suemo, who would undoubtedly transform into a wolf on the spot. Hee. Shen Yufu, that ice-cold beauty, is always preoccupied with her battles and skirmishes. Where is her understanding of a man's heart? Are you certain you wish to purchase this? 99,000 could procure several vials of life essence, Suemo inquired. I want this, Samantha replied with unwavering determination. Boss, you simply do not comprehend. How can a perfect woman be without a pair of battle boots that belong solely to her? Furthermore, do you not think that when I don these high heels, my legs will appear even more alluring? She cast a flirtatious glance at Suemo, her tone laced with insinuation. Do you not find this appealing? Suemo resigned. Remarked, all right, this woman is purchasing equipment solely to entice me. Go ahead, buy it. Samantha's face lit up with joy, and without hesitation, she acquired the expensive battle boots. The remaining 500,000 was spent entirely on basic spirit crystals. Chapter 49, The Heart of the Beginner Titan. A pair of alluring high heels radiating a purple glow appeared in her hands. Unable to contain her excitement, she removed her skeletal battle boots in front of Suemo and Shen Yufu, liberating her delicately wrapped jade-like feet. Then, with graceful movements, she adorned her feet with the crystalline high heels. The 15-centimeter heels accentuated her already statuesque figure, making her long, striking legs appear even more elongated and toned. Most captivating of all, with each step, her perfectly rounded and pert posterior traced mesmerizing curves that could quicken any heartbeat. Boss, how do I look in this ensemble? Samantha approached Mo and twirled around, much like a proud peacock, reveling in her own allure. She was certain that no man could resist the temptation of high heels, especially when paired with her strikingly long legs. Cough, it's decent, Mo replied, rubbing his nose, feeling somewhat parched. To be frank, this mare's physique, coupled with those high heels, indeed elevated her appeal to several levels. Humph, preening and posing, Shen Yufu remarked, observing Samantha's smug demeanor, unable to suppress a scoff. She conceded that Samantha's figure was undeniably stunning, and the heels complemented her well. Yet, she could not abide the way Samantha seemed to flaunt her intentions to seduce the boss. Watching her two older sisters revel in their shopping spree made Luo Xiaoro envious to the point of tears. She too desired beautiful garments and formidable gear. However, a glance at her meager 550,000 game currency deflated her spirits immediately. That paltry sum was insignificant compared to her sisters. It wouldn't even suffice to purchase a single piece of epic-grade equipment. Sigh, the life of the impoverished is truly arduous, Luo Xiaoro mused silently. Nonetheless, she quickly adjusted her mindset. She understood that her greatest value lay not in combat, but in reconnaissance and survival. As long as she could endure and remain by Mo's side, providing him with intelligence, that was of paramount importance. With this clarity, her shopping goals became focused. She scoured the items section meticulously. Ultimately, she spent 300,000 on an exquisite item, the Void Cloak, which would render her completely invisible, and another 200,000 to upgrade her disguise skill to Perfect Disguise, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. Perfect Disguise allows for flawless simulation of the surrounding environment and objects. As long as your mental fortitude is sufficiently robust and you do not expose yourself, even elite-level beings will find it incredibly challenging to detect your presence. Meanwhile, Mo, having rummaged through the beginner's shop for an eternity, found nothing of interest. He decided to directly access the advanced shop's filter options. Soon enough, an item emanating a dark golden glow captured his attention. Beginner Titan's Heart, Beastman version. Type, Special Heart, Fusion Capable. Description, a heart of an orc warrior infused with a hint of Titan lineage power. Upon fusion, it grants formidable vitality and terrifying regenerative abilities. Life and stamina recovery rates significantly enhanced. Titan's Body, passive when you suffer a fatal blow. It locks your last point of life and grants immunity to all damage for 10 seconds while restoring 50 of your maximum health. Cooldown, 24 hours. Price, 19,990. 000 game currency. This is it. Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. After the grueling battle with the dragon, he had come to a profound realization regarding his inadequate stamina. This Titan's Heart seemed tailor-made for him. However, upon seeing the exorbitant price, his expression darkened. After distributing his funds, he was left with merely 11,190 000 game currency, falling short by over 800,000. Damn it, just as I became a millionaire, I'm on the brink of bankruptcy. Mo clenched his teeth and opened his storage space, preparing to make painful sacrifices. Those 9 legendary Abyss Dragon's Judgment blades he had intended to keep for his crew would have to go. Assembling a legendary weapon squad was no longer feasible. Sell. 8 blades. All sold. Beep. You have sold Abyss Dragon's Judgment X8, receiving 8,000,000 game currency. For a legendary weapon, the buyback price is merely 1 million. This system is more ruthless than I am. With 80,000 still needed, Mo's gaze fell upon several epic-grade skill books. Dragon Might. Forget it. Keeping 2 or 3 will suffice. Beep. You have sold epic-grade skill Dragon Might X2, receiving 800,000 game currency. Finally, the funds were sufficient. Beep. Special item, Beginner Titan's Heart, detected. Would you like to proceed with fusion immediately? The fusion process will entail excruciating pain. Please prepare yourself. Fusion. The dark golden heart transformed into a stream of light, melding into his chest. Oh, a heart-wrenching agony surged through Mo's entire being. It felt as though 1,000 piranhas were ravenously devouring his chest. His heart was being torn apart and reassembled by a wild and domineering force. Boss, Mo, my dear Mo. The 3 women witnessed Mo suddenly emit a blood-curdling scream, curling up on the ground, trembling violently, his complexion shifting alarmingly. What has happened to him? Shen Yufu inquired anxiously. I don't know. Samantha stammered, panic-stricken. He was just fine moments ago. This can't be that kind of heart transplant without anesthesia. Can the boss endure this? Samantha was now thoroughly frazzled. Mo, please don't scare me. Luo Xiaoro cried, tears streaming down her face. They wished to rush forward to assist him, but an invisible force repelled them. At that moment, Mo was oblivious to their voices. His consciousness had plunged into an abyss of relentless pain. Yet, he did not surrender. Mo gritted his teeth, allowing that force to wreak havoc within him, transforming every fiber of his flesh and bone. This was the agony preceding rebirth. If he could endure, he would emerge anew. Time passed, second by second. The torment coursing through Mo gradually gave way to a warm, powerful force. A brand new heart, brimming with vitality, pulsated rhythmically within his chest. Thump, thump, thump. With each beat, waves of magnificent life energy surged through his limbs and body. He felt as if his physique was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. His muscles grew more resilient. His bones became denser. The velocity of his blood flow increased, and the energy contained within it expanded exponentially. After an indeterminate passage of time, the transformative force gradually subsided. Mo slowly rose from the ground. His clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, yet his gaze radiated an intimidating brilliance. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully fused with the basic Titan's heart. Your maximum health has permanently increased by 500. Your stamina cap has permanently risen by 300. You have acquired the passive skill, Titan's Body. Chapter 50. Player game rules and the shared gameplay of different races. Exhilaration surged through Mo as he sensed the ceaseless, nearly boundless power coursing within him, compelling him to let out a triumphant howl to the heavens. He felt confident that he could easily crush that abyssal dragon without even needing to activate Blood of Fury. Such was the power of 19,999,000. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Titan's Body, passive when you receive fatal damage. The last point of health will be locked, rendering you immune to all damage for 10 seconds, while also restoring 50 health points. Cooldown, 24 hours. This ability was akin to granting him an extra life, complete with super recovery. Who could possibly eliminate him now? Boss, are you alright? Samantha inquired cautiously. Observing Mo, who appeared rejuvenated and even more formidable than before. I'm perfectly fine, Mo replied with a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. He stretched his muscles, producing a series of crackling sounds, exuding an invisible pressure that made the three women involuntarily take a step back. What did you just fuse with? Shen Yufu asked, her beautiful eyes reflecting both shock and curiosity. Anything that could cause Mo such pain was undoubtedly extraordinary. Oh, just a little gadget that makes me more enduring. Mo winked at Shen Yufu and Samantha, his tone suggestive. The two women paused in surprise before realizing the implication of his words, their cheeks flushing in unison. Pervert. Shen Yufu spat. Samantha, being more direct, licked her lips and threw him a seductive glance. Boss, you'd better keep your promise. I'm looking forward to seeing your endurance in action. Only Luo Xiaoro remained blissfully naive, tilting her head in curiosity. Enduring? Mo, darling, what wonderful thing did you buy? Does it mean we can fight monsters for longer now? Mo burst into hearty laughter, ruffling her little head. Indeed. We'll be able to battle monsters for much longer. Just as the four were laughing, a grand system notification resonated in their minds. The Gaia space is about to close, transporting all survivors back to the real world. Before returning, player rules will be announced. All players must comply. Rule 1. No player may disclose the existence of the Gaia game or any events that transpired within it to ordinary individuals who have not participated. Violators will face severe penalties from the will of Gaia. Penalties may include, but are not limited to, erasure of relevant memories, deprivation of all abilities and possessions, or even outright annihilation. Rule 2. All players who successfully complete the novice game will automatically obtain formal player status. Thereafter, participation in at least one game per month is mandatory, with no restrictions on game type or playstyle. Rule 3. The game is not solely for humans. In future instances, you will encounter intelligent races from different civilizations and dimensions. They may be allies or enemies. Remember, weakness is the original sin. Rule 4. The real world is also your battlefield. If you die due to unnatural causes, your player status will be revoked. A series of rules were announced, plunging the Gaia space into an eerie silence. Sumo's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowing. Not allowed to disclose the existence of the game to ordinary people? That was to be expected. After all, once such supernatural powers are revealed, the entire order of the world would collapse in an instant. But the second rule, mandatory participation in a game every month, or face obliteration, isn't that just an enforced monthly KPI? A life or death assessment. Moreover, other planets and dimensions of intelligent life? Sumo's mind conjured images of various extraterrestrial beings, orcs, elves, demons, all reminiscent of science fiction films. Goodness. This game was escalating dramatically. Boss, this is incredibly intense. Can we truly compete with other races in the same game? Samantha's complexion paled. Mo and Shen Yufu's expressions mirrored her gravity. Shen Yufu contemplated further. These players, now endowed with extraordinary powers, returning to reality would be akin to uncontrollable bombs being dropped into a peaceful human society. Although the will of Gaia imposed rules, there would inevitably be some who, intoxicated by power, or those who were already heinous criminals in reality, would commit unforeseeable actions. The future world would likely not remain tranquil as it once was. Only Luo Xiaoro, this uniquely whimsical girl from the world of anime, after a brief moment of surprise, displayed a glimmer of excitement in her wide eyes. Wow. Intelligent life from other planets. Does that mean I might get to see real elf sisters and cat girls by staying beside my darling Mo? Mo. Shen Yufu. Samantha. This girl's focus was perpetually so delightfully different. Meanwhile, the World Channel, which had fallen silent for a moment, erupted in chaos following the announcement of these rules. What the hell? Mandatory participation once a month? Is this even livable? I barely clawed my way back to life. Can't tell ordinary people? How do I explain this physique? I was a mere 120-pound weakling before entering, and now I'm built like a bull. What do I say if my mom asks? Tell her I've been lifting bricks at a construction site for 2 months? Brother upstairs, count your blessings. You merely got stronger. I've mutated. I fused with some basic werewolf bloodline, and now whenever I get excited, claws and black fur sprout from my hands. If my wife sees this, she'll surely think I'm some kind of monster. Wah, can someone help me? Sisters, what should I do? I think I might be pregnant. But I just got engaged to my fiancé before going missing. If I return and he finds out I'm showing, I couldn't wash it away even if I jumped into the Yellow River. I don't even know who the father of the child is. This revelation sent the entire channel into a frenzy. Wow, the sister upstairs is incredible. Even amidst an apocalypse, she is still contributing to the survival of humanity. Thus, the question arises, who is the valiant father of the child? Step forward and claim your title. We cannot allow the child to enter this world fatherless. Is there any doubt? Surely, it must be one of the titans from the leaderboard. Just look at the top 10. Who among them is not a formidable man? I wager 5 dimes that it's the esteemed Mo. Nonsense. Our dear Mo is a paragon of virtue. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? I suspect it is you lot, those impotent men who cannot control their baser instincts, who are responsible. As she observed the chaotic comments flooding the World Channel, Mo's expression darkened. Can this truly be related to her? Humph, a bunch of trivial mortals. Luo Xiaoro indignantly interjected, Mo is mine. No one can take him away. At that moment, the grand system notification resounded, interrupting the ongoing discussion. Rules have been fully announced. The teleportation channel will open in 10 seconds, and all players will be transported back to the real world. 10, 9, 8. The countdown commenced. We are going home. It is finally coming to an end. The 3 women exhibited a myriad of complex expressions, excitement, anticipation, and a hint of confusion and anxiety for the future. Mo embraced the 3 of them. Do not fear, for I am here. Regardless of what the future holds. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to protect those dear to him. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. Chapter 51. Shen Yufu and Shen Yambing. A web of mutual suspicion. As her consciousness regained clarity, a familiar, luxurious scent of perfume filled her nostrils. Shen Yufu abruptly opened her eyes. Before her lay the lavishly adorned ceiling of her bedroom. She had returned. Indeed, she was back. Shen Yufu sprang upright from the plush bed, disbelief washing over her as she surveyed her surroundings. This was her boudoir in the seaside villa, and everything remained unchanged since her departure. It was as if the harrowing week of bloodshed and chaos had merely been a bizarre nightmare. However, upon glancing down at her alluring black silk nightgown and the lingering crimson marks on her fair, slender legs, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That was no dream. The outrageous events that transpired between her and Mo were entirely real. The thought of being a national goddess who had engaged in such antics within the game sent her face burning with a mix of shame and anger as she mentally berated Mo 100 times over. Yet, as she scolded him, a slight smile crept upon her lips. That scoundrel, while somewhat domineering and shameless, had proven reliable when it mattered most. Especially when he had recklessly consumed the potion to save Samantha and Luo Xiaoro, transforming in a fury to tear apart the demon dragon. It was rather dashing. As Shen Yufu's thoughts spiraled, the bedroom door creaked open. Aunt. A cool, anxious voice called out. Shen Yufu looked up to see a stunning visage. Strikingly similar to her own, yet imbued with youthful innocence. Clad in a white dress, with waist-length hair and eyes filled with concern, it was her niece, Shen Yambing. You're finally back. Upon seeing Shen Yufu awake in bed, a look of surprise illuminated Shen Yambing's previously tense features, her body relaxing in relief. Yambing. Shen Yufu was momentarily taken aback by her niece's presence. Yet, she quickly sensed something amiss. Here she was, appearing out of thin air in the room. And Yambing showed neither shock nor fear, but rather seemed to have anticipated this outcome, only worried for her safety. A chilling thought surged through Shen Yufu's mind. Could it be that aunt? Are you all right? Were you injured? Shen Yambing hurried to the bedside, her face a mask of concern, reaching out to check on her aunt's well-being. Those 5 days had felt like an eternity to her. After witnessing her aunt and Mo vanish before her eyes, she understood that they had been forcibly drawn into the 11th round of the game. As a survivor of the 9th round, she was acutely aware of the cruelty and danger it entailed. Each day, she had prayed fervently for their safe return. I'm fine. Shen Yufu instinctively tugged at the blanket, concealing the marks on her legs, subtly avoiding her niece's hand. Inside, a tempest of emotions raged. At the game's inception, the system had stated this was the 11th round, and each round forcibly inducted 1 million unparticipated Blue Star citizens. Yambing's lack of reaction to her sudden appearance, only expressing concern, could only imply one thing. Shen Yambing was also a player. Moreover, She was an even more seasoned player than Shen Yufu. This revelation left Shen Yufu utterly astounded. No wonder Yambing had previously mentioned a virtual boyfriend yet hesitated to meet in person. Fabricating tales of disappearing to seek out Mo. It seemed the girl had long been aware of the game's existence and was a veteran player. With this understanding, Shen Yufu felt a tumult of emotions. It was both amusing and sorrowful to realize her own child had concealed such a monumental secret. How much pressure and fear had this foolish girl born alone? As Shen Yufu grappled with her conflicting feelings, Shen Yambing's gaze fell upon the black nightgown that seemed so incongruous. She remembered vividly that on the day her aunt vanished, she had worn a tailored skirt suit, having meticulously prepared her appearance for negotiations, exuding confidence. But now, what was this revealing black silk nightgown? Moreover, it was clearly not her aunt's typical style. Though Shen Yufu was a chameleon on screen, in private, her attire was quite modest, typically adorning charming cartoon-themed sleepwear. This seductive nightgown was something she had never seen her aunt wear before. More importantly, Shen Yufu had disappeared alongside Mo. The two of them, isolated in that brutal survival game for 10 days, and now, her aunt returned in such attire. An absurd yet disquieting thought invaded Shen Yambing's mind uncontrollably. No, impossible. Her aunt was her elder. How could she possibly have engaged in anything with her virtual boyfriend? Surely, she was overthinking it. Yes, her aunt must have encountered danger in the game, damaging her clothing, and hastily donned something else. It had to be that way, Shen Yambing fervently reassured herself. Yet her cool, clear eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt and wariness. Aunt, that outfit, it looks lovely. Why have I never seen you wear it before? Here it comes. Shen Yufu's heart sank, knowing that this girl would undoubtedly inquire about that. Her mind raced with thoughts. Yet her face maintained an air of nonchalance as she casually explained, "Oh, this? I got it while battling monsters in the game. My original outfit got dirty. So I bought this from the system store, just a cheap item." This explanation seemed seamless. However, Shen Yambing keenly sensed a discrepancy. A system store? She recalled that in the beginner's game, there was no system store. It was only after the game concluded and one entered a place called Gaia Space that settlements and shopping could occur. How could her aunt? Could it be that the game rules had changed? A cloud of suspicion loomed larger in Shen Yambing's heart. She felt certain that her aunt was deliberately concealing something, particularly regarding Mo. From earlier until now, her aunt had not mentioned Mo even once. This was highly unusual. Right, aunt? Shen Yambing finally posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. What about Mo? Did he return safely? When Mo was mentioned, Shen Yufu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, her mind flooded with countless, indescribable images. She forced herself to appear composed and nodded. Yes, he is fine. We were teleported separately, and he should have returned to his place. That's good. Shen Yambing sighed in relief. As long as he was safe, everything else was secondary. Yet, observing her aunt's evasive gaze and her involuntary flushed ears, the ominous premonition in Shen Yambing's heart intensified. No, she must find a way to uncover what had transpired between the two of them over the past 10 days. Shen Yambing silently resolved herself. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu, witnessing her niece's relentless inquiry, felt overwhelmed. This girl, who usually appeared cold and unapproachable, transformed into a detective the moment Mo was involved. How could she possibly resolve this tangled web of relationships? It was all Mo's fault, that lecherous scoundrel. Shen Yufu inwardly cursed Mo once more. Chapter 52. Mo's exquisite landlady. When Mo opened his eyes again, he was no longer enveloped by the ethereal essence of Gaia Space, but rather by a familiar air, laced with a delicate fragrance. He found himself standing in a cozy and elegant living room, his rented apartment off campus. He was back. Immediately, Mo checked his body, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. The explosive power he had absorbed from the Titan's heart still coursed through his limbs. With a thought, his familiar personal panel materialized before him. Name, Mo. Talent, Lord of Greed, Divine Grade. Level, LV 15, 20,000, 100000. Physique, 110, 330. Mentality, 1030. Skills, Frenzied Charge. Increasing Valor, Charge Strike, Dragon's Might, Armed Color Hockey, Flowing Cherry Blossom LV1. Wealth, 0. Special Status, Titan's Heart. HP Cap 500, Stamina Cap 300. Passive, Titan's Body. Special Status, Companion of Beauty, all attributes 300. His strength remained. Not only that, but the attribute enhancement from the Companion of Beauty was still in effect. Mo's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that the effect of this talent was not contingent upon team status, but rather the survival of his goddess-level companions. As long as Shen Yufu and the others did not actively sever their ties or perish, the 300 to all attributes would remain forever. It was akin to a permanent super buff. Glancing at the lower right corner of the panel, a brand new countdown was ticking away. Time remaining until next mandatory mission. For days 23 hours 58 minutes. In 5 days, he could voluntarily choose to enter Gaia Space and commence a new game. Excellent. Mo felt elated as he surveyed his abode. Everything was precisely as he had left it. Even the bowl of instant noodles he had time to wash was still on the table. Wait a moment. Sumo's gaze suddenly sharpened. He sensed something was amiss in the room. Aside from his own scent, there lingered a faint, exquisitely pleasant fragrance of a woman in the air. Moreover, although the room's layout was unchanged from when he left, it had evidently been tidied up, the windows sparkled, and not a speck of dust could be found. Even the bowl of noodles had been washed and returned to the cupboard. Just as he pondered this, he heard a faint sound emanating from the direction of the bedroom. Sumo treaded lightly, approaching silently. Upon reaching the bedroom door, he was met with a sight that made his heart skip a beat. A voluptuous figure in a light purple, knee-length nightgown was bending over, smoothing the corners of his blanket. The fabric clung to her form, accentuating the soft curves unique to a mature woman, and as she bent, the hem of her gown clung alluringly to her rounded hips, resembling a ripe fruit. So full it made one's throat tighten. From this angle, hints of seduction peeked out from beneath the hem, stirring a chaotic longing within. As she moved her hand gently, the curve trembled slightly, and the shadowy outline swayed, adding an indescribable allure. This was a stunningly beautiful woman whose mere silhouette could ignite a man's primal instincts. Sumo's throat involuntarily bobbed. He recognized this woman, Lan, his landlady. A woman in her 30s, gentle and intelligent, yet fate had dealt her a harsh hand. A year ago, her unambitious husband was killed while attempting to collect debts from dangerous individuals, but due to their status, it was reported as an unfortunate accident, leaving her with only some properties to live off of through rental income. Sumo had met her by chance. That night, not long after her husband's death, Lan was at a bar, drowning her sorrows when several unsavory men targeted her. Just as they were about to drag her away, Sumo happened to pass by and rushed in without a second thought. Although he was merely an ordinary university student then, armed with only a few rudimentary fighting skills, he managed to hold them off until the police arrived, safeguarding Lan's dignity. In gratitude, she rented him this beautifully furnished apartment near the university at an exceptionally low price. As they spent time together, they grew closer. Lan was a very gentle woman, always speaking softly, with a sweet Jiangnan accent. She treated Sumo as if he were her younger brother, often bringing him home-cooked meals and checking on him. Sumo harbored fond feelings for this gentle and beautiful landlady. But why was she here? Sister Lan? Sumo tentatively called out. The voluptuous figure froze instantly. Lan instinctively reached behind her to shield herself, panic etched across her face. However, upon turning to see Sumo standing in the living room, beaming with joy, her panic swiftly transformed into boundless delight and excitement. Xiaomo, you're back. In the next instant, disregarding the inappropriateness of her current attire, Lan lunged forward, enveloping Sumo in a tight embrace. Woo, you little rascal. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? The warmth of her soft, delicate form pressed against him, and Sumo, momentarily taken aback, was overwhelmed by the astonishing softness and elasticity of her mature, alluring body. He felt a profound tremor coursing through the woman in his arms. Do not question Sumo's certainty. It was simply because Lan's heart was exceptionally vast. I called the police, but they couldn't find you. I tried reaching you on your phone, but it was off. I thought something had happened to you. Lan's voice was laced with a poignant mixture of sobs and fear. Sumo's heart was instantly stirred. He gently patted Lan's back, soothingly whispering, It's all right, Lanjia, I'm fine. See, I'm back now. Only then did Sumo realize that although he had spent 10 days in the game, the flow of time between the game and reality did not completely align. Lanjia, how long have I been missing? 5 whole days. You vanished for 5 entire days. Lan lifted her tear-streaked face, her enchanting eyes glaring at him, red-rimmed. 5 days. Sumo mentally calculated. 10 days in the game equated to 5 days in reality, suggesting a time ratio of approximately 2:1. It was also possible that the time flow varied with each instance of the game. I'm sorry, Lanjia, for making you worry. A few days ago, I had an urgent matter to attend to out of town, and my phone broke, so I couldn't inform you. This was the most reasonable explanation he could conjure. You little brat. If you do this again, I swear I'll break your legs. Lan playfully punched his chest, though her force felt more like a gentle tickle. After venting her emotions, she belatedly realized she was clad in an alluring nightgown, tightly embracing a vigorous young man. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily released him and awkwardly adjusted her sleepwear. Xiaomo, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me make you a bowl of noodles. As she turned to head to the kitchen, Sumo grasped her hand firmly. Lanjia, hold on a moment. He gently pulled her down onto the sofa, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. First, tell me, has anything happened in the past few days? His gaze swept across the living room, taking in items that did not belong to him. A pink women's cup, a towel draped over the arm of the sofa, and the faint, familiar scent of Lan lingering in the air. All these signs indicated that she had been staying here during his absence. It was rather unusual for a single woman to reside in her tenant's dwelling instead of her own home. Upon his inquiry, Lan's eyes darted away. Her face forced into a smile that appeared somewhat strained. And no, nothing happened. I was just scared living alone, seeing you weren't around. I thought I'd come over to check on the house and clean up a bit. Lanjia, Sumo's voice grew more intense as he tightened his grip on her hand. Do you regard me as a stranger? What truly transpired? Has someone been harassing you again? He recalled a matter Qinlan had mentioned before. Ever since her husband passed away, a local thug known as Longgu had begun to fixate on her. This Longgu was the ruffian leader of a demolition zone, surrounded by a gang of thugs, living off protection rackets and loan sharking, committing unspeakable acts. He had set his sights on Qinlan's beauty and the property she owned, repeatedly harassing her, coercing her into selling her building at a pitiful price, and even shamelessly proposing that she accompany him. Qinlan had reported him to the police multiple times, but to no avail. The officers merely offered verbal warnings before releasing him. It was said that Longgu had connections, being an underling of a prominent figure in the city, making it unwise for anyone to cross him. Over time, Qinlan had been forced to endure in silence, living in constant fear. With Sumo's pointed question, Qinlan's emotional defenses crumbled. She could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down like pearls from a broken necklace. Xiao Mo Wu. That scoundrel Long. He's becoming increasingly outrageous. In the days you were away, he brought people to smash my door, splattered paint on it, and wrote filthy words. I couldn't bear to sleep alone at home, so I had to sneak over here to hide. I really, truly can't take it anymore. Listening to Qinlan's fragmented sobs, Sumo's expression grew increasingly cold. A chilling intent for vengeance surged within him. Long go is it? Very well. Just when I was troubled about how to channel my formidable strength back into reality, someone has graciously presented their face for me to confront. All right, Longjia, stop crying. He gently stroked her silky hair and murmured soft reassurances. With me here, no one will dare to bully you again. But they're numerous and rabid. We can't contend with them. Qinlan raised her tear-filled, beautiful face, her eyes brimming with concern. She knew Sumo possessed some combat skills. Yet the opposition consisted of a dozen armed thugs. Rest assured, I have my methods to deal with rabid dogs. He was no longer that naive youth who only knew how to throw a few punches. Even if 100 thugs came at him, he could swiftly make them understand the beauty of nature. As she gazed into Sumo's confident and reassuring eyes, Qinlan's sobs gradually subsided. She could not fathom why. Despite him being several years her junior, she inexplicably trusted that he would keep his word. Perhaps her recent life of constant trepidation had left her yearning for a pillar of support. Or perhaps it was the powerful aura he exuded at that moment that filled her with a profound sense of security. Then, can I stay here with you for the next few days? Qinlan asked shyly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Once this matter is resolved, I'll leave right away. It was undoubtedly inappropriate for a single woman to cohabitate with a strapping young man. Stay as long as you like. Sumo responded without hesitation. What a stroke of luck it was for him, a charming and alluring landlord, to voluntarily seek cohabitation. He would never turn down such an opportunity. Longjia, from now on, consider this place your home. He patted his chest, taking full responsibility. Your safety will henceforth be my charge. With a soft laugh, Qinlan couldn't help but smile at Sumo's endearing demeanor. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, playfully rolling her eyes at him. You certainly have a sweet tongue. Even as she jested, warmth blossomed within her heart. Having such a protective younger brother feels truly wonderful. All right, no more tears, or you'll turn into a little raccoon. Sumo reached out, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes with the pad of his finger. That tender gesture caused Qinlan's cheeks to flush inexplicably, and her heart skipped a beat. It was then that she realized how ambiguous their position was. She was nearly nestled in Sumo's embrace. Through the thin fabric of her nightgown, she could feel his solid, warm chest and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. This younger brother seemed somewhat different from before. His physique had grown sturdier, and he exuded an indefinable aura of a mature man. Qinlan's heart raced uncontrollably. She quickly withdrew from Sumo's embrace, her cheeks aflame. Avoiding his gaze, I'll go make you dinner, she stammered, retreating into the kitchen as if fleeing. Watching her plump silhouette hurriedly retreat, as if escaping from something, a subtle smile crept onto Sumo's lips, tinged with an unspoken amusement. It appeared that this gentle landlord's sister harbored some unacknowledged thoughts about him. With a solitary man and woman cohabiting, the days ahead promised to be anything but dull. Chapter 54. Holding Qinlan, she couldn't sleep. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the clattering of utensils and the enticing aroma of delicious food. Sumo lounged on the sofa, the familiar scent of home-cooked meals enveloping him. A long-lost warmth. Every fiber of his being seemed to soften under the influence of that fragrance, gradually easing the tension throughout his body, even causing his eyelids to feel heavier. During those 7 days in the game, despite the company of the stunning Shen Yufu and Samantha and the nightly revelries, something essential, a sense of life, had been lacking. Shen Yufu, a superstar, was delicate and unaccustomed to domestic tasks. If asked to cook, she might very well set the kitchen ablaze. As for Samantha, her culinary skills were limited to grilling meat. Chinese cuisine would be beyond her capabilities. It was clear that having his own landlord sister was a blessing. She was capable in both the parlor and the kitchen, gentle and virtuous, possessing a beauty that was truly captivating. Sumo's mind involuntarily drifted back to the breathtaking sight of Qinlan bending over earlier, How could anyone resist such a lure? Before long, 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a dish of shredded pork with green peppers, a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a steaming bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Simple home-cooked meals, yet to Suemo, who had subsisted on barbecued meat and dried fish for 7 days, they were divine delicacies. Dig in. I hope it suits your palate, Chinlon said, serving Suemo a generous bowl of rice, her face aglow with gentle warmth. She had changed into a set of cozy cotton pajamas. While not as alluring as her previous silk nightgown, the loose-fitting attire accentuated her alluring figure, creating exquisite curves as she moved. This is delicious. Absolutely fantastic, Suemo exclaimed, devouring his food ravenously, his mouth full as he slurred, Sister Lon, your culinary skills are wasted not being a 5-star hotel chef. You're just being cheeky. Chinlon laughed at his antics, her eyes brimming with affection. She hardly touched her meal, instead resting her chin on her hand, quietly observing Suemo eat, her gaze tender enough to melt hearts. She resembled a mother watching her child dine. No, Chinlon quickly shook her head, dispelling that absurd thought. The way she looked at Suemo seemed to transcend the relationship of an elder to a younger, especially when her gaze fell upon his bulging biceps and the sensual movement of his Adam's apple as he ate. Her cheeks flushed inexplicably. This younger brother had truly grown up. He had become a genuine man capable of stirring the hearts of any woman. The meal concluded in an atmosphere that was both warm and laced with subtle tension. Suemo offered to do the dishes, but Chinlon insisted, enough. You've just returned, you must be tired. Go take a shower and rest. I'll handle the dishes. With that, she nimbly began to clear the table. Her diligent demeanor warmed Sumo's heart. He relented, thanking her for her efforts, and retreated into the bathroom. The hot water cascaded from the showerhead, washing away the fatigue and remnants of violence accumulated over the past week. Suemo gazed at his well-defined physique in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. After merging with the heart of the Titan, his physical prowess had reached new heights. Simply standing there, he emanated an overwhelming aura akin to a towering mountain. After his shower, Suemo wrapped a towel around his lower body and emerged, towel drying his hair as he stepped out. He froze upon seeing Chinlon, who was tiptoeing on a small stool, seemingly trying to retrieve a quilt from the top of the cabinet. Due to her height, her entire form stretched upwards, accentuating her already voluptuous curves to an extreme. The hem of her nightgown rose with the movement, revealing her elegantly proportioned, fair legs and a hint of rounded curvature. Suddenly, the small stool beneath her feet creaked ominously, unable to bear her weight, and wobbled precariously. Ah! Chinlon gasped, losing her balance and tumbling backward. In a split second, Suemo reacted instinctively, leaping forward. He extended his strong arms, and, just as she was about to fall, he securely caught her around the waist. The warmth of her soft body enveloped him once more. This time, the intimacy was unparalleled. Chinlon found herself cradled in Sumo's bare, warm, and solid embrace. Her face pressed against his chest, feeling the strength of his iron-like muscles and the vigorous thumping of his heart. An overwhelming wave of masculine pheromones enveloped her entirely. Chinlon's mind buzzed, rendered blank. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The air was thick with an atmosphere that made one blush and feel their heart race. Lon, Sister Lon, are you all right? I'm fine. Chinlon attempted to free herself from Sumo's hold, but her body felt weak and unresponsive. You little rascal, don't you know to put on a shirt after your shower? Wandering around here, bare-chested. How could he be so oblivious to the effect he had on a woman who had been alone for years? Chinlon scolded him internally, a mix of embarrassment and anger brewing within her. Yet, her body was undeniably honest, craving the warmth and safety of his embrace. Could you let me down? She mumbled, burying her face in his chest, too shy to meet his gaze. Oh right. Suemo finally realized and quickly steadied her. At the moment of their separation, Chinlon recoiled as if struck by an electric current, hastily retreating several steps to create distance between them. Her heart raced furiously, almost threatening to leap from her throat. It dawned upon her that she could no longer regard Suemo as an innocent younger brother, for he had transformed into a man imbued with an allure potent enough to ensnare any woman's heart, and she found herself, rather precariously, unable to withstand it. That night, Suemo slept deeply and peacefully, perhaps due to the familiarity of his surroundings or the knowledge that a woman who brought him comfort slumbered in the adjacent room. Conversely, Chinlon was wide awake, tossing and turning in bed, her mind inundated with images of Sumo's bare, powerful torso and his overwhelming masculine presence. She recalled the heat of his chest against her when he embraced her, along with the steady thrum of his heartbeat. These vivid scenes replayed in her mind like a film, igniting a flush on her cheeks and a warmth that coursed through her entire being. She realized, with a mixture of shame and trepidation, that she had developed feelings for this younger brother, several years her junior, which were entirely inappropriate. This revelation filled her with both embarrassment and fear. As a woman who had once been married, despite her husband's passing, she remained rooted in traditional values. Suemo, on the other hand, was a promising university student. The chasm between them rendered any relationship impossible. She chastised herself internally, repeating the mantra that they could never be. Yet, the more she insisted on this separation, the more vividly Sumo's image manifested in her thoughts. The following morning, Sumo was roused by the tantalizing aroma of breakfast wafting through the air. As he opened his eyes, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled patterns upon the floor. This sensation was enchanting, reminiscent of a long-adrift vessel finally discovering a safe harbor. Stretching luxuriously, his bones cracked and popped, infused with the essence of the Titan's heart. He felt invigorated enough to vanquish a level 15 elite monster with a single blow, able to repeat the feat without so much as a moment's respite. Throwing off the covers, Sumo emerged from the bedroom clad only in a pair of boxers. In the kitchen, he spotted the familiar and enchanting figure of Lan, busily preparing breakfast. Dressed in a pink cartoon apron, she hummed a cheerful tune as she plated fried eggs. Her long, silky hair was casually pinned up, revealing her graceful, fair neck, which glimmered softly in the morning light. From Sumo's vantage point, he could discern the delicate curve of her waist accentuated by the apron, and beneath it, the loose cotton pajama pants failed to conceal the alluring contours of her form. She was a woman capable of instilling both comfort and excitement in any man. "Good morning, Sister Lan," Sumo called out, leaning against the kitchen door frame with a grin. "Awake already?" Lan turned, her cheeks flushing unexpectedly at the sight of his almost bare, muscular physique. She shot him a playful glare, her tone mimicking that of a sister reproaching her oblivious brother. "Go wash up and put on some clothes. What are you doing wandering around the house half-naked?" Yet, her eyes betrayed her, glancing away shyly, revealing the very thoughts she sought to conceal. "All right," he replied with a smile, choosing not to tease her further as he headed to the bathroom. As the sound of running water echoed from the restroom, Lan felt her heart race slightly faster. When had this little rascal's physique become so impressive? The previous night's dim lighting had obscured her view, but now, under the bright morning sun, she could see the definition of his strong chest and the chiseled 8-pack abs. Even the tantalizing V-line accentuated by his relaxed pants, giving him an aura of strength. Lan felt her cheeks grow increasingly warm. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic images swirling in her mind. "Lan, you are the elder. How can you entertain such thoughts about your own brother? How shameless." As she reprimanded herself internally, she swiftly set the breakfast table. By the time Sumo emerged, dressed in casual attire, the table was adorned with a delightful spread. "Dig in, and let us see if my cooking has deteriorated," Lan said, handing him a pair of chopsticks while she delicately sipped from her bowl of congee, seemingly using the action to mask her unease. "Sister Lan, your culinary skills could never decline, not even after 100 years, Sumo replied, sitting down and immediately sampling the fried egg. As he chewed, he mumbled in delight. "This flavor is absolutely divine." What was merely a simple home-cooked breakfast felt to Sumo like a lavish feast. Observing his enthusiastic consumption, Lan's smile widened, and the fleeting thoughts that had previously danced in her mind were replaced by a warm sense of comfort. "Slow down. No one is competing with you," she chided lightly, rising to fetch him a bottle of milk. Their warm breakfast concluded amidst casual banter. After indulging in the meal, Sumo sank into the sofa, retrieving his phone to explore the world he had returned to, curious if anything significant had transpired during his absence. He opened several mainstream news apps, finding a calm surface. Save for a few celebrity gossip stories, there was no mention of players or games. It appeared that the Gaia system had effectively sealed off information. He typed Gaia game and players into a search engine, but the results indicated that some information had been withheld in accordance with relevant laws and regulations. "Interesting," Sumo mused, stroking his chin. It seemed that official powers had intervened and swiftly controlled the narrative. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. A forum named Survivor's Home had inexplicably appeared in his browser's bookmarks. Intrigued, he clicked on it and was instantly captivated. This was clearly a dedicated internal communication forum for players. The forum's interface was straightforward, divided into several sections: Newcomer's Guide, Dungeon Strategies, Trading Market, and Information Exchange. He clicked on the Information Exchange section, where a pinned post immediately caught his attention. Title: Compilation of known information regarding the 11th round Deep Sea Expedition Dungeon. Continuously updated. Posted by The Prophet. Opening the post, Sumo was astonished to discover that, according to several survivors, the final boss of this oceanic world dungeon was a level 15 Lord-class creature. This formidable boss was located within the volcano at the center of a level 5 resource island, possessing terrifying power, with high physical defense and elemental resistance. Furthermore, reliable sources indicated that the first player to slay this boss globally was none other than the top-ranked Sumo. It was speculated that his talent level might even exceed S rank, marking the emergence of a transcendent powerhouse after a year since the 7th round of the game. Ranking analysis. The second position is held by Shen Yufu, a national goddess with S-level talent, who is suspected to have a close relationship with the formidable Sumo. In third place is Samantha, whose talent is presumably no less than A-level, with her nationality remaining ambiguous. She is also a teammate of Sumo. Key figures. Fourth on the leaderboard is Long Outyen, a direct descendant of the Long family in the capital, backed by the formidable Long Soul Alliance. Fifth is Rose, the daughter of the Hongxing Society in Hong Kong, boasting S-level combat talent and commanding an all-female faction known as the Blood Rose Alliance. In sixth place stands Thor, heir to the Lei family, who has awakened the most powerful S-level attack talent, the Body of Thunder Punishment. The post not only meticulously analyzes various intelligence regarding this dungeon, but also delves into the backgrounds and talents of the top 10 players, revealing an astonishing amount of detail. Although much of the information is speculative, its accuracy is startlingly high. This individual known as the Prophet is indeed remarkable. Sumo's gaze sharpened. To gather such comprehensive intelligence and perform analysis in such a brief period suggests that the Prophet is undoubtedly backed by a vast intelligence organization. It appears that the real world is equally teeming with hidden talents. Chapter 56, approached by the National Dragon Bureau. Ding dong. The doorbell rang unexpectedly. Qin Lan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, poked her head out in confusion and asked, "Xiao Mo, did you order takeout?" "No," Su Mo replied, equally perplexed. Who could it be at this hour? He rose and walked to the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood a man and a woman. The man appeared to be around 30, dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit, tall and imposing, with a stern expression and piercing eyes akin to an eagle's. The woman was somewhat younger, perhaps 25 or 26, with sleek black hair neatly styled in a bun, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that accentuated her already attractive face, lending it an air of intellect and vigor. Her fitted black skirt showcased her curvaceous figure perfectly, and the sheer black stockings enveloped her long, straight legs, evoking a stirring response. This appearance combined both elegance and a hint of alluring sensuality, a quintessential femme fatale. However, Su Mo's gaze did not linger even a second on the woman's beautiful legs. His full attention was riveted on the man in the suit. The aura emanating from this man felt even more perilous than that of the LV-15 boss, the Abyssal Dragon. Sumo's heart sank. Having integrated the heart of the Titan, his power surged dramatically, and upon returning to reality, he couldn't help but feel somewhat invincible. Yet, this world was far deeper than he had anticipated. "May I ask if this is Mr. Sumo?" The woman behind the gold-rimmed glasses inquired with a pleasant smile, her voice melodious. "We are from the National Special Affairs Security Bureau, and we would like to discuss some matters with you in person." "National officials?" Sumo took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and restored his facade of calm. He opened the door. "Please, come in." "Pardon the intrusion," the bespectacled beauty nodded politely to Sumo, followed by the stern man in the suit as they entered the living room. "Sister Lan, my friends have arrived. You should rest in your room for now." Sumo turned back to the curious Qin Lan in the kitchen. "Oh, all right." Although she was eager to learn about the backgrounds of these seemingly extraordinary individuals, seeing Sumo's serious expression, she obediently dried her hands and retreated to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. In the living room, only Sumo remained with the two uninvited guests. The atmosphere momentarily thickened. "Please, have a seat." Sumo gestured towards the sofa while pulling a chair for himself, maintaining a distance that allowed for a swift response if necessary. He refrained from initiating conversation, calmly observing the two, awaiting their next words. "Mr. Sumo, there's no need to be so tense." The bespectacled beauty seemed to perceive Sumo's wariness. She smiled and produced a black identification from her briefcase, extending it towards him. "I am Lin Wan, and this is our deputy director, Li Xian." Sumo took the identification and opened it. It bore a majestic golden dragon emblem, with the words embossed beneath it, "National Bureau of Supernatural Disaster and Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support." In the name section, it boldly stated, "Lin Wan, Action Team Leader." The name is quite lengthy. Sumo returned the identification, internally critiquing the overly dramatic title. "Isn't this just the so-called relevant department, with such a juvenile name?" Internally, "We generally refer to ourselves as the Dragon Shield Bureau." Lin Wan appeared to read Sumo's thoughts, smiling as she explained. "Dragon Shield Bureau?" Sumo raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that it sounded much more agreeable. "So what business do two leaders of the Dragon Shield Bureau have with an ordinary citizen like myself?" He feigned ignorance. Throughout the encounter, Li Xian, the deputy director, had remained silent, merely sitting there, his sharp gaze scanning Sumo like a scanner. "Mr. Sumo, please don't jest with us." Lin Wan placed a document on the coffee table, sliding it towards Sumo Binhai University, third-year student, orphaned, living on student loans and part-time work. "Your character is steady, and you maintain a low profile. Except for a year ago, when you acted heroically in a bar to save a woman named Qin and had an online romance with the second daughter of the Shen family. Your record is as pristine as a blank sheet." Sumo's expression hardened. "However, 5 days ago, you, along with 1 million citizens of Xia country, were ensnared in an alternate realm codenamed Deep Sea Maze." Lin Wan continued, her words causing Sumo's heart to sink incrementally. "In this brutal game, with a staggering 99.8 mortality rate, you distinguished yourself. Not only did you dominate the global personal ranking, surpassing the Dragon Soul Alliance of the Long family, the Thunder Punishment Alliance of the Lei family, and the Blood Rose Alliance from Hong Kong, but on the final day of the game, you single-handedly defeated the final boss of this dungeon, an LV-15 Abyssal Dragon, creating a global sensation. Lin Wan paused at this juncture, her beautiful eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses fixed intently on Sumo, as if seeking any flicker of emotion on his face. Yet, Sumo's countenance remained an unperturbed calm, as if the godlike figure Lin Wan described bore no relation to him. "We are quite curious," Lin Wan resumed. "As far as we know, Long Outyin from the Long family awakened the S-level talent Dragon Blood Warrior. Thor from the Lei family has awakened what is claimed to be the strongest attack type S-level talent, Body of Thunder Punishment. Furthermore, the leader of the Blood Rose, is also a possessor of S-level combat talent. Each of them is supported by vast alliances comprising hundreds of players. Yet you, Mr. Sumo, are merely an ordinary university student, lacking power, influence, or support, yet you manage to overpower them all single-handedly. Thus, we have reason to speculate that your talent may very well surpass S-level. You are, after a year since the 7th round of the game and the legendary swordsman Li Xiaoyao, the second suspected player with divine-level talent to emerge within Xia country. Divine-level talent. When those 4 words slipped from Lin Wan's lips, Sumo felt a jolt of apprehension. However, he maintained an impassive facade. "So what is it?" Sumo replied nonchalantly. "Your purpose for coming today is merely to ascertain whether I am indeed the possessor of the so-called divine talent you speak of? If so, what do you plan to do? Will you apprehend me and subject me to those experiments in your so-called Dragon Shield Bureau? Mr. Su, you have misunderstood." Lin Wan hastily waved her hand, her smile taking on a more genuine quality. "A powerhouse such as yourself is a most invaluable asset to our nation. We are here to protect you, not to engage in any self-destructive folly." She continued, "We have come today with the utmost sincerity to formally invite you to join our Dragon Shield Bureau." Sumo couldn't help but snicker inwardly. After such a lengthy detour, they had finally revealed their true intentions. "Join you? I'm afraid I have no interest in becoming someone else's subordinate." He crossed his legs, adopting a rather mercantile demeanor. He had always kept his distance from bureaucratic organizations. Having grown accustomed to freedom, he had no desire to have overseers dictating his every move. "Mr. Su, please do not be hasty in your rejection." Lin Wan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Our Dragon Shield Bureau is not a conventional government agency. We do not curtail the freedom of our members. Nor will we compel you to undertake any tasks against your will. By joining us, you will not only gain access to the highest level of resources and intelligence support from the state, but also enjoy numerous privileges beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. For instance, everything you acquire in the game can be legally monetized in the real world through our assistance. Furthermore, should you encounter troubles in reality that cannot be resolved through conventional means, we can offer our help to resolve them discreetly." Her words were laden with temptation. After hearing this, Sumo felt a flicker of intrigue. It was undeniable that the conditions offered by the Dragon Shield Bureau were quite alluring, especially the last point, which seemed akin to a universal get-out-of-jail-free card. With such a safeguard, he could navigate the real world with newfound confidence. Chapter 57. A peaceful conclusion to negotiations. Noticing that Sumo appeared somewhat swayed, Lin Wan continued to sweeten the deal. "Of course, we will not expect you to enjoy these privileges without reciprocation. In exchange, we simply hope that when the nation calls upon you, you will step forward and contribute your efforts." She added, "For instance, in certain critical game instances in the future, we would require your assistance in fulfilling missions of paramount importance to the state." Sumo fell silent. He was no fool. He understood the underlying message in Lin Wan's words. To put it plainly, they sought to recruit him, to transform him into a strategic asset for the nation. They would provide him with a life of relative freedom, pampering him with resources, only to call upon him when the stakes were high. After a lengthy contemplation, he weighed the merits and drawbacks of joining versus remaining independent. Joining would mean having the vast support of the state as a formidable ally. It would alleviate many unnecessary troubles in both the game and the real world. He could leverage official intelligence and resources to enhance his strength. Yet, it would also entail a loss of personal freedom. Should the state require his services, he would be obliged to comply, executing perilous missions that could lead to dire consequences. This stood in stark contrast to his initial desire for a quiet existence, simply enjoying the game and leveling up. Conversely, remaining independent would grant him freedom but also position him as an uncontrollable variable outside the state's grasp. Ultimately, he spoke up, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lin Wan. "It sounds quite appealing. However, I have one question. If I were to join, would I then be obliged to adhere to your regulations? For instance, would I need to submit task reports for slaying a dragon in the East Sea today and vanquishing a deity in North Africa tomorrow?" Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, but she composed herself and answered professionally, "We do have standard procedures, but for exceptional talents such as yourself, we allow the greatest degree of freedom." Greatest degree of freedom? Does that not still imply some form of constraint? Sumo shook his head, reclining back on the sofa, adopting a more relaxed posture. "I must decline." He delivered his final verdict. "I admit, your terms are quite tempting. However, you may be mistaken about one thing." His gaze swept over Lin Wan before finally settling on the ever-silent Li Xian. "What you require is a sharp blade, not a compliant soldier." Integrating me into your framework and binding me with rules and procedures will only dull that blade. I trust that is not your desired outcome. My refusal does not imply that I am unwilling to lend my strength to the nation. I would prefer to serve as an external consultant. Should the need arise and conditions be favorable, I would not hesitate to assist. However, clocking in for work is out of the question. Furthermore, I am acutely aware that should I join your organization today, it would signify absolute obedience to orders. I do not wish to miss crucial opportunities or risk my life due to a foolish command during critical moments. His words were delivered with neither arrogance nor subservience. Grounded in reason and clarity, they affirmed his stance while leaving the door open for collaboration. Upon hearing Su-mo's refusal, Lin Wan's smile faltered, visibly taken aback. She had not anticipated that such generous terms would be met with such a rejection. The carefully prepared arguments she had in mind became lodged in her throat. Just as she contemplated saying more, Li Xian, who had remained silent, suddenly raised his hand to silence her. "We respect your choice," Li Xian finally spoke, his voice deep and slightly hoarse. "You are correct. We seek a blade, not a mere cog in the machine. The mission of the Dragon Shield Bureau has never been to force compliance. We simply hope that all players from Xia country can unite and stand together against external threats. For our enemies are not merely the monsters within the game." Li Xian's gaze deepened, reflecting the weight of his words. The Gaia game had descended upon Blue Star for 3 years now. Every 3 months, 1 million players from each country were forcibly selected to participate in a novice game. Behind this game lay an existence of dimensions far beyond the scope of human civilization. Its intent remains inscrutable, but one thing is certain: it is not a mere game. In the upcoming game instances, you will encounter foes that are no longer merely mindless creatures. You will face intelligent races from different civilizations and dimensions. For instance, the honor-bound orcs, the elemental-wielding elves, the cunning and cruel demons, and even technologically advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. They, too, are players within the Gaia game. They are our competitors. In the rules of Gaia, weakness is a sin. Should our civilization display any signs of decline within the game, we may face a catastrophic fate. Li Xian's words struck Su-mo like a hammer, resonating in his heart. The system had previously hinted at these truths, but hearing them from a high-ranking official carried a weight of gravity that was altogether different. This was no longer merely a battle between individual players. It had escalated into a brutal war between civilizations and races. Thus, even if you choose not to join us, we hope that one day, when Xia country is in need, you will rise to the occasion. Li Xianchao gazed at Su-mo, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Su-mo fell into silence for a moment. Although he was not a sage, he could discern right from wrong. If such a day were to come, I would bear the responsibility without hesitation, he stated solemnly. Upon receiving Su-mo's promise, a faint smile finally graced Li Xian's austere face. "Excellent," he remarked as he rose to his feet. "Even if you decline our invitation, it does not preclude us from becoming friends." From his pocket, he produced an intricately designed black mobile device and handed it to Su-mo. "This is a secure communicator from our Dragon Shield Bureau, containing my contact information. Should you encounter any formidable troubles in the real world that you cannot resolve on your own, feel free to reach out to me. For minor issues, you may contact my assistant, Lin Wan." However, Li Xian's gaze sharpened once more. "We sincerely hope you do not misuse your newfound powers to create unnecessary chaos." His words served both as a gesture of goodwill and a cautionary warning. Su-mo understood perfectly well. It was an indication that while they could assist him in difficult situations, it was imperative he did not overstep boundaries. Simultaneously, it conveyed a sense of confidence. No matter how strong he became, they possessed the means to subdue him. "I am a man of honesty," Su-mo replied, accepting the phone with a smile. "Let us hope so." Li Xian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to exit the room. Lin Wan also stood, smiling at Su-mo as she said, "Mr. Su, I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Oh, by the way, I must inform you that your landlord, Qin Lan, seems to be facing some troubles. Would you like us to assist?" "No need," Su-mo interjected firmly. "I will protect my own." Lin Wan paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Very well, we shall not intrude further." With that, she swiftly slipped a business card into Su-mo's hand while Li Xian's attention was diverted. The card bore only a name and a series of numbers, accompanied by a faint scent of perfume. After completing this discreet maneuver, she turned and followed Li Xian out of the room, leaving the living room in silence once more. Chapter 58, A Sudden Transformation. Su-mo becomes a major player. The bedroom door creaked open slightly. Qinlan's face, etched with concern, peeked through. "Xiaomo, have they left? Who were they? Did they trouble you?" "It's nothing, Sister Lan," Su-mo assured her with a smile as he tucked away his phone. "They were merely distant relatives come to check on me." He certainly could not divulge the matters concerning the Dragon Shield Bureau to Qin Lan. "Relatives?" Qin Lan questioned skeptically. What kind of relative dresses in black suits and exudes such an intimidating aura? However, she recognized that Su-mo was unwilling to share more, and pressing him would be futile. "Xiaomo, I just saw a news report online." Qin Lan's expression suddenly paled, and she handed her phone to Su-mo. On the screen, a video was playing, seemingly a live broadcast from a news app. The footage was shaky. The background noise chaotic, with the piercing sound of police sirens audible. The camera focused on a somewhat dilapidated residential building, cordoned off with police tape, surrounded by a throng of onlookers and officers. A female reporter, appearing anxious, was speaking into the camera. Dear viewers, I am currently in the demolition zone of the western suburbs of Binhai City. Just half an hour ago, a heinous shooting incident occurred here. According to informed sources, the deceased is Huang Tianlong, the notorious crime lord known as Dragon Brother, along with over a dozen of his core subordinates who have long dominated this area. The footage displayed the police sealing off the entire building. An anonymous witness reported hearing a flurry of gunshots, lasting no more than a few seconds, before everything was over. When he looked again, Dragon Brother and his men lay lifeless in pools of blood. Dragon Brother? Dead? Gunned down by an automatic rifle? Suemo instinctively glanced at Qin Lan, whose complexion had turned pale, her face a picture of terror and anxiety. Xiaomo, the person who died in the video is the Dragon Brother who harassed me just a few days ago. I know, Suemo nodded, returning the phone to her. He had already begun to piece together the implications. The efficiency was astonishing. The Dragon Shield Bureau had scarcely departed before Dragon Brother met his demise. If this were mere coincidence, he would not believe it even at gunpoint. Clearly, this was the minor trouble Li Xian had referred to. An exhibition of the Dragon Shield Bureau's might, while simultaneously extending a favor, a warning to others. The chicken had been dispatched with brutal finality. Xiaomo. Qin Lan observed Su Mo's unervingly calm demeanor, her sense of foreboding intensifying. She grasped his hand tightly, her voice trembling as she asked, this incident. It won't be connected to you, will it? She was not foolish. Just the night before, she had confided in Su Mo, expressing her distress over Dragon Brother's harassment. And now, the very next morning, he was found gruesomely dead. Such coincidences were hardly conceivable. She was afraid, not of Dragon Brother's death, for such scum deserved their fate, but of the colossal trouble Su Mo might attract. After all, that was a dozen lives lost in a shooting. If it were discovered he was in any way involved, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Sister Lan, do not let your thoughts wander, Su Mo comforted her. Feeling warmth in his heart at her frightened expression, he held her icy hand gently and reassured her softly. Such gang conflicts have no bearing on us law-abiding citizens. Rest assured, should the sky fall, I will be here to hold it up for you. But, Qin Lan wished to say more. Just then, the peculiar black communicator in Su Mo's pocket vibrated unexpectedly. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Su Mo glanced at the caller ID. A flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. In front of Qin Lan, he pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, a voice filled with obsequiousness and trepidation emerged from the other end, belonging to a middle-aged man. Hello? May I ask if this is Mr. Suemo? The man sounded exceedingly nervous, his speech slightly stammering. It is I, Suemo replied nonchalantly. Ah, Mr. Su. Greetings. This is Wang Hu, the head of Black Tiger Security Company. I apologize for the impertinence of this call. I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to you. An apology? Suemo feigned ignorance. Yes, indeed. Wang Hu hastily responded. That insolent Huang Tianlong dared to offend your woman. He deserved his fate. We only learned of this incident recently, and to spare you the trouble, we took it upon ourselves to eliminate that rabid dog. Our actions have not caused you any inconvenience, I hope? Wang Hu's tone was filled with cautious probing. Suemo had heard of the Black Tiger Security Company before. On the surface, it appears to be a security company. Yet behind the scenes, it serves as the largest underground force in Binhai City, engaging in nefarious activities such as usury, running casinos, and monopolizing the market. Wang Hu, in particular, is notorious for his ruthlessness, with blood on his hands that likely surpasses even that of Long Ge. The police wish to apprehend him. Yet they are both eager and hesitant, for he is a true predator. Yet now, this formidable beast stands before him, behaving as docile as a kitten. Suemo immediately comprehends the situation. It seems that the Long Shield Bureau has employed certain means to discreetly warn these local tyrants. Binhai City now has an individual they cannot afford to provoke, and that individual is none other than himself. Having understood this, Suemo maintains his calm demeanor, stating that such matters should be handled discreetly in the future, without further troubling him. Yes, Mr. Su, rest assured. We have already cleaned up the aftermath. The police will find no leads whatsoever. We guarantee not to inconvenience you in the slightest. Wang Hu fervently assures him, bowing and scraping. Mr. Su, may I inquire when you might be free? I wish to personally visit and apologize to you and your esteemed sister-in-law. There's no need, Suemo curtly declines. There is no merit in meeting with such a person. Yes, then I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Wang Hu respectfully ends the call. The living room descends once more into a profound silence. Qin Lan stands frozen, as though her very soul has been siphoned away. What had she just heard? The voice on the other end of the line belonged to Wang Hu, the powerful figure in Binhai City whom even the police dare not easily confront. He had killed Long Ge, yet it was merely to apologize to Suemo. He even referred to her as sister-in-law. In disbelief, she lifts her gaze to Suemo. The familiar, handsome visage of the youth remains unchanged, yet she feels as though she has never truly known him. A struggling university student unable to afford rent? No. A person who could nonchalantly command a city's underworld emperor to commit murder, who could render such a figure subservient and humble. What kind of formidable, reclusive magnate is this? Is this truly the Mo she has always regarded as a younger brother? At that moment, her worldview is utterly shattered, collapsing in on itself. Silence. A deathly stillness. The air in the living room seems to have solidified, leaving only the sound of Lan's rapid and somewhat erratic breaths. She gazes at Mo, her gentle, beautiful eyes filled with shock, confusion, fear, and an indescribable emotion that can only be termed as strangeness. Yes, strangeness. She suddenly realizes that the brother she has watched grow up has become an enigma. Is he still the boy who would be elated by a meal she prepared? Who would blush at a simple compliment? No, he is no longer that boy. Mo observes Lan's astonished, bewildered, fearful, and somewhat unfamiliar countenance, and sighs inwardly. What was inevitable has finally arrived. From the moment he resolved to protect Lan and welcomed her into his home, he knew he could no longer play the role of a needy student before her. The return of power, the shift in mindset, and the subsequent interference in the real world have rendered it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous any longer. Shall Mo you? Lan's lips move as she struggles to articulate her thoughts. Should she inquire about his true identity? Ask why he commands such respect from the underworld leaders of Binhai City? Question how he could so casually determine the fate of numerous lives? None of these questions dare escape her lips. She fears that the answers may irrevocably upend her understanding of the world, transforming the familiar yet alien youth before her into a stranger from another realm. Seeing her nearly on the verge of collapse, Mo steps forward and envelopes her soft, curvaceous form in his embrace. Lan gasps, her body instantly tensing, instinctively wanting to resist. Lanjia, please listen to me. As he senses her trembling form, the familiar fragrance wafts into his nostrils, soothing his agitation. There are things I cannot yet reveal to you. It is not a matter of trust. Rather, I wish to shield you from becoming entangled in this, for your own good. His hand gently rests on her back, patting softly as though comforting a frightened kitten. His tone tender. You only need to know that I am no longer that impoverished student in need of your aid. I now possess the capability to protect you and our home. As for Long Go, he deserved his fate. Those who dare harm my woman, be it one Long Go, or even 100, shall meet their end. His words are succinct, brutal, yet they exude a fierce determination. Yet, paradoxically, they manage to calm the turmoil within Lan's heart. Mo is not boasting. He genuinely possesses both the strength and the audacity. Having ceased her struggles, Lan buries her face into his chest, inhaling the reassuring scent of masculinity. Though fear still lingers, it is no longer directed at Mo, but rather at the unknown world of violence and power that belongs to him. Shao Mo, who exactly are you? I am merely Mo, he replies with a smile, lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. I am the brother you watch grow up, and I will also be the man who protects you from now on. Man. Lan's face flushes crimson, her heart racing fiercely. This little rascal, at a time like this, dares to take advantage of her. As she attempts to push him away, Mo tightens his embrace. Lanjia, do not fear. The world is far more complex than you can imagine. The Mo you once knew is merely the tip of the iceberg. In time, I will gradually reveal to you the complete picture of who I am. Just remember, no matter how I change, I will never harm you. With me here, the sky will not fall. His words possess an almost magical quality, slowly easing Lan's inner trepidation. Indeed, what is there to fear? Shao Mo is still Shao Mo. Regardless of how formidable or unfamiliar he becomes, he does so to safeguard her. The nightmare that had tormented her for so long has been effortlessly resolved by him. As this thought surfaces, a warm current flows through Lan, mingled with a sense of genuine admiration that softens her heart. What woman does not desire her man to be a towering hero, capable of shielding her from life's storms? Though Mo's methods may be somewhat bloodstained and domineering, they provide an undeniable sense of security. Lan clings tightly to Sumo's waist, as if striving to merge her very being with his. She remains silent, merely responding to Mo with her actions. Mo, enveloped by her warmth, felt a surge of pride swell within him. Mission accomplished. It appears that revealing a hint of strength is indeed quite essential. Otherwise, this gentle and kind-hearted landlady might very well perceive him as the helpless child in need of her care. The two embraced quietly for a while, until Lan's emotions had completely settled. So, what do you plan to do from now on? She inquired softly, leaning against Mo's shoulder. What to do? Mo chuckled. Of course, I shall continue to live life on my own terms. He playfully pinched Lan's soft cheek, his tone lightening. From today onwards, you shall not return to your little shabby house. Instead, you will reside here with me. I will protect you, and you shall be responsible for cooking for me. How does that sound? Lan's cheeks flushed inexplicably. A single man and a woman, cohabiting in one room. Previously, she had regarded Mo as a younger brother, which was perfectly fine. Yet now, upon hearing such words, her heart skipped a beat. What? Are you unwilling? Suemo feigned a stern expression. I am now a person of great significance in Binhai City. Am I truly imposing upon you by requesting you to be my exclusive chef? With a soft snort, Qinlan shot him a glare, playfully retorting, who would want to be your so-called chef? Let me make it clear, I won't cook for free. The rent must be paid in full. All right, I shall heed your words. Suemo laughed, affectionately scratching her nose. Forget about the rent, from now on. What is mine is yours. Spend it as you wish. This flirtatious declaration made Qinlan's cheeks burn hot enough to fry an egg. Flustered, she hastily extricated herself from Sumo's embrace and scurried into the kitchen. I'll go wash some fruit for you. Her slightly clumsy figure darted away, reminiscent of a panicked little rabbit, prompting a chuckle from Suemo. In the next moment, he retrieved his phone and directly called Shen Yufu. After several rings, the call was answered, revealing her drowsy, sultry voice laced with sleep. Hello? Who is it? It's early in the morning. Can a person get some sleep? Hearing her tone, it was evident that his sister-in-law had not slept well the previous night. My dear sister-in-law, what brings you to be sleepless at this hour? Are you thinking of me? Suemo teased. Suemo, you scoundrel. Shen Yufu instantly awoke, her voice rising an octave. How dare you call me? Do you have any idea what I went through last night? All right, I know you've had a tough time, Suemo interrupted, but let us get to business. I need a small favor from you. A favor? Why should I help you? Shen Yufu retorted indignantly. Simply because that black lace nightgown you wore last night looked rather exquisite. The line fell silent as Shen Yufu was left speechless, likely feeling as though she might sink into the ground from embarrassment. Enough jesting. Suemo returned to the matter at hand. I require a substantial amount of money. 10 small targets. To be precise, urgently. 10 small targets. Shen Yufu's voice shot up another octave, fully awake now. 10 billion. Suemo, are you out of your mind? Do you think my money grows on trees? Come now, look at your paltry ambitions, Suemo scoffed. It's merely 10 billion. For you, the esteemed Shun, it must be a trivial sum. Just tell me whether you will or not. Shen Yufu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. 10 billion was indeed not a trivial amount for her, yet the audacity with which he demanded it, as if he were purchasing vegetables at a market, vexed her immensely. What do you need so much money for? She asked cautiously. Stockpiling supplies, Suemo succinctly explained. Food, drink, necessities, clothing, anything that can be of use, I want it all. No one knows what the next scenario will entail. Preparing in advance is never a mistake. Upon hearing that Sumo's intentions were to prepare for the next scenario, Shen Yufu's irritation dissipated instantly. This was not merely for his benefit, but for the entire team. Fine, she relented after a moment of silence. Send me your account details. I'll transfer the money immediately. But let me make myself clear. This is my personal stash. And if you dare to squander it, I will make you regret it. Rest assured, my dear sister-in-law, I promise to spend it wisely, Suemo replied with a grin. Once we meet again, I shall repay you double. He emphasized the word repay with a teasing inflection. The line fell silent once more. Shen Yufu could discern the implication in his words. This scoundrel was once again teasing her in such a lewd manner. The thought of his almost perverse repayment ability made her cheeks flush, and her body felt weak. Perverse fiend. I want to accept your repayment. Within 5 minutes. Suemo received a notification of a bank transfer. Glancing at the long string of zeros, he nodded in satisfaction. Truly, a national goddess, her wealth was substantial. With 10 small targets transferred without a blink, he could now officially commence his apocalyptic fortress plan. He opened a shopping app on his phone and began to frenzy shop. Food, drink, necessities, clothing, anything conceivable was added to his cart without hesitation. 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of flour, various brands of bottled water and energy drinks. He ordered 100 tons, encompassing entire production lines. Beef, pork, chicken, and assorted frozen meats. Let us start with 50 tons. Ready-to-eat rice, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and all manner of quick meals, another 50 tons. These were merely the foundational food reserves. Next came various living supplies, tents, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, 1,000 sets of outdoor survival gear, diesel generators, solar panels, and assorted batteries, 100 of each. In a fit of madness, Suemo even ordered 10 luxurious supersized beds that could accommodate 5 people, each measuring over 5 meters in length and width. Additionally, he procured a variety of medicines, weapons, controlled knives, clothing, and fuel. Suemo operated like an indefatigable shopping machine, clearing out the inventories of Binhai City and several surrounding areas. As he put it, regardless of the type of scenario they might encounter in the future, be it in frigid snowfields or scorching deserts, he would not allow himself or his women to suffer. In an instant, across the entirety of Xia country, countless delivery drivers, loaded with trucks, raced through the night from all corners of the nation towards a designated warehouse in Binhai City. This day, Suemo whimsically dubbed the Divine Shopping Festival. One after another, trucks filled with premium supplies rolled toward the suburban warehouse he had rented, resembling tireless worker ants. When the final shipment was unloaded, the expansive warehouse, covering thousands of square meters, was completely filled with assorted boxes, leaving scarcely a place to step. The delivery workers gazed in astonishment at the stockpile of supplies that resembled a small military base. Their mouths agape as they speculated which billionaire was indulging in some novel apocalyptic survival game. Meanwhile, the mastermind, Mo, after dismissing everyone, leisurely strolled into the warehouse. Closing the large door behind him, Mo rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. Approaching a small mountain of food, he extended his right hand and gently pressed down upon it. With a mere thought, collect. The towering heap of over 10 meters high, comprising thousands of boxes of beef jerky, vanished before his very eyes as if wiped away by an unseen hand. Instantly, he opened his storage space to inspect. What had once been an empty void now displayed a new category labeled beef jerky, with the astonishing count of 10,000 boxes. Remarkable. Mo couldn't help but grin widely. This storage space, designed for hoarding, was a divine skill. Not only was it boundless, but it also categorized items automatically, truly a convenience beyond measure. He embarked on a frenzied collection of the warehouse's provisions. Collect. 50 tons of rice gone. Collect. 50 tons of flour vanished. Collect. 100 tons of drinking water disappeared. Mo resembled a mouse that had infiltrated a grain store, darting back and forth within the vast warehouse. Wherever he roamed, mountains of supplies evaporated in succession. This process continued for nearly an hour. By the time he had stored the last box of self-heating hot pot, the warehouse stood utterly empty, with only the lingering sense of various goods remaining in the air. Gazing at the dazzling array of supplies in his storage space, enough to drive any survivor into a frenzy, he mused that with these resources, not only could he conquer a dungeon, but if the apocalypse truly arrived, he could lead his harem to live a life akin to that of deities. It was time to return. After resting for a moment, Mo stood, dusted himself off, and prepared to leave. At that moment, however, his attention was drawn to the corner of the warehouse, where 10 enormous objects were covered with black tarpaulin. Curious, he approached and lifted the tarp. Beneath it lay an extraordinarily large, super-luxury bed, reminiscent of a floating aircraft carrier. This bed was over 5 meters in length and width, featuring the finest memory foam mattress, with an array of sophisticated smart devices embedded in the headboard that Mo could not comprehend but felt were impressive nonetheless. Impressive indeed, he thought, as he circled the bed, becoming increasingly satisfied. With these 10 beds, even if he were to game with Shen Yufu, Samantha, Luo Xiaoro, or even Qin Lan, there would be ample space. Collect. Without hesitation, he stored this strategic asset into his storage space. Having completed this task, he locked the warehouse door with great satisfaction and drove back to his apartment. Chapter 61. The encounter between Qin Lan and Shen Yufu at the Cloud Summit Villa in the coastal city, within the luxurious enclave of Cloud Summit Villa. This area boasted the highest real estate prices, stringent security, and breathtaking views in the entire city. Those fortunate enough to reside here were either wealthy or noble, each capable of shaking the business world of the coastal city with a mere stamp of their foot. A somewhat aged domestic car meandered slowly along the pristine, winding road, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding luxury vehicles worth several million. Behind the wheel was Qin Lan, attired in a cream-colored fitted knit top paired with snug jeans that accentuated her voluptuous figure exquisitely. The ample curves, tightly embraced by the knit fabric, swayed gently with the vehicle's bumps, creating a captivating silhouette. She had struggled considerably to free the seatbelt from her deep cleavage, and even now, it appeared taut, as if it might snap at any moment. Seated in the passenger seat, Mo could hardly contain his admiration. Sister Lan, I must say, you truly are enchanting. Mo unabashedly expressed his appreciation. At 32, your figure continues to defy age. It's simply unfair to those in their 20s. Flatterer. Qin Lan's cheeks flushed at his blatant praise, casting him a playful glare while secretly reveling in the compliment. What woman does not relish hearing others speak of her beauty and figure, especially when the one offering such praise is Mo? I speak nothing but the truth. Mo replied earnestly. With your figure and poise, you stand like a perfectly ripe peach. Who wouldn't be tempted to take a bite? You. If you keep spouting nonsense, I might just throw you out of the car. Qin Lan's face burned crimson as she struggled to grip the steering wheel steady, flustered by his increasingly outrageous descriptions. This little rascal, ever since he laid bare his feelings, had grown bolder, daring to utter anything. Ha ha. Mo delighted in her flustered demeanor, finding more enjoyment in teasing this mature beauty than bantering with the fiery little pepper named Rose. Throughout the journey, his tongue ran rampant with all manner of flirtatious remarks, leaving Qin Lan blushing and her heart in disarray. Several times, she contemplated pulling over to evict this irreverent character from her vehicle. Yet, inexplicably, rather than genuine anger, she felt a clandestine thrill, a secret joy she dared not admit to herself. Soon, the car entered the heart of the Cloud Summit Villa district. Mo pointed toward a magnificent standalone villa nestled halfway up the mountain, the largest and most extravagantly decorated in the vicinity. Sister Lan, do you see that? That is our new home. Qin Lan followed his gaze, and upon seeing the palace-like luxury villa, Her entire being was rendered speechless. Sumo, you aren't joking. Are you? We're living here? Though she had mentally prepared herself somewhat, the reality of witnessing a mansion valued at least 5 times her expectations left her utterly astounded. Is this truly the world of the affluent? Of course, Sumo chuckled. From now on, this will be our home. The vehicle came to a gentle stop at the villa's entrance. The ornate iron gate swung open slowly, and 2 rows of tall, impeccably dressed female bodyguards in black suits marched out, forming a line at the doorway, bowing gracefully towards Sumo's car. Welcome home, boss. They're synchronized. Melodious voices echoed throughout the expansive courtyard. Qinlan, witnessing this scene reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle, felt her face pale at the sight of the cold, black objects at the bodyguards' waists. She clutched Sumo's arm, her voice tinged with apprehension. Sumo, who are these people? Fear not, they are our allies. Sumo reassured her with a gentle pat on her soft hand, signaling her to relax. These female bodyguards were procured by him yesterday through special channels from a globally renowned security firm at a considerable price. Each one is a remarkable elite, having retired from special forces across the globe, distinguished by their exceptional skills and unwavering loyalty. With their presence, coupled with the villa's extensive surveillance and state-of-the-art security systems, the safety level here rivals that of a military base. Sumo pushed open the car door and stepped out. Qinlan took a deep breath, adjusted her attire, and followed suit. Upon seeing Sumo's youthful and handsome visage, the previously expressionless bodyguards momentarily flickered with astonishment and curiosity in their eyes. They evidently did not anticipate that their future employer would be such an innocuous-looking, dashing young man. Hello, boss. The head of the female bodyguard stepped forward and rendered a precise military salute to Sumo. Sumo nodded, gesturing towards Qinlan. This is Qinlan, the future mistress of this place. You are to respect and protect her just as you do me, understood? Yes, boss. All the female bodyguards replied in unison, then bowed in unison to Qinlan. Hello, madam. Qinlan was taken aback by this display. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she nervously waved her hands. No, that's not it. I'm not a madam. I'm just. Before she could finish her sentence, Sumo wrapped his arm around her soft waist and whispered in her ear, Sister Lan, in this setting, don't embarrass me. From now on, you are the mistress here. Exude your aura. Sumo's warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Qinlan's body to weaken involuntarily, leaning against Sumo's solid frame. She felt his undeniable authority, and miraculously, her anxiety and unease dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security and vanity, as if cradled in someone's palm. Channeling the demeanor of the affluent matriarch she had seen in dramas, she straightened her posture and bestowed a composed yet gentle smile upon the bodyguards. Greetings. At that moment, the grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing the crisp and melodious sound of high heels striking the floor, approaching from afar. Following this, an exquisitely beautiful figure, capable of driving any man to madness, came into view. Chapter 62. The transformed Shen Yufu, stunningly beautiful. The newcomer was none other than Shen Yufu. Today, she was evidently meticulously styled. Her silky chestnut locks cascaded in the trending large waves, casually draped over her shoulders, adding an air of mature charm. With delicate, understated makeup enhancing her already breathtaking features, she appeared even more mesmerizing under the sunlight. She donned a well-tailored, latest black dress from Chanel, the hem modestly covering her upper thighs, unveiling a pair of exceptionally long and straight legs that could drive countless men wild. Most strikingly, those legs were enveloped in a layer of gossamer thin, alluring black stockings, which shimmered enticingly. Beneath the stockings, her skin subtly peeked through, accentuating the flawless contours of her legs, exuding a deadly allure. On her feet, she sported 10-centimeter high glossy black stilettos. With each step, her delicate, dainty feet, shrouded in stockings, tantalizingly peeked from the shoe's opening, outlining a seductive curve at her ankles, igniting the imagination. Returning to reality, embracing her identity as a national goddess, Shen Yufu, adorned in stockings and high heels, radiated an allure unmatched. She was no longer the formidable woman clad in menacing armor from the game, trailing behind Sumo in battle cries. Instead, she stood at the pinnacle of the fashion world, every glance and smile capable of inciting fervent screams from her multitude of fans, a true embodiment of unparalleled grace. Wow. So beautiful, almost unreal. Upon recognizing the visitor, Qinlan was momentarily rendered speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief. Shen Yufu, the national goddess with over 1 billion fans, Shen Yufu. What is she doing here? Could it be? A ludicrous thought burgeoned uncontrollably in Qinlan's mind. Could she possibly be Sumo's woman? At the mere notion, an inexplicable bitterness and inferiority surged within her. Compared to a celestial beauty like Shen Yufu, what was she? A divorced woman over 30? How could Sumo possibly be interested in her? In an instant, the fragile confidence she had just begun to muster crumbled entirely. At that moment, Shen Yufu also spotted Sumo and the alluringly mature woman in his embrace, who exuded a gentle charm, yet possessed a voluptuous figure. Her cool, captivating gaze narrowed slightly, and her steps faltered, standing there silently. Her eyes darted between Su-mo and Qinlan. Though she uttered not a word, her gaze was rife with scrutiny and unabashed hostility. Well, Su-mo, just a day after returning from the game, and you've already brought back another woman? And she appears to be quite the exquisite mature lady. You scoundrel. You lecher. In the air, an unspoken tension crackled. Two stunning women, each with distinct styles, locked eyes from a distance of mere meters. One exuded a regal coldness, akin to a queen, while the other radiated warmth and charm, reminiscent of a nurturing older sister. Caught in between, Su-mo felt overwhelmed. Ahem. He cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Releasing his hold on Qinlan, he stepped forward, intending to wrap his arms around Shen Yufu's slender waist. My dear aunt, missing me so much after just one day apart? Have you dressed up so beautifully just to welcome me? Let go. Shen Yufu unceremoniously swatted his hand away, her delicate face frosty. Who is she? Shen Yufu tilted her chin slightly in Qinlan's direction, her tone mirroring that of a rightful wife confronting an unfaithful husband. Oh, her? Su-mo replied nonchalantly. Allow me to introduce her. This is Qinlan, Sister Lan. I specially invited her from outside to be our chef, responsible for our daily meals. Her cooking is far superior to that of you and Samantha, the two kitchen assassins. Chef. Both Qinlan and Shen Yufu froze at those words. Upon hearing chef, the hostility in Shen Yufu's expression significantly diminished. So she is just a cook, she thought, relief flooding through her. However, when her gaze fell once more upon Qinlan's exaggerated curves, her caution remained unrelenting. This chef is rather too stunning, isn't she? Her figure is simply a walking embodiment of desire. Is it truly safe to have such a vixen around Su-mo, this notorious lecher? Shen Yufu harbored serious doubts. Hello. I'm Shen Yufu. Despite her underlying wariness, Shen Yufu extended her hand politely towards Qinlan. You. Hello, I'm Qinlan. Qinlan was somewhat taken aback as she grasped the delicate, boneless hand. My goodness, I have actually held the hand of the national goddess. If I were to share this, who would believe me? All right, let us not linger at the door any longer. Let us step inside. Su-mo, weary of watching the two women engage in their subtle power play, took one by each hand and led them into the villa. On his left was the graceful and alluring mature woman, and on his right was the irresistibly seductive goddess. In that moment, Su-mo felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. Upon entering the villa, the opulence within further expanded Qinlan's understanding of luxury. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the 10-meter-high living room ceiling, emanating a resplendent glow. The floor was adorned with a handcrafted carpet that had been air-freighted from Italy. Several paintings, clearly of significant value, decorated the walls. Every piece of furniture was from the most prestigious brands. The entire villa exuded an aura of extravagant wealth. Longia. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. The kitchen is over there, equipped with imported German cookware. If you find anything lacking, I'll have someone procure it immediately, Su-mo said, gesturing toward a lavish open kitchen that could rival that of a five-star hotel. Oh, all right. Qinlan nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she made her way toward the kitchen. Once Qinlan had departed, only Su-mo and Shen Yufu remained in the living room. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su-mo abruptly pulled Shen Yufu into his embrace, seating her upon his lap. My dear aunt, come here and let your husband hold you. I've missed you terribly, Su-mo exclaimed, his mischievous hands wandering up the silky fabric of her skirt to caress her exquisitely smooth black stockings. The sensation was absolutely electrifying. Why you let go of me? Be serious. Shen Yufu stammered, flustered and indignant by Su-mo's unexpected advance. She feebly struggled, but her efforts were akin to a mere whisper against a tempest. Especially when she felt his hand exploring her thigh, sending waves of tingling sensations through her body, she found herself melting into his embrace. What a scoundrel. It's only been a day, and he acts as if he has been starved for 8 centuries. Doesn't he see the numerous bodyguards outside and the cook nearby? Serious? Su-mo lowered his head, playfully nipping at her translucent earlobe. If I were serious, would you still be sitting here? You shameless rogue. Shen Yufu's face flushed crimson. Memories of their outrageous nights in the game flashed through her mind. This man had never been serious. Enough of this. Shen Yufu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her unusual feelings, and pushed against Su-mo's chest with a serious expression. I came to see you today to discuss something important. I know, it's about that Dragon Shield Bureau nonsense, right? Su-mo replied nonchalantly, his hands showing no signs of retreating. You're aware of it? Shen Yufu was taken aback. Did they come to see you too? Yes, they just left this morning. Su-mo nodded. A woman named Lin Wan, a black-stocking seductress, and a stoic fellow named Li Xian offered some enticing conditions, but I declined. You turned them down? Shen Yufu's expression reflected her certainty. I knew it. With Su-mo's reckless nature, how could he possibly agree to being controlled by others? They approached me yesterday as well, Shen Yufu continued. Their offer was similar to yours, money, resources, privileges, and they claimed they would train me as a national strategic asset. I didn't agree on the spot. I told them I needed to consider for a few days. What are you thinking? Su-mo inquired. Me? Shen Yufu shot him a sidelong glance. Of course, I'll heed your advice. If you say no, then I want to accept. Her tone concealed a hint of dependency that she herself was unaware of. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to viewing Su Mo as her pillar of support, always seeking his opinion first in any situation. You're quite clever, Su Mo remarked. With my divine talent, do we truly need those resources? As for privileges, once we become sufficiently powerful, the entire world will have to abide by our rules. Why would we need others to grant us anything? In situations where interests align, mutual assistance is acceptable, but one must never let down their guard. Hearing Su Mo's analysis, Shen Yufu's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the man she knew, a fearless warrior capable of confronting the abyss itself. However, Su Mo's tone shifted, that Dragon Shield Bureau isn't entirely useless. At the very least, their intelligence system is remarkably proficient. They have meticulously dug up my entire background and even speculated that my talent exceeds the S rank. What? Shen Yufu's face paled. Did they have any? Fear not, they merely suspect, with no evidence to back it, Su Mo reassured her. Besides, even if they did know, what of it? They wouldn't dare touch me, nor would they dare touch you. At this stage, we, the top-tier talent players, are treasures to the nation. They would be foolish to sever ties with us. Upon hearing Su Mo's perspective, Shen Yufu finally relaxed. By the way, speaking of the Dragon Shield Bureau, there is something else I must tell you. Her expression suddenly grew peculiar. What is it? It concerns my niece, Shen Yambing. Shen Yambing? My online girlfriend? Your online girlfriend? That's all in the past. Shen Yufu shot him an irritated glare. You best remember, never mention that again. All right, I want to bring it up. Su Mo chuckled. So, what about my former online girlfriend? Shen Yufu inhaled deeply, revealing a shocking piece of information that left Su Mo astounded. She is also a player. Moreover, she is a veteran from the 9th round of the game. Not only that, but she is also a core member of the Dragon Shield Bureau, having been secretly trained as a key asset for a full 6 months. Wow. Even Su Mo couldn't help but curse upon hearing this news. Shen Yufu's niece, who appeared so innocent and beautiful in her photos, was actually an experienced player who had joined the game even before him, and a core member of the official organization, the Dragon Shield Bureau. The magnitude of this revelation was simply overwhelming. Is this for real? Su Mo found it hard to believe. Absolutely, Shen Yufu affirmed. As soon as I returned to reality, she sought me out immediately. She wasn't the least bit surprised by my sudden disappearance for 5 days. Instead, she was worried for my safety. A little probing, and she divulged everything. She mentioned that over the past 3 years since the Gaia Game's arrival, there have been a total of 11 rounds. Each round forcibly selects a group of individuals from around the globe to participate, and she was among the players of the 9th round. Due to her outstanding performance, she was approached by the Dragon Shield Bureau as soon as she returned to reality. Now it makes sense, Su Mo mused, realization dawning upon him. No wonder that fellow named Li Xian seemed to have such profound knowledge about the Gaia Game. It turns out that the authorities had already engaged with and enlisted a group of seasoned players to establish the so-called Dragon Shield Bureau. They have been clandestinely researching the Gaia Game and preparing for impending crises. So, does this imply that there are numerous prominent figures hidden within this world? Su Mo's expression grew grave. Indeed, Shen Yufu nodded, stating that within the Dragon Shield Bureau, there are many veteran players like herself. Among them, there are even those who participated in the first round of the game, individuals of an almost fossilized status. However, those true powerhouses remain deeply concealed, seldom revealing themselves. How intriguing. By the way, has your niece mentioned what her talent is? Su Mo inquired with curiosity, being nurtured as a core member of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Her talent level must be exceptional. She hasn't disclosed that. Shen Yufu shook her head, but I suspect it's at least an S rank. An S rank, you say? Su Mo pondered thoughtfully. A genius girl of S rank, and a core member of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Chapter 64. A relationship that could ignite at any moment. By the way, Su Mo suddenly recalled a crucial question. Does she know about our relationship? Does she know about our relationship? Upon hearing this, Shen Yufu's delicate face flushed crimson. She pinched Su Mo's thigh in irritation, exclaiming, what relationship do we have? Oh, my dear aunt, you've already slept together and touched each other, and now you're pretending not to know? Su Mo chuckled, his hand sliding up her thigh. You. Shen Yufu's body instantly softened, an unusual current coursing from her tailbone to the crown of her head. She hurriedly pressed down on Su Mo's mischievous hand, gasping, stop it. We're discussing serious matters. I am discussing serious matters, Su Mo replied innocently. You still haven't answered my question. Does your precious niece know that her aunt has been thoroughly consumed by me? She doesn't know, Shen Yufu replied. Flustered and angry, she merely suspects. Suspects what? When I returned from the game, I was still wearing that revealing nightgown, and Shen Yufu's voice trailed off. And there were also marks left by you. She noticed them. She said the scent on me was identical to what she had previously sensed on you at the villa. Goodness, is your niece a bloodhound? Su Mo was astonished. It's all your fault, you scoundrel. Shen Yufu was both enraged and embarrassed. lifting her delicate fist to lightly thump Sumo's chest. If you hadn't been so rough, how would I have left evidence? Can you blame me? Sumo feigned grievance. It's simply because you, dear aunt, are too enchanting. I couldn't control myself. Smooth talker. Though Yufu chastised him, her heart felt sweet. So she is merely suspicious and has no concrete evidence, correct? Sumo confirmed. Yes. Shen Yufu nodded. I told her I just stayed at your home for a few days, and nothing happened between us. She didn't believe me, but had no other choice. That is manageable. A mischievous smile spread across Sumo's face. Manageable? What do you mean? Shen Yufu felt an ominous premonition. What I mean is... Sumo leaned in closer, whispering with an alluring tone. Since she is your niece and a member of the Dragon Shield Bureau, we might as well seize an opportunity to bring her into our fold, strengthening our ties. Wouldn't that be splendid? What are you saying? Shen Yufu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom his words. Bring Shen Yambing into this. This scoundrel dares to have designs on his own niece. Is he even human? Sumo, you beast. I'll kill you. Shen Yufu completely lost her composure, lunging at Sumo with flailing arms, sinking her teeth into his shoulder. Ouch! Sumo gasped in surprise. This little ant really bit down hard. It was just a joke, merely a jest. Is such a reaction necessary? A joke? Shen Yufu raised her head, glaring fiercely. Can such matters be trifled with? I warn you, Sumo. If you dare harbor any improper thoughts about Yambing, I shall ensure we both meet our end. Observing her adorably protective demeanor, Sumo chuckled. Fine, fine. I won't touch her. That is acceptable, right? Though he spoke those words, his mind was already racing with thoughts. Not touch her? That is simply out of the question. An S-ranked talented beauty from the Dragon Shield Bureau, not to mention his online romantic interest. Such a splendid opportunity. He could not allow it to slip away. Not just Shen Yambing, but in due time, he intended to make all the beauties of the Dragon Shield Bureau his own. Humph, now that is more like it. Shen Yufu finally released her grip, extricating herself from Sumo's embrace to straighten her slightly disheveled attire. To prevent Yambing from growing more suspicious, I must return to my own villa tonight. Shen Yufu proclaimed with a serious expression. What? Sumo immediately grew displeased at this news. Return to your villa? Absolutely not. What kind of joke is this? After all the effort I put in, purchasing a villa, hiring bodyguards, and even bringing Qinlan here, what was it all for? Wasn't it to create a comfortable haven for myself? You, the primary consort, cannot run off from the palace every day. Is that reasonable? I don't care. Regardless, I must return tonight. Shen Yufu's stance was unwavering. Yambing mentioned she would come to find me tonight to stay together. If I'm not there, she will undoubtedly become suspicious. She is coming to find you? Sumo's eyes sparkled with a cunning idea. Well then, let her come here to find you. I'd like to meet my legendary online girlfriend as well. You wish. Shen Yufu immediately rejected without a second thought. I absolutely cannot allow the two of you to meet until this matter is clarified. She knew Sumo too well. A notorious lecher. And she understood her seemingly innocent, yet mischievous niece far too well. Should these two meet, who knows what kind of sparks might fly? That is not up to you. Sumo glanced at Shen Yufu's exquisite legs clad in black stockings, his eyes blazing with fervor. During the apocalyptic game, he had long desired her. Now that he had finally returned to reality, he could not let her slip away so easily. What are you planning to do? Shen Yufu felt a chill run down her spine at Sumo's suggestive gaze. Just as the two were at an impasse, dinner was ready. And it was time to eat. Qinlan's voice called from the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yufu jumped off Sumo's lap, tidied her slightly disheveled dress, shot him a fierce glare, and strode towards the dining room in her high heels without looking back. Humph, all she thinks about is eating. Sumo watched her slender figure depart, smirking slightly as he followed her to the dining table, which was already set with 7 dishes and a soup, tomato scrambled eggs, braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, and mapo tofu, accompanied by a steaming pot of corn and rib soup. These are nothing more than commonplace home-cooked dishes. Yet the alluring aroma wafting through the air rendered both Sumo and Shen Yufu utterly unable to resist the temptation. Come, savor the culinary prowess of my sister, Lan. Sumo said, eagerly ladling a bowl of soup for Shen Yufu, before serving himself a generous portion of pork ribs without a hint of hesitation. Delicious. The moment the succulent rib hit his palate, the flavor was nothing short of exquisite. It surpassed the salted meats and dried fish he consumed in the game by an immeasurable degree. Shen Yufu took a delicate sip of the soup, and her previously angered eyes transformed into crescent moons of delight. Indeed, it's delectable, she praised sincerely. With the approval of these two esteemed figures, Qinlan, standing nearby, wore a smile of satisfaction. If you enjoy it, do indulge further. There's plenty more in the pot, she remarked, and while speaking, she added a piece of fish to Sumo's bowl. The dinner unfolded amidst a rather peculiar, yet extraordinarily harmonious atmosphere. Sumo, fully liberated, allowed his feet to roam under the table, occasionally brushing against Shen Yufu's slender, black-stockinged calves, and at other times, teasing her exquisite, high-heeled feet. Shen Yufu felt a mix of embarrassment and fury, wanting to confront him multiple times, yet each time she caught a glimpse of Qinlan's gentle, smiling eyes. She was compelled to suppress her irritation. She could only convey her discontent through glances, urging Su Mo to behave. At long last, the meal concluded, and Shen Yufu, nearly leaping to her feet, exclaimed, I'm full. I'll be heading back now. With that, she prepared to make her escape. However, Su Mo was quicker. In a flash, he positioned himself right in front of her. "What's the rush, my dear aunt?" he said with a mischievous grin. "You've eaten and now wish to flee? Such a bargain is unheard of. What do you want?" Shen Yufu retreated a step, eyeing him warily. "Nothing much." Su Mo's smile grew more playful. "I merely wish to invite you upstairs for some tea, to discuss life and ideals." As he spoke, to Qinlan's utter astonishment, he stretched his arms lazily and lifted Shen Yufu effortlessly. Su Mo, put me down," she gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson. Her delicate legs clad in black stockings flailing in protest. "Sister Lan, could you kindly tidy up the dishes?" Su Mo called out to the stunned Qinlan, before striding away with the squirming beauty in his arms, heading towards the bedroom on the second floor. With a resounding thud, he kicked the bedroom door shut, sealing off the outside world. In the living room, Qinlan stood frozen, still clutching the dishes she intended to clear, her mind racing. Had their relationship grown so intimate that they could ignite sparks at any moment, regardless of the setting? Tears welled in her eyes. And unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, she turned to leave this mortifying place. Yet, just then, the bedroom door swung open again. Su Mo leaned out, calling down to Qinlan, "Sister Lan, don't go just yet. There are still many dishes left unwashed in the kitchen. And could you please bring me a pot of hot water upstairs? Later, after my exercise with my aunt, we'll be having a bath together." With that, he slammed the door shut once more. Chapter 65. The Fragrant Shen Yufu. In the bedroom on the second floor, Su Mo unceremoniously tossed Shen Yufu onto the expansive bed, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 people. "Su Mo, you scoundrel, what on earth are you planning?" Shen Yufu exclaimed, scrambling to sit up, adjusting her disheveled clothing and hair, glaring at him in a mix of shame and anger. "Didn't I mention? I'd like to invite you for tea and discuss life," Su Mo replied, beginning to remove his outerwear. "I refuse to converse with you. I want to leave," Shen Yufu declared, attempting to rise from the bed. "Leave? Huh. If you manage to step out of this room tonight, I'll write my name backwards." Su Mo scoffed. "Don't act recklessly. I warn you, if you dare do anything to me, Shen Yufu was genuinely frightened. "And what will you do?" Su Mo pressed closer, pushing her back onto the bed, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Will you yield to me? That would be most desirable. Could you please refrain from being so shameless?" She retorted, "Here's the deal. If you cooperate with me tonight, I promise to let you leave at midnight. Otherwise, just wait for your dear niece to catch us in the act tomorrow morning." "You." Shen Yufu was incensed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Given Su Mo's character, he was undoubtedly capable of following through. If Yin Bing were to discover her with him, she would truly have no face left to show anyone. "Fine, I agree." After weighing the pros and cons, Shen Yufu ultimately acquiesced, but added, "But you mustn't go too far. Rest assured, I am typically very gentle." Su Mo chuckled. His gaze slowly descended to Shen Yufu's exquisite legs, clad in sheer black stockings and silver high heels. Then, his eyes traced the elegant curve of her legs, eventually resting on her delicate, art-like feet. Previously, in the game, he hadn't had the time to appreciate them fully. Now, under the bright lights, he realized that Shen Yufu's feet were indeed a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Her foot was dainty, the arch perfectly sculpted, and her skin glowed with a porcelain radiance. Through the gossamer thinness of the stockings, he could clearly see her 10 slender toes adorned with translucent pink nail polish, resembling ripe cherries, utterly enticing. Truly, she was the national goddess, radiating beauty from her face down to her feet. Su Mo found himself captivated. "Hey, why are you staring at my feet? Hurry up. I still need to return to the villa, and if it gets too late, Yin Bing will undoubtedly come looking for me," Shen Yufu urged, noticing Su Mo's lingering gaze on her feet. "What's the rush?" Su Mo snapped back to reality, a devilish grin spreading across his face. He reached out, gently grasping her ankle, then, to her astonishment, slowly removed her silver high heel. The moment the shoe slipped off, Shen Yufu's foot, enveloped in black stockings, was fully exposed to the air. Freed from the confines of the shoe, her 5 charming toes, painted in pink polish, curled slightly, as if shy. Su Mo held her smooth, jade-like ankle, reveling in the exquisite sensation. It felt as if he were admiring a rare treasure, thoroughly exploring every inch of her foot. From heel to toe, "What do you want from me?" Shen Yufu felt a shiver run through her body under his gaze, instinctively wanting to retract her foot. "Don't move. Let me take a good look." As he spoke, he extended his hand once more, deftly removing the high heel from Shen Yufu's other foot. In that moment, her delicate feet fell entirely defenseless into his grasp. "Su Mo, do you have some peculiar fetish?" Shen Yufu's heart raced inexplicably as she met Su Mo's strange gaze. Although she had navigated the entertainment industry for years and had seen much, this was a scenario she had never encountered before. Indeed, Sumo replied, raising his head and flashing a grin that revealed his pearly whites. I simply adore gazing at beautiful women's feet, particularly those adorned in stockings, much like yours. Is that so wrong? You pervert. Shen Yufu's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted. A pervert? Sumo chuckled. This is merely an appreciation of beauty. It's such a pity your lovely feet aren't modeling for the industry. His warm hand, gliding over the fabric of her stockings, sent a shiver through her body, causing her to tremble involuntarily. What do you want from me? Hurry, I need to return. Shen Yufu was desperate to conclude this torment and escape from this unsettling den that stirred her anxiety. Why the rush? Sumo savored the moment as if admiring a rare treasure, meticulously observing every detail of her exquisite feet. Time ticked away slowly, and Shen Yufu felt on the brink of madness. This scoundrel had held her feet captive for a full 10 minutes. What could he possibly want? Just as she was about to kick him off the bed in frustration, Sumo finally made a new move. He slowly leaned down, and in that instant, her heart leapt into her throat. What was he planning? A notion, both embarrassing and infuriating, surged uncontrollably in her mind. No, it couldn't be. Surely he wasn't that depraved? Yet, the very next moment, Sumo's actions confirmed her worst fears. Sumo, you despicable pervert. Shen Yufu managed to squeeze out the words, filled with indignation and a peculiar tremor that even she failed to comprehend. Meanwhile, Qinlan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The scene from downstairs replayed incessantly in her mind. Sumo, brazenly carrying the stunning starlet upstairs, along with her final, mortified scream. Even a child could deduce what was transpiring above. Qinlan buried her head under the covers, attempting to silence her racing thoughts. Yet, the walls, lacking soundproofing, allowed some scandalous sounds to seep through, making her cheeks burn hotter. She began to regret her decision to move in with this little rascal. On the 5th day, as the cool-down period of the game reset, the night was eerily quiet. The massive bed, large enough to accommodate several people, was in disarray. Shen Yufu, with her formidable physique, gazed into the distance, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. This scoundrel was a beast, a pervert. Ever since he merged with that Titan heart, he had become something beyond human, requiring no rest whatsoever. Shen Yufu, you've truly fallen. Beside her, Sumo lay contentedly, one hand wandering across her smooth back, a triumphant smirk gracing his face. Get lost. Shen Yufu mustered the last of her strength to predict his words, pushing away his hand and turning her back to him. Unwilling to engage further with this shameless man. All right, do not be upset, Sumo cooed, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. Is it not because I miss you dearly? A day apart feels like an eternity. Flatterer, Shen Yufu retorted, though her anger inexplicably began to dissipate. After a moment of silence, she muttered, you said you would let me go tonight. Of course, a gentleman's word is his bond. Sumo kissed her smooth cheek. Once I've regained my strength, I shall personally escort you home. I don't need your escort. I'll return on my own. Shen Yufu had no desire to linger with him for another second. After more than half an hour of dawdling on the bed, she finally felt some strength return and struggled to rise. Glancing at the digital clock on the bedside table, she noted it was already past 1 in the morning. If she delayed any longer, who knew if Yin Bing would come storming over? Suppressing her aching body, she began to dress. As she slipped the black dress back on and reached for her silver stilettos, her movements faltered momentarily, her mind flooding with the mortifying images from earlier. Shen Yufu's cheeks flushed anew. Ugh! She shot a fierce glare at the source of her humiliation, the smirking Sumo, before hastily slipping on her heels. Perhaps due to her frenzied state, as she stood, her foot slipped, causing her to nearly lose her balance. For an ordinary person, such a misstep would surely result in a sprained ankle. Yet, with Shen Yufu's extraordinary constitution, she steadied herself almost instantly. She lightly stomped her foot in the high heel, casting another fierce glare at Sumo, as if to say, this is all your fault. Then, without a backward glance, she fled from that beguiling yet tormenting lair. Watching her somewhat flustered retreat, Sumo burst into hearty laughter. In the following 4 days, Sumo reveled in the idyllic life he had long desired. Each morning, he awoke at his leisure, greeted by the gentle and gracious landlady who had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. After enjoying his meal, he would lounge on the sofa in the living room, catching up on the news and browsing player forums to understand the changes in the world since his return. In the afternoons, he would swim in the expansive private pool of the villa or hit the gym to familiarize himself with the explosive power within. Meanwhile, Qinlan dutifully managed the villa, ensuring everything was in order and attending to Sumo's every need with meticulous care. Over these days, she gradually adapted to Sumo's new identity. Although she still blushed in response to his flirtatious remarks, the worry and strangeness that once clouded her expression had faded, replaced by a genuine sense of reliance and admiration. The way she looked at Sumo began to shift as well. At times, when he was sweating it out in the gym, she would stand at the door, holding a glass of water, her captivating eyes fixed on him with an almost dreamy expression. That gaze was so tender it seemed to emanate warmth, imbued with unspoken emotions. Suemo relished the sensation of being adored and cared for by such a beauty. The only flaw in the otherwise idyllic situation was the absence of Shen Yufu, that insufferable sister-in-law, who, over the past 4 days, had yet to seek him out even once. Not only had she failed to grace the villa with her presence, but there had also been no calls or messages from her. Suemo had sent her several teasing texts, only to be met with silence, as if they had been swallowed by the abyss. It was evident that his last bizarre encounter had frightened her, prompting her to avoid him altogether. As for Samantha and Luo Xiaoro, Suemo had reached out to them through the friend list in the player system. Samantha, that exuberant enchantress, remained as fiery as ever, her messages brimming with longing and subtle hints, as though she could hardly wait to fly to his side. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoro, the adorable girl from the two-dimensional realm, diligently sent him greetings 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, accompanied by updates on her latest cosplay ventures and photos, all laced with an eagerness for him to come and admire her new creations. With a heavy heart, Suemo could only assure them that he was currently preoccupied with pressing matters, yet promised to visit them as soon as he could. Once he had pacified these 2 eager spirits, his days finally settled into a tranquil rhythm. Time drifted by in a leisurely and pleasant manner, until the 5th evening arrived. Just after finishing his shower, wrapped only in a towel around his waist, he emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his hair. Ding! The time remaining until the next mission commences has elapsed. Players may enter the Gaia space at any moment to initiate a new game. A familiar virtual screen materialized before him, heralding the arrival of new adventures. The languor and comfort that had adorned his visage dissipated in an instant. A glimmer of sharpness and excitement danced in his eyes. Though the serene days were enjoyable, they were ultimately not what he desired. It was through battles of blood and fire, through relentless striving for strength, that he felt truly alive. Chapter 67. The Gathering of 3 Maidens in Gaia Space. Xiaomo, I've warmed up a cup of milk for you. Drink it before you sleep. Qin Lan emerged from the kitchen, cradling a steaming cup of milk. Adorned in a delicate pink silk nightgown, the short hem accentuated her curvaceous, fair legs, rendering them all the more alluring. Upon catching sight of Suemo, whose bare torso radiated a powerful vitality, her cheeks flushed inexplicably, her heart skipping a beat. This was not the first time she had seen him in such a state over the past few days, yet each encounter left her blushing and weak in the knees. This man, exuded an irresistible allure that left her utterly captivated. Thank you for your hard work, Lanjia. Suemo accepted the milk, downing it in one go before placing the cup on the coffee table. I may need to take a trip soon. He gazed at Qin Lan, his expression turning serious. A trip? Qin Lan blinked, her gentle eyes immediately betraying her concern. Are you going to do something dangerous again? She had no inkling of what Suemo meant by trip, but she could sense that it was far from a simple business journey. Yes, Suemo nodded, revealing no reservations. There are matters I need to attend to. It may take about a week. Please, be sure to stay safe. Qin Lan stepped closer, her delicate hand reaching out to smooth the slightly disheveled strands of hair at his forehead, her worry and reluctance nearly spilling over. She refrained from asking where he was going or what he would be doing. Such inquiries would only burden him with unnecessary concerns. Instead, she resolved to behave like a gentle and supportive wife, patiently waiting for his return at home. Don't worry, Lanjia. Suemo took her small hand and kissed it softly, offering a reassuring smile. With a stunning beauty like you waiting at home, I will return as soon as possible. You're quite the charmer. Qin Lan's cheeks reddened at his affectionate gesture, yet her heart felt warm and blissful. While I'm away these few days, please remain here and don't venture out. The villa is equipped with top-tier security systems, and there are plenty of bodyguards outside to ensure your safety. As for food, I've stocked the fridge with enough supplies to last you a month. Cook whatever you fancy, or if you're feeling lazy, just have the bodyguards fetch something. He paused. I've transferred 500 million into your account. Spend it as you wish without feeling the need to save. 500 million, Qin Lan exclaimed, quickly shaking her head. I won't need that much money. Take it. Suemo feigned a stern expression. What kind of woman by my side should ever worry about finances? From now on, my money is your money. Spend it however you like. Those domineering yet endearing words melted Qin Lan's heart in an instant. She gazed at Suemo's youthful and handsome face, a sudden warmth flooding her eyes. Once upon a time, she had dreamed of a man who would assert such possessiveness over her, declaring, my money is yours. Yet her previous gambling-addicted husband had left her with nothing but a mountain of debt. She had thought such aspirations were forever out of reach. Little did she expect that fate would introduce her to Suemo, a man nearly a decade her junior, who provided her with a sense of security and happiness she had never known. All right, enough of this. I must be on my way. Suemo checked the time and decided not to linger any longer. He turned and stepped into an empty guest room. Qin Lan stood at the doorway, gazing dreamily at his retreating figure until the door clicked shut. Once inside the room, Suemo concentrated. System, enter Gaia space. With a hum, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the room. As Suemo steadied himself in Gaia space, he had yet to survey his surroundings when a familiar voice, tinged with coolness and irritation, echoed nearby. Suemo. At the sound, Suemo couldn't help but smile. There stood Shen Yufu, her striking gaze fixed on him with a fierce intensity. Unlike the night they had met, when she had donned sultry black stockings and high heels, today she was clad in a pragmatic athletic outfit, her feet adorned with white sneakers. While she may have lost some of her overt allure, the form-fitting leggings accentuated her long, slender legs and the rounded curve of her backside, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Oh, my dear sister-in-law. It seems your temper remains as fiery as ever after our brief separation, Suemo teased, approaching her with a grin. What's wrong? Have you been pining for me to the point of illness? Go away. Who has been thinking about you? Shen Yufu's cheeks flushed crimson, instinctively taking a step back to distance herself from him. The moment she laid eyes on his playful smirk, memories of that night flooded her mind, being pinned to the bed in an unsettling manner by him. Her cheeks began to heat anew. For 4 days, she had secluded herself in her villa, hoping to regain her composure and forget about that insufferable man. Yet, to her dismay, his image lingered in her mind like an incantation that refused to fade. Especially at night, she often dreamt of scenes that made her heart race and cheeks flush. She realized, to her astonishment, that she had indeed become addicted to this rogue. This revelation filled her with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, leading her to harbor deep disdain for her own uncooperative body. TSK, still feeling shy, is she? Suemo, observing her adorable yet flustered expression, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. It seemed that the torment of that fateful night had yielded quite remarkable results. Just as Suemo was preparing to escalate his teasing of this proud little sister-in-law, 2 exuberant voices called out simultaneously, "Boss! Suemo, darling!" In an instant, 2 fragrant breezes enveloped him, one from the left and one from the right, as they plunged into his embrace. "Boss, I've missed you so much." Samantha, the vivacious beauty, unabashedly wrapped her arms around Sumo's neck, planting several enthusiastic kisses on his face. Today, she was dressed particularly provocatively, her upper body clad in a snug white t-shirt that accentuated her already impressive curves, while her lower half was adorned with impossibly short blue denim shorts that showcased her dazzlingly long legs and enviable peach-shaped posterior. Especially striking were the epic high heels, seduction of the succubus, which he had gifted her, lending her an allure reminiscent of a captivating fairy. "Suemo, darling, I've missed you to death." Luo Xiaoro, the quintessential soft and adorable girl from the anime realm, clung to Sumo's leg, rubbing her cherubic face against his trousers. Dressed in a pink Lolita princess gown paired with knee-high white socks and dainty shoes, along with her signature pink twin tails, she seemed to have stepped right out of an anime, embodying the essence of an irresistibly cute legal loli. All right, I know you both have missed me," Suemo said, with his left arm wrapped around Samantha's slender waist and his right hand affectionately ruffling Luo Xiaoro's hair. Relishing the imperial treatment of being embraced from both sides, his heart swelling with joy. This was the life he had always desired. Meanwhile, Shen Yufu, observing the warm and harmonious scene of this trio, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy surge within her. Humph, those 2 seductive vixens, resorting to such base tactics to ensnare my man. Though she thought this, her beautiful eyes lingered involuntarily on Samantha's long, sexy legs, now accentuated by her high heels, for a few extra seconds. Indeed, this beauty's figure was top tier. It seemed she was ever so slightly inferior by comparison. The moment this thought crossed her mind, her displeasure deepened. Her feet must be foul, so much so that Suemo couldn't even bring himself to voice it, a stench both acrid and sour. Chapter 68, Refreshing the Instance, 4-star difficulty dual elevator. At that moment, a new virtual screen materialized before the 4 of them. "Welcome back, survivors. 30 minutes remain until the next mandatory mission commences. Please select the game instance you wish to enter within the next 30 minutes. The instance selection panel is now open." Subsequently, 3 enormous gates radiating distinct glows slowly emerged before them. The first gate emanated a verdant light, adorned with reliefs depicting various natural landscapes like forests, oceans, and deserts. Instance type, survival. Description, you will be transported to an unknown world, and your task is to utilize all available resources to survive. The longer you live and the more areas you explore, the higher your final evaluation will be. The second gate glowed a fiery red, embellished with motifs of swords, axes, shields, and magical circles, all exuding an air of combat. Instance type, combat. Description, you will engage in a fair or unfair duel with other players or creatures from different races. The victor reigns, while the vanquished fall. The third gate shone a deep blue, engraved with images of sturdy walls, towering arrow towers, and an array of monsters. Instance type, tower defense. Description, you must construct and upgrade your defense towers to fend off wave after wave of invading monsters. Protect your core until the very last moment. Wow. Survival, combat. Tower defense. Isn't this reminiscent of the games we used to play? Luo Xiaoro exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the 3 gates. They all appeared to be quite intriguing. Samantha also stroked her chin, her face a picture of curiosity. Only Shen Yufu, after a brief moment of astonishment, fixed her gaze upon the green survival gate. She recalled that the last deep-sea exploration instance was of the survival type. The experience was perilous yet rewarding. Moreover, survival instances offered high freedom, ideal for a player like Mo, who relished scavenging treasures. Mo, shall we opt for the survival type this time? Shen Yufu inquired, involuntarily seeking his counsel when it came to serious matters. Mo did not respond immediately, scrutinizing the 3 gates. Each instance listed its difficulty level below. Survival instance, Zombie Siege. Difficulty, level restriction, below LV20. Combat instance, 100-person Coliseum. Difficulty, level restriction, LV15, LV20. Tower defense instance, Goblins Must Die. Difficulty, level restriction, below LV10. Are the difficulty levels this low? Mo pondered, stroking his chin. Given their current strength, participating in these instances would be akin to an adult playing with kindergartners, utterly lacking in challenge. Just as he was about to casually select one to level up, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a nondescript refresh button in the bottom right corner of the instance selection panel, radiating a golden light. Instance refresh. Spend game currency to randomly regenerate a new instance of the same type. The first refresh costs 100,000 game currency. Subsequent refreshes double in price. Each type of instance can be refreshed up to 5 times. Special refresh. Spend game currency to change the instance type. The first refresh costs 200,000 game currency. Subsequent refreshes double in price. Each type can be refreshed up to 5 times. A refresh option? This Gaia system is rather considerate, anticipating that players might feel dissatisfied and providing a chance for a reroll. However, the cost is indeed exorbitant. A single refresh demands 100,000, and it only escalates from there. Mo glanced at his asset panel. Assets, 0 game currency. The solitary 0 stood out like a sore thumb. Mo's expression darkened instantly. Damn it, I forgot. Last time, purchasing the Titan's Heart drained my fortune of over 10 million entirely. Now, I find myself a complete pauper. Boss, what's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Samantha inquired, observing Mo's face, which resembled someone stricken by constipation, filled with curiosity. Cough, cough, it's nothing. Mo cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He couldn't possibly reveal that the top player on the global leaderboard was now incapable of affording a mere 100,000 for a refresh fee. Could he? That would be utterly humiliating. If he wished to refresh the instance, he'd first need to amass some funds. Mo opened his storage space and rummaged around for a while. Previously, he had sold his wares with great fervor, leaving behind only items primarily for his own use. The sole remaining commodity of potential value appeared to be a few epic skill tomes of Dragon Might. Ultimately, he resolved that retaining a single volume would suffice. After a moment's contemplation, Mo opted to sell 1 copy of Dragon Might. Ding! You have sold an epic skill tome, Dragon Might, X1, earning 400,000 game currency. With newfound wealth, Mo no longer hesitated and promptly chose to refresh the survival dungeon. Ding! Refresh successful. Consumed 100,000 game currency. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the information for the Zombie Siege dungeon was instantaneously replaced. Dungeon, Ice Age, Survival. Difficulty. Description, global temperatures have plummeted, and the entire world is ensconced in ice and snow. You must combat the bitter cold, hunger, and the prehistoric behemoths lurking beneath the ice. Level restriction, below LV20. Luo Xiaoro Ice Age? That sounds rather intriguing. However, Mo frowned. What he desired was a maritime-themed dungeon, one that would allow him to utilize the Noah's Ark. Once more, he opted to refresh. Ding. Refresh successful. Consumed 200,000 game currency. Another flash of white light occurred. Upon glimpsing the new dungeon information, Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dungeon, Misty Ghost Ship, Survival. Difficulty. Description, a strange maritime domain perpetually shrouded in mist. Rumored to be the resting place of the deceased. You will navigate your vessel through these waters, seeking the fabled treasure of the ghost captain. Level restriction, below LV20. This was precisely what he sought. A maritime survival dungeon, rated 3 stars in difficulty, with a level restriction that was just right. Mo glanced at his account, noting he still had 100,000 game currency remaining. Adhering to his principle of frugality, his gaze shifted to the competitive dungeons. The 100-person arena did not appeal to him. He was averse to engaging in meaningless bloodshed against other players purely for the sake of combat. Nevertheless, with 100,000 left, he decided to refresh and see what emerged. With a sense of experimentation, Mo clicked to refresh. Ding. Refresh successful. Consumed 100,000 game currency. The information for the 100-person arena was swiftly replaced. Dungeon, dual elevator, competitive. Difficulty. Description, this is a unique dual-player competition. You and a randomly matched partner will be trapped in an elevator that can only ascend. The elevator comprises 100 floors, each fraught with unknown dangers and opportunities. You must continually gather resources, enhance yourselves, and eliminate other teams, ultimately reaching the 100th floor to become the sole victor. Level restriction, LV15, LV25. A dual elevator? A randomly matched partner? Upon reading this dungeon's description, Mo was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. His divine talent, Master of Greed, possessed a second effect, Companion of Beauty. At the start of each game, a random goddess will materialize in your vicinity. This meant that the randomly assigned teammate by the system would undoubtedly be a goddess. Sumo's heart surged with fervor as he began to anticipate the identity of his forthcoming enigmatic goddess partner and the exquisite beauty she would embody.